Yeah, guys, good morning to you. We have not heard yet an official response from the Russian government. But look, we know that they have been wanting the release of Russian arms dealer Viktor Bout since he was arrested in 2008, saying that he was wrongfully convicted. And then, of course, we know that several weeks ago, Russian state media said that the Kremlin wanted to do a prisoner swap. Of course, they've not confirmed that since then. And at the time, the United States government hasn't either. So we're seeing this new development, which is really critical here. This is something that Brittany Griner's supporters have been advocating for. The announcement from Secretary of State Anthony Blinken coming just hours after Brittany Griner took the witness stand, a critical day in her trial, where she spoke to the court and said, look, she had no intention of bringing these drugs into the country. She didn't want to break Russian law. She respects Russian law, but then ironically alluded to the fact that her rights were violated. When she was first stopped at the airport, she didn't understand what was going on. Of course, she doesn't speak Russian. She was then detained, taken into a small room where she said that she signed paperwork that she didn't even understand. I want you to take a listen to a little bit of what she said inside that courtroom yesterday.
She didn't explain the content of the paper. Like, I didn't know exactly what I was signing. No, my rights were never read to me. No one explained any of it to me.
Now, Griner also told the court that she had to use her cell phone before her cell phone was confiscated to try and use Google to try and translate. But again, she would have had the right in Russia, according to their law, to have an interview and a conversation with her attorney before being interrogated by officials there in Russia. That didn't happen. She made that clear to the court. We know that she is due back in court early next week when her trial is expected to wrap up. Guys, back to you.
Oh, some stunning revelations there by Brittany Griner herself. Megan, thank you.
New data today will tell us whether the economy is sputtering toward a recession. The White House has been hard at work trying to get ahead of what could be a grim second quarter GDP report. For the latest, let's get to Bree Jackson in D.C. Bree, good morning. What are we expecting to hear this morning?
Good morning, Francis. Yeah, the Biden administration won't like it, but gone are the days of nearly 7% growth like we saw in the fourth quarter of last year. According to CNBC, some economists are expecting to see maybe an incremental amount of growth in this morning's second quarter GDP report, while others are forecasting another decline. If it is the latter, it would mean back-to-back quarters of negative growth, which has historically signaled a recession. But the strong labor market could prevent an official declaration. On Monday, President Biden told reporters flat out, we're not going to be in a recession. But a senior administration official told NBC News that the concern is the fear of one would be a self-fulfilling prophecy, causing consumers to pull back. The biggest issue is that stubborn inflation. Today's report comes a day after the Fed hiked interest rates another 75 basis points to try to curb rising prices without sparking a recession.
We're not trying to have a recession, and we don't think we have to. We think that there's a path for us to be able to bring inflation down while sustaining a strong labor market. As I mentioned, along with, in all likelihood, some softening in labor market conditions.
And we'll find out if that strategy is working when we get a new inflation data tomorrow. It's expected to line up with the June Consumer Price Index, which showed inflation at a 40-year high. Falling gas prices could mean that there's better news on the horizon for the economy. Francis?
All right, Bree, thank you. Whatever these reports say, just whatever help we can get for so many in need. Thank you.
NBC News has learned more about the Justice Department's investigation of the January 6th riot. Now, there are signs of a greater focus on former President Trump than was previously known. Officials say they're looking into Mr. Trump's actions surrounding the efforts to overturn the 2020 election results. NBC's Pete Williams has the details.
Administration officials familiar with the investigation tell NBC News that Justice Department lawyers are trying to find out what President Trump was saying to those in his inner circle in the weeks leading up to the January 6th riot to try to undo his election loss to Joe Biden. Specifically, the officials say investigators want to know what he was telling his aides and lawyers about the effort to have slates of Trump presidential electors sent in from battleground states that Biden won, and about urging Vice President Mike Pence to recognize those slates when Congress met for the official electoral vote count on January 6th. The officials also say investigators back in April obtained telephone records of senior White House aides, including Mark Meadows, the chief of staff. Those developments were first reported by the Washington Post. The fact that those records were obtained at least 3 months ago is a sign that investigators are moving more aggressively than was first thought. Some Democrats have said the Justice Department is moving too slowly compared to the pace of the House January 6 committee hearings.
What we know now is that they have a broad and far-ranging investigation, including of Mr. Trump's conduct, and properly so. The only surprise would be if they weren't looking at Mr. Trump's conduct, because he was the one who would benefit from a fake elector scheme.
Attorney General Merrick Garland has insisted that no one is off limits to the Justice Department's investigation, telling Lester that it won't matter even if Mr. Trump decides to run again for president.
We will hold accountable anyone who is criminally responsible for attempting to interfere with the legitimate, lawful transfer of power from one administration to the next.
At a rally on Tuesday in Washington, the former president said the investigations are politically motivated to stop him from running again.
They really want to damage me so I can no longer go back to work for you. And I don't think that's going to happen.
And in one of the latest steps, investigators are seeking to look at the contents of the cell phone of John Eastman, the lawyer who pushed the idea that the vice president could overturn the election results.
Our thanks to Pete for that report.
New this morning, the House Speaker may be preparing to visit Taiwan, and the potential trip is escalating tension with China. Nancy Pelosi's office has not confirmed the travel due to security concerns, but Texas Republican Congressman Michael McCall told NBC News she has invited some senior lawmakers to join her. Beijing is warning that China would act strongly to respond to what they see as foreign interference. Taiwan is self-governed, but China claims it as part of its territory, and Beijing has never ruled out taking the island by force. The U.S. doesn't officially recognize Taiwan as a separate country, but has pledged to provide support if Taiwan is attacked. President Biden is expected to speak today with Chinese President Xi, but the White House has not confirmed the timing of that call.
2 former Minneapolis police officers were sentenced on federal charges for their roles in the death of George Floyd. J. Alexander King was sentenced to 3 years in prison, and Tu Tao received 3.5 years for violating Floyd's civil rights. The 2 also faced trial on state charges in October.
And you need to see this video. A beachgoer captured the very moment a small plane made an emergency landing in Puget Sound, and then not only that, flipped over and then started to sink. Bystanders rushed into the water to help rescue the 66-year-old pilot, who was able to make it to shore without injury. He was the only one on the plane.
Unbelievable. All right, we did see some major heat in the Pacific Northwest on Wednesday, but right now we are in a flash flood emergency in Kentucky. Let's go over to NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman, tracking all of this for us. A very busy week for you, Michelle. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning to you both. And we are looking at very heavy rain falling in parts of West Virginia, parts of Kentucky. We have some flash flood emergencies, even some flash flood warnings. That's going to continue not only today, throughout tomorrow as well. So they're not out of the woods once these storms move out. We're seeing training of storms moving through the area. So as we look at radar overlapping this flood watch, that's in the green. The red is your flash flood warning. So we do have numerous flash flood warnings. We have really heavy rain. We're seeing rainfall rates of 2 to 3 inches per hour. So it's adding up very, very quickly. It's moving over the same areas. So Hazard, Kentucky, you are looking at some very heavy rain. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, the dangerous heat continues in parts of the south. We're looking at temperatures into the 90s, into the 100s, 102 today in Dallas. Also looking at really warm temperatures in Boise, 101, but a nice day in parts of the upper Midwest. All right, that heat continues. We're looking at intense dangerous heat in the northwest, the south central states. We'll look at that coming up.
Okay, Michelle, thank you. A 9-foot-tall dinosaur skeleton is roaring onto the auction block. Sotheby's is selling the fossils of a Gorgosaurus that roamed the earth about 77 million years ago. The dino, which is a relative of the T-Rex, has a skeleton just under 22 feet long. Sotheby's estimates the Gorgosaurus could fetch $5 to $8 million at auction.
Well, let's make a deal. The most powerful senator in America just made a deal with the Senate Majority Leader.
And what the CEOs of many gun manufacturers are saying amid a growing number of mass killings. They speak out next.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Leading the news, a major breakthrough for the Biden administration. Senators Joe Manchin and Chuck Schumer agreeing on a reconciliation bill. It would invest hundreds of billions of dollars into major progressive priorities. It includes a $369 billion for energy security, and climate change, and an estimated $288 billion aimed at reducing prescription drug prices. Now, Biden praised the deal, but the news caught some senators off guard.
I've never seen one thing the Democrats did that reduced taxes, and not seen anything they've done to pay down debt. All I've seen them do is reckless spending that increases taxes. So I can't imagine this is going to be any different.
Well, I'm going to be glad to vote for something, but I sure wish I could have voted for something like this a year ago.
The legislation would need support of all 50 Democratic senators to pass. It is not clear if Kristen Sinema is on board.
For the first time in almost 2 decades, CEOs of leading gun manufacturers testified on Capitol Hill, defending their sales of assault weapons and soaring profits amid a wave of mass shootings. Our Gabe Gutierrez has more.
Over the past decade, as mass shootings have been on the rise, leading gun manufacturers have raked in more than $1 billion from the sale of AR-15 style rifles, according to a House Oversight Committee investigation.
Gun manufacturers use dangerous marketing tactics to sell assault weapons to the public.
Marty Daniel is the CEO of Daniel Defense, the company that makes the weapon the Uvalde shooter used.
These acts are committed by murderers. The murderers are responsible.
The committee says Daniel Defense's revenue from AR-15 style rifles tripled from $40 million in 2019 to more than $120 million in 2021.
I believe that these murders are local problems that have to be solved locally.
The earnings for another gun maker, Ruger, also nearly tripled during that same period.
That it is wrong to deprive citizens of their constitutional right to purchase the lawful firearm they desire because of the criminal acts of wicked people.
Republicans on the committee calling the hearing political theater.
Never in my life have I had a gun get violent with me, but I have seen where people use guns for the wrong reasons.
At the hearing, Felix and Kimberly Rubio, their 10-year-old daughter Lexi, died in the Uvalde massacre.
It's just horrible of what these weapons can do.
They want the Daniel Defense CEO to be accountable.
These individuals are using weapons that his company manufactures. They're law-abiding citizens until he walked into that classroom and murdered our child and her classmates and 2 teachers.
Also on Wednesday, the accused gunman in Highland Park, Illinois, was indicted on 117 felony counts, including murder and attempted murder. Back to you.
Okay, Gabe, thank you.
Coming up right here after the break, a story about murder, conspiracies, and antivirus software involving controversial software mogul John McAfee.
And out of the frying pan and into the voting booth, how you can get into pork barrel politics and become the mayor of Bacon City, USA.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
NBC News, streaming free now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Mystery in Paradise.
There's my sweet little sister on the news.
A series of secrets to be discovered.
This investigation takes you into the swinger lifestyle.
Dateline's hottest July ever, Fridays at 10/9 Central.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
We're here to start conversations, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
We're heading to the Bahamas. The Mexican cartel was out to kill him.
They had given me some poison.
We all make mistakes.
It's getting crazier and crazier.
So is McAfee a successful entrepreneur who went mad and killed his neighbor? Or is he the potential savior of America? Oh, hello there. I'm John McAfee.
That is our first look at Running with the Devil, the wild world of John McAfee. The new documentary features footage from the fugitive tech pioneer's years on the run after he was accused of murdering his neighbor in 2012. Netflix has released, that'll be on Netflix, I should say, coming up.
It's so intriguing, the story in itself, but even more so when you see it in that trailer. All right, now talking about more than Netflix has to offer, they've released stills of Ana de Armas as Hollywood icon Marilyn Monroe in that upcoming film Blonde. The movie reimagines the life of Marilyn from her childhood to her rise to stardom. And the new behind-the-scenes photos, including legendary imagery there, like the hot pink dress from Gentlemen Prefer Blondes. The official release date is September 23rd. And so much buzz about anything Marilyn. But as far as Ana de Armas, she's everywhere. She's in Gray Man that's out right now, just kind of the it girl of the moment.
She is she's having a moment. She really is. You can have a moment yourself if you really love bacon. Don't just settle for bringing home the bacon. Live high on the hog by becoming the mayor of Bacon City, USA. Yes, you heard us right. The town of Vernon, Texas is actually changing its name to Bacon City, USA for 2 days. It's to celebrate celebrate the 100th anniversary of Wright Bacon brand. It is looking for someone with the right amount of sizzle to serve as mayor. If you're aching to be the mayor of Bacon, you need to grease up that resume, and you'll send in a minute-long video explaining why you are the perfect fit before the Sunday deadline. The winner will earn $11,000. Why $11,000? I don't know. Maybe it's because bacon, when you stand it up, makes an 11.
Makes sense. All right, coming up, Michelle has your Thursday forecast.
And check out this uncut gem. The stunning 170-carat pink diamond could be one of the biggest found in 300 years.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it. These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
NBC News, streaming free now.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Welcome back on this Thursday. The intense heat continues for many today. 31 million Americans under a heat alert. We have heat advisories, also heat warnings from the northwest into the southeast. And we'll see temperatures rise into the triple digits once again. We're looking at 111 in Medford today. That is going to be a hot day there. We're looking at 110 in parts of the northwest. Also, we're looking at the southeast into the 100s. We're looking at heat indices feeling like 105 in Dallas. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Michelle. Our top stories are next, including former President Trump teeing up for the Saudi-backed Live Golf Tour. That's next.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Dateline Missing in America. Hear their stories. Help bring them home.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Mystery in Paradise.
There's my sweet little sister on the news.
A series of secrets to be discovered.
This investigation takes you into the swinger lifestyle.
Dateline's hottest July ever. Fridays at 10/9 Central.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
the day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
In today's top stories, a mortgage company owned by Warren Buffett will pay millions in a settlement over redlining. The Justice Department says Trident Mortgage Company discriminated against Black and Latino homebuyers in Philadelphia, New Jersey, and Delaware. The Assistant Attorney General for the DOJ's Civil Rights Division announced that the Berkshire Hathaway-owned company will be fined $4 million. It will also set aside $20 million to make loans in underserved neighborhoods. It is the second largest redlining settlement in history. Trident has not responded for comment.
Former President Trump is set to tee off in just a few hours for a live golf competition. The Saudi-backed golf tournament is hosting a pro-am event at Trump National Golf Club in New Jersey. Mr. Trump will be joined at the event by Caitlyn Jenner, plus basketball legend Charles Barkley and Football Hall of Famers Lawrence Taylor and Brian Urlacher. Trump tees off at 10 a.m. Eastern alongside live golfers Brian DeChambeau and Dustin Johnson.
20 Republicans, including Congressman Matt Gaetz, voted against legislation to reauthorize an anti-human trafficking bill. It is the Frederick Douglass Trafficking Victims Prevention and Protection Reauthorization Act of 2022 and was passed by the House with a 401-20 vote. Gaetz is under federal investigation for sex trafficking allegations involving a minor. He has denied any wrongdoing.
A new tribute is making sure that the names of those brave soldiers who fought in the Korean War will never be forgotten. Families will now be able to find the names of their loved ones on the Wall of Remembrance at the Korean War Memorial in D.C. Over 43,000 service members, both American and Korean, are listed. 100 granite panels were broken up into different sections representing different parts of the military.
The first pitch in the annual congressional baseball game is tonight in Washington, D.C. House Republicans took the field on Wednesday for some batting practice ahead of the big game. Texas Congressman Roger Williams is coaching the Republican team with Congressman Bill Pascrell and Mike Doyle managing the Democrats. The Republicans look to make it 2 in a row. They won last year's game 13-12.
A mining company in Angola has recovered what they believe to be the largest pink diamond seen in 300 years. Miners discovered the 170-carat pink stone in a riverbed in the southern African nation, and the Lucapa Diamond Company has dubbed it the Lulo Rose, which is the 5th largest diamond found at the mine in its history.
Wait till that thing is cut and polished and everything. It's going to be amazing. And what do you even do with something like that?
Truly.
Right? I mean, it's going to weigh your entire hand down. Head down and it's a necklace.
You're going to have some hand insurance on that. Or if it goes for auction, what do? Lock it up so that nobody can steal it?
You got the bragging rights at least.
Yeah, and it is beautiful. Thanks for waking up with Early Today on this Thursday. I'm Corey Cofton.
I'm Frances Rivera. High-stakes diplomacy. The U.S. is offering a prisoner swap to help secure the release of Americans, including Brittany Griner from Russia. A live report ahead.
Economy front and center. Wednesday's expected interest rate hike had stocks rallying as investors are now anticipating a key report coming out in just hours.
After a proposed merger between Spirit and Frontier Airlines went south, Spirit may be poised to announce a new deal with rival JetBlue as early as this morning.
Even as 9/11 families criticize the Saudi-funded Live golf tournament, former President Trump is polishing his clubs to play.
And if you haven't heard of Jackson Holliday yet, you will. The team just signed an $8 million baseball contract right out of high school. Early Today starts right now.
Good morning. I'm Corey Coffin.
Thanks for starting your morning with us. I'm Frances Rivera. We'll get a good pulse on the economy in just hours when the second quarter GDP report comes out. The White House has been working all week getting ahead of what could be some grim numbers that spark fresh recession fears. For the latest, let's get right to Bree Jackson in D.C. Bree, good morning. What are we expecting to hear this morning?
Good morning, Francis, Corey. Yeah, the Biden administration won't like it, but gone are the days of nearly 7% growth like we saw in the fourth quarter of last year. According to CNBC, some economists are expecting to see maybe an incremental amount of growth in this morning's second quarter GDP report, while others are forecasting another decline. If it is the latter, it would mean back-to-back quarters of negative growth, which has historically signaled a recession. But the strong labor market could prevent an official declaration. On Monday, President Biden told reporters flat out, we're not going to be in a recession. But a senior administration official told NBC News that the concern is the fear of one would be a self-fulfilling prophecy, causing consumers to pull back. The biggest issue is that stubborn inflation. Today's report comes a day after the Fed hiked interest rates another 75 basis points to try to curb rising prices without sparking a recession.
We're not trying to have a recession, and we don't think we have to. We think that there's a path for us to be able to bring inflation down while sustaining a strong labor market. As I mentioned, along with, in all likelihood, some softening in labor market conditions.
We'll find out if the strategy is working when we get new inflation data tomorrow. It's expected to line up with the June Consumer Price Index, which showed inflation at a 40-year high. Now, falling gas prices could mean there's better news on the horizon for the economy. Francis?
I hope so. All right, Bree, thank you.
A major development for the Biden administration. Senators Joe Manchin and Chuck Schumer agreeing on a reconciliation bill. It would invest hundreds of billions of dollars into major progressive priorities, including $369 billion for energy security and climate change, and an estimated $288 billion aimed at reducing prescription drug prices. Biden praising the deal, but says the news caught some senators off guard.
I've never seen one thing the Democrats did that reduced taxes. I'm not seeing anything they've done to pay down debt. All I've seen them do is reckless spending that increases taxes. So I can't imagine this is going to be any different.
Well, I'm going to be glad to vote for something, but I sure wish I could have voted for something like this a year ago.
Now, the legislation would need support of all 50 Democratic senators to pass. It's unclear if Kristen Sinema is on board.
There are new developments in the case of Brittany Griner, who is detained in Russia. The U.S. government says it has made an offer for the freedom of the WNBA star and another jailed American. While making no promises, Secretary of State Anthony Blinken says it's been a priority for a long time.
Bringing Brittany home, bringing Paul home. This is something that we're focused on 24/7, 7 days a week.
NBC's Megan Fitzgerald joins us with more. And Megan, has the Russian government responded to the U.S. proposal?
Well, good morning. We have not heard yet directly from the Russian government about this latest announcement. But look, the Kremlin has made no secret about the fact that they have wanted for the last decade back on Russian soil, Russia's arms dealer, also known as the Merchant of Death, Viktor Bout. And so we know that just a couple of weeks ago, Russian state media made the announcement that the Kremlin wanted to do this prisoner swap. But of course, the Kremlin never officially confirmed that. The United States government not confirming that. But this latest announcement is really groundbreaking in this entire ordeal. And it came just hours after we saw Brittany Griner take the witness stand, a really crucial day in this entire process for her, where she told the court, look, it was an accident. She did not intend on breaking Russian law when they found those cartridges containing cannabis oil in her luggage. It was an accident, she said. She also went on to say that when she was first detained, she didn't know what was going on. She doesn't speak the language. She said that she was taken into a room. She was told to sign some papers before her phone was taken away from her. I want you to take a listen to a little bit of what she said inside that courtroom yesterday with the help of a translator.
She didn't explain the content of the paper. Like, I didn't know exactly what I was signing. No, my rights were never read to me. No one explained any of it to me.
Now, according to Russian law, Brittany Griner had the right to understand what was happening. She had the right to have her rights read to her and also to meet with an attorney before being interrogated, none of which, according to her attorney, actually happened. We know that she is due back in court next week when this trial is expected to conclude. Back to you.
Really some pivotal turning points here expected in the coming days, especially with the potential prisoner swap. Megan, thank you.
The fallout continues from the overturning of Roe versus Wade. Courts have blocked abortion bans set to take place this week due to trigger laws in Wyoming and North Dakota. A Wyoming judge sided with a women's health care clinic and others who argued that the restriction would harm health care workers and their patients. Meanwhile, in North Dakota, a judge sided with state's sole abortion clinic, saying that the state moved too quickly to implement the law. In West Virginia, House lawmakers debated a bill that would make providing an abortion a felony punishable by up to 10 years in prison. That bill now heads to the Senate.
Now to the war in Ukraine, where the Ukrainian military launched a counteroffensive striking a key Russian bridge in the city of Kherson. Meanwhile, Russian forces hit another civilian target, this time destroying a hotel. Our Morgan Chesky is in Odessa.
In eastern Ukraine, a race to rescue after another Russian missile strike. This one leveling a hotel, killing two. Firefighters digging through debris to find one man buried beneath the rubble, but alive. The lone survivor rushed to a nearby hospital. In the Russian-occupied Kherson region, Ukrainian military striking under cover of darkness. Artillery leaving a key bridge badly damaged. One of several small victories in Ukraine's counteroffensive.
Mines? Yes, mines. Anti-tanks.
Near Kharkiv, soldiers gaining ground back after fierce fighting.
It was Russian position.
Momentum Ukraine's president shared they could build upon, with President Biden following the First Lady by visiting the country.
The visit of President Biden to Ukraine would be the strongest signal which can be given in support of Ukraine.
Meanwhile, here in Odessa, the clock is ticking to slow a global food crisis. A coordination center opened in Turkey, which will be overseeing the upcoming shipments of grain. All eyes watching after a Russian strike on the port over the weekend.
We are afraid from the rocket attack in any day.
Roman Gregorian sent his wife and young son to western Ukraine for their safety.
All our plans, the plans of my family finished on 24th of February.
Now, 6 months in, he, like so many others, doesn't know when they'll be able to come home.
And despite recent missile attacks on the coastal area in Odessa and to the south, we do know that Ukrainian officials say 3 ports will be ready soon to have those grain exports resume. But right now, no firm timetable on when those first ships will head out across the Black Sea.
And our thanks to Morgan Chesky for that report.
Now to a burial mix-up at a funeral home in New Jersey. A family is suing for $50 million, saying the wrong person was put in the casket, and they didn't know until after it was lowered into the ground. NBC's Stephen Romo has the details.
One family sharing their story and saying in a lawsuit, a New Jersey funeral home accidentally switched the body of their loved one with a stranger.
As soon as they opened it, I told her, this doesn't look like my mom.
The family of 93-year-old Kyung-ja Kim filed the $50 million civil suit against Central Funeral Home of New Jersey and Blackley Funeral Home and Cremation Services of Ridgefield, saying the mix-up at the funeral in November caused emotional distress.
We trusted the funeral home, but they violated the trust that was promised to us.
The family says in their suit it was only at the memorial service and after the casket was lowered into the ground that the funeral director alerted them to the mistake.
She came to me, though, took picture showing me that this lady is in the funeral home right now. Is this your mom? And I said, yes, and I collapsed.
They say it solidified what many relatives suspected throughout the open casket service, that the woman in the casket was not their family member.
She's so young. I mean, my mother is 93 and a lot of wrinkles.
The lawsuit alleges the woman in the casket was actually 20 years younger than Kim, and that woman had her own teeth, while Kim wore dentures. The suit also says that the funeral home employees placed Kim's dentures under the pillow of the coffin with the wrong body inside. NBC News has reached out to the owners of the funeral homes named in the lawsuit, and they have not yet responded to our request for comment. The suit also alleges battery for mishandling the body of the deceased and breach of contract. The Kim family telling NBC New York they were offered a refund of their $9,000 check, and they did receive a verbal apology from the funeral homes, but they feel that falls short.
I feel so guilty about it to my mom.
All right, let's turn now to our weather with NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman. Michelle, heat relief. Well, some are just having the heat. No relief.
Yeah. Exactly. I know, it just keeps going on. And that heat is adding to some flooding this morning. It's giving the fuel to some storms we're watching this morning. We're going to continue to watch some heavy rain falling all throughout today and also tomorrow. We're looking at cars submerged, houses flooded as well. So as we go throughout today, we're going to watch that heavy rain falling in Kentucky, also West Virginia. And we're looking at flash flood warnings. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, we're looking at temperatures into the 90s, into the 100s once again in the southeast, 102 today in Dallas. Another hot one in the Intermountain West, Boise today, 101. Really nice day, though, with comfortable temperatures in the northern plains. All right, guys, we are talking about the heat sizzling the northwest, also the south central states. We'll talk about that coming up.
Gosh, there's just so much to follow. Thanks, Michelle. Baltimore Orioles went on a little holiday spending spree 2 weeks after the MLB draft. The O's signed #1 overall pick Jackson Holliday to a contract that includes a $8.19 million signing bonus. The 18-year-old, who is the son of former MLB All-Star Matt Holliday, was selected right out of high school.
Hey, we're back in 60 seconds with a class action lawsuit filed against Sesame Place.
And as 9/11 families criticize the Saudi-funded LIV Golf Tournament, former President Trump prepares to tee off.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Mystery in Paradise.
There's my sweet little sister on the news.
A series of secrets to be discovered.
This investigation takes you into the swinger lifestyle.
Dateline's hottest July ever. Fridays at 10/9 Central.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
SeaWorld's Sesame Place, Philadelphia is now facing a $25 million federal lawsuit. A Maryland father accused SeaWorld, who owned Sesame Place, of pervasive and appalling discrimination. The suit, seeking class action status, alleges that when Quentin Burns took his 5-year-old daughter to the park in June for a character meet and greet, the person behind the character intentionally refused to engage with her. The lawsuit comes after a viral video surfaced appearing to show the character Rosita ignoring 2 black girls. SeaWorld did not immediately respond to requests for comment. In a statement, Sesame Place Philadelphia said it was reviewing the suit and added that it is committed to deliver an inclusive, equitable, and entertaining experience for all guests.
Former President Trump is set to tee off in just a few hours for a LIV golf competition. The Saudi-backed golf tournament is hosting a pro-am event at Trump National Golf Club in New Jersey. Now, Mr. Trump will be joined at the event by Caitlyn Jenner, plus basketball legend Charles Barkley and Football Hall of Famers Lawrence Taylor and Brian Urlacher. Trump tees off at 10 a.m. Eastern alongside LIV golfers Bryson DeChambeau and Dustin Johnson.
A 9-foot-tall dinosaur skeleton is roaring out of the auction block. Sotheby's is selling the fossils of a Gorgosaurus that roamed the earth about 77 million years ago. The dino, which is a relative of the T-Rex, has a skeleton just under 22 feet long. Sotheby's estimates the Gorgosaurus could fetch $5 to $8 million at auction.
All right, still to come right here on Early Today, mid-air merger. We're talking about CNBC's Steve Sedgwick giving us a look at the skies for details on a major deal between two budget airlines.
And Windy City rocked. All the excitement in Chicago as Lollapalooza kicks off.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it. Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal.
And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
I'm levitating, the Milky Way. We're renegading. Yeah, 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 yeah. I got you, moonlight. You're my starlight. I need you all night. Come on, dance with me. I'm levitating.
Dua Lipa is among music's biggest stars, performing at Lollapalooza this year. Artists ranging from Metallica and Green Day to J. Cole are taking the stage. The festival kicks off at noon today.
Now to Wall Street, where another deal involving Spirit Air could be announced as early as today, plus a preview of what the new GDP numbers will look like. Joining us from London is CNBC's Steve Sedgwick. Hi, Steve. Good morning.
Very good morning, Francis. Good morning, Corey, as well. Yeah, there's a lot going on both in the corporate world and indeed in the economics as well. Start off with corporate. Spirit has now terminated, finally, its merger with Frontier. They tried to get this one over the line 4 times with shareholders. They just couldn't get enough support because the shareholders of Spirit are looking at the JetBlue offer on the horizon as well. $3.7 billion. It could well go ahead. It was a cash offer as well and worth more than the rival bid from Frontier as well. This one could create the 5th largest carrier in the States as well. Now, after that blockbuster rate hike yesterday, 75 basis points again from the Fed, all eyes on GDP. Could be a small contraction, which could take us into a technical recession at some stage, or it could be a small increase. But my goodness me, what a lot of data we're seeing at the moment. The Fed has now said it will be data dependent with new rate hikes rather than relying on forward guidance. US markets look like they're going to open just slightly below the flat line. Back to you both.
Okay, keeping our fingers crossed when it comes to that. Steve, thank you.
Dangerous heat is rising in the Northwest. Coming up, Michelle Grossman will share the latest alerts.
And the America's Got Talent judges are left stunned by a school shooting survivor's song. That's next.
Harry Styles!
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
Harry Styles!
Right now on NBC News Now,
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
we begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want us to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything. Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Harry Styles!
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
All right, you need to see this video here. A beachgoer captured the moment a small plane made an emergency landing in Puget Sound and then flipped over and started to sink. Now, thankfully, bystanders rushed to help and they got into the water. They helped rescue the 66-year-old pilot. He was able to make it to shore without injury. He was the only one on the plane.
Okay, Michelle is back with a look at the hot Northwest. Hi, Michelle.
Hi there, guys. Yeah, they continue to sizzle. We're going to see temperatures into the triple digits, not only today and really through the weekend. So today, 31 million Americans under heat alert from the Northwest to the South Central states, the Southeast, and also the Carolinas. We'll see temperatures climbing to the triple digits in so many spots in the Northwest. Medford, 111. And these temperatures stay put through the weekend. So we're looking at 110 in Kennewick on Friday, 109 on Saturday, 107 on Sunday. You get the idea. It's going to be hot there. Also really toasty in the Southeast. Temperatures into the 90s, into the 100s. You factor in the humidity, it feels like 103 in Charlotte. Back to you.
All right. Thank you, Michelle. The school shooting survivor shares her powerful message and voice on America's Got Talent. That's next.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Harry Styles!
NBC News, streaming free now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Dateline Missing in America. Hear their stories. Help bring them home.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this? Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
Harry Styles!
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
Now to a performance that's left a major impression on the judges of America's Got Talent. A school shooting survivor auditioned on the show, sharing not just her voice, but a message. Our Tom Yamas has her story.
As singer Ava Swiss walked out on stage for her America's Got Talent audition, hello.
Hi.
The judges thought they were just going to hear another aspiring singer.
Now, I'm going to guess, I've been pretty good today, singer?
Yes.
Okay. But then, as she was explaining her song choice, the 18-year-old opened up.
So I chose the song Remember by Lauren Daigle. I chose this song because back on November 30th, my brother and I were a part of the Oxford school shooting.
Ava is a high school senior from Michigan and a mass shooting survivor. A student at her high school, Oxford High, brought a gun into the school and started shooting. In the aftermath, Ava turned to song.
And I'll rise up, I'll rise like the day, I'll rise up, I'll rise unafraid, I'll rise up.
Performing Rise Up at a community vigil, finding strength and giving some comfort with her voice. Now telling the judges what she discovered.
Are you telling me that music in some form has been kind of like a therapy for you?
Yeah, it definitely has been. When I sing it, I remember the good. I remember my community, my family, just the love, and I remember that it's all there for me, and it'll help me get to where I need to be. And so that's why I'm so grateful I'm able to be here today, and I can share it with more people than I ever thought I could.
Ava taking that gift to a national audience in prime time. Receiving a standing ovation and unanimous acclaim from the judges.
You know, in life, it's tough to show up, especially after going through incredible trauma. The fact that you can break through that and shine the way you did today is so inspirational for every human being. So you really shine. That was wonderful.
Thank you. Thank you.
And with 4 yes votes, this isn't the last time we'll see Ava Swift.
I think you got about 4,500 yeses over here.
Thank you.
Thanks to Tom for that report. If there's even a sliver of goodness when it comes to horror, we will take it right there.
And never forget her message, remember. Remember, remember.
Thanks for being with us. This is Early Today. Have a good one.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, bracing for impact. More concerns over a potential recession. Less than 24 hours after the Fed raised interest rates again. What the new hike means for everything from your credit card payments to buying a house and the prices you pay at the grocery store. Also, the latest on a new report out today that could give us an idea of just how real a recession is in the near future. Substantial proposal. The U.S. offers a prisoner swap to bring home 2 Americans detained in Russia. What we're learning about the potential deal that could lead to the release of Brittany Griner and Paul Whelan. Plus, Griner takes the stand in a Moscow courtroom explaining what happened when she was arrested in February.
No, my rights were never read to me. No one explained any of it to me.
The latest on her legal fight and the Russian convict that could be sent back to Moscow in exchange for Griner and Whelan's safe return. Breakthrough, an unexpected deal on Capitol Hill this morning on major issues like climate, taxes, and health care. Senator Joe Manchin reverses his stance, now siding with fellow Democrats. What this agreement could mean for taxes on the wealthy and the fight against climate change. And daily Double Jeopardy officially has not 1, but 2 permanent hosts, with Ken Jennings and Mayim Bialik officially signing on the dotted line. How the pair will split hosting duties on the popular game show. And lucky for us, we have an expert.
Yeah, it felt like they were heading in this direction. It seemed like they were unable to make a decision. So
I know
this was
you missed. I know
the
you
only
missed
one
this
left.
being your beat.
I know. What will I do now?
We needed
what will I do?
An update. All right, we'll tell you the latest on that a little later in the hour. We do begin, though, this morning with the economy, something we're all thinking about, and that decision by the Federal Reserve to raise interest rates for a 4th time this year.
As expected yesterday, the Fed jacked up rates by 0.75 percentage point. This is now the Fed's most aggressive cycle of monetary tightening since 1981. The central bank is battling the highest level of inflation seen in 40 years, a fight that Fed Chair Jerome Powell says he is focused on despite concerns it could trigger a recession.
I do not think the U.S. is currently in a recession. And the reason is there are just too many areas of the economy that are performing, too well. And of course, I would point to the labor market in particular. We're not trying to have a recession, and we don't think we have to. We think that there's a path for us to be able to bring inflation down while sustaining a strong labor market. As I mentioned, along with, in all likelihood, some softening in labor market conditions.
In a moment, we will have more on the Fed's decision and what it means for your wallet with Insider's marketing and economy reporter Ben Wink. But first, let's get to NBC News correspondent Jake Ward. So, Jake, we just heard from Jerome Powell there that he doesn't think we're in a recession. We know you are watching. We are all watching today's second quarter GDP reading, which really is a key indicator about the state of our economy. Explain to us, though, why it may not give us the full picture about whether we are actually in a recession.
Well, Joe, the problem, of course, is that it's not up to Jerome Powell whether we're up, in a recession. It's not up to you. It's not up to me. It is up to the National Bureau of Economic Research to make that official determination. And in the past, they have typically declared a recession when there have been 2 back-to-back quarters of lowered GDP. That is, of course, the kind of number that we're probably going to see later today if everyone's forecasts are correct. But here's the thing. The NBER these days is not actually using that same definition. They've instead been relying mostly recently on things like non-farm payrolls, the number of people who have a job in this country, and as well as salaries. And those things, in fact, are going in a different direction. We know, as we've talked about many times together, that there are job openings all across this country. Unemployment is not our problem. Inflation is our problem. And so, although these preliminary numbers are probably a sign of trouble, it's not at all clear that we're officially headed into a recession yet, Joe.
And Jake, speaking of a sign, we're seeing the impact of these Fed hikes across the economy, including the housing market. Walk us through what it's like where you are in California.
Well, here where I'm standing is, of course, one of the most sort of cartoonish examples of how crazy the housing market has become. And the numbers suddenly, however, are going in a very strange direction. I mean, you saw, right, mortgage rates are going up now. They were just above 3.2% last year. They're up now above 5%. But here in California, the home sales are, as a result, down about 21% overall this year. The median sale price down by about 4%. And the San Francisco Bay Area, which has been one of the hottest housing markets in the world, down more than 20% year over year. And so the ways in which real estate has always been really a core economic engine for California seems to be slowing down a little bit as the price of borrowing money goes up and as the amount of available housing continues to be very tight, Joe.
And Jake, speaking of California, let's talk about tech companies. They're feeling the impact of a slowing economy. I mean, how is Silicon Valley doing?
Well, here is the thing. We're in the middle of earnings week for tech. And so we had Microsoft and Alphabet earlier this week. We had Facebook yesterday announcing that it had its first year-over-year revenue drop since it went public as a company. Today, we're expecting numbers from both Amazon and Apple. And really, all 5 of those big tech giants have been punishing investors. The numbers are down. I mean, Facebook is off by about 50% year over year. And so you have everyone from venture capitalists to everyday investors really warning of tight times ahead. These are, of course, some of the biggest and most profitable companies in the history of capitalism. And so, you know, in the long term, this is not an existential crisis for them, but the incredible uptick in real estate prices, the incredible uptick in the valuation of tech companies that we've come to associate with California and with the American economy in general, those days may be over now, Joe.
And we'll take a closer look at that with you next hour. Jake Ward, thanks so much.
Now let's get to Insider's Ben Wink for more on the Fed's decision. Ben, thanks for being with us today. So we saw markets rally yesterday following comments by Fed Chair Powell that the central bank could begin to slow the pace of rate increases. First, let's listen to that.
While another unusually large increase could be appropriate at our next meeting, that is a decision that will depend on the data we get between now and then. As the stance of monetary policy tightens further, it likely will become appropriate to slow the pace of increases while we assess how our cumulative policy adjustments are affecting the economy and inflation.
So, Ben, what do you make of those comments? Do you think we could see this aggressive cycle of rate hikes start to wind down?
Well, hey there, and thanks for having me. You know, I think it's a really interesting point because you look at where we have rates now after that 3/4 point increase yesterday. And it's what Fed officials generally regard as the neutral rate, right? So it's not stimulating the economy, but it's also not restricting the economy too much. And that's what's really important here is the Fed was really rushing to get to this neutral rate because inflation kept climbing and kept hitting, you know, 4-decade high after 4-decade high. And so now that they're at that neutral rate, that gives them a little bit of flexibility. And that's what we heard from Chair Powell yesterday is that, you know, in the next few meetings, they're likely to keep raising rates because, you know, as we're all feeling right now, inflation is at such high levels. But they could slow that pace just because they aren't rushing to get to that neutral level anymore. They're there right now. And so they might be a bit more cautious and a bit slower when it comes to putting rates in more restrictive levels to really slow down the economy, but avoid that recession that so many people are talking about.
All right, so let's dig into that right there, the R word. We're watching today for the second quarter GDP figure, but where do you stand on this idea of a recession? Some people think maybe we're already in one, but should we read too much into it if this GDP number does turn out to be negative again, or does that not necessarily mean that that's where we're at a recession?
Yeah, I mean, this is the biggest debate going on in the economic field right now. And I think it's a two-part question. I think the first part is are we in a recession right now? And I think, I'm going to side with Chair Jerome Powell on this and say that no, I don't think we are, just because if you look at so many individual indicators of American spending, of job creation, of wage growth, there's so many signs that the economy is really strong and doing quite well. Now, yes, inflation is a massive problem for all Americans, and it's definitely weighing on the economy. And we've seen from the Fed and from various economists, that is pretty much the biggest risk facing the economy right now. But on the other hand, there's still so many signs that the recovery is moving forward and progressing quite well, actually, considering that inflation. Now, the second part, are we going to be in a recession? I think that's the tougher question to answer because there is still so much uncertainty. And if we do get another quarter of negative GDP growth, another quarter of the economy shrinking, I don't think that's going to mean, oh, we're absolutely in a recession right now. But I think it's going to be just another sign that, the risk of one coming pretty soon, is still growing.
Ben, let's talk about how this is weighing on everyday Americans. I mean, these hikes are clearly having an impact, credit card bills, housing, cars. What's your advice to people right now who are worried about this? How should they navigate such a turbulent time?
Yeah, I think it's a really great question because we talk so much about, 75 basis point rate hikes and all this wonky stuff. But at the end of the day, this really just means borrowing money is going to be more expensive. And so that's everything from racking up a credit card balance and not paying off your statement every month. Those interest payments are going to be larger. Same thing for car loans. If you're buying a car, you need to take out a loan, your monthly payments are going to be bigger on that. And then, like was mentioned earlier with the housing market, mortgage rates are about more than 2 percentage points higher than they were at the end of last year. I mean, they've been climbing at a pretty astonishing rate. And so, when it comes to buying a house and the loans you take out for buying a home, that's also going to be affected. Now, it's not all bad news. I think those who have a lot of money in savings accounts, they're going to be making more off of interest, just a little bit more off of the interest payments on their savings. But that is sort of the glass half full way to look at it, I guess. I think it is the way that the Fed is going to try to bring down inflation. It's their best tool for doing so, but it is going to come with some pressure, especially those who might have a lot of debt or are thinking of buying a home or buying a car. It's just something that you're going to have to factor into those purchases now, is that borrowing is going to be just a bit more expensive than it was even just a few months ago.
All right, Ben Wink, this early in the morning, we could use a little glass half full. So we appreciate it and your analysis generally. Thanks so much.
Thanks for
For the first time since her trial started, we are hearing from WNBA star Brittany Griner. She testified Wednesday in a Russian courtroom, giving her account of what happened at a Moscow airport in February when Russian authorities said they found vape canisters with cannabis oil in her luggage. Griner pleaded guilty to drug charges earlier this month, but she maintained she accidentally packed the vape canisters and did not intend to bring them into Russia. We're also learning the Biden administration has offered Russia a deal to bring Griner and Paul Whelan home. Griner has been held in Russia since February, and Whelan, a corporate executive, has been detained in the country since 2018. Secretary of State Antony Blinken said the Biden administration made what it calls a substantial offer to Russia to clear the way for their release.
This is something we are working every single day. And most of the time we're working it quietly behind the scenes for obvious reasons. Bringing people home, bringing Brittany home, bringing Paul home. This is something that we're focused on 24/7, 7 days a week.
We have NBC News correspondent Maura Barrett covering the latest in Washington, and former U.S. Ambassador to Ukraine John Herbst also joins us. Good morning to both of you. Maura, let's start with you. Tell us more about what happened in court yesterday in Moscow and Brittany Griner's testimony.
Good morning, Joe. This was the first time we heard directly from Brittany Griner testifying on behalf of her own defense. And remember, those drug charges that she pled guilty to, she could face up to 10 years in Russia. And so this was an effort to try to reduce some of her sentence potentially. And so some of what we heard from her, I will note we don't see her on camera, but you'll be able to hear some of her testimony, is she tells us about what did and did not happen back when she was detained in February.
Ambassador Herbst, as we said, Secretary of State.
He had to use my phone and Google Translate for him to be able to tell me a little bit. There was a lady that was there that they said was an interpreter, but it was more just her telling me surname, sign, really short words. She didn't explain the content of the paper. Like, I didn't know exactly what I was signing. No, my rights were never read to me. No one explained any of it to me.
Griner went on to say that she understands the charges against her and that she takes responsibility for having the cartridges in her bag, but again emphasized that it was not her intention to bring the cartridges to Russia when she went to play during the WNBA offseason. She also added that she was packing very quickly as she was recovering from COVID before going abroad. Again, all of these details in effort to hopefully reduce her sentence, Joe.
So Ambassador Herbst, as we said, Secretary of State Blinken offered very few details about the proposal. That's not surprising, but two sources familiar with the matter confirmed to NBC News that the U.S. government has proposed to Russia that it release Griner and Paul Whelan in exchange for imprisoned Russian arms dealer Victor Bout. So what happens next? If that's the deal, if that's the offer, do you think Russia takes it?
I think they're going to consider it, and they'll probably let the Griner trial play out so they could, declare her guilty before they make a final decision. But it's interesting, the presidential spokesman in Moscow, Peskov, sort of said, well, we haven't, we're sort of looking at this. So they're going to let, I think, the administration twist in the wind a little bit before they make a decision. I think there's a good chance they'll say yes because they wanted Victor Bout out of our prisons forever. Once he was detained, they wanted him out.
Samora, we heard the ambassador say that he thinks they're going to let this trial play out. What is next in Griner's trial? How might this proposal for her release affect court proceedings, if at all?
Well, Joe, first we should note that this...
Go ahead, Maura.
This is actually a really big proposal, right, from Secretary of State Blinken. And this is something that the U.S. has warned could be a dangerous precedent because they don't want to be in a position where going down the road, foreign countries take Americans hostage because they want that potential for a prisoner swap. Now, as for the court appearance specifically, Griner's will continue throughout her trial. And like the ambassador noted, the Russians could be interested, but both Griner's lawyers and Russia will likely wait until the end of the trial, Joe.
And Ambassador, I want to ask you, I mean, the Biden administration says it made this prisoner swap offer weeks ago. Talk about the significance of the timing of this announcement and help us understand why we are just hearing about it now.
Well, I think they wanted a win, and they wanted to win in private so then they could be sure publicly. But they've been under a fair amount of pressure, especially relating to Brittany Griner. And so once it became clear the Russians were going to hold they made it public to demonstrate they're doing everything they can to secure her release as well as Paul Whelan's.
All right, Maura Barrett and Ambassador John Herbst, thank you both for joining us. We appreciate it.
Now to some big news in Washington. President Biden's stalled economic and climate agenda has new life on Capitol Hill this morning. Senator Joe Manchin and Majority Leader Chuck Schumer announced last night that they've reached a deal on a sweeping energy, tax, and health care package. It's an abrupt turnaround for Senator Manchin, who just 2 weeks ago said he would not support new climate spending or taxes, citing his concern over inflation. His vote clears the path for Senate Democrats to move forward with the bill without any Republican support. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Rafa joins us now. Hey, Ali, good morning. So this bill is called the Inflation Reduction Act of 2022. Tell us about Manchin's change of heart here and what's in this bill. What's going to happen next?
Yes, Savannah. Well, we spoke yesterday about Congress's jam-packed agenda before leaving on this August recess, and that agenda just got harder and more difficult for lawmakers in Congress. This came as a huge surprise to not just the press, even lawmakers, Democrats on Capitol Hill yesterday, after really this over a year of negotiations on this bill. Senator Manchin saying that after he rejected that deal that you mentioned at the top there, that Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer came back to him and essentially said, take out what you don't like, put in what you do like, and let's just get this done. And so they kept this very close to the vest until late yesterday. Senator Manchin, who's back home in West Virginia recovering from COVID, releasing this statement yesterday saying, quote, "I will do everything I can to usher in a new era of compromise and common sense that will make America more energy secure, financially sound, and a more united country for this generation and the next." And among other provisions in this bill includes nearly $370 billion towards energy security in dealing with climate change, more than $400 billion in revenue from tax reforms, including a new corporate minimum tax of 15% that lawmakers say would help offset the costs of this. It also would bring down close to $300 billion in revenue through lowering prescription drug costs and allowing Medicare to to negotiate drug prices for the first time. This is seen as really the first step of a very large victory for the Biden administration that we know has been very hungry for a victory as of late, Savannah.
Yeah, so we know it is a victory. Have we heard from them on this? How's the White House responding? And then also tell us about the path that we could see potentially this finished bill ending up on the president's desk.
Yeah, President Biden issued a statement shortly after this was announced yesterday saying, quote, this is the action the American people have been waiting for. This addresses the problems of today's high healthcare costs and overall inflation, as well as investments in our energy security for the future. And as far as a timeline here, you can imagine Democrats want to get this passed as soon as possible. They want to be able to go home during this August recess and tout this as a victory ahead of the midterm elections when they're likely to go out and campaign more and more during this August recess and further into the summer. But this is becoming more and more dependent on all Democrats to vote in favor of this because, again, this comes down to a 50-50 Senate where each and every vote counts. Those COVID absences by lawmakers recently on Capitol Hill aren't helping the situation. So Democrats are really relying on all Democrats to get together to use Vice President Harris as that potential tie-breaking vote. And all eyes are now turning to Senator Kyrsten Sinema, who's had difficulties and problems with some past versions of this bill. And so people want to know where she stands on this current version. We've reached out to her office to see where she stands on this. She still hasn't gotten back to us, but it is largely believed that she will eventually fall with fellow Democrats and eventually end up supporting the Savannah.
All right, Ali Rafa, thank you.
Now to the latest developments in the Justice Department's investigation of the January 6th riot and how far it has reached into former President Trump's orbit. NBC News Justice correspondent Pete Williams has more.
Administration officials familiar with the investigation tell NBC News that Justice Department lawyers are trying to find out what President Trump was saying to those in his inner circle in the weeks leading up to the January 6th riot to try to undo his election loss to Joe Biden. Specifically, the officials say investigators want to know what he was telling his aides and lawyers about the effort to have slates of Trump presidential electors sent in from battleground states that Biden won, and about urging Vice President Mike Pence to recognize those slates when Congress met for the official electoral vote count on January 6th. The officials also say investigators back in April obtained telephone records of senior White House aides, including Mark Meadows, the chief of staff. Those developments were first reported by the Washington Post. The fact that those records were obtained at least 3 months ago is a sign that investigators are moving more aggressively than was first thought. Some Democrats have said the Justice Department is moving too slowly compared to the pace of the House January 6th committee hearings.
What we know now is that they have a broad and far-ranging investigation, including of Mr. Trump's conduct, and properly so. The only surprise would be if they weren't looking at Mr. Trump's conduct because he was the one who would benefit from a fake electoral scheme.
Attorney General Merrick Garland has insisted that no one is off limits to the Justice Department's investigation, telling Lester that it won't matter even if Mr. Trump decides to run again for president.
We will hold accountable anyone who is criminally responsible for attempting to interfere with the legitimate, lawful transfer of power from one administration to the next.
At a rally on Tuesday in Washington, the former president said the investigations are politically motivated to stop him from running again.
They really want to damage me so I can no longer go back to work for you. And I don't think that's going to happen.
And in one of the latest steps, investigators are seeking to look at the contents of the cell phone of John Eastman, the lawyer who pushed the idea that the vice president could overturn the election results.
Our thanks to Pete Williams for that report. He adds that even with these new revelations about the DOJ investigation, it does not mean the Justice Department has opened a criminal investigation into Trump, but they are looking into his actions as part of the efforts to salvage his election. Officials tell NBC News that any charges are a long ways off.
This morning, tensions are rising between the U.S. and China over a possible trip to Taiwan by House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley has more on the controversy that's adding fuel to an already delicate dynamic.
Tensions building between Taiwan and China, with the United States in the middle. U.S. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi is planning to visit the island next month. She would be the highest-ranking U.S. elected official to visit since 1997.
I think that it's important for us to show support for Taiwan.
And NBC News reporting today she's invited other senior lawmakers. But the Biden administration seems concerned.
I think that the military thinks it's not a good idea right now, but I don't know what the status of it is.
President Biden and his Chinese counterpart Xi Jinping are expected to talk on Thursday, with Reuters reporting Taiwan will be a key agenda item, according to a source familiar with the planning. Taiwan is self-governed, but China claims it as part of its territory, and Beijing has never ruled out taking the island by force. Taiwan rejects China's sovereignty claim and vows to defend itself. The U.S. doesn't officially recognize Taiwan as a separate country due to its long-standing one China policy, but it has pledged support to the country in case of an attack or coercion. The geopolitical friction getting extra attention in the wake of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. The concern that Russia's invasion and the world's response to it may embolden China. Taiwan's representative to the United States said this in February as Russian troops were mobilizing before their attack on Ukraine.
Like everyone else in the world, we are watching the situation with much concern and anxiety. The Chinese have been threatening Taiwan through a number of means.
Since Russia's war in Ukraine began, the White House has struggled with its messaging. President Biden made headlines with this exchange with a reporter in May.
Are you willing to get involved militarily to defend Taiwan if it comes to that?
Yes.
White House officials later clarifying that the U.S. was sticking to its historic policy.
Nothing's changed about our one China policy.
But the U.S. military says Beijing has already been rattling its saber. General Mark Milley said over the weekend that China has become significantly more and noticeably more aggressive over the past 5 years. Now, Taiwan is also stepping up their visible military presence, staging air raid drills early this week ahead of Pelosi's trip. There's a rare bipartisan support for Pelosi's visit to push back on Chinese aggression.
We're not going to let the Chinese Communist Party dictate where the Speaker of the House should go.
I think China should not have any say over where American officials travel.
But China's foreign ministry firing back at Pelosi's plans with a firm warning.
We are fully prepared. If the U.S. insists on going its own way, China will certainly take firm and forceful measures to safeguard its national sovereignty and territorial integrity.
The question for Washington, what are those firm and forceful measures? Or is Beijing just bluffing? Matt Bradley, NBC News.
Now to the latest on the extreme weather. A flash flood emergency was declared for several counties in eastern Kentucky after a storm dropped as much as 6 inches of rain overnight. Check out this video. You can see the water rushing down this street in Caney, Kentucky, a rural town about 90 miles east of Lexington.
Let's bring in meteorologist Michelle Grossman for more on that. And of course, also the heat wave hitting other parts of the country. Hey, Michelle, good morning.
Good morning to you both. Yeah, we're still so busy in terms of weather extreme. We're looking at heavy rain in eastern parts of Kentucky, parts of West Virginia and Virginia. We're seeing heavy rain coming down. That's prompting flash flood warnings. It's prompting those emergency warnings as well. So where you see the red squares on this map, that is the flash flood warnings. And we're seeing 2 to 3 inches per hour of rain falling. The green is your flood threat through Friday. So that's what we're going to continue to watch today. 4 million people at risk for life-threatening flash flooding. We've had cars underwater. We've had houses filled, power outages, cell service being interrupted. And we're going to continue to see this as we go throughout today and also tomorrow. Heavy rounds of rain still expected. We're just seeing trains of really heavy rain coming through. Also expecting the chance of severe weather there later today. So here's a look at the flooding downpours. This is a look at radar over the past 3 hours where you see the darker colors, the reds, the oranges, the yellow. That's where we're seeing the really heavy rain coming down. And notice it's moving so slowly, and we're seeing rounds of it over the same area. So we're really concerned about these areas, West Virginia, Kentucky, and also Virginia. And your rainfall forecast, we've already seen over 7 inches of rainfall in portions of eastern Kentucky. We're going to add to that. We could add as much as 2 to 3 inches. And if we do get that severe weather within a thunderstorm, we could see more than that. So your flash flooding risk, this is in blue. The pink is the likeliest spot. Eastern West Virginia into portions of Kentucky, also looking at monsoonal flooding in the Four Corners. So it's not just in the Ohio Valley and the Appalachians where we're seeing the flooding going on. 13 million at risk for severe weather today. We could see damaging winds and isolated hail as well. There's a low tornado risk, but it's not a zero chance, so we could see a tornado or two. The likeliest spots would be where we see the yellow. That's Burlington to Albany, but we could see severe weather all the way to New York, D.C., Philadelphia as well, into portions of where we're seeing the flooding going on right now. This is a setup here. We have two fronts that are moving very, very slowly. They're working in tandem. We will have a lot of heat, a lot of humidity, giving some power to these storms. So we're expecting more soaking storms leading to flooding, high running creeks, rivers, and streams. There's so many pictures out there with the creeks just overflowing. And then as we go throughout tomorrow, it's not going to let up. We're looking at scattered storms entering the mid-Atlantic, a few downpours also with very high rainfall rates. We need to talk about the heat too, because we're looking at extreme heat. 33 million people impacted throughout the Northwest, the South Central states, the Carolinas, and portions of the west coast of Florida. So Tampa, you're included there. And we're looking at temperatures climbing once again into the triple digits. Medford today, 111. And this heat, you guys, is going to continue into the weekend. And portions of the South Central states, we're going to see heat indices near 110 once again.
Wow, it is crazy to see those triple digits in that part of the country for so long.
Time and time again. I've lived there. Not a lot of air conditioning.
Yeah,
so, right.
Dangerous. Yeah.
Thank you, Michelle.
Yeah. Thanks.
Coming up, gun manufacturers are defending themselves on Capitol Hill as the country deals with a wave of mass shootings.
That includes the CEO of the company that sold the weapon to the Uvalde shooter, what he told lawmakers as the parents of one of the victims was sitting just feet away. After the break.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? Her name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Harry Styles! At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
Mystery in Paradise.
There's my sweet little sister on the news.
A series of secrets to be discovered.
This investigation takes you into the swinger lifestyle.
Dateline's hottest July ever. Fridays at 10/9 Central.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities? Believe in yourself.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad. No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
We're back with a historic hearing on Capitol Hill. For the first time in almost 2 decades, CEOs of leading gun manufacturers testified before Congress.
The CEOs defended their sales of assault weapons and soaring profits amid a wave of deadly, high-profile mass shootings. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez has more.
Over the past decade, as mass shootings have been on the rise, leading gun manufacturers have raked in more than $1 billion from the sale of AR-15-style rifles, according to a House Oversight Committee investigation.
Gun manufacturers use dangerous marketing tactics to sell assault weapons to the public.
Marty Daniel is the CEO of Daniel Defense, the company that makes the weapon the Uvalde shooter used.
These acts are committed by murderers. The murderers are responsible.
The committee says Daniel Defense's revenue from AR-15-style rifles tripled from $40 million in 2019 to more than $120 million in 2021.
I believe that these murders are local problems that have to be solved locally.
The earnings for another gun maker, Ruger, also nearly tripled during that same period.
That it is wrong to deprive citizens of their constitutional right to purchase the lawful firearm they desire because of the criminal acts of wicked people.
Never in my life have I had a gun get violent with me, but I have seen where people use guns for the wrong reasons.
At the hearing, Felix and Kimberly Rubio, their 10-year-old daughter Lexi, died in the Uvalde massacre.
Just horrible what these weapons can do.
They want the Daniel Defense CEO to be accountable.
These individuals are using weapons that his company manufactures. They're law-abiding citizens until he walked into that classroom and murdered our child and her classmates and 2 teachers.
Also on Wednesday, the accused gunman in Highland Park, Illinois, was indicted on 117 felony counts, including murder and attempted murder. Back to you.
All right, Gabe Gutierrez, thank you.
International headlines now. Hundreds of protesters stormed Iraq's parliamentary building after the government failed to select new leaders.
NBC foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald joins us now with that and more. Hey, Megan, good morning.
Hey guys, good morning. Yeah, this was the scene at the Iraqi parliament building as the demonstrators just stormed the chambers on Wednesday. Protesters are protesting this nomination for prime minister, and they're upset because the country is still without a head of state for a record 290 days. We're talking about a deadlock here because in Iraq, lawmakers choose a president and prime minister, but right now they're not any closer because of infighting. And in Canada, the government there says the Pope's apology to Indigenous people for abuses that children endured in church-run schools doesn't go far enough. It didn't go far enough, they say, and some survivors are actually sharing that same sentiment, saying that Pope Francis didn't specifically reference the sexual and physical abuse that some of these children endured in these schools. Now, the government says as far as reconciliation is concerned for these communities, that is something that is ongoing. And in Spain, a government-launched ad that's aimed at trying to encourage women to be comfortable in their bodies at the beach is now live. In this ad, you'll see there's 5 different women of different nationalities and different sizes and figures. One woman even topless with a mastectomy. The message here that they want to get across is that women should be confident and comfortable in their bodies, no matter how big or small they are. But there are critics who are saying that this ad should have included men. Guys.
All right, Megan, thank you so much.
Coming up, a legal battle in the lunchroom.
We'll take a look at why several states are suing the Biden administration over its school lunch program. You're watching Morning News Now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from New York.
Ground zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
We're here to start conversations, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. And now let's talk about this legal battle over LGBTQ policies in schools. More than 20 Republican attorneys general sued the Biden administration on Tuesday.
Their lawsuits take aim at the USDA school meal program, which prohibits discrimination based on sexual orientation or gender identity. NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos joins us now to talk more about this. Danny, good to have you with us. So the Tennessee Attorney General said in a statement, quote, "This case is about a federal agency trying to change law, which is Congress's exclusive prerogative. The USDA simply does not have that authority." Can you explain what this case is actually about, how it came about, and what the Tennessee AG is arguing here?
Sure. Congress passes law. It creates statutes, but it has executive agencies that have to interpret those statutes, and they do so by rulemaking, issuing regulations. But the argument goes that when they do that, are they just interpreting federal law, or are they expanding it, in fact, creating new law? And in many ways they do. By rulemaking, rulemaking creates law because it has essentially the force of federal law. And that's not made by our elected representatives. That's made by some guy in an office at an executive branch agency. And that goes to the core of this complaint. The AGs are arguing that by interpreting Title IX, in accordance with recent Supreme Court case law, to say that it extends to LGBTQ and other protections beyond what the AGs say it does, that the executive branch agencies, the Biden administration, is exceeding its authority under the federal statute.
So can you connect this back to the meal programs now for us? What's going on there?
So basically what the Biden administration is doing is saying, hey, schools, you better comply with this federal law as we interpret it. It may not say that the law provides these protections, but that's the way we interpret it based on recent Supreme Court case law. And the AGs are saying, wait, you can't do that because it doesn't say so in the statute. That's your interpretation, and you're doing that without adhering to notice and comment provisions of the APA, the Administrative Procedures Act. You're just sort of waving your hand and saying, we believe it applies to this class of persons, therefore thou shalt fall in line, or else you might lose funding. And that's a tremendous threat for state agencies.
So let's say a Tennessee judge sided with this same group of attorneys general in a separate but a similar lawsuit, ruling states should be the ones who make these laws. What do you make of that, especially considering we know the Supreme Court did weigh in on this in 2020, basically saying in that 6-3 ruling that this title, these discriminations do extend, that they should be protected if you're LGBTQ.
Yes, and that's the key, and that's the AG's argument. That Supreme Court decision applied to Title VII. That deals with employment. And it specifically said, we're cabining this just to Title VII. So the AGs are arguing, no, now you're expanding it to Title IX, which deals with education. And not only is that impermissible, the court essentially said, we are not saying this applies to other federal law. And so that is the core. And that's why I think the AGs on this issue might have an argument.
All right. We'll keep track on it. Danny, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
As always, thanks.
Coming up, rents across the country are the highest that have been seen in years.
And inflation is not the only thing pricing people out of their homes. Next, we're taking a closer look at the role the country's biggest landlords, private equity firms, are playing in the current housing crisis. After the break.
Dateline Missing in America. Hear their stories. Help bring them home.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
News is happening now. To look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
The Seduction. Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
We're back now with a closer look at the issue of affordable housing and one undercover player that could be raising the price you pay for rent.
We're talking about private equity firms, which buy and restructure companies to make them more profitable. As NBC News Now correspondent Zincle Esamoah explains, they're now also some of the nation's biggest landlords.
Rent is on the rise in cities across the country.
Tonight, skyrocketing rents forcing a growing number of Americans to think twice about where home is.
It's been making news for months. Rent is up. Rental prices increasing more than 30% in major cities across the U.S. There's a handful of reasons for the surge, but experts say one in particular is key: private equity firms. Private equity firms raise money from institutional and accredited investors, so not just from any ordinary person. Those funds are then invested in different types of assets with the aim of getting a return on investment.
A lot of these private equity-backed firms really moved into the apartment market, the multifamily market, in a big way after the last housing crisis. They also moved into the single-family market. What they do is they go out and they find these buildings. They typically make some changes quickly to try to increase the profit.
Vogel, a housing reporter with ProPublica, says private equity firms increase profit by raising rent and cutting other building expenses.
You know, maintenance, security, all those sorts of important things that people really rely on to live in these buildings comfortably.
Tenant advocates like Sophia Lopez say those money-saving measures for equity firms cost tenants.
The tenants have told me stories about having to live without working heat in the dead of winter in some pretty cold places like Minneapolis. In one case, a tenant told me a story about water that was over an electrical outlet and needing the power to be turned off, and the company telling her that she'd have to turn it off herself, which would have required her to wade through standing electrified water.
Beyond safety concerns, there's the issue of affordability for renters and home buyers. The median home price in the U.S. hitting a high of $416,000 in June. With rising mortgage rates and expensive house costs slowing home sales and pushing many to rent. Nationwide, the average rent for a one-bedroom, $1,701, while a two-bedroom is $2,048. That's a more than 25% increase since last year. As rents drastically increase, experts like Vogel say private equity firms are a main reason why. In February 2022, Vogel found that private equity firms play a major role in the rental market. Vogel reporting how mortgage finance companies like Freddie Mac are fueling the rise in housing costs. Since 2015, Freddie Mac gave billions to these firms, including real estate company Greystar.
Most of us in the industry are getting very aggressive in driving expenses down.
Here's Greystar CEO discussing his firm's ability to cut costs back in 2010.
We can drive dramatic savings out of the expense side of the equation.
But residents worry private equity firms' savings will come at a cost, pricing them out of previously affordable homes.
A lot of the tenant advocates that we've talked to also feel that this financing that Freddie is providing is coming with very few strings attached for the businesses that are taking the money.
Mortgage finance company Freddie Mac shared in a statement in part that they're, quote, focused on addressing the affordable rental housing crisis. More than 95% of the rental units we support through loan purchases are affordable to low, very low, and middle-income households, end quote. Private equity firm Greystar declined our request for comment. Today, according to Americans for Financial Reform, 1.6 million families rented from real estate owned by private equity firms. That includes over 1 million apartment units, over 275,000 home lots, and nearly 240,000 single-family rental homes. Private equity becoming one of the largest landlords in urban America. It's a change that hasn't gone unnoticed.
After an extensive investigation into this practice, we have found that private equity companies have bought up hundreds of thousands of single-family homes and placed them on the rental market.
The House Committee on Financial Services surveying the nation's top 5 single-family rental companies in June. Their findings?
This predatory purchasing contributes to our nation's shortage of affordable housing and exacerbates the racial wealth gap.
Now, advocates say to combat this national issue, local organizing and state-level change is needed.
Whether that's through rent stabilization or rent control, that could also include protections from fines and fees, a right to counsel if you go through an eviction or have some other kind of issue. Knowing that you'll have a lawyer in your corner makes all the difference. There are organizations all across the country who do tenant organizing to make sure that the people actually living in these homes have safe, secure homes that are truly affordable to them, where they can live with dignity, where they can raise their children, where they can go to work, know that they can come home at night and rest easily.
Our thanks to Zinkley Esamoah for that story. Yesterday, the U.S. Treasury announced new steps to combat the housing crisis by allowing state, local, and tribal governments to use COVID-19 rescue funds for more affordable housing.
Such an important conversation, obviously. All right, and our thanks again to Zinkley. Coming up on Morning News Now, it looks like Beyonce's highly anticipated album may have hit the internet 2 days early.
What we're learning this morning and how fans are reacting next.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Dateline Missing in America. Hear their stories. Help bring them home.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
We finally have a Final Jeopardy answer. The show's search for a new host is over, and they're saying 2 is better than 1. Sony Pictures Television has shared that Mayim Bialik and Ken Jennings will keep their jobs as the hosts of the beloved game show permanently. The official announcement follows many, many months of drama surrounding the hosting gig. We won't recap it all for you. And it comes after nearly 2 years after the passing of legendary host Alex Trebek, who died in November 2020. The pair will be splitting duties with Jennings, who of course holds the record for longest winning streak on the show. He'll kick off the 39th season in September. Then Big Bang Theory star Bialik is going to take over in January. So the executive producer told viewers, we know you value consistency, so we will not flip-flop the host constantly, and we'll keep you informed about the hosting schedule. I think that's a good idea, not to have like every few weeks have a change. So
also, if you are a viewer of the show for a while, you may remember we were deep in the drama.
We were deep. There were times when I was on a train doing phone interviews about who was the host, who was not the host.
The guy that was the producer, canceled.
It was an adventure. So
all right.
I'm glad we have some
resolution.
finality.
Peace at last for you, Joe.
Exactly.
All right. Now, the Beehive is buzzing again this morning. Beyonce's highly anticipated studio album, Renaissance, may have been leaked just 2 days before it was set to be released.
Yeah, so Variety says it found high-quality sound files circulating online that sound like the album. NBC News has not yet confirmed those files. We have reached out to a representative for Beyonce, but we have not heard back.
Darn. Let's bring in Darren Karp for more on the leak. She's a Bravo personality and host of Shaken and Disturbed podcast. Darren, always great to have you with us. So news of this possible leak is a huge shock to anyone who's familiar with Beyonce, the way she works, the way her team works. Kind of just explain how big of a deal it is, and then, of course, what are fans saying online?
Yeah, there's kind of a lot to break down. Good morning to you two as well. Okay, this is the only Ren Fair I have been really excited to actually attend. I gotta say that, Beyonce's Renaissance album. So I am really excited about it. But to your point, Beyonce is very intentional in her art. She keeps things very close to the vest. She does not like to release things early, at least not without her permission. So this kind of comes as a shock to the Beehive around the world, including myself. A fan had tweeted in France that the album was being sold already about 36 to 48 hours ahead of schedule. But it is unclear if all these tracks are actually leaking, but fans are coming together and telling people not to do this. This is not what Beyonce would want. Beyonce will come after you because she is just so powerful. And all of that is probably true. And just as a fan of her myself, I want to respect her wishes and respect her intention of when she wants to release the album. But I'm so excited for it.
Yeah, I feel like that is the right thing to do right now.
Definitely.
Also, by the way, translucent horse sales are going to skyrocket.
Everyone's
going to want a translucent horse. So.
I remember, by the way, Darren, do you remember, I think this happened with Taylor's 1989, and people reacted that same way, like, she doesn't want you to listen yet. And I think we mostly
people
did
were
it.
like, yeah, so, all right. So, okay, we are actually going to get to hear it, I believe, tomorrow, the album's official release. What do we, without listening to the leaked or maybe leaked or not leaked audio, what do we know about it since the announcement?
I do know it's going to be 16 glorious tracks. If you listen to Break My Soul, which literally continues to break the internet. She joined TikTok. She had all these fans singing her song. It was the one video I wish I could have been in, but it's got a lot of dance hits. There's a dance album that kind of brings us back to our roots, a lot of nostalgia feel there, but also this country vibe on there. Now, it's unclear, you know, how it's kind of going to separate, but I am just abuzz with what all the tracks could really mean, but I'm going to be a respectful fan, as I said, of course.
Wouldn't it be amazing, though, if that was just some kind of, like, shadow leak and it's, like, not at all what we're going to hear?
Oh, she's just playing with it, Beyonce.
Well, yeah,
she knows we're, like, just, we don't know.
Yeah,
so
she's into the Easter egg kind of stuff. Also, Darren, something super cool for fans. She's planning these listening parties. They're called Club Renaissance. Sony said, you know, it's going to be lucky fans that are able to hear them at these parties. Tell us what we know about those, who's going, what's going to happen at them.
I mean, every important person in the world that isn't me, can you guys tell me I'm bitter about this whole thing? I'm not sure you're picking up on my subtle cues here, but a lot of cool limited number listening parties happening kind of across the country, really across the globe. Fans are going to get invited to some of these, obviously famous people who are going to be part of it, music reporters. But she's just so intentional about her art. So whoever is invited should feel very blessed by the Queen herself, of course, but I'm sure everyone is going to kind of have their own flavor, their own flair. She doesn't really do anything that's repeatable. So all of these are going to kind of have their own kind of Beyonce touch to them.
And I guess the question, I guess we won't know till tomorrow with the album when we talk about especially this country element is whether it's going to be what's released tomorrow or whether maybe there will be more to come later. I guess that's one of the big questions right now, right?
Yeah, that's a huge question right now. I can't really determine what the answer is going to be yet. You know, she was kind of advertising to get sort of act one of her merch in her album, which sort of implies that there's going to be more. So it's hard to say if these country songs are going to be released on this album or we're going to get them later. But she did promise that. So I'm very curious to kind of hear her country twang. We've seen her dip into this before. The Chicks have covered some of her songs, but I'm really looking forward to it. I'll take an Act 2, an Act 3, and an Act 17 from her.
Exactly. No kidding. Oh my gosh. Also, Joe, I have to say, if I had a backyard or somewhere to put it, I'm into the horse.
The horse. Telling you.
Cool.
You get a translucent horse, you get a translucent horse. All
Darren
right.
Karp, always fun. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, that does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, raising rates. The Federal Reserve is taking another step to fight historic inflation with a major interest rate hike. Will it tame inflation without plunging the U.S. into a recession? Reaction from Wall Street to Main Street and the impact this will have on you. Plus, why the Fed chair says this probably won't be the last hike. Potential lifeline. 2 high-profile Americans jailed in Russia could be one step closer to freedom. The Secretary of State going public about a deal to bring Brittany Griner and Paul Whelan home, calling it a top priority.
We're very focused on getting Brittany and Paul home. This is something we are working every single day.
The proposed deal and reaction from family members as Griner appears in a Russian courtroom. Meta mix-up, the social media giant looking to change things up after suffering its first ever losses. Under pressure from competition like TikTok, it could be a tough road ahead for Facebook's parent company, from possible job losses for employees to changes Meta is making to your feed. The company is responding and the pushback it is already getting from users. And Clipped Wings, a new documentary series, takes us inside the rise and fall of Victoria's Secret. The man who built the empire to his ties with convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. We're going to go one-on-one with the director to learn more about the project that is already earning rave reviews. It's a conversation we will bring you live here a little bit later this hour. We are going to begin this hour with reaction to the Federal Reserve's decision to aggressively hike interest rates for the 4th time already this year.
The move means it will cost you more to borrow money, but will it be enough to stop runaway inflation without tipping the economy into a recession? NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez has more.
The Federal Reserve is walking a tightrope here, trying to squelch inflation without plunging the nation into a recession. So far, reaction on Wall Street has been positive. Main Street, though, is having a tougher time. After the most aggressive interest rate hike since the early 90s, it's still not clear if the changes will help stave off a recession.
The current picture is plain to see. The labor market is extremely tight, and inflation is much too high.
As expected, yesterday the Federal Reserve raised interest rates another 3/4 of a percentage point for the second consecutive time. This latest hike means things like your credit card rates will likely climb higher, along with bank and new car loans. Americans are already feeling the higher interest pain, with mortgage rates nearly doubling over the past year. Pending home sales have plummeted 20%. The Fed's goal is to crush consumer demand, which in turn should bring down prices that have soared from record inflation.
The key here for the Federal Reserve will be it's not going to stop raising rates until it's convinced that inflation is coming back down toward its target.
That target, 2%. Right now, inflation is at about 9%, a 40-year high. Teacher Connie Kitchens near Atlanta says her family's monthly grocery bill used to be around $600.
How much is it now?
It runs anywhere maybe from $1,200 to $1,500 a month.
Wow. So it's basically doubled.
She's been forced to come out of retirement to help care for her grandson, who has sickle cell anemia.
Are you worried about a possible recession?
Yes, I am. If we go into a recession, I just don't know. I don't know what this is going to do for my family.
The White House and Fed Chair Jerome Powell say they do not think the U.S. is in a recession yet. And Wall Street liked the interest rate news. The Dow Jones finishing up more than 400 points.
Now, this has been the fourth rate hike so far this year, and more are expected. The next one likely in September. Now, later this morning, we're expecting to get the latest GDP numbers, which could be another indicator of just how close a recession may be. Back to you.
All right, Gabe, thank you.
A plan is in the works to bring WNBA star Brittany Griner home. NBC News has learned the White House has an offer on the table for a prisoner swap involving Griner and Paul Whelan in exchange for the release of a Russian arms dealer. NBC News Chief Washington correspondent Andrea Mitchell has the details.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken going public about what he calls a substantial proposal for the release of WNBA star Brittany Griner and American businessman Paul Whelan.
In the coming days, I expect to speak with Russian Foreign Minister Lavrov for the first time since the war began. I plan to raise an issue that's a top priority for us: the release of Americans Paul Whelan and Brittany Griner, who've been wrongfully detained and must be allowed to come home.
The deal, according to two sources familiar with it, involves the U.S. trading Putin crony Victor Bout, an arms dealer known as the Merchant of Death for the two Americans. The sources also saying the decision was made with President Biden's blessing, despite objections from the Justice Department.
Foremost in his mind is getting these Americans home, but also making sure that our own national security is preserved, and clearly that we're not encouraging hostage-taking in the future.
On Wednesday, Griner testified while caged in a court in a Moscow suburb that she hadn't realized cannabis oil prescribed in the U.S. was in her luggage, leading to her arrest 5 months ago at a Russian airport.
I was in a rush packing. Like I said, I was recovering from COVID, stress of packing, making sure I had my COVID tests, jet lag, and I was in a rush, throwing my stuff into my bag.
Griner also telling the judge when she arrived in Russia, she was held for hours without a lawyer, interrogated in Russian, forced to use Google Translate on her phone to try and understand what was being said. She also says she signed documents without knowing what she was signing.
No, my rights were never read to me. No one explained any of it to me.
The U.S. is also hoping to free Paul Whelan, an American businessman and former Marine, who's been jailed in Russia for 4 years on what the U.S. has called a trumped-up spying charge.
It shows that the U.S. government is doing what it can, and also underscores, I think, the fact that there are limits to what the U.S. government can do to bring home Americans.
Now, the Russians really want to get this arms dealer, Victor Bout, back. He's a close crony of Vladimir Putin's, but they may be playing hard to get because Secretary Blinken has not even talked to Foreign Minister Lavrov since the week before the invasion. Once the invasion happened, he refused to meet with him. He didn't want to talk with him. And now, of course, the U.S. has decided they do want to talk and try to get Brittany Griner and Paul Whelan back. So today, the Kremlin said, well, we don't usually discuss this kind of thing in public, and no agreement has been reached. Well, certainly no agreement has been reached. It's not going to be easy to make this deal, but there's a lot of pressure, as we know, on the White House, on President Biden to do it. And, Joe, he has made a big decision despite the opposition from his law enforcement people.
All right. Andrea Mitchell, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Now to the war in Ukraine, where rescue efforts are underway after a Russian missile struck a hotel in the eastern region of Donetsk. It all comes as Ukrainian forces begin their counteroffensive in the occupied southern region of Kherson. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky has more from Odessa.
Yes, Savannah, Joe, good morning. And it has been an active 24 hours here as Ukrainian forces have attempted to take back some of that Russian-occupied territory. Overnight missile strikes near the nation's capital of Kyiv have reinforced the very dangerous reality here. And that is that the threat remains, even if you are far from the front lines.
In eastern Ukraine, a race to rescue after another Russian missile strike. This one leveling a hotel, killing 3. Firefighters digging through debris to find one man buried beneath the rubble, but alive. The lone survivor rushed to a nearby hospital. In the Russian-occupied Kherson region, Ukrainian military striking under cover of darkness. Artillery leaving a key bridge badly damaged, one of several small victories in Ukraine's counteroffensive.
Mines? Yes, mines. Anti-tanks.
Near Kharkiv, soldiers gaining ground back after fierce fighting.
We fight here and take away the Russian soldiers from here.
Momentum Ukraine's president shared they could build upon, asking for a visit from President Joe Biden. But today, some conservatives condemning sending billions in aid to Ukraine after a photo shoot with Ukraine's first couple for Vogue magazine. The cover story focused on Olena Zelenska, but featured the couple photographed by famed photographer Annie Leibovitz. Some political critics questioning the timing. Here in Odessa, the clock is ticking to slow a global food crisis. All eyes watching after a Russian strike on a key grain-exporting port. Roman Gregorian sent his wife and young son to western Ukraine for their safety.
When you're surrounded by war, you can't focus, you can't think about anything else in life.
All our plans, the plans of my family finished on 24th of February.
Now one of his most prized possessions, a video of his son riding a bike for the first time since he couldn't be there. Now 6 months in, he, like so many others, doesn't know when they'll come home.
And today, for the first time in this nation's history, July 28th is being recognized as Ukrainian Statehood Day, celebrating their independence and fighting spirit. President Zelensky saying earlier, we fight to live and live to fight and will not rest until the last occupier is driven from our home. We'll send it back to you.
All right, Morgan Chesky, thank you.
In Minneapolis, 2 former police officers who were at the scene as George Floyd was murdered have now been sentenced following a months-long federal civil rights trial. J. Alexander Kang was sentenced to 3 years in prison yesterday, while Tu Tao received a 3.5-year sentence. The 2 were convicted of violating Floyd's civil rights when they failed to stop former officer Derek Chauvin, who held his knee to Floyd's neck for 9 minutes before Floyd died. Floyd's girlfriend was there when the 2 officers were sentenced.
Right now, I'm really disappointed. The sentence, particularly for Tu Tao, didn't really seem to match the crime to me. I was asking for the maximum sentence. He barely even got within the guidelines. So I'm saddened, but I suppose we have to take all these little small triumphs and know that we're going to move forward.
Both officers are now set to stand trial in state court in October, where they face charges of aiding and abetting in murder and aiding and abetting in manslaughter. Kang and Tao pleaded not guilty to those charges.
Taking a look at your morning news now. Weather now, 33 million people are under a heat alert again across the country as temperatures continue to push the triple digits in some areas.
Yeah, meteorologist Michelle Grossman joins us with that. Hey, Michelle.
Hey there, guys. Yeah, we have that heat and humidity across the south, and that's fueling some really heavy storms this morning. We have a life-threatening situation, a dangerous situation in parts of eastern Kentucky. We had storms that came in last night, still happening this morning. Images like this with washed-out roadways. We have cars submerged. We have water in homes. Sean Reynolds, our producer of the afternoon shows, sent me a picture where their daughter had sent a picture of his dad in bed. He's bed-bound, and the water is up to his bed. So we're seeing so many images where we're seeing flooding, we're seeing power outages, cell service interrupted, and it's a really scary situation. We're going to continue to watch this throughout the morning, and it's not expected to let up until tomorrow. So it's not just today, it's also tomorrow. This is what we're looking at, a flood threat. That's in the green. That includes portions of West Virginia, also Kentucky, into portions of Western Virginia as well. Where you see the red, that is the flash flood warning. So we have numerous flash flood warnings in Pikeville, London, down to Kingsport, even into the state of Illinois, too, because this just sort of a stream of rain and a stream of heavy, heavy rain along a frontal boundary. We have 4 million people at risk for life-threatening flash flooding. We have heavy rounds of rain still expected today, tonight, also tomorrow, and we do even have the chance of severe weather later on tonight in this area. This is what it looks like in terms of radar. You can see lots of yellows, reds, oranges. What that's telling us is there's still really heavy rain. We had some lightning, some thunder as well. So it's hot there. We have power outages in many, many spots. It's muggy as well, and without air conditioning, that's going to be an issue too. Rainfall forecast through today. Do want to say that we already had 3 to 7 inches of rain falling. We're going to add to that. We could even add as much as 3 inches, if not more, in heavier downpours. So we're going to watch a flash flooding risk in the pink. That's where the likeliest spot is, where we're seeing it right now in parts of western Virginia and also parts of Kentucky. The severe threat is tonight, 13 million at risk, or this afternoon too. Burlington, Albany, the best chances in New England, but you could see the green stretching all the way down to the places that are seeing the rain right now. And this is a problem. We have 2 frontal boundaries that's going to bring us this heavy rain. It's going to lead to more flooding, and it's going to bring those creeks, rivers, and streams even higher. And yes, you guys, we are watching that heat in the Pacific Northwest and also the South Central states with temperatures climbing into the triple digits. Back to you. All
right, a lot to keep an eye on. Thank you so much, Michelle.
Thanks, Michelle.
Major developments on Capitol Hill this morning. In a shocking reversal, Democratic Senator Joe Manchin has struck a deal with Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer on that massive reconciliation bill, and it includes the biggest climate spending package in U.S. history, along with major changes to health care and taxes. NBC News Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins us now from the White House with the latest on this. Kristen, good to see you. So first of all, we know the Biden administration has been working hard to get this deal, any deal, passed. Let's talk about what's in this deal and what it could mean for Americans if it does pass.
Yeah, I mean, this was just a surprise to everyone, Joe, and it came about after an about face by moderate West Virginia Democratic Senator Joe Manchin. As you say, Manchin had pulled out of talks with the Senate's top Democrat Chuck Schumer, citing concerns about inflation. But late Wednesday, he changed his mind. He reached that agreement with Schumer on health care, climate, and deficit reduction. So to your top question, Joe, what does this mean for Americans? Well, it aims to keep health care costs in check by extending those subsidies under the Affordable Care Act. They were set to expire. Now they no longer will. It also aims to lower prescription drug prices, and it'll pour billions into climate change with the goal of lowering carbon emissions by about 40% by the year 2030. So the big question, how are they proposing to pay for it? Well, they're proposing to increase the corporate minimum tax to 15% and investing $300 billion into deficit reduction. We're already hearing from some Republicans who are out blasting this, accusing Democrats of trying to raise taxes on job creators. But, Joe, Democrats are on defense. They insist it avoids any new taxes on small businesses and families making $400,000 or less. President Biden is cheering this. He says it supports it. He says this is historic if it passes, but it's still not clear that they have the votes to pass it. Joe.
Yeah, and that's what I want to ask you about. Let's talk more about Senator Manchin. I mean, he didn't just play a key role. Really, it was the key role in all this. I mean, some have even dubbed this Build Back Manchin. So, I mean, the question is, does this actually give Democrats the votes they need in the Senate? Is it smooth sailing from here on out, or are there still some potential obstacles?
It's never smooth sailing in Washington until it's completely done, Joe. That's for sure. There's still some obstacles. You hit the nail on the head. And that is because we still don't know where moderate Arizona Senator Kyrsten Sinema stands. Her office has said she's reviewing this bill, but we know that she has been staunchly opposed to increasing taxes in the past. So how will she view these pay-fors? That's really the big question here. Democrats only need 50 votes plus that tie-breaking vote by the vice president in order to pass this. They'll do it through a special procedure that they can pull off in the Senate. But again, it's that one vote, that one holdout that everyone is waiting to hear from. And Democrats want to move on this next week. So it's a little bit of a cliffhanger until we hear from Senator Sinema, Joe.
That August recess coming soon. Yeah. Do we know behind the scenes how the Biden administration and Senate leaders were able to get Manchin to support this? Were there any concessions made?
Well, to some extent, and we know that these talks have been really going on, stop and starting for about a year now. One of the things that loomed very large over this was what would this mean for inflation? And that is why Senator Manchin initially pulled his support several days ago. But we know that some economists, including Larry Summers, have been out in recent days saying, look, actually, these proposals would not add to inflation. So the sense is that may have contributed to his about face. But the bottom line here is this was really a surprise to so many here in Washington, Joe.
All right, Kristen Welker, good to see you. Thank you so much.
Too.
Coming up, a staggering loss for Facebook's parent company.
The uphill battle now facing Meta as it finds itself in unfamiliar territory, and how the company is responding. That's next.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
Military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We're back with growing challenges for the social media giant Facebook after parent company Meta suffered the first fall in revenues in its history.
Founder Mark Zuckerberg is now looking to revamp the platform, but also the company's whole culture. NBC News technology correspondent Jake Ward is back with us from San Francisco with more. Hey, Jake, good morning.
Good morning, you guys. That's right. I mean, Facebook has seen basically uninterrupted, sometimes explosive growth for the better part of a decade, ever since it went public. But now, suddenly, revenue numbers are down. And CEO Mark Zuckerberg is saying in an earnings call that the global economic uncertainty means the company faces tough times ahead and is going to have to tighten its belt.
Tension and financial challenges at Facebook as the company and its employees brace for a tough road ahead. After its parent company Meta reported its first ever revenue drop, profits falling a staggering 36% from last year. In response, Meta is now planning to hit the brakes on hiring. In an earnings call, CEO Mark Zuckerberg spelled out the grim reality, saying, "Expect us to get more done with fewer resources." That message has already been hammered home inside the company. According to a recording of an internal meeting last month obtained by The Verge, but not verified by NBC News, Zuckerberg was asked by a worker whether extra vacation days introduced during the pandemic would be continued. According to The Verge, the CEO appeared visibly frustrated, telling employees there are probably a bunch of people at the company who shouldn't be here. I think some of you might just say that this place isn't for you, and that self-selection is okay with me. In a statement, a Meta spokesperson writing in part, we regularly reevaluate our talent pipeline according to our business needs.
The mood is definitely tense, and Mark Zuckerberg is going back to this old persona where he was this wartime CEO. And I think what he's realized is that in the pandemic, his company got really big, potentially a little lazy, and now he really needs people working a lot harder.
Working harder to combat a host of challenges. A change to Apple's privacy policies hurt the company's ability to track users for advertising, costing the company billions. Plus, Meta is struggling to stave off competition from the app TikTok, which now has over 1 billion users. Facebook and Instagram making changes in response to focus more on video, but that has drawn backlash from some on the app.
Users are saying, this is not what we want at all.
And the pain may deepen.
I think if the economy keeps going in the direction it's going, you could see layoffs, and it would be the first time that Facebook's ever done that in its entire history.
A company geared toward the future, now struggling with its present.
Now, you guys, on top of this disappointing earnings report, Facebook also got bad news from regulators. The Federal Trade Commission has announced that it is suing to block Meta's acquisition of a virtual reality company. This signals possibly a new, tougher regulatory stance, one that could get in the way of their efforts to move into the metaverse and their ongoing acquisition strategy, which has always been core to the company. You guys?
All right, Jake Ward. Thank you, Jake.
Thank you. Now let's get some international headlines. And North Korean leader Kim Jong-un has made a new round of threats against the United States.
NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald joins us with that and other world headlines. Megan, good morning.
Guys, good morning to you. Yeah, we start in North Korea, where Kim Jong-un says he is ready to use nuclear weapons in a potential military conflict with the United States and South Korea. A state-run media says that the leader believes that the Korean peninsula is being pushed into a war. Experts say it is unlikely that Kim would use them first against a superior military power like the United States. And in Pakistan, more than 300 people are dead, hundreds more injured after massive flash flooding across the entire country. The government says extreme downpours are expected in at least 14 more cities. We're talking about cities where cars and neighborhoods are just submerged in muddy, knee-deep floodwaters. This is a national disaster there. Infrastructure and roads are destroyed, and more than 5,000 homes have been damaged. And can you imagine what a 170-carat diamond looks like? Well, a pink one was found in South Africa, and it's being called the largest gem that's been discovered in 300 years. Now, the owner of the mine says that pink diamonds in and of themselves are rare, but finding one that is 170 carats is something that they just don't see, obviously, in 300 years. This bad boy is expected to be auctioned off. The big question is, how much will it sell for?
Doesn't matter.
Guys,
we won't be bidding.
We won't be bidding, but I wonder if it's like the same price as a translucent horse.
I had a feeling you were going to bring that up again.
Kind of looks like a translucent horse.
You're going to bring that up again. Megan, it's a long story. Thank you.
Coming up, Secrets No More. A new documentary is diving into the rise and fall of lingerie giant Victoria's Secret.
Yep, next we're talking to the director behind the series about the man behind the billion-dollar empire and how it all came crashing down. Stay with us.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Harry Styles!
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were
We're still in Kiev. Could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this? As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
Welcome back. A new documentary series is shining a light on the rise and fall of lingerie retailer Victoria's Secret.
The series focuses on the brand's enigmatic billionaire CEO, Les Wexner. Let's take a look.
A lot of people have heard of Victoria's Secret, but very few people have heard of the billionaire behind it, Les Wexner.
Les is a genius. His brands dominated the malls of America.
He is the guy who figured out how to make Americans shop, 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 shop.
But there was something else going on at Victoria's Secret.
There's a number of red flags and so many questions.
And there was talk. There were rumors.
Billionaires are all secretive, but Wexner is one of the most. It begs the question, why?
And there's this huge mystery.
People had mentioned this name.
And part of the mystery was Jeffrey Epstein.
Oh boy, this is trouble.
Now, Victoria's Secret released a statement to People magazine addressing the documentary, saying, quote, the company featured in this docuseries does not reflect today's Victoria's Secret & Company. When we became a standalone company in August 2021, we set out to regain the trust of our customers, associates, and partners. Today, we are proud to be a different company with a new leadership team and mission to welcome, celebrate, and champion all women.
Joining us now is Matt Turnauer, the director of Victoria's Secret Angels and Demons, which is available to stream right now on Hulu. Matt, good to have you with us this morning. So in that clip there, we just heard a little about the man behind Victoria's Secret, Les Wexner. What are the main things you want people to know about him and the empire he built?
Wexner is still the richest man in Ohio. He was called the Merlin of the mall, and he really created this retail empire that dominated the malls of America for many years. This is about a bizarre backstory to Wexner that few people knew. It's about a corrupt corporate culture within the Victoria's Secret brand and what one biographer of Jeffrey Epstein has called a bizarre relationship between the two men.
Yeah, let's talk more about that relationship, because that was part of what surprised me in the series. In the second episode, you get into this, and, you know, it's obviously something that I think people are like, whoa, when they hear this. I mean, he's this disgraced, convicted sex offender, has this relationship here. You give a lot of details about exactly what that was and kind of how Epstein sort of abused knowing Wexner. What did you find out about the relationship?
Well, Epstein sort of marketed himself as an international man of mystery. No one really knew his origin story or where his vast wealth came from. And as the Victoria's Secret empire began to collapse and as the Epstein case unfolded and ended in calamity, it turned out that a great deal of Epstein's wealth came from being Les Wexner's money manager. Some have estimated that up to $400 million of Wexner money ended up in Epstein's hands. So that's a lot of the money that fueled the Epstein empire. But again, because he was really all myth and no substance, what was funding this international man of mystery lifestyle seemed to have been money either given to him by Wexner or stolen from Wexner. It's actually all a little bit unclear still to this day.
Beyond those two men, you also take a look at really the broader company culture at Victoria's Secret, how the brand lost its market dominance in recent years. I mean, if you had to sum it up in about a minute here, what happened, how things changed for the company, how do you explain it?
Well, it was surprising to me making this how really retro the marketing of Victoria's Secret was. The angels on the runway and this kind of sexually charged imagery really was a throwback, not just to the kind of 90s, but really it seemed to be like the mid 60s out of a Las Vegas floor show or something. And the culture really shifted underneath the brand's feet. And suddenly when images of body positivity and other kind of things in the category like shapewear came to dominate the market, Victoria's Secret overnight seemed like a dinosaur. And then the corporate culture was called into question, a series of great articles in the Washington Post and the New York Times. And the company really just cascaded and almost went out of business overnight virtually at one point. That's how dramatic the shift was. And the marketers who had been behind it, who had been surfing the zeitgeist so effectively for so many years, really were caught up short. It's really one of the most dramatic cascades of a brand in business history.
Again, all of it is captured in Victoria's Secret, Angels and Demons, which is streaming right now on Hulu. Matt Turnauer, thank you so much for joining us this morning. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you. It is a fascinating series.
Yep.
Now, college football season kicks off in a month, but not without controversy. Name, image, and likeness, or NIL deals, let players get paid for their work. Yet the game's most notable coaches have some concerns. CNBC correspondent Perry Russum has the story.
Name, image, and likeness is not an issue for us at Alabama.
Alabama football head coach Nick Saban says his team made more than $3 million in name, image, and likeness deals last year. Saban says there has to be uniformity in protocol and how NIL is implemented for competitive balance.
That's why they have rules in the NFL where you have a salary cap.
Ole Miss's head coach Lane Kiffin says a cap is needed.
I said it day one, you legalize cheating, and so get ready for the people that have the most money to get the best players. And now you have it.
NIL is now trickling down to the high school ranks, from a wrestler in Louisiana posting advertisements for a power sports company to soccer-playing sisters in California signing with Nike.
When we deal with big, professional players, we have some benchmark and, we have some experience. This one is kind of like a blank page that you are trying to write.
According to On3, a group tracking NIL valuations, high schooler Mikey Williams has one of the highest valuations among all amateur athletes. The rising senior has 3.7 million followers on Instagram alone.
He's already generated millions of dollars in revenue.
Matt Davis is his agent.
Bro, what is he doing?
Williams has already done commercials and has a shoe deal.
We were able to really lock down the first of its kind in terms of a long-term relationship with Puma that will carry him through his NBA career.
Right now, 14 states allow high school athletes to make money on NIL, Idaho becoming the latest to join.
We're seeing sort of an erosion of an education-based recruiting process at the collegiate level. At the high school level, I worry about the absolute breakdown of the culture and climate of a high school locker room.
Our thanks to Perry for that story. And the Big Ten's commissioner is now calling on Congress to act to put in guardrails on NILs. Interesting stuff.
Definitely. All right. Coming up, the state of the economy. Experts split on whether the U.S. is on the road to a recession.
Yeah, we're digging through the GDP report just released this morning. We'll have those numbers and what it means for you up next.
Dateline Missing in America. Hear their stories. Help bring them home.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark.
How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? You tell us what it was like?
With our NBC News exclusive.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
Harry Styles!
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
We are back with breaking news and the latest figures on the health of our economy.
Yeah, just in the last few moments, we got an advance estimate of second quarter GDP falling by 0.9%, and that's the second consecutive month of negative growth. If we're talking about this, that means our friend, Investopedia editor-in-chief Caleb Silver, is here to help us walk through this. So your reaction to that number, what do you make of it?
Well, I thought it would fall a little bit further than that. When we were looking at GDP Now, which is the Atlanta Fed's tracker of GDP, that showed a 1.4 to 1.5% decline. Not as bad as we thought. When I was digging through the details here, the decreases in private inventory investment, residential investment, we're spending less on our homes, and federal government spending less on the federal level. But there was an increase in wages that maybe offset some of that. So 0.9%, still a decline, 2 consecutive quarters of GDP growth, one of the harbingers of a recession. We won't know if we're in it until we're already through it, but it looks like we're kind of heading into one right now.
And that's going to be, I guess, the question now that we're going to have today and moving forward, perhaps through the midterms, because there's no doubt it's going to be a political question, but are we in a recession? Jerome Powell said yesterday he doesn't think we are. Others are going to argue we are. There's arguments on both sides because the economy is in such a weird place right now. What do you say?
I think it's personal. You know, personal finance is very personal. So for lower income folks earning less than $150,000 on the household level, usually that's the breaking point for discretionary spending. That's when, if you don't earn more than that, you can't take that trip. You can't buy that TV. You can't make the new car purchase. Talk to small business owners out there, especially restaurants in the hospitality industry. They feel like they've been in a recession for the last 2.5 years. So it's very personal. If you look at the economy overall, yeah, we're slowing. It's probably a recession, but probably not that deep. It might not last that long.
Yesterday, we also heard the Fed chair say that we might then see this aggressive interest rate hike slow down. What do you think? Does a number like this make that seem like it will happen or support the opposite?
Yeah, it shows you that the rate hikes are working. If you look at what's happening in the mortgage industry, mortgage demand is very low right now. New home sales are very low right now. So it's working there. It's working in the new vehicle industry as well. Demand destruction is what's happening when they raise rates like this. So what their plan is to make this a soft landing for the economy. I don't know if it'll be that soft, but the interest rate hikes are working. We're going to get a couple more before the end of the year.
You think the Fed is looking at this number right now and going, yeah, it's kind of what we're looking to do here, you know? I mean, it was 1.6% the first quarter. It's less the second quarter.
Yeah, they'll probably look at this and say, oh, it's working. We got to stay the course. That doesn't mean we'll see another 3/4 point hike in September when they meet, maybe another 0.5 percentage point increase. The Fed wants that prime rate to be 3.4%-ish by the end of the year. We're about 2.5 to 2.75%. That means a couple more rate hikes. But the market reacted well to this because the Fed chair did say we're not in a recession right now, but you're going to hear that a lot out of the White House and the Federal Reserve.
Yeah, we have a feeling that's exactly correct. All right, Caleb Silver, as always, we love to have you. Thank you so much. Let's stay on your money and get you more financial headlines now. It looks like a planned merger between 2 airlines is moving forward.
Yes, NBC's Contessa Brewer joins us with that detail and the rest of the day's money headlines. Hey, Contessa.
Hi, Joe. Hi, Savannah. Yep, we just got the news this morning. JetBlue and Spirit Airlines have agreed to merge in a deal worth about $3.8 billion. That move would create the nation's 5th largest airline. Just yesterday, Spirit canceled a sale to rival Frontier because shareholders wouldn't support it. They couldn't get enough votes to support the transaction. The JetBlue Spirit merger will increase their presence in key cities such as Orlando, Fort Lauderdale, and Los Angeles. But it also could run into issues with antitrust regulators who have already sued to block JetBlue's alliance with American Airlines. Best Buy is cutting its sales and profit forecast for the year. The nation's largest consumer electronics chain says surging inflation is affecting consumer spending on gadgets. Of course, we heard similar comments from Walmart earlier this week, which said higher prices on basic necessities are forcing shoppers to cut back on discretionary items. Apple has hired a former executive from Lamborghini to help lead the design team on its long-rumored Apple Car project. Bloomberg reports that this particular hire, while at Lamborghini, oversaw vehicle dynamics, worked on models such as the Huracan. Some form of Apple's car project reportedly has been in the works for years under the code name Project Titan. It's said to be a fully electric and self-driving vehicle. I know a lot of early adopters where Apple products are concerned. And if there's a car, I anticipate you're going to start seeing them, a lot of them, on the roads as soon as it's available for purchase, guys.
Yeah, that's a really good point.
Interesting. Do you buy them at an Apple store, or do you probably
I don't
not.
know.
I don't know.
Maybe.
Long lines of.
And then you just drive through the mall on your way out. Right.
We'll find out.
Interesting, though.
Probably not, is my guess. All right. Thank you, Contessa. Appreciate it. Not a controversy on the golf course. Families of 9/11 victims are voicing their anger over a Saudi Arabian-funded golf tournament, which is taking place at the Trump National Golf Club in New Jersey. Here's NBC's Rahema Ellis.
Outrage from families of 9/11 victims in a new ad blasting the upcoming LIV Golf Tournament for its Saudi Arabian backing. It's happening at former President Trump's club.
This golf tournament is taking place 50 miles from Ground Zero.
It's disgusting.
The ad, released by the group 9/11 Justice, following a separate protest near Trump Bedminster Golf Club, where the first round will take place this weekend.
We are going to make it as painful as possible and unenjoyable as possible for those involved.
And now the National Press Club piling on with a scathing statement calling on Americans to boycott the tournament due to the Saudi government's alleged involvement in the murder of Washington Post journalist Jamal Khashoggi in 2018, saying, "Do not attend, do not watch it on television, let it fail." The Saudis deny involvement in both 9/11 and Khashoggi's murder. LIV responding to criticism, telling NBC News, quote, "These families have our deepest sympathy. While some may not agree, we believe golf is a force for good around the world." The backlash comes amid a seismic shift in professional golf, following the founding of LIV Golf, which aims to compete with the PGA Tour. LIV, which is partly funded by a $2 billion investment from Saudi Arabia's sovereign wealth fund, enjoys the backing of Donald Trump. He's had a strained relationship with the PGA Tour after the league withdrew a tournament from one of his courses during his 2016 campaign and another after January 6. The PGA announced in early June that all of the 17 PGA players who signed up to participate in the first LIV Golf Tournament would be suspended from the organization. Several of those players chose to resign their memberships. As a result of the ban, PGA Tour is now facing a federal probe over possible anti-competitive practices. LIV Golf, meanwhile, enticing players with massive cash purses. This weekend's $20 million purse, nearly double that of any on the PGA Tour, and even more than the famed U.S. Open. It was enough to win over golf superstar Phil Mickelson, who responded to criticism at last month's press event.
This is an opportunity that gives me a chance to have the most balance in my life going forward.
Meanwhile, other prominent golfers such as Tiger Woods and Rory McIlroy choosing to stick to the PGA.
Any decision that you make in your life that's purely for money usually doesn't end up going the right way.
A harsh criticism of his colleagues, but one shared by many of the 9/11 families protesting the tournament.
What this tournament will do is showcase how easily people can be corrupted by money.
But the ire isn't directed just at golfers. Protesters are concerned with the current president's trip to Saudi Arabia, too.
It was disgraceful. It was painful to watch such a nonchalant way of meeting with him. You need to have a really serious conversation with him about September 11th. And he blew it.
Rahima Ellis, NBC News.
Coming up, with many American families tightening their belts, a traditional summer road trip may be off the table.
But that does not mean adventure is off the table. How you can have family fun without breaking the bank. Next.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now,
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
we begin this hour with breaking news. This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything.
Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Harry Styles!
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now,
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
we begin this hour with breaking news. This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything.
Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Welcome back. NASA is sending 2 new mini helicopters to Mars as part of its mission to bring back samples of rocks and dirt. The helicopters will have new mobility wheels on the end of their landing legs that will allow them to move across the Martian surface and an arm for grabbing samples. They will serve as the backup to the Perseverance rover for collecting those samples. It's all part of the Mars Sample Return mission, which will see an orbiter launch in the fall of 2027, and then those samples should arrive back on Earth in 2033, Joe. So don't hold your breath, but very cool.
Savannah, your enthusiasm is contagious with the mini helicopters.
I do, I love the mini helicopter. I interviewed the woman who made it and I cried, and what else is new? But yeah.
She cried over the mini. You did. All right. Thank you, Savannah.
Mimi, I loved her.
All right, record high prices have made many families hit the brakes on their summer travel plans, but that doesn't mean there aren't options closer to home. NBC News senior consumer investigative correspondent Vicki Nguyen has more on a great way to make memories without going over budget.
Hey guys, good morning. From tents and RVs to cabins full of amenities, camping allows families to choose their own adventure. This morning, I get some expert advice to help you explore your options without wandering off budget or too far from home, as I learned right here in my own backyard. Red, white, and ballooning gas prices, prompting us to find fun closer to home and out in the open with a classic vacation, camping.
There's nothing better than connecting with your children and your family outdoors.
Toby O'Rourke, who regularly camps with her own family, serves as president and CEO of Campgrounds of America. She says the pandemic sparked a growing interest in the great outdoors, with 2021 seeing more than 9 million new campers. While RVing has become a top trend, O'Rourke recommends cabin camping for first-timers. Prices vary per location and time of year. You won't have to spend big on equipment.
Our deluxe cabins will have, linens on the beds, you have bathrooms, you have a kitchen.
First-time campers can also get a taste of the tent life on the cheap if you have access to an outdoor space, saving you money on campsite fees and gas. We called Janine Pettit, founder of Girl Camper. She helped transform my backyard into a mini campground.
This will be my first time ever setting up a tent.
Yeah, it is so easy.
As a journalist, I pitch stories, not tents, but in only 20 minutes.
We're ready to stake?
Ready to stake.
Let's do it.
We got it done.
1, 2, 3. We did it!
And our little campers let the good times roll.
Nice, guys. Really good. Some people might think, why would anyone camp in their backyard when they have a perfectly good bed inside? What do you say to that?
For the experience. When you're in your backyard, you can experiment.
If your family ends up wanting to sleep underneath the stars a little further from home, Pettit says state parks usually charge less for tent sites than privately owned campgrounds, and they start around $40 a night. Additionally, plan early and consider camping during the week.
What are some tips that you have for first-time campers?
I would say, don't go overboard with equipment. You really don't need a lot. You need a tent, you need a sleeping bag, you need to light a fire. Give that thing a real hard yank.
All right, let's give it a shot.
Oh, that's it. Another hot savings tip, borrow your equipment from friends, family, or neighbors who love to camp. We borrowed this fire pit from Janine. And don't forget about your fur babies. A recent survey found more than 60% of campers sometimes bring along a pet. If that's you, make sure to fetch some gear to keep your pet safe and comfortable. Pettit says you can also rent gear, buy it used, or even better, upcycle items you already have, like the table and some of the chairs we'll use for one of the most important parts of camping.
There's a lot of things about camping you can't control, but food is something you can.
Before a trip, Pettit recommends preparing and freezing meals that are easy to reheat.
All right, dogs are going on.
In the backyard at Camp Wynn, we can use our grill and smoke the competition.
Loser has to clean up the whole campsite.
Playing one of our favorite games to pass the time.
I did it. I tied you.
And it's not camping without s'mores over a crackling fire.
There's nothing like the first s'more of the season.
No guitar, no problem. When you're this close to home, you can choose whatever's handy.
Good job, Odessa. What do you think about your first backyard camping experience?
I love the s'mores. I like the fire pit.
What do you love about camping?
Sleeping outside.
The simple things, reminding us it's about spending time, not money, when making memories.
Night-night, everybody.
Let's be a s'more.
That will last a lifetime.
Coming to you in real time the morning after our first night of backyard camping. I would call it a smashing success. Was it the best night of sleep we've all ever had? Probably not, but would we do it again? Yes, we absolutely would. It was a fun introduction to camping. Highly recommend, especially on a summer night. Don't spend any money, and it's a great time, guys. So we had fun. That's our verdict. 2 thumbs up, yeah? 2 thumbs up. All right, 3 thumbs up. I'll send it back to you.
Vicky looks tired.
Sounds tired.
But I'm sure it was great.
Looks really fun.
Thank you, Vicky. Finally this hour, we have an emotional moment on one of Primetime's biggest stages.
Yeah, a school shooting survivor auditioned on America's Got Talent, sharing not just her voice, but a message. Remember. Here's NBC News Now anchor Tom Yamas.
As singer Ava Swiss walked out on stage for her America's Got Talent audition, hello.
Hi.
The judges thought they were just going to hear another aspiring singer.
Now, I'm going to guess, I've been pretty good today, singer?
Yes.
Okay. But then, as she was explaining her song choice, the 18-year-old opened up.
So I chose the song Remember by Lauren Daigle. I chose this song because back on November 30th, my brother and I were a part of the Oxford school shooting.
Ava is a high school senior from Michigan and a mass shooting survivor. A student at her high school, Oxford High, brought a gun into the school and started shooting. In the aftermath, Ava turned to song. Performing Rise Up at a community vigil, finding strength and giving some comfort with her voice. Now, telling the judges what she discovered.
Are you telling me that music in some form has been kind of like a therapy for you?
Yeah, it definitely has been. When I sing it, I remember the good. I remember my community, my family, just the love, and I remember that it's all there for me, and it'll help me get to where I need to be. And so that's why I'm so grateful I'm able to be here today, and I can share it with more people than I ever thought I could.
Ava taking that gift to a national audience in prime time. Receiving a standing ovation and unanimous acclaim from the judges.
You know, in life, it's tough to show up, especially after going through incredible trauma. The fact that you can break through that and shine the way you did today is so inspirational for every human being. So you really shine. That was wonderful.
Thank you. Thank you.
And with 4 yes votes, this isn't the last time we'll see Ava Swift.
I think you got about 4,500 yeses over here.
Thank you.
Wow. Amazing voice.
Great
also.
voice. My
Just
goodness.
incredible. And wow, just what a message there. All right. And that was, of course, Tom Yamas bringing us that story. Thank you, Tom.
Thank you, Tom. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, bracing for impact. More concerns over a potential recession. Less than 24 hours after the Fed raised interest rates again. What the new hike means for everything from your credit card payments to buying a house and the prices you pay at the grocery store. Also, the latest on a new report out today that could give us an idea of just how real a recession is in the near future. Substantial proposal. The U.S. offers a prisoner swap to bring home 2 Americans detained in Russia. What we're learning about the potential deal that could lead to the release of Brittany Griner and Paul Whelan. Plus, Griner takes the stand in a Moscow courtroom explaining what happened when she was arrested in February.
No, my rights were never read to me. No one explained any of it to me.
The latest on her legal fight and the Russian convict that could be sent back to Moscow in exchange for Griner and Whelan's safe return. Breakthrough, an unexpected deal on Capitol Hill this morning on major issues like climate, taxes, and health care. Senator Joe Manchin reverses his stance, now siding with fellow Democrats. What this agreement could mean for taxes on the wealthy and the fight against climate change. And daily Double Jeopardy officially has not 1, but 2 permanent hosts, with Ken Jennings and Mayim Bialik officially signing on the dotted line. How the pair will split hosting duties on the popular game show. And lucky for us, we have an expert.
Yeah, it felt like they were heading in this direction. It seemed like they were unable to make a decision. So
I know
this was
you missed. I know
only
you
one
missed this
left.
being your beat.
I know. What will I do now?
We needed
what will I do?
an update. All right, we'll tell you the latest on that a little later in the hour. We do begin, though, this morning with the economy, something we're all thinking about, and that decision by the Federal Reserve to raise interest rates for a fourth time this year.
As expected yesterday, the Fed jacked up rates by 0.75 percentage point. This is now the Fed's most aggressive cycle of monetary tightening since 1981. The central bank is battling the highest level of inflation seen in 40 years, a fight that Fed Chair Jerome Powell says he is focused on despite concerns it could trigger a recession.
I do not think the U.S. is currently in a recession. And the reason is there are just too many areas of the economy that are performing, too well. And of course, I would point to the labor market in particular. We're not trying to have a recession, and we don't think we have to. We think that there's a path for us to be able to bring inflation down while sustaining a strong labor market. As I mentioned, along with, in all likelihood, some softening in labor market conditions.
In a moment, we will have more on the Fed's decision and what it means for your wallet with insiders, marketing, and economy reporter Ben Wink. But first, let's get to NBC News correspondent Jake Ward. So, Jake, we just heard from Jerome Powell there that he doesn't think we're in a recession. We know you are watching. We are all watching today's second quarter GDP reading, which really is a key indicator about the state of our economy. Explain to us, though, why it may not give us the full picture about whether we are actually in a recession.
Well, Joe, the problem, of course, is that it's not up to Jerome Powell whether we're up, in a recession. It's not up to you. It's not up to me. It is up to the National Bureau of Economic Research to make that official determination. And in the past, they have typically declared a recession when there have been two back-to-back quarters of lowered GDP. That is, of course, the kind of number that we're probably going to see later today if everyone's forecasts are correct. But here's the thing. The NBER these days is not actually using that same definition. They've instead been relying mostly recently on things like non-farm payrolls, the number of people who have a job in this country, and as well as salaries. And those things, in fact, are going in a different direction. We know, as we've talked about many times together, that there are job openings all across this country. Unemployment is not our problem. Inflation is our problem. And so, although these preliminary numbers are probably a sign of trouble, it's not at all clear that we're officially headed into a recession yet, Joe.
And Jake, speaking of a sign, we're seeing the impact of these Fed hikes across the economy, including the housing market. Walk us through what it's like where you are in California.
Well, here where I'm standing is, of course, one of the most sort of cartoonish examples of how crazy the housing market has become. And the numbers suddenly, however, are going in a very strange direction. I mean, you saw, right, mortgage rates are going up now. They were just above 3.2% last year. They're up now above 5%. But here in California, the home sales are, as a result, down about 21% overall this year. The median sale price down by about 4%. And the San Francisco Bay Area, which has been one of the hottest housing markets in the world, down more than 20% year over year. And so the ways in which real estate has always been really a core economic engine for California seems to be slowing down a little bit as the price of borrowing money goes up and as the amount of available housing continues to be very tight, Joe.
And Jake, speaking of California, let's talk about tech companies. They're feeling the impact of a slowing economy. I mean, how is Silicon Valley doing?
Well, here is the thing. We're in the middle of earnings week for tech. And so we had Microsoft and Alphabet earlier this week. We had Facebook yesterday announcing that it had its first year-over-year revenue drop since it went public as a company. Today, we're expecting numbers from both Amazon and Apple. And really, all five of those big tech giants have been punishing investors. The numbers are down. I mean, Facebook is off by about 50% year-over-year. And so you have everyone from venture capitalists to everyday investors really warning of tight times ahead. These are, of course, some of the biggest and most profitable companies in the history of capitalism. And so, in the long term, this is not an existential crisis for them, but the incredible uptick in real estate prices, the incredible uptick in the valuation of tech companies that we've come to associate with California and with the American economy in general, those days may be over now, Joe.
And we'll take a closer look at that with you next hour. Jake Ward, thanks so much.
Now let's get to Insider's Ben Wink for more on the Fed's decision. Ben, thanks for being with us today. So we saw markets rally yesterday following comments by Fed Chair Powell that the central bank could begin to slow the pace of rate increases. First, let's listen to that.
While another unusually large increase could be appropriate at our next meeting, that is a decision that will depend on the data we get between now and then. As the stance of monetary policy tightens further, it likely will become appropriate to slow the pace of increases while we assess how our cumulative policy adjustments are affecting the economy and inflation.
So, Ben, what do you make of those comments? Do you think we could see this aggressive cycle of rate hikes start to wind down?
Well, hey there, and thanks for having me. I think it's a really interesting point because you look at where we have rates now after that 3/4 point increase yesterday. And it's what Fed officials generally regard as the neutral rate, right? So it's not stimulating the economy, but it's also not restricting the economy too much. And that's what's really important here is the Fed was really rushing to get to this neutral rate because inflation kept climbing and kept hitting 4-decade high after 4-decade high. And so now that they're at that neutral rate, that gives them a little bit of flexibility. And that's what we heard from Chair Powell yesterday is that in the next few meetings, they're likely to keep raising rates because, as we're all feeling right now, inflation is at such high levels. But they could slow that pace just because they aren't rushing to get to that neutral level anymore. They're there right now. And so they might be a bit more cautious and a bit slower when it comes to putting rates in more restrictive levels to really slow down the economy, but avoid that recession that so many people are talking about.
All right, so let's dig into that right there, the R word. We're watching today for the second quarter GDP figure, but where do you stand on this idea of a recession? Some people think maybe we're already in one, but should we read too much into it if this GDP number does turn out to be negative again, or does that not necessarily mean that that's where we're at a recession?
Yeah, I mean, this is the biggest debate going on in the economic field right now. And I think it's a two-part question. I think the first part is are we in a recession right now? And I think I'm going to side with Chair Jerome Powell on this and say that no, I don't think we are, just because if you look at so many individual indicators of American spending, of job creation, of wage growth, there's so many signs that the economy is really strong and doing quite well. Now, yes, inflation is a massive problem for all Americans, and it's definitely weighing on the economy. And we've seen from the Fed and from various economists, that is pretty much the biggest risk facing the economy right now. But on the other hand, there's still so many signs that the recovery is moving forward and progressing quite well, actually, considering that inflation. Now, the second part, are we going to be in a recession? I think that's the tougher question to answer because there is still so much uncertainty. And if we do get another quarter of negative GDP growth, another quarter of the economy shrinking, I don't think that's going to mean, we're absolutely in a recession right now. But I think it's going to be just another sign that, the risk of one coming pretty soon, is still growing.
Ben, let's talk about how this is weighing on everyday Americans. I mean, these hikes are clearly having an impact, credit card bills, housing, cars. What's your advice to people right now who are worried about this? How should they navigate such a turbulent time?
Yeah, I think it's a really great question because we talk so much about, 75 basis point rate hikes and all this wonky stuff. But at the end of the day, this really just means borrowing money is going to be more expensive. And so that's everything from racking up a credit card balance and not paying off your statement every month. Those interest payments are going to be larger. Same thing for car loans. If you're buying a car, you need to take out a loan, your monthly payments are going to be bigger on that. And then, like was mentioned earlier with the housing market, mortgage rates are about more than 2 percentage points higher than they were at the end of last year. I mean, they've been climbing at a pretty astonishing rate. And so, when it comes to buying a house and the loans you take out for buying a home, that's also going to be affected. Now, it's not all bad news. I think those who have a lot of money in savings accounts, they're going to be making more off of interest, just a little bit more off of the interest payments on their savings. But that is sort of the glass half full way to look at it, I guess. I think it is the way that the Fed is going to try to bring down inflation. It's their best tool for doing so, but it is going to come with some pressure, especially those who might have a lot of debt or are thinking of buying a home or buying a car. It's just something that you're going to have to factor into those purchases now, is that borrowing is going to be just a bit more expensive than it was even just a few months ago.
All right, Ben Wink, this early in the morning, we could use a little glass half full. So we appreciate it and your analysis generally. Thanks so much.
Thanks for
For the first time since her trial started, we are hearing from WNBA star Brittany Griner. She testified Wednesday in a Russian courtroom, giving her account of what happened at a Moscow airport in February when Russian authorities said they found vape canisters with cannabis oil in her luggage. Griner pleaded guilty to drug charges earlier this month, but she maintained she accidentally packed the vape canisters and did not intend to bring them into Russia. We're also learning the Biden administration has offered Russia a deal to bring Griner and Paul Whelan home. Griner has been held in Russia since February, and Whelan, a corporate executive, has been detained in the country since 2018. Secretary of State Antony Blinken said the Biden administration made what it calls a substantial offer to Russia to clear the way for their release.
This is something we are working every single day. And most of the time we're working it quietly behind the scenes for obvious reasons. Bringing people home, bringing Brittany home, bringing Paul home. This is something that we're focused on 24/7, 7 days a week.
We have NBC News correspondent Maura Barrett covering the latest in Washington, and former U.S. Ambassador to Ukraine John Herbst also joins us. Good morning to both of you. Maura, let's start with you. Tell us more about what happened in court yesterday in Moscow and Brittany Griner's testimony.
Good morning, Joe. This was the first time we heard directly from Brittany Griner testifying on behalf of her own defense. And remember, those drug charges that she pled guilty to, she could face up to 10 years in Russia. And so this was an effort to try to reduce some of her sentence potentially. And so some of what we heard from her, I will note we don't see her on camera, but you'll be able to hear some of her testimony, is she tells us about what did and did not happen back when she was detained in February.
Ambassador Herbst, as we said, Secretary of State
We had to use my phone and Google Translate for him to be able to tell me a little bit. There was a lady that was there that they said was an interpreter, but it was more just her telling me surname, sign, really short words. She didn't explain the content of the paper. Like, I didn't know exactly what I was signing. No, my rights were never read to me. No one explained any of it to me.
Griner went on to say that she understands the charges against her and that she takes responsibility for having the cartridges in her bag, but again emphasized that it was not her intention to bring the cartridges to Russia when she went to play during the WNBA offseason. She also added that she was packing very quickly as she was recovering from COVID before going abroad. Again, all of these details in effort to hopefully reduce her sentence, Joe.
So Ambassador Herbst, as we said, Secretary of State Blinken offered very few details about the proposal. That's not surprising, but two sources familiar with the matter confirmed to NBC News that the U.S. government has proposed to Russia that it release Griner and Paul Whelan in exchange for imprisoned Russian arms dealer Viktor Bout. So what happens next? If that's the deal, if that's the offer, do you think Russia takes it?
I think they're going to consider it, and they'll probably let the Griner trial play out so they could, declare her guilty before they make a final decision. But it's interesting, the presidential spokesman in Moscow, Peskov, sort of said, well, we haven't, we're sort of looking at this. So they're going to let, I think, the administration twist in the wind a little bit before they make a decision. I think there's a good chance they'll say yes, because they wanted Viktor Bout out of our prisons forever. Once he was detained, they wanted him out.
So, Maura, we heard the ambassador say that he thinks they're going to let this trial play out. What is next in Griner's trial? How might this proposal for her release affect court proceedings, if at all?
Well, Joe, first we should note that this...
Go ahead, Maura.
This is actually a really big proposal, right, from Secretary of State Blinken. And this is something that the U.S. has warned could be a dangerous precedent, because they don't want to be in a position where going down the road, foreign countries take Americans hostage because they want that potential for a prisoner swap. Now, as for the court appearance specifically, Griner's will continue throughout her trial. And like the ambassador noted, the Russians could be interested, but both Griner's lawyers and Russia will likely wait until the end of the trial, Joe.
And Ambassador, I want to ask you, I mean, the Biden administration says it made this prisoner swap offer weeks ago. Talk about the significance of the timing of this announcement and help us understand why we are just hearing about it now.
Well, I think they wanted a win, and they wanted to win in private, so then they could be sure publicly. But they've been under a fair amount of pressure, especially relating to Brittany Griner. And so once it became clear the Russians were going to hold, they made it public to demonstrate they're doing everything they can to secure her release as well as Paul Whelan's.
All right, Maura Barrett and Ambassador John Herbst, thank you both for joining us. We appreciate it.
Now to some big news in Washington. President Biden's stalled economic and climate agenda has new life on Capitol Hill this morning. Senator Joe Manchin and Majority Leader Chuck Schumer announced last night that they've reached a deal on a sweeping energy, tax, and health care package. It's an abrupt turnaround for Senator Manchin, who just 2 weeks ago said he would not support new climate spending or taxes, citing his concern over inflation. His vote clears the path for Senate Democrats to move forward with the bill without any Republican support. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Rafa joins us now. Hey, Ali, good morning. So this bill is called the Inflation Reduction Act of 2022. Tell us about Manchin's change of heart here and what's in this bill. What's going to happen next?
Yes, Savannah. Well, we spoke yesterday about Congress's jam-packed agenda before leaving on this August recess, and that agenda just got harder and more difficult for lawmakers in Congress. This came as a huge surprise to not just the press, even lawmakers, Democrats on Capitol Hill yesterday, after really this over a year of negotiations on this bill. Senator Manchin saying that after he rejected that deal that you mentioned at the top there, that Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer came back to him and essentially said, you know, take out what you don't like, put in what you do like, and let's just get this done. And so they kept this very close to the vest until late yesterday. Senator Manchin, who's back home in West Virginia, recovering from COVID, releasing this statement yesterday saying, quote, "I will do everything I can to usher in a new era of compromise and common sense that will make America more energy secure, financially sound, and a more united country for this generation and the next." And among other provisions in this bill includes nearly $370 billion towards energy security in dealing with climate change, more than $400 billion in revenue from tax reforms, including a new corporate minimum tax of 15% that lawmakers say would help offset the costs of this. It also would bring down close to $300 billion in revenue through lowering prescription drug costs and allowing Medicare to negotiate drug prices for the first time. This is seen as really the first step of a very large victory for the Biden administration that we know has been very hungry for a victory as of late, Savannah.
Yeah, so we know it is a victory. Have we heard from them on this? Has the White House responding? And then also tell us about the path that we could see potentially this finished bill ending up on the president's desk.
Yeah, President Biden issued a statement shortly after this was announced yesterday saying, quote, "This is the action the American people have been waiting for. This addresses the problems of today's high healthcare costs and overall inflation, as well as investments in our energy security for the future." And as far as a timeline here, you can imagine Democrats want to get this passed as soon as possible. They want to be able to go home during this August recess and tout this as a victory ahead of the midterm elections when they're likely to go out and campaign more and more during this August recess and further into the summer. But this is becoming more and more dependent on all Democrats to vote in favor of this because, again, this comes down to a 50-50 Senate where each and every vote counts. Those COVID absences by lawmakers recently on Capitol Hill aren't helping the situation. So Democrats are really relying on all Democrats to get together to use Vice President Harris as that potential tie-breaking vote. And all eyes are now turning to Senator Kyrsten Sinema, who's had difficulties and problems with some past versions of this bill. And so people want to know where she stands on this current version. We've reached out to her office to see where she stands on this. She still hasn't gotten back to us, but it is largely believed that she will eventually fall with fellow Democrats and eventually end up supporting the Savannah.
All right, Ali Rafa, thank you.
Now to the latest developments in the Justice Department's investigation of the January 6th riot and how far it has reached into former President Trump's orbit. NBC News Justice correspondent Pete Williams has more.
Administration officials familiar with the investigation tell NBC News that Justice Department lawyers are trying to find out what President Trump was saying to those in his inner circle in the weeks leading up to the January 6th riot to try to undo his election loss to Joe Biden. Specifically, the officials say investigators want to know what he was telling his aides and lawyers about the effort to have slates of Trump presidential electors sent in from battleground states that Biden won, and about urging Vice President Mike Pence to recognize those slates when Congress met for the official electoral vote count on January 6th. The officials also say investigators back in April obtained telephone records of senior White House aides, including Mark Meadows, the chief of staff. Those developments were first reported by the Washington Post. The fact that those records were obtained at least 3 months ago is a sign that investigators are moving more aggressively than was first thought. Some Democrats have said the Justice Department is moving too slowly compared to the pace of the House January 6th committee hearings.
What we know now is that they have a broad and far-ranging investigation, including of Mr. Trump's conduct, and properly so. The only surprise would be if they weren't looking at Mr. Trump's conduct, because he was the one who would benefit from a fake electoral scheme.
Attorney General Merrick Garland has insisted that no one is off limits to the Justice Department's investigation, telling Lester that it won't matter even if Mr. Trump decides to run again for president.
We will hold accountable anyone who is criminally responsible for attempting to interfere with the legitimate, lawful transfer of power from one administration to the next.
At a rally on Tuesday in Washington, the former president said the investigations are politically motivated to stop him from running again.
They really want to damage me so I can no longer go back to work for you. And I don't think that's going to happen.
And in one of the latest steps, investigators are seeking to look at the contents of the cell phone of John Eastman, the lawyer who pushed the idea that the vice president could overturn the election results.
Our thanks to Pete Williams for that report. He adds that even with these new revelations about the DOJ investigation, it does not mean the Justice Department has opened a criminal investigation into Trump, but they are looking into his actions as part of the efforts to salvage his election. Officials tell NBC News that any charges are a long ways off.
This morning, tensions are rising between the U.S. and China over a possible trip to Taiwan by House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley has more on the controversy that's adding fuel to an already delicate dynamic.
Tensions building between Taiwan and China, with the United States in the middle. U.S. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi is planning to visit the island next month. She would be the highest-ranking U.S. elected official to visit since 1997.
I think that it's important for us to show support for Taiwan.
And NBC News reporting today she's invited other senior lawmakers. But the Biden administration seems concerned.
I think that the military thinks it's not a good idea right now. But I don't know what the status of it is.
President Biden and his Chinese counterpart Xi Jinping are expected to talk on Thursday, with Reuters reporting Taiwan will be a key agenda item, according to a source familiar with the planning. Taiwan is self-governed, but China claims it as part of its territory, and Beijing has never ruled out taking the island by force. Taiwan rejects China's sovereignty claim and vows to defend itself. The U.S. doesn't officially recognize Taiwan as a separate country due to its long-standing one China policy, but it has pledged support to the country in case of an attack or coercion. The geopolitical friction getting extra attention in the wake of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. The concern that Russia's invasion and the world's response to it may embolden China. Taiwan's representative to the United States said this in February as Russian troops were mobilizing before their attack on Ukraine.
Like everyone else in the world, we are watching the situation with much concern and anxiety. The Chinese have been threatening Taiwan through a number of means.
Since Russia's war in Ukraine began, the White House has struggled with its messaging. President Biden made headlines with this exchange with a reporter in May.
Are you willing to get involved militarily to defend Taiwan if it comes to that?
Yes.
White House officials later clarifying that the U.S. was sticking to its historic policy.
Nothing's changed about our one China policy.
But the U.S. military says Beijing has already been rattling its saber. General Mark Milley said over the weekend that China has become significantly more and noticeably more aggressive over the past 5 years. Now, Taiwan is also stepping up their visible military presence, staging air raid drills early this week ahead of Pelosi's trip. There's a rare bipartisan support for Pelosi's visit to push back on Chinese aggression.
We're not going to let the Chinese Communist Party dictate where the Speaker of the House should go.
I think China should not have any say over where American officials travel.
But China's foreign ministry firing back at Pelosi's plans with a firm warning.
We are fully prepared. If the U.S. insists on going its own way, China will certainly take firm and forceful measures to safeguard its national sovereignty and territorial integrity.
The question for Washington, what are those firm and forceful measures? Or is Beijing just bluffing? Matt Bradley, NBC News.
Now to the latest on the extreme weather. A flash flood emergency was declared for several counties in eastern Kentucky after a storm dropped as much as 6 inches of rain overnight. Check out this video. You can see the water rushing down this street in Caney, Kentucky, a rural town about 90 miles east of Lexington.
Let's bring in meteorologist Michelle Grossman for more on that. And of course, also the heat wave hitting other parts of the country. Hey, Michelle, good morning.
Good morning to you both. Yeah, we're still so busy in terms of weather extreme. We're looking at heavy rain in eastern parts of Kentucky, parts of West Virginia and Virginia. We're seeing heavy rain coming down. That's prompting flash flood warnings. It's prompting those emergency warnings as well. So where you see the red squares on this map, that is the flash flood warnings. And we're seeing 2 to 3 inches per hour of rain falling. The green is your flood threat through Friday. So that's what we're going to continue to watch today. 4 million people at risk for life-threatening flash flooding. We've had cars underwater. We've had houses filled, power outages, cell service being interrupted. And we're going to continue to see this as we go throughout today and also tomorrow. Heavy rounds of rain still expected. We're just seeing trains of really heavy rain coming through. Also expecting the chance of severe weather there later today. So here's a look at the flooding downpours. This is a look at radar over the past 3 hours where you see the darker colors, the reds, the oranges, the yellow. That's where we're seeing the really heavy rain coming down. And notice it's moving so slowly, and we're seeing rounds of it over the same area. So we're really concerned about these areas, West Virginia, Kentucky, and also Virginia. And your rainfall forecast, we've already seen over 7 inches of rainfall in portions of eastern Kentucky. We're going to add to that. We could add as much as 2 to 3 inches. And if we do get that severe weather within a thunderstorm, we could see more than that. So your flash flooding risk, this is in blue. The pink is the likeliest spot. Eastern West Virginia into portions of Kentucky, also looking at monsoonal flooding in the Four Corners. So it's not just in the Ohio Valley and the Appalachians where we're seeing the flooding going on. 13 million at risk for severe weather today. We could see damaging winds and isolated hail as well. There's a low tornado risk, but it's not a zero chance, so we could see a tornado or two. The likeliest spots would be where we see the yellow. That's Burlington to Albany, but we could see severe weather all the way to New York, D.C., Philadelphia as well, into portions of where we're seeing the flooding going on right now. This is a setup here. We have two fronts that are moving very slowly. They're working in tandem. We will have a lot of heat, a lot of humidity, giving some power to these storms. So we're expecting more soaking storms leading to flooding, high running creeks, rivers, and streams. There's so many pictures out there with the creeks just overflowing. And then as we go throughout tomorrow, it's not going to let up. We're looking at scattered storms entering the mid-Atlantic, a few downpours also with very high rainfall rates. We need to talk about the heat too, because we're looking at extreme heat. 33 million people impacted throughout the Northwest, the South Central states, the Carolinas, and portions of the west coast of Florida. So Tampa, you're included there. And we're looking at temperatures climbing once again into the triple digits. Medford today, 111. And this heat, you guys, is going to continue into the weekend. And portions of the South Central states, we're going to see heat indices near 110 once again.
Wow, it is crazy to see those triple digits in that part of the country for so long.
Time and time again. I've lived there. Not a lot of air conditioning.
Yeah,
so, right.
Dangerous. Yeah.
Thank you, Michelle.
Yeah. Thanks.
Coming up, gun manufacturers are defending themselves on Capitol Hill as the country deals with a wave of mass shootings.
That includes the CEO of the company that sold the weapon to the Uvalde shooter, what he told lawmakers as the parents of one of the victims was sitting just feet away. After the break.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Right now on NBC News Now, look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything.
Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American. We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now, look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything.
Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American. We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
We're back with a historic hearing on Capitol Hill. For the first time in almost 2 decades, CEOs of leading gun manufacturers testified before Congress.
The CEOs defended their sales of assault weapons and soaring profits amid a wave of deadly, high-profile mass shootings. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez has more.
Over the past decade, as mass shootings have been on the rise, leading gun manufacturers have raked in more than $1 billion from the sale of AR-15-style rifles, according to a House Oversight Committee investigation.
Gun manufacturers use dangerous marketing tactics to sell assault weapons to the public.
Marty Daniel is the CEO of Daniel Defense, the company that makes the weapon the Uvalde shooter used.
These acts are committed by murderers. The murderers are responsible.
The committee says Daniel Defense's revenue from AR-15-style rifles tripled from $40 million in 2019 to more than $120 million in 2021.
I believe that these murders are local problems that have to be solved locally.
The earnings for another gun maker, Ruger, also nearly tripled during that same period.
That it is wrong to deprive citizens of their constitutional right to purchase the lawful firearm they desire because of the criminal acts of wicked people.
Never in my life have I had a gun get violent with me, but I have seen where people use guns for the wrong reasons.
At the hearing, Felix and Kimberly Rubio, their 10-year-old daughter Lexi, died in the Uvalde massacre.
It's just horrible what these weapons can do.
They want the Daniel Defense CEO to be accountable.
These individuals are using weapons that his company manufactures. They're law-abiding citizens until he walked into that classroom and murdered our child and her classmates and 2 teachers.
Also on Wednesday, the accused gunman in Highland Park, Illinois, was indicted on 117 felony counts, including murder and attempted murder. Back to you.
All right, Gabe Gutierrez, thank you.
International headlines now. Hundreds of protesters stormed Iraq's parliamentary building after the government failed to select new leaders.
NBC foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald joins us now with that and more. Hey, Megan, good morning.
Hey guys, good morning. Yeah, this was the scene at the Iraqi parliament building as the demonstrators just stormed the chambers on Wednesday. Protesters are protesting this nomination for prime minister, and they're upset because the country is still without a head of state for a record 290 days. We're talking about a deadlock here because in Iraq, lawmakers choose a president and prime minister, but right now they're not any closer because of infighting. And in Canada, the government there says the Pope's apology to Indigenous people for abuses that children endured in church-run schools doesn't go far enough. It didn't go far enough, they say, and some survivors are actually sharing that same sentiment, saying that Pope Francis didn't specifically reference the sexual and physical abuse that some of these children endured in these schools. Now, the government says as far as reconciliation is concerned for these communities, that is something that is ongoing. And in Spain, a government-launched ad that's aimed at trying to encourage women to be comfortable in their bodies at the beach is now live. In this ad, you'll see there's 5 different women of different nationalities and different sizes and figures. One woman even topless with a mastectomy. The message here that they want to get across is that women should be confident and comfortable in their bodies, no matter how big or small they are. But there are critics who are saying that this ad should have included men. Guys.
All right, Megan, thank you so much.
Coming up, a legal battle in the lunchroom.
We'll take a look at why several states are suing the Biden administration over its school lunch program. You're watching Morning News Now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
Mystery in Paradise.
There's my sweet little sister on the news.
A series of secrets to be discovered.
This investigation takes you into the swinger lifestyle.
Dateline's hottest July ever. Fridays at 10/9 Central.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We're here to start conversation because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. And now let's talk about this legal battle over LGBTQ policies in schools. More than 20 Republican attorneys general sued the Biden administration on Tuesday.
Their lawsuits take aim at the USDA school meal program, which prohibits discrimination based on sexual orientation or gender identity. NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos joins us now to talk more about this. Danny, good to have you with us. So the Tennessee Attorney General said in a statement, quote, "This case is about a federal agency trying to change law, which is Congress's exclusive prerogative. The USDA simply does not have that authority." Can you explain what this case is actually about, how it came about, and what the Tennessee AG is arguing here?
Sure. Congress passes law. It creates statutes, but it has executive agencies that have to interpret those statutes, and they do so by rulemaking, issuing regulations. But the argument goes that when they do that, Are they just interpreting federal law, or are they expanding it, in fact, creating new law? And in many ways they do. By rulemaking, rulemaking creates law because it has essentially the force of federal law. And that's not made by our elected representatives. That's made by some guy in an office at an executive branch agency. And that goes to the core of this complaint. The AGs are arguing that by interpreting Title IX in accordance with recent Supreme Court case law to say that it extends to LGBTQ and other protections beyond what the AGs say it does, that the executive branch agencies, the Biden administration, is exceeding its authority under the federal statute.
So can you connect us back to the meal programs now for us? What's going on there?
So basically what the Biden administration is doing is saying, hey, schools, you better comply with this federal law as we interpret it. It may not say that the law provides these protections, but that's the way we interpret it based on recent Supreme Court case law. And the AGs are saying, wait, you can't do that because it doesn't say so in the statute. That's your interpretation, and you're doing that without adhering to notice and comment provisions of the APA, the Administrative Procedures Act. You're just sort of waving your hand and saying, we believe it applies to this class of persons, therefore thou shalt fall in line, or else you might lose funding. And that's a tremendous threat for state agencies.
So let's say a Tennessee judge sided with this same group of attorneys general in a separate but a similar lawsuit, ruling states should be the ones who make these laws. What do you make of that, especially considering we know the Supreme Court did weigh in on this in 2020, basically saying in that 6-3 ruling that this title, these discriminations do extend, that they should be protected if you're LGBTQ.
Yes, and that's the key, and that's the AG's argument. That Supreme Court decision applied to Title VII. That deals with employment. And it specifically said, we're cabining this just to Title VII. So the AGs are arguing, no, now you're expanding it to Title IX, which deals with education. And not only is that impermissible, the court essentially said, we are not saying this applies to other federal law. And so that is the core. And that's why I think the AGs on this issue might have an argument.
All right. We'll keep track on it. Danny, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
As always, thanks.
Coming up, rents across the country are the highest that have been seen in years.
And inflation is not the only thing pricing people out of their homes. Next, we're taking a closer look at the role the country's biggest landlords, private equity firms, are playing in the current housing crisis. After the break.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Can you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody good, and that's it.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
Mystery in Paradise.
There's my sweet little sister on the news.
A series of secrets to be discovered.
This investigation takes you into the swinger lifestyle.
Dateline's hottest July ever. Fridays at 10/9 Central.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me give you a hint.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News. Streaming free now.
We're back now with a closer look at the issue of affordable housing and one undercover player that could be raising the price you pay for rent.
We're talking about private equity firms, which buy and restructure companies to make them more profitable. As NBC News Now correspondent Zincle Esamoah explains, they're now also some of the nation's biggest landlords.
Rent is on the rise in cities across the country.
Tonight, skyrocketing rents forcing a growing number of Americans to think twice about where home is.
It's been making news for months. Rent is up. Rental prices increasing more than 30% in major cities across the U.S. There's a handful of reasons for the surge, but experts say one in particular is key: private equity firms. Private equity firms raise money from institutional and accredited investors, so not just from any ordinary person. Those funds are then invested in different types of assets with the aim of getting a return on investment.
A lot of these private equity-backed firms really moved into the apartment market, the multifamily market, in a big way after the last housing crisis. They also moved into the single-family market. What they do is they go out and they find these buildings. They typically make some changes quickly to try to increase the profit.
Vogel, a housing reporter with ProPublica, says private equity firms increase profit by raising rent and cutting other building expenses.
You know, maintenance, security, all those sorts of important things that people really rely on to live in these buildings comfortably.
Tenant advocates like Sophia Lopez say those money-saving measures for equity firms cost tenants.
The tenants have told me stories about having to live without working heat in the dead of winter in some pretty cold places like Minneapolis. In one case, a tenant told me a story about water that was over an electrical outlet and needing the power to be turned off, and the company telling her that she'd have to turn it off herself, which would have required her to wade through standing electrified water.
Beyond safety concerns, there's the issue of affordability for renters and home buyers. The median home price in the U.S. hitting a high of $416,000 in June, with rising mortgage rates and expensive house costs slowing home sales and pushing many to rent. Nationwide, the average rent for a one-bedroom, $1,701, while a two-bedroom is $2,048. That's a more than 25% increase since last year. As rents drastically increase, experts like Vogel say private equity firms are a main reason why. In February 2022, Vogel found that private equity firms play a major role in the rental market. Vogel reporting how mortgage finance companies like Freddie Mac are fueling the rise in housing costs. Since 2015, Freddie Mac gave billions to these firms, including real estate company Greystar.
Most of us in the industry are getting very aggressive in driving expenses down.
Here's Greystar CEO discussing his firm's ability to cut costs back in 2010.
We can drive dramatic savings out of the expense side of the equation.
But residents worry private equity firms' savings will come at a cost, pricing them out of previously affordable homes.
A lot of the tenant advocates that we've talked to also feel that this financing that Freddie is providing is coming with very few strings attached for the businesses that are taking the money.
Mortgage finance company Freddie Mac shared in a statement in part that they're, quote, focused on addressing the affordable rental housing crisis. More than 95% of the rental units we support through loan purchases are affordable to low, very low, and middle-income households, end quote. Private equity firm Greystar declined our request for comment. Today, according to Americans for Financial Reform, 1.6 million families rented from real estate owned by private equity firms. That includes over 1 million apartment units, over 275,000 home lots, and nearly 240,000 single-family rental homes. Private equity becoming one of the largest landlords in urban America. It's a change that hasn't gone unnoticed.
After an extensive investigation into this practice, we have found that private equity companies have bought up hundreds of thousands of single-family homes and placed them on the rental market.
The House Committee on Financial Services surveying the nation's top 5 single-family rental companies in June. Their findings?
This predatory purchasing contributes to our nation's shortage of affordable housing and exacerbates the racial wealth gap.
Now, advocates say to combat this national issue, local organizing and state-level change is needed.
Whether that's through rent stabilization or rent control, that could also include protections from fines and fees, a right to counsel. If you go through an eviction or have some other kind of issue, knowing that you'll have a lawyer in your corner makes all the difference. There are organizations all across the country who do tenant organizing to make sure that the people actually living in these homes have safe, secure homes that are truly affordable to them, where they can live with dignity, where they can raise their children, where they can go to work, know that they can come home at night and rest easily.
Our thanks to Zin Clay Esamoah for that story. Yesterday, the U.S. Treasury announced new steps to combat the housing crisis by allowing state, local, and tribal governments to use COVID-19 rescue funds for more affordable housing.
Such an important conversation, obviously. All right, and our thanks again to Zin Clay. Coming up on Morning News Now, it looks like Beyonce's highly anticipated album may have hit the internet 2 days early.
What we're learning this morning and how fans are reacting next.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark. How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like? With our NBC News exclusive.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free, now.
We finally have a Final Jeopardy answer. The show's search for a new host is over, and they're saying 2 is better than 1. Sony Pictures Television has shared that Mayim Bialik and Ken Jennings will keep their jobs as the host of the beloved game show permanently. The official announcement follows many, many months of drama surrounding the hosting gig. We won't recap it all for you. And it comes after nearly 2 years after the passing of legendary host Alex Trebek, who died in November 2020. The pair will be splitting duties with Jennings, who of course holds the record for longest winning streak on the show. He'll kick off the 39th season in September. Then Big Bang Theory star Bialik is going to take over in January. So the executive producer told viewers, "We know you value consistency, so we will not flip-flop the host constantly, and we'll keep you informed about the hosting schedule." I think that's a good idea, not to have like every few weeks have a change. So
also, if you were a viewer of the show for a while, you may remember we were deep in the drama.
We were deep. There were times when I was on a train doing phone interviews about who was the host, who was not the host.
The guy that was the producer, canceled.
It was an adventure. So
all right.
I'm glad we have some
resolution.
finality.
Peace at last for you, Joe.
Exactly.
All right. Now, the Beehive is buzzing again this morning. Beyonce's highly anticipated studio album, Renaissance, may have been leaked just 2 days before it was set to be released.
Yeah, so Variety says it found high-quality sound files circulating online that sound like the album. NBC News has not yet confirmed those files. We have reached out to a representative for Beyonce, but we have not heard back.
Darn. Let's bring in Darren Karp for more on the leak. She's a Bravo personality and host of Shaken and Disturbed podcast. Darren, always great to have you with us. So news of this possible leak is a huge shock to anyone who's familiar with Beyonce, the way she works, the way her team works. Kind of just explain how big of a deal it is, and then, of course, what are fans saying online?
Yeah, there's kind of a lot to break down. Good morning to you two as well. Okay, this is the only Ren Fair I have been really excited to actually attend. I gotta say that, Beyonce's Renaissance album. So I am really excited about it. But to your point, Beyonce is very intentional in her art. She keeps things very close to the vest. She does not like to release things early, at least not without her permission. So this kind of comes as a shock to the Beehive around the world, including myself. A fan had tweeted in France that the album was being sold already about 36 to 48 hours ahead of schedule. But it is unclear if all these tracks are actually leaking, but fans are coming together and telling people not to do this. This is not what Beyonce would want. Beyonce will come after you because she is just so powerful. And all of that is probably true. And just as a fan of her myself, I want to respect her wishes and respect her intention of when she wants to release the album. But I'm so excited for it.
Yeah, I feel like that is the right thing to do right now. Definitely. Also, by the way, translucent horse sales are going to skyrocket.
Everyone's
going to want a translucent horse. So.
I remember, by the way, Darren, do you remember, I think this happened with Taylor's 1989, and people reacted that same way, like, she doesn't want you to listen yet. And I think we mostly did it.
People were like, yeah, so, all right. So, okay, we are actually going to get to hear it, I believe, tomorrow, the album's official release. What do we, without listening to the leaked or maybe leaked or not leaked audio, what do we know about it since the announcement?
I do know it's going to be 16 glorious tracks. If you listen to Break My Soul, which literally continues to break the internet. She joined TikTok. She had all these fans singing her song. It was the one video I wish I could have been in, but it's got a lot of dance hits. There's a dance album that kind of brings us back to our roots, a lot of nostalgia feel there, but also this country vibe on there. Now, it's unclear, you know, how it's kind of going to separate, but I am just abuzz with what all the tracks could really mean, but I'm going to be a respectful fan, as I said, of course.
Wouldn't it be amazing, though, if that was just some kind of, like, shadow leak and it's, like, not at all what we're going to hear?
Oh, she's just playing with it, Beyonce.
Well,
she knows we're, like, we don't know.
Yeah,
so
she's into the Easter egg kind of stuff. Also, Darren, something super cool for fans. She's planning these listening parties. They're called Club Renaissance. Sony said, you know, it's going to be lucky fans that are able to hear them at these parties. Tell us what we know about those, who's going, what's going to happen at them.
I mean, every important person in the world that isn't me, can you guys tell me I'm bitter about this whole thing? I'm not sure you're picking up on my subtle cues here, but a lot of cool limited number listening parties happening kind of across the country, really across the globe. Fans are going to get invited to some of these, obviously famous people who are going to be part of it, music reporters. But she's just so intentional about her art. So whoever is invited should feel very blessed by the Queen herself, of course, but I'm sure everyone is going to kind of have their own flavor, their own flair. She doesn't really do anything that's repeatable. So all of these are going to kind of have their own kind of Beyonce touch to them.
And I guess the question, I guess we won't know till tomorrow with the album, when we talk about especially this country element, is whether it's going to be what's released tomorrow, or whether maybe there will be more to come later. I guess that's one of the big questions right now, right?
Yeah, that's a huge question right now. I can't really determine what the answer is going to be yet. You know, she was kind of advertising to get sort of act one of her merch and her album, which sort of implies that there's going to be more. So it's hard to say if these country songs are going to be released on this album or we're going to get them later. But she did promise that. So I'm very curious to kind of hear her country twang. We've seen her dip into this before. The Chicks have covered some of her songs, but I'm really looking forward to it. I'll take an Act 2, an Act 3, and an Act 17 from her. If she wants.
No kidding. Oh my gosh. Also, Joe, I have to say, if I had a backyard or somewhere to put it, I'm into the horse.
The horse. Telling you. Cool. You get a translucent horse, you get a translucent horse.
Darren Karp, always fun. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, that does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, raising rates. The Federal Reserve is taking another step to fight historic inflation with a major interest rate hike. Will it tame inflation without plunging the U.S. into a recession? Reaction from Wall Street to Main Street and the impact this will have on you. Plus, why the Fed chair says this probably won't be the last hike. Potential lifeline. 2 high-profile Americans jailed in Russia could be one step closer to freedom. The Secretary of State going public about a deal to bring Brittany Griner and Paul Whelan home, calling it a top priority.
We're very focused on getting Brittany and Paul home. This is something we are working every single day.
The proposed deal and reaction from family members as Griner appears in a Russian courtroom. Meta mix-up, the social media giant looking to change things up after suffering its first ever losses. Under pressure from competition like TikTok, it could be a tough road ahead for Facebook's parent company, from possible job losses for employees to changes Meta is making to your feed. The company is responding and the pushback it is already getting from users. And Clipped Wings, a new documentary series, takes us inside the rise and fall of Victoria's Secret. The man who built the empire to his ties with convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. We're going to go one-on-one with the director to learn more about the project that is already earning rave reviews. It's a conversation we will bring you live here a little bit later this hour. We are going to begin this hour with reaction to the Federal Reserve's decision to aggressively hike interest rates for the 4th time already this year.
The move means it will cost you more to borrow money, but will it be enough to stop runaway inflation without tipping the economy into a recession? NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez has more.
The Federal Reserve is walking a tightrope here, trying to squelch inflation without plunging the nation into a recession. So far, reaction on Wall Street has been positive. Main Street, though, is having a tougher time. After the most aggressive interest rate hike since the early 90s, it's still not clear if the changes will help stave off a recession.
The current picture is plain to see. The labor market is extremely tight, and inflation is much too high.
As expected, yesterday the Federal Reserve raised interest rates another 0.75 of a percentage point for the second consecutive time. This latest hike means things like your credit card rates will likely climb higher, along with bank and new car loans. Americans are already feeling the higher interest pain, with mortgage rates nearly doubling over the past year. Pending home sales have plummeted 20%. The Fed's goal is to crush consumer demand, which in turn should bring down prices that have soared from record inflation.
The key here for the Federal Reserve will be it's not going to stop raising rates until it's convinced that inflation is coming back down toward its target.
That target, 2%. Right now, inflation is at about 9%, a 40-year high. Teacher Connie Kitchens near Atlanta says her family's monthly grocery bill used to be around $600.
How much is it now?
It runs anywhere maybe from $1,200 to $1,500 a month.
Wow. So it's basically doubled.
She's been forced to come out of retirement to help care for her grandson, who has sickle cell anemia.
Are you worried about a possible recession?
Yes, I am. If we go into a recession, I just don't know. I don't know what this is going to do for my family.
The White House and Fed Chair Jerome Powell say they do not think the U.S. is in a recession yet. And Wall Street liked the interest rate news. The Dow Jones finishing up more than 400 points. Now, this has been the fourth rate hike so far this year, and more are expected. The next one likely in September. Now, later this morning, we're expecting to get the latest GDP numbers, which could be another indicator of just how close a recession may be. Back to you.
All right, Gabe, thank you.
A plan is in the works to bring WNBA star Brittany Griner home. NBC News has learned the White House has an offer on the table for a prisoner swap involving Griner and Paul Whelan in exchange for the release of a Russian arms dealer. NBC News Chief Washington correspondent Andrea Mitchell has the details.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken going public about what he calls a substantial proposal for the release of WNBA star Brittany Griner and American businessman Paul Whelan.
In the coming days, I expect to speak with Russian Foreign Minister Lavrov for the first time since the war began. I plan to raise an issue that's a top priority for us: the release of Americans Paul Whelan and Brittany Griner, who've been wrongfully detained and must be allowed to come home.
The deal, according to two sources familiar with it, involves the U.S. trading Putin crony Victor Bout, an arms dealer known as the Merchant of Death for the two Americans. The sources also saying the decision was made with President Biden's blessing, despite objections from the Justice Department.
Foremost in his mind is getting these Americans home, but also making sure that our own national security is preserved, and clearly that we're not encouraging hostage-taking in the future.
On Wednesday, Griner testified while caged in a court in a Moscow suburb that she hadn't realized cannabis oil prescribed in the U.S. was in her luggage, leading to her arrest 5 months ago at a Russian airport.
I was in a rush packing. Like I said, I was recovering from COVID, stress of packing, making sure I had my COVID tests, jet lag, and I was in a rush, throwing my stuff into my bag.
Griner also telling the judge when she arrived in Russia, she was held for hours without a lawyer, interrogated in Russian, forced to use Google Translate on her phone to try and understand what was being said. She also says she signed documents without knowing what she was signing.
No, my rights were never read to me. No one explained any of it to me.
The U.S. is also hoping to free Paul Whelan, an American businessman and former Marine, who's been jailed in Russia for 4 years on what the U.S. has called a trumped-up spying charge.
It shows that the U.S. government is doing what it can, and also underscores, I think, the fact that there are limits to what the U.S. government can do to bring home Americans.
Now, the Russians really want to get this arms dealer, Victor Bout, back. He's a close crony of Vladimir Putin's, but they may be playing hard to get because Secretary Blinken has not even talked to Foreign Minister Lavrov since the week before the invasion. Once the invasion happened, he refused to meet with him. He didn't want to talk with him. And now, of course, the U.S. has decided they do want to talk and try to get Brittany Griner and Paul Whelan back. So today, the Kremlin said, well, we don't usually discuss this kind of thing in public, and no agreement has been reached. Well, certainly no agreement has been reached. It's not going to be easy to make this deal, but there's a lot of pressure, as we know, on the White House, on President Biden to do it. And, Joe, he has made a big decision despite the opposition from his law enforcement people.
All right. Andrea Mitchell, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Now to the war in Ukraine, where rescue efforts are underway after a Russian missile struck a hotel in the eastern region of Donetsk. It all comes as Ukrainian forces begin their counteroffensive in the occupied southern region of Kherson. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky has more from Odessa.
Yes, Savannah, Joe, good morning. And it has been an active 24 hours here as Ukrainian forces have attempted to take back some of that Russian-occupied territory. Overnight missile strikes near the nation's capital of Kyiv have reinforced the very dangerous reality here. And that is that the threat remains, even if you are far from the front lines.
In eastern Ukraine, a race to rescue after another Russian missile strike. This one leveling a hotel, killing 3. Firefighters digging through debris to find one man buried beneath the rubble, but alive. The lone survivor rushed to a nearby hospital. In the Russian-occupied Kherson region, Ukrainian military striking under cover of darkness. Artillery leaving a key bridge badly damaged. One of several small victories in Ukraine's counteroffensive.
Mines? Yeah, it's mines. Anti-tanks.
Near Kharkiv, soldiers gaining ground back after fierce fighting.
We fight here and take away the Russian soldiers from here.
Momentum Ukraine's president shared they could build upon, asking for a visit from President Joe Biden. But today, some conservatives condemning sending billions in aid to Ukraine after a photo shoot with Ukraine's first couple for Vogue magazine. The cover story focused on Olena Zelenska, but featured the couple photographed by famed photographer Annie Leibovitz. Some political critics questioning the timing. Here in Odessa, the clock is ticking to slow a global food crisis. All eyes watching after a Russian strike on a key grain-exporting port. Roman Grigorian sent his wife and young son to western Ukraine for their safety.
When you're surrounded by war, you can't focus, you can't think about anything else in life.
All our plans, the plans of my family finished on 24th of February.
Now one of his most prized possessions, a video of his son riding a bike for the first time since he couldn't be there. Now 6 months in, he, like so many others, doesn't know when they'll come home.
And today, for the first time in this nation's history, July 28th is being recognized as Ukrainian Statehood Day, celebrating their independence and fighting spirit. President Zelensky saying earlier, we fight to live and live to fight and will not rest until the last occupier is driven from our home. We'll send it back to you.
All right, Morgan Chesky, thank you.
In Minneapolis, 2 former police officers who were at the scene as George Floyd was murdered have now been sentenced following a months-long federal civil rights trial. J. Alexander Kang was sentenced to 3 years in prison yesterday, while Tu Tao received a 3.5-year sentence. The 2 were convicted of violating Floyd's civil rights when they failed to stop former officer Derek Chauvin, who held his knee to Floyd's neck for 9 minutes before Floyd died. Floyd's girlfriend was there when the 2 officers were sentenced.
Right now, I'm really disappointed. The sentence, particularly for Tu Tao, didn't really seem to match the crime to me. I was asking for the maximum sentence. He barely even got within the guidelines. So I'm saddened, but I suppose we have to take all these little small triumphs and know that we're going to move forward.
Both officers are now set to stand trial in state court in October, where they face charges of aiding and abetting in murder and aiding and abetting in manslaughter. Kang and Tao pleaded not guilty to those charges.
Taking a look at your morning news now. Weather now, 33 million people are under a heat alert again across the country as temperatures continue to push the triple digits in some areas.
Yeah, meteorologist Michelle Grossman joins us with that. Hey, Michelle.
Hey there, guys. Yeah, we have that heat and humidity across the south, and that's fueling some really heavy storms this morning. We have a life-threatening situation, a dangerous situation in parts of eastern Kentucky. We had storms that came in last night, still happening this morning. Images like this with washed-out roadways. We have cars submerged. We have water in homes. Sean Reynolds, our producer of the afternoon shows, sent me a picture where their daughter had sent a picture of his dad in bed. He's bed-bound, and the water is up to his bed. So we're seeing so many images where we're seeing flooding, we're seeing power outages, cell service interrupted, and it's a really scary situation. We're going to continue to watch this throughout the morning, and it's not expected to let up until tomorrow. So it's not just today, it's also tomorrow. This is what we're looking at, a flood threat. That's in the green. That includes portions of West Virginia, also Kentucky, into portions of Western Virginia as well. Where you see the red, that is the flash flood warning. So we have numerous flash flood warnings in Pikeville, London, down to Kingsport, even into the state of Illinois, too, because this sort of a stream of rain and a stream of heavy rain along a frontal boundary. We have 4 million people at risk for life-threatening flash flooding. We have heavy rounds of rain still expected today, tonight, also tomorrow, and we do even have the chance of severe weather later on tonight in this area. This is what it looks like in terms of radar. You can see lots of yellows, reds, oranges. That's telling us there's still really heavy rain. We had some lightning, some thunder as well. So it's hot there. We have power outages in many spots. It's muggy as well, and without air conditioning, that's going to be an issue too. Rainfall forecast through today. Do want to say that we already had 3 to 7 inches of rain falling. We're going to add to that. We could even add as much as 3 inches, if not more, in heavier downpours. So we're going to watch a flash flooding risk in the pink. That's where the likeliest spot is, where we're seeing it right now in parts of Western Virginia and also parts of Kentucky. The severe threat is tonight, 13 million at risk, or this afternoon too. Burlington, Albany, the best chances in New England, but you could see the green stretching all the way down to the places that are seeing the rain right now. And this is a problem. We have two frontal boundaries that's going to bring us this heavy rain. It's going to lead to more flooding, and it's going to bring those creeks, rivers, and streams even higher. And yes, you guys, we are watching that heat in the Pacific Northwest and also the South Central states with temperatures climbing into the triple digits. Back to you. All
right, a lot to keep an eye on. Thank you so much, Michelle.
Thanks, Michelle.
Major developments on Capitol Hill this morning. In a shocking reversal, Democratic Senator Joe Manchin has struck a deal with Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer on that massive reconciliation bill, and it includes the biggest climate spending package in U.S. history, along with major changes to health care and taxes. NBC News Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins us now from the White House with the latest on this. Kristen, good to see you. So first of all, we know the Biden administration has been working hard to get this deal, any deal, passed. Let's talk about what's in this deal and what it could mean for Americans if it does pass.
Yeah, I mean, this was just a surprise to everyone, Joe, and it came about after an about face by moderate West Virginia Democratic Senator Joe Manchin. As you say, Manchin had pulled out of talks with the Senate's top Democrat Chuck Schumer, citing concerns about inflation. But late Wednesday, he changed his mind. He reached that agreement with Schumer on health care, climate, and deficit reduction. So to your top question, Joe, what does this mean for Americans? Well, it aims to keep health care costs in check by extending those subsidies under the Affordable Care Act. They were set to expire. Now they no longer will. It also aims to lower prescription drug prices, and it'll pour billions into climate change with the goal of lowering carbon emissions by about 40% by the year 2030. So the big question, how are they proposing to pay for it? Well, they're proposing to increase the corporate minimum tax to 15% and investing $300 billion into deficit reduction. We're already hearing from some Republicans who are out blasting this, accusing Democrats of trying to raise taxes on job creators. But, Joe, Democrats are on defense. They insist it avoids any new taxes on small businesses and families making $400,000 or less. President Biden is cheering this. He says it supports it. He says this is historic if it passes, but it's still not clear that they have the votes to pass it. Joe.
Yeah, and that's what I want to ask you about. Let's talk more about Senator Manchin. I mean, he didn't just play a key role. Really, it was the key role in all this. I mean, some have even dubbed this Build Back Manchin. So, I mean, the question is, does this actually give Democrats the votes they need in the Senate? Is it smooth sailing from here on out, or are there still some potential obstacles?
It's never smooth sailing in Washington until it's completely done, Joe. That's for sure. There's still some obstacles. You hit the nail on the head. And that is because we still don't know where moderate Arizona Senator Kyrsten Sinema stands. Her office has said she's reviewing this bill, but we know that she has been staunchly opposed to increasing taxes in the past. So how will she view these pay-fors? That's really the big question here. Democrats only need 50 votes plus that tie-breaking vote by the vice president in order to pass this. They'll do it through a special procedure that they can pull off in the Senate. But again, it's that one vote, that one holdout that everyone is waiting to hear from. And Democrats want to move on this next week. So it's a little bit of a cliffhanger until we hear from Senator Sinema, Joe.
That August recess coming soon. Yeah. Do we know behind the scenes how the Biden administration and Senate leaders were able to get Manchin to support this? Were there any concessions made?
Well, to some extent, and we know that these talks have been really going on, stop and starting for about a year now. One of the things that loomed very large over this was what would this mean for inflation? And that is why Senator Manchin initially pulled his support several days ago. But we know that some economists, including Larry Summers, have been out in recent days saying, look, actually, these proposals would not add to inflation. So the sense is that may have contributed to his about face. But the bottom line here is this was really a surprise to so many here in Washington, Joe.
All right, Kristen Welker, good to see you. Thank you so much.
Too. Coming up, a staggering loss for Facebook's parent company.
The uphill battle now facing Meta as it finds itself in unfamiliar territory, and how the company is responding. That's next.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
No stress, no mess, just yum. That's it.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Harry Styles!
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
Harry Styles!
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Mystery in Paradise.
There's my sweet little sister on the news.
A series of secrets to be discovered.
This investigation takes you into the swinger lifestyle.
Dateline's hottest July ever. Fridays at 10/9 Central.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark. How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like? With our NBC News exclusive. Famous Lester.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
We're back with growing challenges for the social media giant Facebook after parent company Meta suffered the first fall in revenues in its history.
Founder Mark Zuckerberg is now looking to revamp the platform, but also the company's whole culture. NBC News technology correspondent Jake Ward is back with us from San Francisco with more. Hey, Jake, good morning.
Good morning, you guys. That's right. I mean, Facebook has seen basically uninterrupted, sometimes explosive growth for the better part of a decade, ever since it went public. But now, suddenly, revenue numbers are down. And CEO Mark Zuckerberg is saying in an earnings call that the global economic uncertainty means the company faces tough times ahead and is going to have to tighten its belt.
Tension and financial challenges at Facebook as the company and its employees brace for a tough road ahead. After its parent company Meta reported its first ever revenue drop, profits falling a staggering 36% from last year. In response, Meta is now planning to hit the brakes on hiring. In an earnings call, CEO Mark Zuckerberg spelled out the grim reality, saying, "Expect us to get more done with fewer resources." That message has already been hammered home inside the company. According to a recording of an internal meeting last month obtained by The Verge, but not verified by NBC News, Zuckerberg was asked by a worker whether extra vacation days introduced during the pandemic would be continued. According to The Verge, the CEO appeared visibly frustrated, telling employees, "There are probably a bunch of people at the company who shouldn't be here. I think some of you might just say that this place isn't for you, and that self-selection is okay with me." In a statement, a Meta spokesperson writing in part, "We regularly reevaluate our talent pipeline according to our business needs."
The mood is definitely tense, and Mark Zuckerberg is going back to this old persona where he was this wartime CEO. And I think what he's realized is that in the pandemic, his company got really big, potentially a little lazy, and now he really needs people working a lot harder.
Working harder to combat a host of challenges. A change to Apple's privacy policies hurt the company's ability to track users for advertising, costing the company billions.
Plus, Meta is struggling to stave off competition from the app TikTok, which now has over 1 billion users. Facebook and Instagram making changes in response to focus more on video, but that has drawn backlash from some on the app.
Users are saying, this is not what we want at all.
And the pain may deepen.
I think if the economy keeps going in the direction it's going, you could see layoffs, and it would be the first time that Facebook's ever done that in its entire history.
A company geared toward the future, now struggling with its present. Now, you guys, on top of this disappointing earnings report, Facebook also got bad news from regulators. The Federal Trade Commission has announced that it is suing to block Meta's acquisition of a virtual reality company. This signals possibly a new, tougher regulatory stance, one that could get in the way of their efforts to move into the metaverse and their ongoing acquisition strategy, which has always been core to the company. You guys.
All right, Jake Ward. Thank you, Jake.
Thank you. Now let's get some international headlines. And North Korean leader Kim Jong-un has made a new round of threats against the United States.
NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald joins us with that and other world headlines. Megan, good morning.
Guys, good morning to you. Yeah, we start in North Korea, where Kim Jong-un says he is ready to use nuclear weapons in a potential military conflict with the United States and South Korea. A state-run media says that the leader believes that the Korean peninsula is being pushed into a war. Experts say it is unlikely that Kim would use them first against a superior military power like the United States. And in Pakistan, more than 300 people are dead, hundreds more injured after massive flash flooding across the entire country. The government says extreme downpours are expected in at least 14 more cities. We're talking about cities where cars and neighborhoods are just submerged in muddy, knee-deep floodwaters. This is a national disaster there. Infrastructure and roads are destroyed, and more than 5,000 homes have been damaged. And can you imagine what a 170-carat diamond looks like? Well, a pink one was found in South Africa, and it's being called the largest gem that's been discovered in 300 years. Now, the owner of the mine says that pink diamonds in and of themselves are rare, but finding one that is 170 carats is something that they just don't see, obviously, in 300 years. This bad boy is expected to be auctioned off. The big question is, how much will it sell for?
Doesn't matter.
Guys,
we won't be bidding.
We won't be bidding, but I wonder if it's like the same price as a translucent horse.
I had a feeling you were going to bring that up again.
Kind of looks like a translucent horse.
You're going to bring that up again. Megan, it's a long story. Thank you.
Coming up, Secrets No More. A new documentary is diving into the rise and fall of lingerie giant Victoria's Secret.
Yep, next we're talking to the director behind the series about the man behind the billion-dollar empire and how it all came crashing down. Stay with us.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. A new documentary series is shining a light on the rise and fall of lingerie retailer Victoria's Secret.
The series focuses on the brand's enigmatic billionaire CEO, Les Wexner. Let's take a look.
A lot of people have heard of Victoria's Secret, but very few people have heard of the billionaire behind it, Les Wexner.
Les is a genius. His brands dominated the malls of America.
He is the guy who figured out how to make Americans shop, 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 shop.
But there was something else going on at Victoria's Secret.
There's a number of red flags and so many questions.
And there was talk. There were rumors.
Billionaires are all secretive, but Wexner is one of the most. It begs the question, why?
And there's this huge mystery.
People had mentioned this name.
And part of the mystery was Jeffrey Epstein.
Oh boy, this is trouble.
Now, Victoria's Secret released a statement to People magazine addressing the documentary, saying, quote, the company featured in this docuseries does not reflect today's Victoria's Secret and Company. When we became a standalone company in August 2021, we set out to regain the trust of our customers, associates, and partners. Today, we are proud to be a different company with a new leadership team and mission to welcome, celebrate, and champion all women.
Joining us now is Matt Turnauer, the director of Victoria's Secret Angels and Demons, which is available to stream right now on Hulu. Matt, good to have you with us this morning. So in that clip there, we just heard a little about the man behind Victoria's Secret, Les Wexner. What are the main things you want people to know about him and the empire he built?
Wexner is still the richest man in Ohio. He was called the Merlin of the mall, and he really created this retail empire that dominated the malls of America for many years. This is about a bizarre backstory to Wexner that few people knew. It's about a corrupt corporate culture within the Victoria's Secret brand and what one biographer of Jeffrey Epstein has called a bizarre relationship between the two men.
Yeah, let's talk more about that relationship, because that was part of what surprised me in the series. In the second episode, you get into this, and, you know, it's obviously something that I think people are like, whoa, when they hear this. I mean, he's this disgraced, convicted sex offender, has this relationship here. You give a lot of details about exactly what that was and kind of how Epstein sort of abused knowing Wexner. What did you find out about the relationship?
Well, Epstein sort of marketed himself as an international man of mystery. No one really knew his origin story or where his vast wealth came from. And as the Victoria's Secret empire began to collapse and as the Epstein case unfolded and ended in calamity, it turned out that a great deal of Epstein's wealth came from being Les Wexner's money manager. Some have estimated that up to $400 million of Wexner money ended up in Epstein's hands. So that's a lot of the money that fueled the Epstein empire. But again, because he was really all myth and no substance, what was funding this international man of mystery lifestyle seemed to have been money either given to him by Wexner or stolen from Wexner. It's actually all a little bit unclear still to this day.
Beyond those two men, you also take a look at really the broader company culture at Victoria's Secret, how the brand lost its market dominance in recent years. I mean, if you had to sum it up in about a minute here, what happened, how things changed for the company, how do you explain it?
Well, it was surprising to me making this how really retro the marketing of Victoria's Secret was. The angels on the runway and this kind of sexually charged imagery really was a throwback, not just to the kind of 90s, but really it seemed to be like the mid 60s out of a Las Vegas floor show or something. And the culture really shifted underneath the brand's feet. And suddenly when images of body positivity and other kind of things in the category like shapewear came to dominate the market, Victoria's Secret overnight seemed like a dinosaur. And then the corporate culture was called into question, a series of great articles in the Washington Post and the New York Times. And the company really just cascaded and almost went out of business overnight virtually at one point. That's how dramatic the shift was. And the marketers who had been behind it, who had been surfing the zeitgeist so effectively for so many years, really were caught up short. It's really one of the most dramatic cascades of a brand in business history.
Again, all of it is captured in Victoria's Secret, Angels and Demons, which is streaming right now on Hulu. Matt Turnauer, thank you so much for joining us this morning. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you. It is a fascinating series.
Yep.
Now, college football season kicks off in a month, but not without controversy. Name, image, and likeness, or NIL deals, let players get paid for their work. Yet the game's most notable coaches have some concerns. CNBC correspondent Perry Russum has the story.
Name, image, and likeness is not an issue for us at Alabama.
Alabama football head coach Nick Saban says his team made more than $3 million in name, image, and likeness deals last year. Saban says there has to be uniformity in protocol and how NIL is implemented for competitive balance.
Well, that's why they have rules in the NFL where you have a salary cap.
Ole Miss's head coach Lane Kiffin says a cap is needed.
I said it day one, you legalize cheating, and so get ready for the people that have the most money to get the best players. And now you have it.
NIL is now trickling down to the high school ranks, from a wrestler in Louisiana posting advertisements for a power sports company to soccer-playing sisters in California signing with Nike.
When we deal with big, professional players, we have some benchmark and, we have some experience. This one is kind of like a blank page that you're trying to write.
According to On3, a group tracking NIL valuations, high schooler Mikey Williams has one of the highest valuations among all amateur athletes. The rising senior has 3.7 million followers on Instagram alone.
He's already generated millions of dollars in revenue.
Matt Davis is his agent.
Bro, what is he doing?
Williams has already done commercials and has a shoe deal.
We were able to really lock down the first of its kind in terms of a long-term relationship with Puma that will carry him through his NBA career.
Right now, 14 states allow high school athletes to make money on NIL, Idaho becoming the latest to join.
We're seeing sort of an erosion of an education-based recruiting process at the collegiate level. At the high school level, I worry about the absolute breakdown of the culture and climate of a high school locker room.
Our thanks to Perry for that story. And the Big Ten's commissioner is now calling on Congress to act to put in guardrails on NILs. Interesting stuff.
Definitely. All right, coming up, the state of the economy. Experts split on whether the U.S. is on the road to a recession.
Yeah, we're digging through the GDP report just released this morning. We'll have those numbers and what it means for you up next.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault. This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine. I don't want us to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop. Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Mystery in Paradise.
There's my sweet little sister on the news.
A series of secrets to be discovered.
This investigation takes you into the swinger lifestyle.
Dateline's hottest July ever. Fridays at 10/9 Central.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
NBC News, streaming free now.
We are back with breaking news and the latest figures on the health of our economy.
Yeah, just in the last few moments, we got an advance estimate of second quarter GDP falling by 0.9%, and that's the second consecutive month of negative growth. If we're talking about this, that means our friend, Investopedia editor-in-chief Caleb Silver, is here to help us walk through this. So your reaction to that number, what do you make of it?
Well, I thought it would fall a little bit further than that. When we were looking at GDP Now, which is the Atlanta Fed's tracker of GDP, that showed a 1.4 to 1.5% decline. Not as bad as we thought. When I was digging through the details here, the decreases in private inventory investment, residential investment, we're spending less on our homes, and federal government spending less on the federal level. But there was an increase in wages that maybe offset some of that. So 0.9%, still a decline, 2 consecutive quarters of GDP growth, one of the harbingers of a recession. We won't know if we're in it until we're already through it, but it looks like we're kind of heading into one right now.
And that's going to be, I guess, the question now that we're going to have today and moving forward, perhaps through the midterms, because there's no doubt it's going to be a political question. But are we in a recession? Jerome Powell said yesterday he doesn't think we are. Others are going to argue we are. There's arguments on both sides because the economy is in such a weird place right now. What do you say?
I think it's personal. You know, personal finance is very personal. So for lower income folks earning less than $150,000 on the household level, usually that's the breaking point for discretionary spending. That's when, if you don't earn more than that, you can't take that trip. You can't buy that TV. You can't make the new car purchase. Talk to small business owners out there, especially restaurants in the hospitality industry. They feel like they've been in a recession for the last 2.5 years. So it's very personal. If you look at the economy overall, yeah, we're slowing. It's probably a recession, but probably not that deep. It might not last that long.
Yesterday, we also heard the Fed chair say that we might then see this aggressive interest rate hike slow down. What do you think? Does a number like this make that seem like it will happen or support the opposite?
Yeah, it shows you that the rate hikes are working. If you look at what's happening in the mortgage industry, mortgage demand is very low right now. New home sales are very low right now. So it's working there. It's working in the new vehicle industry as well. Demand destruction is what's happening when they raise rates like this. So what their plan is to make this a soft landing for the economy. I don't know if it'll be that soft, but the interest rate hikes are working. We're going to get a couple more before the end of the year.
You think the Fed is looking at this number right now and going, yeah, it's kind of what we're looking to do here, you know? I mean, it was 1.6% the first quarter. It's less the second quarter.
Yeah, they'll probably look at this and say, oh, it's working. We got to stay the course. That doesn't mean we'll see another 3/4 point hike in September when they meet, maybe another 0.5 percentage point increase. The Fed wants that prime rate to be 3.4%-ish by the end of the year. We're about 2.5 to 2.75%. That means a couple more rate hikes. But the market reacted well to this because the Fed chair did say we're not in a recession right now, but you're going to hear that a lot out of the White House and the Federal Reserve.
Yeah, we have a feeling that's exactly correct. All right, Caleb Silver, as always, we love to have you. Thank you so much. Let's stay on your money and get you more financial headlines now. It looks like a planned merger between 2 airlines is moving forward.
Yes, CNBC's Contessa Brewer joins us with that detail and the rest of the day's money headlines. Hey, Contessa.
Hi, Joe. Hi, Savannah. Yep, we just got the news this morning. JetBlue and Spirit Airlines have agreed to merge in a deal worth about $3.8 billion. That move would create the nation's 5th largest airline. Just yesterday, Spirit canceled a sale to rival Frontier because shareholders wouldn't support it. They couldn't get enough votes to support the transaction. The JetBlue-Spirit merger will increase their presence in key cities such as Orlando, Fort Lauderdale, and Los Angeles. But it also could run into issues with antitrust regulators who have already sued to block JetBlue's alliance with American Airlines. Best Buy is cutting its sales and profit forecast for the year. The nation's largest consumer electronics chain says surging inflation is affecting consumer spending on gadgets. And of course, we heard similar comments from Walmart earlier this week, which said higher prices on basic necessities are forcing shoppers to cut back on discretionary items. Apple has hired a former executive from Lamborghini to help lead the design team on its long-rumored Apple Car project. Bloomberg reports that this particular hire, while at Lamborghini, oversaw vehicle dynamics, worked on models such as the Huracan. Some form of Apple's car project reportedly has been in the works for years under the code name Project Titan. It's said to be a fully electric and self-driving vehicle. I know a lot of early adopters where Apple products are concerned. And if there's a car, I anticipate you're going to start seeing them, a lot of them, on the roads as soon as it's available for purchase, guys.
Yeah, that's a really good point.
Interesting. Do you buy them at an Apple store, or do you probably
I don't know.
not. I don't know.
Maybe.
Long lines of.
And then you just drive through the mall on your way out. Right.
We'll find out.
Interesting,
though. Probably not, is my guess. All right. Thank you, Contessa. Appreciate it. Not a controversy on the golf course. Families of 9/11 victims are voicing their anger over a Saudi Arabian-funded golf tournament, which is taking place at the Trump National Golf Club in New Jersey. Here's NBC's Rahima Ellis.
Outrage from families of 9/11 victims in a new ad blasting the upcoming LIV Golf Tournament for its Saudi Arabian backing. It's happening at former President Trump's club.
This golf tournament is taking place 50 miles from Ground Zero.
It's disgusting.
The ad, released by the group 9/11 Justice, following a separate protest near Trump Bedminster Golf Club, where the first round will take place this weekend.
We are going to make it as painful as possible and unenjoyable as possible for those involved.
And now the National Press Club piling on with a scathing statement calling on Americans to boycott the tournament due to the Saudi government's alleged involvement in the murder of Washington Post journalist Jamal Khashoggi in 2018, saying, "Do not attend, do not watch it on television, let it fail." The Saudis deny involvement in both 9/11 and Khashoggi's murder. LIV responding to criticism, telling NBC News, quote, "These families have our deepest sympathy. While some may not agree, we believe golf is a force for good around the world." The backlash comes amid a seismic shift in professional golf, following the founding of LIV Golf, which aims to compete with the PGA Tour. LIV, which is partly funded by a $2 billion investment from Saudi Arabia's sovereign wealth fund, enjoys the backing of Donald Trump. He's had a strained relationship with the PGA Tour after the league withdrew a tournament from one of his courses during his 2016 campaign and another after January 6. The PGA announced in early June that all of the 17 PGA players who signed up to participate in the first LIV Golf Tournament would be suspended from the organization. Several of those players chose to resign their memberships. As a result of the ban, PGA Tour is now facing a federal probe over possible anti-competitive practices. LIV Golf, meanwhile, enticing players with massive cash purses. This weekend's $20 million purse, nearly double that of any on the PGA Tour, and even more than the famed U.S. Open. It was enough to win over golf superstar Phil Mickelson, who responded to criticism at last month's press event.
This is an opportunity that gives me a chance to have the most balance in my life going forward.
Meanwhile, other prominent golfers such as Tiger Woods and Rory McIlroy choosing to stick to the PGA.
Any decision that you make in your life that's purely for money usually doesn't end up going the right way.
A harsh criticism of his colleagues, but one shared by many of the 9/11 families protesting the tournament.
What this tournament will do is showcase how easily people can be corrupted by money.
But the ire isn't directed just at golfers. Protesters are concerned with the current president's trip to Saudi Arabia, too.
It was disgraceful. It was painful to watch. Such a nonchalant way of meeting with him. You need to have a really serious conversation with him about September 11th. And he blew it.
Rahima Ellis, NBC News.
Coming up, with many American families tightening their belts, a traditional summer road trip may be off the table.
But that does not mean adventure is off the table. How you can have family fun without breaking the bank. Next.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Welcome back. NASA is sending 2 new mini helicopters to Mars as part of its mission to bring back samples of rocks and dirt. The helicopters will have new mobility wheels on the end of their landing legs that will allow them to move across the Martian surface and an arm for grabbing samples. They will serve as the backup to the Perseverance rover for collecting those samples. It's all part of the Mars Sample Return mission, which will see an orbiter launch in the fall of 2027, and then those samples should arrive back on Earth in 2033, Joe. So don't hold your breath, but very cool.
Savannah, your enthusiasm is contagious with the mini helicopter.
I do, I love the mini helicopter. I interviewed the woman who made it and I cried, and I mean, what else is new? But yeah.
She cried over the mini. All right. Thank you, Savannah.
Mimi, I loved her.
All right, record high prices have made many families hit the brakes on their summer travel plans, but that doesn't mean there aren't options closer to home. NBC News senior consumer investigative correspondent Vicki Nguyen has more on a great way to make memories without going over budget.
Hey guys, good morning. From tents and RVs to cabins full of amenities, camping allows families to choose their own adventure. This morning, I get some expert advice to help you explore your options without wandering off budget or too far from home, as I learned right here in my own backyard. Red, white, and ballooning gas prices, prompting us to find fun closer to home and out in the open with a classic vacation, camping.
There's nothing better than connecting with your children and your family outdoors.
Toby O'Rourke, who regularly camps with her own family, serves as president and CEO of Campgrounds of America. She says the pandemic sparked a growing interest in the great outdoors, with 2021 seeing more than 9 million new campers. While RVing has become a top trend, O'Rourke recommends cabin camping for first-timers. Prices vary per location and time of year. You won't have to spend big on equipment.
Our deluxe cabins will have, linens on the beds, you have bathrooms, you have a kitchen.
First-time campers can also get a taste of the tent life on the cheap if you have access to an outdoor space, saving you money on campsite fees and gas. We called Janine Pettit, founder of Girl Camper. She helped transform my backyard into a mini campground. This will be my first time ever setting up a tent.
Yeah, it is so easy.
As a journalist, I pitch stories, not tents, but in only 20 minutes. We're ready to stake?
Ready to stake.
Let's do it. We got it done.
1, 2, 3. We did it!
And our little campers let the good times roll. Nice, guys. Really good. So some people might think, why would anyone camp in their backyard when they have a perfectly good bed inside? What do you say to that?
For the experience. When you're in your backyard, you can experiment.
If your family ends up wanting to sleep underneath the stars a little further from home, Pettit says state parks usually charge less for tent sites than privately owned campgrounds, and they start around $40 a night. Additionally, plan early and consider camping during the week. What are some tips that you have for first-time campers?
I would say, don't go overboard with equipment. You really don't need a lot. You need a tent, you need a sleeping bag, you need to light a fire. Give that thing a real hard yank.
All right, let's give it a shot. Oh, that's it. Another hot savings tip, borrow your equipment from friends, family, or neighbors who love to camp. We borrowed this fire pit from Janine. And don't forget about your fur babies. A recent survey found more than 60% of campers sometimes bring along a pet. If that's you, make sure to fetch some gear to keep your pet safe and comfortable. Pettit says you can also rent gear, buy it used, or even better, upcycle items you already have, like the table and some of the chairs we'll use for one of the most important parts of camping.
There's a lot of things about camping you can't control, but food is something you can.
Before a trip, Pettit recommends preparing and freezing meals that are easy to reheat.
All right, dogs are going on.
In the backyard at Camp Wynn, we can use our grill and smoke the competition. Loser has to clean up the whole campsite. Playing one of our favorite games to pass the time. I did it. I tied you. And it's not camping without s'mores over a crackling fire. There's nothing like the first s'more of the season. No guitar, no problem. When you're this close to home, you can choose whatever's handy. Good job, Odessa. What do you think about your first backyard camping experience?
I love the s'mores.
I like the fire pit.
What do you love about camping?
Sleeping outside.
The simple things, reminding us it's about spending time, not money, when making memories. Night night, everybody. That will last a lifetime. Coming to you in real time the morning after our first night of backyard camping. I would call it a smashing success. Was it the best night of sleep we've all ever had? Probably not, but would we do it again? Yes, we absolutely would. It was a fun introduction to camping. Highly recommend, especially on a summer night. Don't spend any money, and it's a great time, guys. So we had fun. That's our verdict. 2 thumbs up, yeah? 2 thumbs up. All right, 3 thumbs up. I'll send it back to you.
Vicky looks tired.
I'm tired.
But I'm sure it was great.
Looks really fun.
Thank you, Vicky. Finally this hour, we have an emotional moment on one of Primetime's biggest stages.
Yeah, a school shooting survivor auditioned on America's Got Talent, sharing not just her voice, but a message. Remember. Here's NBC News Now anchor Tom Yamas.
As singer Ava Swiss walked out on stage for her America's Got Talent audition,
hello.
Hi. The judges thought they were just going to hear another aspiring singer.
Now, I'm going to guess, I've been pretty good today, singer?
Yes.
Okay. But then, as she was explaining her song choice, the 18-year-old opened up.
So I chose the song Remember by Lauren Daigle. I chose this song because back on November 30th, my brother and I were a part of the Oxford school shooting.
Ava is a high school senior from Michigan and a mass shooting survivor. A student at her high school, Oxford High, brought a gun into the school and started shooting. In the aftermath, Ava turned to song.
And I'll rise up, I'll rise like the day, I'll rise up, I'll rise unafraid, I'll rise up.
Performing Rise Up at a community vigil, finding strength and giving some comfort with her voice. Now telling the judges what she discovered.
Are you telling me that music in some form has been kind of like a therapy for you?
Yeah, it definitely has been. When I sing it, I remember the good. I remember my community, my family, just the love, and I remember that it's all there for me, and it'll help me get to where I need to be. And so that's why I'm so grateful I'm able to be here today, and I can share it with more people than I ever thought I could.
Ava taking that gift to a national audience in prime time. receiving a standing ovation and unanimous acclaim from the judges.
You know, in life, it's tough to show up, especially after going through incredible trauma. The fact that you can break through that and shine the way you did today is so inspirational for every human being. So you really shine. That was wonderful.
Thank you. Thank you.
And with 4 yes votes, this isn't the last time we'll see Ava Swift.
I think you got about 4,500 yeses over here.
Thank you.
Wow. Amazing voice.
Great
also.
voice. My
Just
goodness.
incredible. And wow, just what a message there. All right. And that was, of course, Tom Yamas bringing us that story. Thank you, Tom.
Thank you, Tom. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Hey there, good Thursday, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford, and my co-anchor Vicki Wynn has the day off. Coming up on NBC News Now, we have lots of headlines for you. We have news beginning with a sobering snapshot. We are looking at inflation, we are looking at the economy, and so much more. We also have a surprise deal on the heel, a rare breakthrough on health care, the economy, and climate change, breathing new life into President Biden's agenda. We are live at Capitol Hill. And flood emergency. Nearly 24 people unaccounted for after racing water washes away homes in eastern Kentucky. 4 million people are still at risk for flash flooding. But the question is, how long will these torrential rainfalls last? We've got the forecast just ahead. And not so fast, why nearly half of American parents say they're definitely not letting their young children get the COVID vaccine. We'll tell you why in just a minute. We start with breaking news on the economy. U.S. GDP fell 0.9% in the second quarter. It's the second consecutive period our economy contracted after the first quarter's drop of 1.6%. Now, 2 straight negative reads on GDP is the unofficial definition of a recession, which the National Bureau of Economic Research will ultimately decide over the coming months. They're really the only ones who can determine what is and is not an official recession. But that's not stopping some of our biggest economists from worrying.
I do think because of a whole combination of factors, and frankly, mostly because we need to cool off an economy that got itself stimulated by policy, I do fear that a recession sometime in the next year or two is very likely.
CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu is standing by with the market reaction. But first, let's go straight to NBC News correspondent Jake Ward. Jake, sort of if you can, just break this report down for us. What does it mean for our economy, and really, how close are we to an official recession?
Well, the official recession, as you know, Morgan, really can only be declared by the National Bureau of Economic Research. It's not up to Larry Summers. It's not up to Jerome Powell. It's not up to you and me, Morgan, unfortunately. And so we have to wait for more firm numbers to come out. These are just preliminary numbers we're seeing today. But, you know, the other thing scrambling all of this is just the strangeness of this moment in the economy. Traditionally, the NBER would declare it, as you say, after 2 straight quarters of down GDP. But they've strayed away from that recently because it simply doesn't seem to be working quite as clearly anymore. They now look instead at things like non-farm payrolls and salaries. And the weird thing is we're actually in a pretty good place when it comes to that stuff. We have job openings all over this country. We also have a debt to savings ratio that really doesn't reflect hard times like it once would have. So some very strange economic signals there. But what we do know is that, you know, there's just an enormous amount of concern here. And one of the things that we need to look for, as there's going to be so much political talk about the possibility of recessions, you're going to have people like Larry Summers and others talking about recessionary fears, all that stuff. One of the problems is that GDP is in large part determined by consumer spending. And if consumers get nervous and they stop spending, that could in fact lead us into a recession. And that's why we have to be so thoughtful about this moment, Morgan.
Yeah, it's thoughtful. I mean, it certainly requires a degree of delicacy. But Jake, we know that driving a lot of the GDP's poor performance is the slowing housing market in places like California and really disappointing disappointing performance from Silicon Valley. So Meta founder, for example, Mark Zuckerberg, says the economic downturn is in fact here. How does this ultimately impact California's future and really the rest of the country?
Well, we are very much here in California a sort of a bellwether of some of the biggest economic forces in America. One of them is, of course, real estate, and the other one is tech, as you mentioned. Real estate here, as you know, has been off the charts for so long, and yet now we're seeing a 21% year-over-year drop in California home sales as of last month. The pandemic threw off that a little bit, but, just the big change we've seen, that's the largest since 2008. You're seeing the number of home sales going down here in the Bay Area, specifically almost 30% year over year, considering just how hot this market has always been and how much that drives GDP. That is a big, big change. And you mentioned tech, right? This is the big earnings week for tech. You had Amazon and Microsoft earlier this week. You're going to have Apple today, and had, of course, Facebook yesterday. Meta, the parent company, announcing for the first time in its history that it's having year-over-year drop in revenue. And so these big economic engines end up being a sort of bellwether, and perhaps instead of looking at the old traditional measures, we need to start looking at these, but really very confusing times and some very tough signals when it comes to where the economy might be headed, Morgan.
Yeah, I know a lot of people are sort of gritting their teeth and a little nervous about what's ahead. Jake Ward for us there in California. Jake, as always, thank you. I do want to go ahead and bring in CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu now. Dom, just when we look at the markets, how are they responding to this GDP report?
So what you have, Morgan, is a situation where the markets have, I don't want to say shaken off kind of like the concerns here, but what you're seeing on the screen right now is actually green. The Dow's ticked higher, the Standard & Poor's 500 is ticked higher, and now even the tech-heavier NASDAQ composite is in the green. And this is all building on strong gains that we saw yesterday. Remember, the Dow was up nearly 1.5%. The S&P 500, 2.5%, and the NASDAQ up by 4%. So how can this negative economic news reconcile with what we're seeing in the markets right now? One of the reasons why is because in many ways, Main Street will keep a lot more attention focused on this number because of the broader inflation and slowdown narrative that's playing out all over popular media and the economy. The reason why Wall Street is not as concerned, Morgan, has to do with some of the mechanics behind this gross domestic product or economic activity indicator. This is the initial read on second quarter GDP, and there was an expectation already floating around that it could show negativity, and like you point out, 2 straight quarters of economic contraction. This will now go under revision one more time and one more time after that before it becomes finalized. So there's a lot more uncertainty about just how much activity will be gleaned from this particular read if it's just the initial one. And one of the reasons why is Wall Street's already looking beyond this to see whether or not there are signs of light at the end of the tunnel and whether or not we're heading that way right now.
All right, a lot to unpack there. Dominic Chu, thank you so much. A little bit of good news today, so we like to see that in the green. We appreciate it, Dom. Sure. On Capitol Hill, a summer surprise in a major reversal. Democratic Senator Joe Manchin struck a deal with Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer on a package to address climate, taxes, and health care. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Rafa joins us now. Ali, this was quite a big surprise yesterday evening. I mean, this deal comes after months of negotiations, and we need all the Democratic senators on board really in order to pass. So what's in this proposed legislation, and really what is the likelihood that it would pass?
Yeah, Morgan, over a year of negotiations, and this really came as a huge shock to the press, lawmakers here on Capitol Hill late yesterday. This deal between Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer and West Virginia Senator Joe Manchin. And I'll read you a little bit of what's included in this proposal. It includes more than $400 billion in revenue from tax reforms, including a new corporate minimum tax of 15% that Democratic lawmakers say will help offset some of the costs of this proposal. Republicans, meanwhile, are arguing that this hurts small businesses. It includes nearly $370 billion towards energy security and dealing with climate change. It has a goal of reducing carbon emissions by roughly 40% by the year 2030. It also would bring close to $300 billion in revenue through lowering prescription drug costs and allowing Medicare to negotiate drug prices for the first time. So as far as what comes next. Democrats say that they want to get this done before they leave on their August recess at the end of next week. They had a meeting earlier this morning to talk about really how to get this done, because as you said, they're going to need every single one of those 50 Democratic votes to get this passed, and they'll likely need also a Vice President Kamala Harris's vote as the tie-breaking vote. And amid all of these COVID absences, the most recent of which is Senator Dick Durbin, who announced he has COVID this morning, this is proving to be a pretty difficult task. There's also one big question mark around one of Democrats' own, Senator Kristen Sinema, who has had issues with pieces of this legislation, past versions of it. She hasn't commented on where she stands on this version of the bill, but that's really where the press and other people are trying to track her down today to get her reaction to this. So really the first step of what is seen as an accomplishment for Democrats, for President Biden, but it's still pretty early to start celebrating, Morgan.
Well, speaking of sort of the talk of the town there, Ali, I do want to ask about Speaker Nancy Pelosi's potential trip to Taiwan. I know that Beijing says that it would carry out a, quote, forceful response if, in fact, she does follow through with that visit. But what's the word there on the Hill?
Yeah, a lot of controversy over this from both sides of Pennsylvania Avenue the past couple days, and that's because we know China considers Taiwan one of its own, and it has issues with the U.S. officials standing in solidarity with this island. You know, we saw President Biden speak over the weekend saying that military officials are discouraging this trip, saying, this is just not the right time for this to happen. But in a show of unity here on Capitol Hill, a rare sight of unity, now you have Republicans and Democrats coming together and saying that Speaker Pelosi should still go on this trip. They're saying that the U.S. can't be bullied, can't be intimidated, that we have to show our support for Taiwan. We know that Speaker Pelosi has invited a small House delegation with her on this trip that would take place in August. And if and when it does, she would become the highest-ranking U.S. official to visit that island since 1997, Morgan.
All right, Ali Rafa for us there live from Capitol Hill. Ali, thank you. A rare high-profile prisoner swap may be in the works to free WNBA star Brittany Griner and American Paul Whelan from Russia. NBC News chief foreign affairs correspondent Andrea Mitchell breaks down the possible deal that's on the table.
5 months after Brittany Griner was arrested at the Moscow airport, the U.S. says it is ready to make a deal to get her and another high-profile American prisoner home. It's a prisoner swap that could be a bitter pill for the administration to swallow. Secretary of State Antony Blinken going public about what he calls a substantial proposal for the release of WNBA star Brittany Griner and American businessman Paul Whelan.
In the coming days, I expect to speak with Russian Foreign Minister Lavrov for the first time since the war began. I plan to raise an issue that's a top priority for us: the release of Americans Paul Whelan and Brittany Griner, who've been wrongfully detained and must be allowed to come home.
The deal, according to two sources familiar with it, involves the U.S. trading Putin crony Victor Bout, an arms dealer known as the Merchant of Death for the two Americans. The source is also saying the decision was made with President Biden's blessing, despite objections from the Justice Department.
Foremost in his mind is getting these Americans home, but also making sure that our own national security is preserved, and clearly that we're not encouraging hostage-taking in the future.
On Wednesday, Griner testified while caged in a court in a Moscow suburb that she hadn't realized cannabis oil prescribed in the U.S. was in her luggage, leading to her arrest 5 months ago at a Russian airport.
I was in a rush packing. Like I said, I was recovering from COVID, stress of packing, making sure I had my COVID tests, jet lag, and I was in a rush, throwing my stuff into my bag.
Griner also telling the judge when she arrived in Russia she was held for hours without a lawyer, interrogated in Russian, forced to use Google Translate on her phone to try and understand what was being said. She also says she signed documents without knowing what she was signing.
No, my rights were never read to me. No one explained any of it to me.
The U.S. is also hoping to free Paul Whelan, an American businessman and former Marine, who's been jailed in Russia for 4 years on what the U.S. has called a trumped-up spying charge.
It shows that the U.S. government is doing what it can, and also underscores, I think, the fact that there are limits to what the U.S. government can do to bring home Americans.
The Russians want Viktor Bout back, but today Vladimir Putin's spokesman is saying that usually these topics are not discussed publicly until they're agreed upon. They may be playing hard to get, because Secretary Blinken had been, until now, refusing to even talk to Sergei Lavrov, the foreign minister there, since Russia invaded Ukraine. And this is tough for the administration because of concerns that any prisoner swap could also encourage Russia to take more American hostages. But there is a lot of political pressure on the White House to make this work.
That's our Andrea Mitchell reporting. Meanwhile, 4 million people are under flood alerts from Kentucky to Virginia today. In fact, southeastern Kentucky was pounded with torrential rain just overnight, with estimates between 8 and 12 inches. Officials from one county saying at least one person has died and 20 people are still unaccounted for. Kentucky's governor says the situation in his state is dire.
We're currently experiencing one of the worst, most devastating flooding events in Kentucky's history. What we're going to see coming out of this is massive property damage. We expect the loss of life. Hundreds will lose their homes, and this is going to be yet another event that it's going to take not months, but likely years for many families to rebuild and recover from.
Out west, crews are making some progress with the Oak Fire. CAL FIRE saying there's 39% containment with more than 19,000 acres burned thus far. NBC News meteorologist Michelle Grossman is tracking the very latest on all of this extreme weather for us. Michelle, good morning.
Good morning, Morgan. It seems like we can't get a break here, and we have been watching flooding rains all morning long. It started last night, and we have been seeing images upon images of houses being moved off their foundation, cars inundated. We have cell service interrupted, as well as power. So we have a pretty tough day in portions of eastern Kentucky, and we're going to add to the rainfall totals not only today, but also tomorrow. So let's take a look at flood threats throughout that area. We're looking at West Virginia. We're looking at western Virginia as well. We're also looking at eastern Kentucky and portions of Tennessee. So as we go throughout the day here, we do have that flood threat, that is flood watch in your green. That is through tomorrow morning. Also flash flood warnings. We don't have too many left over. This morning we had numerous flash flood warnings. That's in the red. So that's good news. We're getting a little bit of a break before we see some more rounds come in later. So repeated rounds of very heavy rain. We also have the chance of seeing some severe weather. So this is what radar looks like right now. I made this view pretty wide because I also wanted to show you some severe storms bubbling up, and that's going to impact that same area that I was just talking about. So let's first focus on eastern Kentucky and also portions of West Virginia and Virginia. Looking at moderate to heavy rain in some spots. Where you see the yellow, that's where we're seeing the heavier rain. So most of it is lighter at this point. That's good news. Back to the west, so we have a batch of heavy rain that will move through later. And then as we kind of view towards Buffalo, just southeast of Buffalo, you see a little yellow box. That is a severe thunderstorm warning. So we're starting to see the indication of that severe weather that we're expecting later on today. We'll talk about that in just a second. Let's talk about your rainfall forecast. First, we have 3 to 7 inches that fell, even up to a foot in some spots. So really a lot of rain. It's the same front that brought a lot of rain to St. Louis. It's sort of just parked over the area. It's not completely parked, but it's moving very, very slowly. So look at all that rainfall that we do expect as we go throughout the night into Friday. We're looking at 1, 2, 3, even 4 inches of additional rain, and that is not what they need over this really saturated area. And we are looking at the chance for some flash flooding once again. Where you see the pink in portions of West Virginia, also Kentucky, we do have the risk, the moderate risk of flash flooding. That will be a concern not only tonight, tomorrow, and into the weekend. Then there's the severe threat. 13 million people at risk for winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. Hail, that could be damaging as well. The chance for a tornado, we just had a tornado warning in that same area. We have a severe thunderstorm warning southeast of Buffalo. That has since expired, but it's just an indication of how volatile the atmosphere is and that we could see a tornado or two. Where you see the yellow on this map, that's a slight risk from Burlington, Albany, Boston. You're included on that of seeing the severe weather, but really it stretches down into the portions of West Virginia, Virginia, and also Kentucky. So this is the setup. We have two fronts. They're moving very slowly. They're working in tandem. We have hot, humid air that's adding to the power of these storms. So more soaking storms leading to flooding. We have high running creeks, rivers, and streams. In some pictures, it's even hard to see where the creek ends and where it begins. So we're going to continue to watch that. Then tomorrow morning, we're looking at more storms in the mid-Atlantic, also heavy downpours with really high rainfall rates. And of course, we're looking at those 90s, 100s in the Northwest and also the South Central states.
So much happening, so many extremes at the very same time. Michelle Grossman for us there. Michelle, thank you. And to our viewers, stay with us because coming up, what is in a name? For some, the answer is stigma. Why New York leaders are calling on the WHO to change the name for the monkeypox virus. Stay with us.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Harry Styles!
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
All right, so most parents with kids under the age of 5 say they're reluctant to get them vaccinated. In fact, 43% say they will definitely not, according to the latest vaccine monitor survey by the Kaiser Family Foundation. If you remember, back in June, kids under 5 became the most recent vaccine eligible group. And a month in, the Kaiser Family Foundation found that 544,000 of them were vaccinated. That's less than 3% of the 19 million kids who are actually eligible in that group. Let's go ahead and bring in senior survey analyst for the Kaiser Family Foundation, Luna Lopez. Now, Luna, it's great to see you. Let's first just break down some of the numbers that you guys found. I mean, the reasons people are listing for not wanting to vaccinate their kids, they vary. But one of the common themes is this concern about the side effects and even possible long-term effects. So what do the numbers actually tell us?
Yeah, what we found is that, among parents of these youngest children, there really is a lot of concern about, potential side effects that these kids might experience, and also about long-term effects and, the sense that the vaccine is quite new and unknown. So that's a perception that a lot of parents of these youngest children, hold right now.
And Luna, some of the most staggering numbers in this report are actually the number of parents who've yet to speak to their pediatrician about even getting their kid vaccinated, and really the sort of lack of urgency to do so. Can you break down those numbers that give us sort of insight into how ready these parents feel?
Yeah, so we found that about 7 in 10 parents of children under 5 haven't really spoken yet to their pediatrician about the vaccine for their young child. And when we asked them, for the parents whose young child's still unvaccinated, which is really most of them at this stage right now, mostly that they'll wait if they're considering potentially vaccinating their child. They said they're going to wait until the next checkup to do so, as opposed to going out and making a specific appointment. So there is an opportunity there for parents to get some more information and guidance from their pediatricians about the vaccine and its potential impacts and benefits for these youngest children.
All right, Luna Lopez for us there. Luna, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate your time.
Sure, my pleasure. Thank you.
New York City has once again found itself at the epicenter of a viral outbreak that is affecting the fabric of our communities. Those are the words of the city's health commissioner, Ashwin Vasan, who's now urging the WHO to rename the monkeypox virus, saying that it contributes to stigmatization. Just last month, the WHO said it was working on implementing a name change as quickly as possible. LGBTQ community leaders say it can't come soon enough. Gay Men's Health Clinic Vice President of Communications and Policy, Jason Cianciato, joins us now. Jason, we want to thank you for joining us. First off, I do want to ask about the stigma. I mean, we're seeing right now, how do you feel about the name monkeypox, and what is contributing behind that name to some of the stigma we're seeing?
Good morning. GMHC was founded 40 years ago as the world's first HIV and AIDS services organization. So we know that language that shames and stigmatizes, or in the case of monkeypox, has strong racist, harmful connections, is not work and will not be effective in curbing this outbreak.
And give us a sense, though, Jason. I mean, when we talk about, for example, the words of the New York Health Commissioner, he said in his language that the language we use in public health matters, and it has tangible effects on the safety of communities. So can you talk to us a little bit about the importance of accurate language and really the role that it plays in ultimately keeping people safe?
Well, scientifically accurate information is key, especially in our world where so much misinformation can be shared so quickly on social media. That's why when this outbreak first began, GMHC put a monkeypox page out at gmhc.org/monkeypox, and we will change that name when the WHO changes it, to collect and share that information and clear up misinformation about how monkeypox is spread and how one can protect oneself from it, how to access vaccinations. All that is so key.
And finally, I do, Jason, want to ask you specifically about the LGBTQ plus community. I mean, what do you think that a name change would mean in this case for this community, a community that has been disproportionately impacted by this virus? I mean, this is made up of many people, right, who still remember what it was like living through the AIDS epidemic, as you mentioned, when your organization was founding, and really bearing the burden of that stigma. So what effect would a name change have on this particular community right now?
Well, over half of our clients are LGBTQ+, and we're nearly 3/4 are people of color. So it is really critical to show, and in a sense, to be able to say, we hear you. We understand that you need to feel comfortable and safe learning about the effects of this virus and how you can protect yourself from this outbreak. We are a part of your community. And honestly, also messengers also need to be a part of those diverse communities to make sure that it is heard and believed and trusted. And we're committed to doing that.
All right. Jason Cianciato, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
And coming up, we take a look at how private equity firms are impacting real estate prices and really becoming some of the nation's biggest landlords, even squeezing out potential home buyers. Stay with us.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
We're here to start conversations, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
It's the best time of the morning, time for that pop start, baby. I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine. I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Harry Styles!
Skyrocketing interest rates have the dream of home ownership really out of reach for millions of Americans. In fact, they're renting instead of buying, but they're being priced out by a big major player. That major player, private equity firms. NBC News correspondent Zinkley Assemble joins us now. Zinkley, what's going on here?
Yeah, Morgan. So it's no secret, you touched on it, that the cost of living is up, the cost of housing is up, and a large reason why is private equity firms, according to experts, tenants, and homeowners who I spoke with.
Rent is on the rise in cities across the country.
Tonight, skyrocketing rents forcing a growing number of Americans to think twice about where home is.
It's been making news for months. Rent is up. Rental prices increasing more than 30% in major cities across the U.S. There's a handful of reasons for the surge, but experts say one in particular is key: private equity firms. Private equity firms raise money from institutional and accredited investors, so not just from any ordinary person. Those funds are then invested in different types of assets with the aim of getting a return on investment.
A lot of these private equity-backed firms really moved into the apartment market, the multifamily market, in a big way after the last housing crisis. They also moved into the single-family market. What they do is they go out and they find these buildings. They typically make some changes quickly to try to increase the profit.
Vogel, a housing reporter with ProPublica, says private equity firms increase profit by raising rent and cutting other building expenses.
You know, maintenance, security, all those sorts of important things that people really rely on to live in these buildings comfortably.
Tenant advocates like Sophia Lopez say those money-saving measures for equity firms cost tenants.
The tenants have told me stories about having to live without working heat in the dead of winter in some pretty cold places like Minneapolis. In one case, a tenant told me a story about water that was over an electrical outlet and needing the power to be turned off, and the company telling her that she'd have to turn it off herself, which would have required her to wade through standing electrified water.
Beyond safety concerns, there's the issue of affordability for renters and home buyers. The median home price in the U.S. hitting a high of $416,000 in June. With rising mortgage rates and expensive house costs slowing home sales and pushing many to rent. Nationwide, the average rent for a one-bedroom, $1,701, while a two-bedroom is $2,048. That's a more than 25% increase since last year. As rents drastically increase, experts like Vogel say private equity firms are a main reason why. In February 2022, Vogel found that private equity firms play a major role in the rental market. Vogel reporting how mortgage finance companies like Freddie Mac are fueling the rise in housing costs. Since 2015, Freddie Mac gave billions to these firms, including real estate company Greystar.
Most of us in the industry are getting very aggressive in driving expenses down.
Here's Greystar CEO discussing his firm's ability to cut costs back in 2010.
We can drive dramatic savings out of the expense side of the equation.
But residents worry private equity firms' savings will come at a cost, pricing them out of previously affordable homes.
A lot of the tenant advocates that we've talked to also feel that this financing that Freddie is providing is coming with very few strings attached for the businesses that are taking the money.
Mortgage finance company Freddie Mac shared in a statement in part that they're, quote, focused on addressing the affordable rental housing crisis. More than 95% of the rental units we support through loan purchases are affordable to low, very low, and middle-income households, end quote. Private equity firm Greystar declined our request for comment. Today, according to Americans for Financial Reform, 1.6 million families rented from real estate owned by private equity firms. That includes over 1 million apartment units, over 275,000 home lots, and nearly 240,000 single-family rental homes. Private equity becoming one of the largest landlords in urban America. It's a change that hasn't gone unnoticed.
After an extensive investigation into this practice, we have found that private equity companies have bought up hundreds of thousands of single-family homes and placed them on the rental market.
The House Committee on Financial Services surveying the nation's top 5 single-family rental companies in June. Their findings?
This predatory purchasing contributes to our nation's shortage of affordable housing and exacerbates the racial wealth gap.
Now, advocates say to combat this national issue, local organizing and state-level change is needed.
Whether that's through rent stabilization or rent control, that could also include protections from fines and fees, a right to counsel. If you go through an eviction or have some other kind of issue, knowing that you'll have a lawyer in your corner makes all the difference. There are organizations all across the country who do tenant organizing to make sure that the people actually living in these homes have safe, secure homes that are truly affordable to them, where they can live with dignity, where they can raise their children, where they can go to work, know that they can come home at night and rest easily.
All right, so Zincle, what has happened? Has there been any government action since this?
Yeah, Morgan, so we heard from Representative Al Green. They met, the House Committee on Housing met in June to discuss this very issue, but there's still no legislation yet, so it's something to watch out for, but clearly an issue that's having ripple effects across the market today.
Especially in a market that's struggling. I mean, what a time to talk about
hardcore struggle
right?
busing happening,
yeah.
so we're going to have to watch this closely.
All right, Zincle, thank you so much. We appreciate it. And 3 little letters having huge impacts on college sports. A groundbreaking Supreme Court decision last year cleared the way for college athletes to profit off their name, their image, and their likeness. The University of Alabama Crimson Tide football team is cashing in by earning $3 million altogether. High school players are also getting in on that action. CNBC correspondent Perry Russum shows us the new set of concerns that are now coming into play.
Name, image, and likeness is not an issue for us at Alabama.
Alabama football head coach Nick Saban says his team made more than $3 million in name, image, and likeness deals last year. Saban says there has to be uniformity in protocol and how NIL is implemented for competitive balance.
Well, that's why they have rules in the NFL where you have a salary cap.
Ole Miss's head coach Lane Kiffin says a cap is needed.
I said it day one, you legalize cheating, and so get ready for the people that have the most money to get the best players. And now you have it.
NIL is now trickling down to the high school ranks, from a wrestler in Louisiana posting advertisements for a power sports company to soccer-playing sisters in California signing with Nike.
When we deal with big, professional players, we have some benchmark and, we have some experience. This one is kind of like a blank page that you are trying to write.
According to On3, a group tracking NIL valuations, high schooler Mikey Williams has one of the highest valuations among all amateur athletes. The rising senior has 3.7 million followers on Instagram alone.
He's already generated millions
of dollars in revenue.
Matt Davis is his agent.
Bro, what is he doing?
Williams has already done commercials and has a shoe deal.
We were able to really lock down the first of its kind in terms of a long-term relationship with Puma that will carry him through his NBA career.
Right now, 14 states allow high school athletes to make money on NIL, Idaho becoming the latest to join.
We're seeing sort of an erosion of an education-based recruiting process at the collegiate level. At the high school level, I worry about the absolute breakdown of the culture and climate of a high school locker room.
In college, you have players using their money on different things. In Alabama, one player now drives a Porsche. And at Georgia, one player is using the money to pay for his father's medical bills. In response to putting a cap on the NIL, one player from Clemson, his name is KJ Henry, he tweeted, "Coaches don't get capped. Why should we?" His head coach, Dabo Swinney, is set to make $8.3 million this year. Back to you.
Ukrainian forces using U.S. weapons to gain ground against Russia in one major city. We'll tell you why some conservative lawmakers want to stop the aid to Ukraine just after the break. Stay with us.
NBC News, streaming free now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts. Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Ukrainian forces are stepping up in a fierce fight against Russia. Officials there say they used a weapon system supplied by the United States to strike a key bridge that is essential for Russia to get supplies to its own troops. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky is following the latest from Odessa, Ukraine. Morgan, what's the latest there?
Yeah, Morgan, it has been an active 24 hours here as Ukrainian forces have tried to retake some of that Russian-occupied territory. But overnight, a missile strike just on the outskirts of this nation's capital of Kyiv made everyone realize yet again a dangerous reality, and that is that the threat remains even if you are far from the front lines. In eastern Ukraine, a race to rescue after another Russian missile strike. This one leveling a hotel, killing 3. Firefighters digging through debris to find one man buried beneath the rubble, but alive. The lone survivor rushed to a nearby hospital. In the Russian-occupied Kherson region,
Ukrainian military striking under cover of darkness. Artillery leaving a key bridge badly damaged. One of several small victories in Ukraine's counteroffensive.
Mines? Yeah, it's mines. Anti-tanks.
Near Kharkiv, soldiers gaining ground back after fierce fighting.
We fight here and take away the Russian soldiers from here.
Momentum Ukraine's president shared they could build upon, asking for a visit from President Joe Biden. But today, some conservatives condemning sending billions in aid to Ukraine after a photo shoot with Ukraine's first couple for Vogue magazine. The cover story focused on Olena Zelenska, but featured the couple photographed by famed photographer Annie Leibovitz. Some political critics questioning the timing. Here in Odessa, the clock is ticking to slow a global food crisis. All eyes watching after a Russian strike on a key grain-exporting port. Roman Grigorian sent his wife and young son to western Ukraine for their safety.
When you're surrounded by war, you can't focus, you can't think about anything else in life.
All our plans, the plans of my family finished on 24th of February.
Now one of his most prized possessions, a video of his son riding a bike for the first time since he couldn't be there. Now 6 months in, he, like so many others, doesn't know when they'll come home.
Morgan, tell us a little bit about the new significance of today's date, July 28th, there in Ukraine.
Yeah, Morgan, this is interesting. It's been recognized as Ukrainian Statehood Day. This is the first day this has been celebrated in the history of the nation, and it was created to celebrate the culture and the fighting spirit. President Zelensky saying today, we fight to live and live to fight and will not rest until the last occupier is driven from our home. Morgan.
Wow. All right. Morgan Chesky for us there in Odessa, Ukraine. Morgan, thank you. President Biden speaking with Chinese President Xi Jinping this morning. The two leaders expected to discuss the economy as well as Russia's war in Ukraine. Now, this is their fifth call since Biden took office, and it all comes amid rising tensions over that possible trip to Taiwan by House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. NBC News White House correspondent Carol Lee joins us now. Carol, we are still waiting for the readout of that call, but do we know yet if Speaker Pelosi's trip was, in fact, planned on being a topic of conversation there? I mean, what is the White House saying at this point?
Well, we know, Morgan, that this is something that was at top of mind for the Chinese government, of course, and also something the administration has been very closely paying attention to. What they've tried to do so far, the White House, is really downplay this trip, saying even, nothing has been announced. We don't know when or if she will actually take this trip. But at the same time, they've been in touch with Speaker Pelosi's office about certain elements of this trip. Take a listen to White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre.
I'll just reiterate what we have said from here is that anytime a member of Congress travels, we do share with them the geopolitical kind of information that's happening in the country, in the region, the national security situation, and it doesn't matter if it's Taiwan or any other place around the world.
Now, part of what's going on here, Morgan, is that there are a number of officials in the administration in this White House that are concerned about Speaker Pelosi taking this trip at a time when they feel that tensions are already very high and they don't want to escalate those. And so you've even heard President Biden last week when he was asked about her possibility of her taking a trip. He said the military has said that this is not a good idea at this particular time. So it'll be very interesting to see what the White House has to say coming out of that call with President Xi.
And Carol, the president is also scheduled to speak this afternoon about the economy and specifically about the Inflation Reduction Act that Senate Democrats just agreed to. So what can we expect to hear there in terms of the economy?
Well, I think you'll hear several things. One is the president's going to tout this as a success. This is something he has not had a legislative victory in quite some time. In fact, it's really been the opposite, Morgan. He's just had setback after setback, and this is something that is unexpected. They were expecting to get something on prescription drugs, for instance, but not this chunk of climate change, to deal with climate change. That's something that was not expected, and in fact, a lot of people thought was never going to happen. So we'll hear the president talk about that. but also these new GDP numbers and these questions that are hanging over this White House about whether or not the economy is slipping into a recession. The president addressed those numbers, saying coming off of last year's historic economic growth and regaining all of the private sector jobs lost during the pandemic crisis, it's no surprise that the economy is slowing down as the Federal Reserve acts to bring down inflation. One thing we've seen from this White House, Morgan, is they have been pre-butting this all week, starting with Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen on Meet the Press on Sunday, saying we're not heading into a recession. That's not really their call to make. There's an organization that decides that, but they don't want to will a recession, so to speak, to talk about it so much that it winds up happening.
Yeah, really interesting there. Carol Lee for us from the White House. Carol, as always, thank you so much. One of the biggest pop stars in the world stepping back from the spotlight. We'll tell you why Shawn Mendes is pulling the plug on his world tour just after the break. Stay with us.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
Mystery in Paradise.
There's my sweet little sister on the news.
A series of secrets to be discovered.
This investigation takes you into the swinger lifestyle.
Dateline's hottest July ever. Fridays at 10/9 Central.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Harry Styles!
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Mystery in Paradise.
There's my sweet little sister on the news.
A series of secrets to be discovered.
This investigation takes you into the swinger lifestyle.
Dateline's hottest July ever. Fridays at 10/9 Central.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
All right. Here's what's poppin' now. Singer Shawn Mendes is canceling the remainder of his Wonder World tour to focus on his mental health. The Grammy-nominated singer says he wants to take some personal time to heal. In fact, just weeks ago, Mendes postponed the tour for the very same reason. Speaking of music fans around the world are blowing into the Windy City. The 4-day Lollapalooza Festival kicks off today in Chicago's Grant Park. You'll see Metallica, Dua Lipa, Machine Gun Kelly, and of course, my hometown favorite, J. Cole, all slated to share that platform. And it's that time of year again. Former President Barack Obama's annual summer playlist is out. Talk about what's poppin'. POTUS45 tells us he's listening to everything from Beyonce to Bad Bunny and including his own podcast. Meanwhile, architectural innovation that could have a really big impact on the climate crisis is making a difference. More builders are dropping concrete and steel in favor of wood, even for those towering skyscrapers. NBC News Chief Environmental Affairs correspondent Ann Thompson takes a look at just how this all could reduce our carbon footprint.
Rising on the Milwaukee skyline is a revolution in construction.
It's built out of wood instead of a traditional post-tension concrete.
Tim Gochman is developing a building made out of a type of wood material called mass timber. Pieces of wood, primarily spruce and pine, are glued together to create beams, columns, and deckings that now make up the Ascent, a Milwaukee apartment building opening this summer. Just how high can these wood buildings go? This one is 284 feet, 25 stories high. And when it is finished, it will be the tallest building of its kind in the world. Here, 50% of the wood will be exposed.
People respond to natural elements in their homes.
We know they do, right? People feel better, they perform better.
Better for people and better for the environment, says architect Michael Green, among mass timber's original evangelists. He designed this mass timber building in Spokane, Washington, and is working on a timber project for Google.
Steel and concrete are incredible materials that have built the skylines of, every city on Earth, but they also have a really high carbon footprint. Building these wood buildings basically allows us to capture carbon in the building.
Reducing a building's carbon emissions when the timber is sustainably sourced, even if it's imported from Austria, like the wood for the Ascent.
Building Ascent with mass timber versus post-tension concrete is the equivalent of taking 2,400 cars off the road for a year.
A 2021 study found mass timber structures could reduce a building's carbon emissions 22 to 50% compared to concrete. But some environmentalists say there is a big caveat.
If mass timber drives the clear cutting of primary and older forests, we're simply going to be substituting one type of high carbon building material for another.
Sustainably sourced, advocates say mass timber offers economic benefits too, because each piece is pre-cut and assembled like Legos. It requires less labor, and yes, it meets fire codes.
Their very robust scale allows them to be very fire resistant, and we have to build them to be every bit as fire resistant and safe as any concrete building or any steel building to meet the building code.
With less impact on the planet.
It's not an end of the game, it's the beginning of the game of solving climate.
One beam at a time.
Grammy-winning singer-songwriter Amy Mann has been dealing with debilitating migraines for years, but pandemic stress has made them significantly worse. Mann has turned to sketch art to save her music. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa has that story.
Decades into her Grammy-winning career, it was Amy Mann who needed saving. Music had morphed into torture.
You thought your career could be over.
Well, yeah. I mean, I couldn't listen to music. I couldn't play music. I couldn't interact with music. I remember turning on the radio and some song, it was like so distorted, I couldn't tell what key it was in.
Her life also muted by headaches and dizziness, walloping Mann months into the pandemic. The diagnosis? Vestibular migraines, spurred by stress.
They have a lot of different medications. Nothing really helped.
Desperate, she turned online. One tip, daily journaling to calm the brain. Mann went further, sketching moments from the mundane, her cats, to the intimate, her health.
The pictures are like the music and the captions are like the lyrics. And so you're combining a visual with a narrative, and think about how to best say it in 4 panels.
Outside panels, Mann paints. Mostly past presidents. Here, Martin Van Buren.
Politics really stresses people out.
Yeah.
And you're painting politicians.
Well, you got to go way back in history before. I don't have a lot of strong feelings about Franklin Pierce.
Her fans have strong feelings, fawning over the pieces on Instagram. This silent therapy is saving her music. Symptoms largely subsided. Mann will go on tour later this year, better tuned to managing stress.
There really is a mind-body connection. It's just like trying to pay attention and figure out, like, what is this trying to say? Because it's definitely trying to say something.
And now she's listening.
It's a show-stopping performance people are still talking about. A high school shooting survivor pours her heart out on the America's Got Talent stage, leaving the judges simply speechless. NBC News Now anchor Tom Yamas shows us the healing power of music for this teenager.
As singer Ava Swiss walked out on stage for her America's Got Talent audition, hello.
Hi.
The judges thought they were just going to hear another aspiring singer.
Now, I'm going to guess, I've been pretty good today, singer?
Yes.
Okay. But then, as she was explaining her song choice, the 18-year-old opened up.
So I chose the song Remember by Lauren Daigle. I chose this song because back on November 30th, my brother and I were a part of the Oxford school shooting.
Ava is a high school senior from Michigan and a mass shooting survivor. A student at her high school, Oxford High, brought a gun into the school and started shooting. In the aftermath, Ava turned to song.
And I'll rise up, I'll rise like the day, I'll rise up, I'll rise unafraid, I'll rise up.
Performing Rise Up at a community vigil, finding strength and giving some comfort with her voice. Now telling the judges what she discovered.
Are you telling me that music in some form has been kind of like a therapy for you?
Yeah, it definitely has been. When I sing it, I remember the good. I remember my community, my family, just the love, and I remember that it's all there for me, and it'll help me get to where I need to be. And so that's why I'm so grateful I'm able to be here today, and I can share it with more people than I ever thought I could.
Ava taking that gift to a national audience in prime time. Receiving a standing ovation and unanimous acclaim from the judges.
You know, in life, it's tough to show up, especially after going through incredible trauma. The fact that you can break through that and shine the way you did today is so inspirational for every human being. So you really shine. That was wonderful.
Thank you. Thank you.
And with 4 yes votes, this isn't the last time we'll see Ava Swift.
I think you got about 4,500 yeses over here.
Thank you.
Hey there, good Thursday, everyone. I'm Morgan Radford. Thank you so much for joining us. My co-anchor Vicki Wynn has the day off. Coming up, serious slowdown. The latest numbers show the economy is shrinking for a second straight quarter, fueling fears that we are on the edge of a recession. We'll tell you how this all impacts your wallet coming up. Plus, high-stakes call. President Biden and China's president on the phone as tensions over Taiwan heat up. Stopping the stigma, the urgent request from the World Health Organization to rename monkeypox over its painful and racist history. Priced out, how private equity firms are playing a pretty big role in the skyrocketing rent that we are all seeing all across the country. All right, so we start this hour with troubling signs about the economy. GDP fell almost a full % in the second quarter, which is significantly below the positive growth that was initially expected. We've now seen 2 straight quarters of the GDP shrinking, and while economists are sounding the alarm, the White House says there's really nothing to see here.
Well, we're certainly in a transition, and we are seeing slowing as we all would have expected. But I think if you look at the full data and the type of data that NBER looks at, virtually nothing signals that this period in the second quarter is recessionary.
CNBC senior White House correspondent Kayla Tausche is standing by on what we will see from the Biden administration today. But first, we go to CNBC economics editor Jeff Cox. Jeff, let's first just break down the numbers we're getting here. Many economists are saying that we are, in fact, slipping into recession. But which is true, that or what the White House is saying? I mean, just how close are we to an official, actual recession at this point?
Look, Morgan, there's this general understanding in the public that a recession is 2 consecutive quarters of negative growth, which we saw in the first and second quarter. Second quarter GDP, as you said, falling 0.9%. So now we're kind of getting into this semantics game. It's indeed true that National Bureau of Economic Research decides what a recession is, and they use a lot of kind of squishy concepts to decide what that is. In fact, they don't even use GDP as the official determinant. But I think, pardon the expression, but the White House kind of gaslighting this now to try to tell people like, oh, okay, don't pay attention to that definition, pay attention to our definition, is not really a great look, I guess, at this point. I had brought up with Chair Powell at yesterday's Fed news conference that the same people who told them that inflation was transitory are the same people who are telling them that we're not in recession. Whichever way you want to believe, these numbers certainly are not good, and they don't bode well going forward for the economy.
Speaking of that, Jeff, I mean, how is Wall Street reacting to this sort of back-to-back GDP drop?
Yeah, well, it's interesting. Wall Street is back in rally mode after a big move higher yesterday. I think this is a situation of bad news is good news, where the market is looking at the fact that maybe the Fed's not going to have to go as far as it needs to go in terms of interest rate hikes go. The economy will kind of self-immolate here, slow down by itself, and perhaps the Fed will maybe only need to enact maybe another half-point rate hike next month, in September, and then maybe just a couple smaller ones, and then they can stop. So I think the market is sort of looking at this as, maybe we're not going to see this draconian move so much from the Fed. And at least if the market's going to slow down, at least maybe we'll get this inflation problem tamed a little bit.
I know everyone is hoping to see that inflation finally end. CNBC economics editor Jeff Cox. Jeff, thanks for being with us.
Thanks, Mark.
Let's go to bring in CNBC senior White House correspondent Kayla Tausche now. Kayla, we know that Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen will address the GDP we've been talking about this afternoon, but what can we expect her to say?
Well, she's been one of the administration's most honest brokers. Last year, she was among the earliest to raise the alarm bells about inflation. In May of last year, she actually started suggesting that maybe the Federal Reserve needed to start raising interest rates in order to fight inflation. Now, she later walked those comments back, but it was later in the fall that she said, look, this isn't going to go away until possibly the middle toward the end of 2022. So she has been out there in front suggesting that these are problems and that growth could be a problem. But that's why what she says today is so interesting. We know that there are green shoots in the economy, that consumer and business consumption is still relatively good, although it is softening. And we do know that the labor market is strong. But what's going to be so important to hear from both the president and Secretary Yellen today is where the U.S. goes from here, because clearly we are already on the path of a slowdown. And if we're not in a recession right now, then we will likely soon be.
But as you just mentioned, we aren't yet officially in that recession. Let's take a listen to what Treasury Secretary said just earlier this week.
This is not an economy that's in recession, but we're in a period of transition in which growth is slowing, and that's necessary and appropriate.
Kayla, it was interesting. I mean, you described her as kind of being one of the most honest brokers we've had on this topic from the beginning. So can we really expect her to sort of act tough as our economy is teetering on this edge of a recession? Aren't we officially not? Or, which one is it?
Well, behind the scenes, she has been one of the most vocal advocates for policies that would spur economic growth. She has been pushing the president to do a larger rollback of tariffs on some Chinese goods that are coming into the U.S., although she's been met by various China hawks who worry about the president opening himself up to political attacks about looking weak on China. So that's just one example of an area where she is pushing behind the scenes to try to spur some of that growth. But of course, in every administration, there's a marketplace of ideas. The president has to weigh a menu of options that's on the table and make that decision. I'm told as of this morning, he has yet to make that decision, but that's something that could come to a head, Morgan, in the coming weeks.
Kayla Tausche. Kayla, thank you so much. We appreciate it. The economy, as Kayla just mentioned, front and center for the president today, who's calling the Senate's breakthrough on the Inflation Reduction Act the action the American people have been waiting for. The president also turned his attention overseas this morning, speaking with China's president for now the 5th time since taking office. NBC News correspondent Maura Barrett joins us now from Washington. Maura, the president is addressing that Senate deal as well as that second quarter GDP report we were just talking about. So what is his message on the state of the U.S. economy right now?
Well, first we're going to hear the president celebrate the passage of this deal. Obviously, it was a bit of a surprise yesterday evening for this to come through, but this is definitely a win for the Biden administration. They got more out of the Senate deal than they were expecting to in terms of that climate change agenda, but they were looking to get more on prescription drugs. So we can anticipate more pushes from the Biden administration to get some more of that legislation. But when you're talking about the economy and is it not a recession, as Kayla was just laying out there, the Biden administration definitely really pushing back against any indication of a recession, even though with that GDP report out today, this is the second quarter we've seen the economy come down a little bit. I want to read you some of the president's statement he put out this morning after that report came out. He pointed out saying, coming off of last year's historic economic growth and regaining all the private sector jobs lost during the pandemic crisis, it's no surprise that the economy is slowing down as the Federal Reserve acts to bring down inflation. But even as we face historic global challenges, we are on the right path and we'll come through this transition stronger and more secure. And so this is echoing a lot of what we've heard from the Biden administration, really emphasizing the fact that unemployment is really low. They've brought the labor market back since the beginning of the pandemic. Biden also emphasized in that statement that his goal is to bring inflation down without giving up those economic gains.
And more, I mean, there was this sort of long list of topics, if we switch gears to a minute, just looking internationally for the president's call with Xi Jinping, including House Speaker Pelosi's potential trip to Taiwan, which, of course, has gotten a lot of reaction on the Hill. What can you tell us, though, about this morning's conversation?
A very long laundry list of things to talk about, obviously, Morgan, which might point to why the president and President Xi of China had such a long conversation. We just learned that the call lasted about 2 hours and 17 minutes. We have not gotten a full readout of the call, so we don't know the specifics of what was discussed. But obviously, that's a pretty lengthy conversation. We anticipate the president was planning on talking about China's stance in terms of the Russian invasion on Ukraine. That was something that was discussed in March when they last spoke. As President Biden warned, they did not want to see China get involved to help Russia on that front. They obviously also could have talked about the potential of lifting the Chinese tariffs. That's something that economic advisors have been advising could help inflation. But you mentioned those tensions over Taiwan and the potential trip from Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi. Now, the U.S. military has warned that this is not a good time for her to be doing that necessarily. Biden saying to reporters last week, saying the military doesn't think it's a good idea. But Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre earlier this week did point out that anytime any member of Congress travels out of state, out of the country, they are warned about the security risk. The potential trip, though, would be a signal for Taiwan that the U.S. is supporting them as China is working to exert force over what it sees as their territory. Morgan.
All right, NBC's Maura Barrett for us there from Washington. Maura, as always, thank you so much. I do want to bring in senior congressional reporter Scott Wong now from Capitol Hill. Scott, first, just walk us through the timeline and the likelihood of this spending agreement passing that we've been talking about. I mean, what would this ultimately mean for everyday Americans?
Morgan, Senate Democrats held a Zoom meeting earlier today to talk exactly about this package, which they're calling the Inflation Reduction Act of 2022. What Chuck Schumer, the Senate Majority Leader, told his rank and file today was that they need to get this done before the end of next week, which is heading into their month-long August recess. They are on a time crunch. They are trying to wrap this up quickly. They're still waiting for a parliamentarian ruling on what can stay in, what can pass muster, according to Senate rules. And so that will happen sometime in the middle of next week. Those are some key dates to look for. But look, Democrats, including Senator Ben Cardin, said they are willing to stay as long as necessary in order to get this done. This is a huge surprise for a lot of people in the Capitol, not realizing how big the scope of this package would ultimately be. They thought it would be much narrower. Let's tick through a few of the items that will be in this Inflation Reduction Act. $400 billion in tax reform revenue, including a 15% corporate minimum tax and IRS tax enforcement. $288 billion for drug pricing reform revenue, $369 billion for energy and climate investments, $64 billion for an extension of ACA subsidies, and $300 billion for deficit reduction. You know, I was talking to some House Democrats yesterday as they were getting news of this Manchin-Schumer deal, and they said to me, it sounds like we have a real agenda that we can run on for 2022 now.
And speaking of that, I mean, I do want to turn quickly to sort of the politics of this, Scott. I mean, the January 6th committee's investigation that we've all been focused on, we're now learning that former acting Trump Chief of Staff Mick Mulvaney is meeting with the January 6th panel today. So what does the committee really hope to get from him?
Well, Mick Mulvaney is somebody who is at the center of the Trump orbit. Obviously, he served as a top official at OMB, the budget office. He later was chief of staff, acting chief of staff for President Trump. And then later in the administration, he became the envoy to Ireland, and that was the last job he held. In the immediate wake of the attack on this building, the Capitol, Mick Mulvaney said he could no longer serve President Trump, and he resigned. He will be able to talk about all of the conversations he was having with people like Mark Meadows, the last chief of staff for President Trump, perhaps even the president himself. He was somebody that was at the center of Trump world and in communication with a lot of people. And so I'm sure the committee will be asking about all of those conversations in the run-up to January 6th and on January 6th itself.
All right, NBC's Scott Wong for us there on Capitol Hill. Scott, thank you. At least one person is dead after the worst flooding eastern Kentucky has seen in years. An estimated 8 to 12 inches of rain hit the region just overnight, and more is on the way today. The governor says it's going to be a long road to recovery.
We expect the loss of life. Hundreds will lose their homes, and this is going to be yet another event that it's going to take not months, but likely years for many families to rebuild and recover from.
We are tracking that some folks are currently stranded on top of their roofs. We've identified those people and are making preparations to go ahead and withdraw them.
NBC News meteorologist Michelle Grossman is tracking the forecast for us. Michelle, I mean, in addition to those ongoing flood threats, some areas are now also still dealing with dangerous high heat. So what is the latest across the country?
Hey there, Morgan. So good to see you. And yeah, we're looking at temperatures rising into the triple digits, the 90s once again. So intense, dangerous, potentially deadly heat across the area in the northwest, into the southeast as well. Parts of the Carolinas will see heat indices in the 100s as well. So this is what we're looking at. Extreme heat, 33 million Americans under a heat alert, whether it's a heat advisory, that's in the orange, or a heat warning is in your pink. Your heat watch is in the darker pink. So Seattle, Portland, Medford down to Reno, you're looking at some really hot weather ahead of you. Parts of the southeast as well, McAllister, Little Rock, Shreveport, we're looking at temperatures into the 90s, heat indices into the 100s, and Norfolk and Wilmington, same story there. So temperatures climbing into the 100s, 110 in Kennewick, 100 in Portland, 111 this afternoon into Medford. We're looking at Boise, really hot too, Burns 102 degrees, and that's going to continue into the weekend. So we're getting no relief. We're not getting relief at night too, and that's really hard on the body. So temperatures into the triple digits in Portland on Friday and Saturday, 92 on Sunday. Still really hot in Bend, 105 on Friday, 104 on Saturday. Same story in Burns. We're looking at 103 on Saturday. Now, still sizzling in the southeast. Some parts of the south central states have seen some relief, but the southeast we're still baking. Dallas feeling like 105 this afternoon. Houston, you're going to feel like 108. New Orleans feeling like 100 degrees. Even Charlotte, you're hot, you're humid. You're looking at temperatures in the upper 90s. You factor in that humidity, though, it will feel like 103. Now, this heat and humidity is adding to the flood threat. It's adding to the storm chances in parts of the Ohio Valley, also the Appalachians, and that's where we're seeing really heavy rain falling. It's letting up at this hour, but we expect more later on tonight. So we're going to see repeated rounds of very heavy rain. We have a flash flood warning. That's in your red, so only one left at this hour. That's good news. A flood watch, though, does remain until tomorrow morning because we're expecting this to be an ongoing situation. Radar showing us that the heaviest rain is falling in parts of Missouri. That's sort of an indication of what's going to happen as it moves to the east. And we're also looking at the chance, Morgan, for some severe weather. We do have a severe thunderstorm watch in parts of New York, and that's also an indication of what we could see later on this afternoon.
A lot to keep our eye on there. Michelle Grossman. Michelle, as always, thank you so much. The youngest Americans are eligible for the coronavirus vaccine for weeks. They have been eligible, but not every parent is rushing to get those shots in their kids' arms. We'll tell you the reason just after the break. Don't go anywhere.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
Oh, I'm feeling the vibe today on the show. News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
Oh, I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
All right, so most parents with kids under the age of 5 say they're reluctant to get them vaccinated. In fact, 43% say they will definitely not, according to the latest vaccine monitor survey by the Kaiser Family Foundation. If you remember, back in June, kids under 5 became the most recent vaccine eligible group. And a month in, the Kaiser Family Foundation found that 544,000 of them were vaccinated. That's less than 3% of the 19 million kids who are actually eligible in that group. Let's go ahead and bring in senior survey analyst for the Kaiser Family Foundation, Luna Lopez. Now, Luna, it's great to see you. Let's first just break down some of the numbers that you guys found. I mean, the reasons people are listing for not wanting to vaccinate their kids, they vary. But one of the common themes is this concern about the side effects and even possible long-term effects. So what do the numbers actually tell us?
Yeah, what we found is that, among parents of these youngest children, there really is a lot of concern about, potential side effects that these kids might experience, and also about long-term effects and, the sense that the vaccine is quite new and unknown. So that's a perception that a lot of parents of these youngest children, hold right now.
And Luna, some of the most staggering numbers in this report are actually the number of parents who've yet to speak to their pediatrician about even getting their kid vaccinated, and really the sort of lack of urgency to do so. Can you break down those numbers that give us sort of insight into how ready these parents feel?
Yeah, so we found that about 7 in 10 parents of children under 5 haven't really spoken yet to their pediatrician about the vaccine for their young child. And when we ask them, for the parents whose young child's still unvaccinated, which is really most of them at this stage right now, most say that they'll wait if they're considering potentially vaccinating their child. They said they're going to wait until the next checkup to do so, as opposed to going out and making a specific appointment. So there is an opportunity there for parents to get some more information and guidance from their pediatricians about the vaccine and its potential impacts and benefits for these youngest children.
All right, Luna Lopez for us there. Luna, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate your time.
Sure, my pleasure. Thank you.
New York City has once again found itself at the epicenter of a viral outbreak that is affecting the fabric of our communities. Those are the words of the city's health commissioner, Ashwin Vasan, who's now urging the WHO to rename the monkeypox virus, saying that it contributes to stigmatization. Just last month, the WHO said it was working on implementing a name change as quickly as possible. LGBTQ community leaders say it can't come soon enough. Gay Men's Health Clinic Vice President of Communications and Policy, Jason Cianciato, joins us now. Jason, we want to thank you for joining us. First off, I do want to ask about the stigma. I mean, we're seeing right now, how do you feel about the name monkeypox, and what is contributing behind that name to some of the stigma we're seeing?
Good morning. GMHC was founded 40 years ago as the world's first HIV and AIDS services organization. So we know that language that shames and stigmatizes, or in the case of monkeypox, has strong racist, harmful connections, is not work and will not be effective in curbing this outbreak.
And give us a sense, though, Jason. I mean, when we talk about, for example, the words of the New York Health Commissioner, he said in his language that the language we use in public health matters, and it has tangible effects on the safety of communities. So can you talk to us a little bit about the importance of accurate language and really the role that it plays in ultimately keeping people safe?
Well, scientifically accurate information is key, especially in our world where so much misinformation can be shared so quickly on social media. That's why when this outbreak first began, GMHC put a monkeypox page out at gmhc.org/monkeypox, and we will change that name when the WHO changes it, to collect and share that information and clear up misinformation about how monkeypox is spread and how one can protect oneself from it, how to access vaccinations. All that is so key.
And finally, I do, Jason, want to ask you specifically about the LGBTQ plus community. I mean, what do you think that a name change would mean in this case for this community, a community that has been disproportionately impacted by this virus? I mean, this is made up of many people, right, who still remember what it was like living through the AIDS epidemic, as you mentioned, when your organization was founding, and really bearing the burden of that stigma. So what effect would a name change have on this particular community right now?
Well, over half of our clients are LGBTQ plus, and we're nearly 3/4 are people of color. So it is really critical to show, and in a sense, to be able to say, we hear you. We understand that you need to feel comfortable and safe learning about the effects of this virus and how you can protect yourself from this outbreak. We are a part of your community. And honestly, also messengers also need to be a part of those diverse communities to make sure that it is heard and believed and trusted. And we're committed to doing that.
All right. Jason Cianciato, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
And coming up, we take a look at how private equity firms are impacting real estate prices and really becoming some of the nation's biggest landlords, even squeezing out potential home buyers. Stay with us.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Mystery in Paradise.
There's my sweet little sister on the news.
A series of secrets to be discovered.
This investigation takes you into the swinger lifestyle.
Dateline's hottest July ever. Fridays at 10/9 Central.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Harry Styles!
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Skyrocketing interest rates have the dream of home ownership really out of reach for millions of Americans. In fact, they're renting instead of buying, but they're being priced out by a big major player. That major player, private equity firms. NBC News correspondent Zinkley Asanula joins us now. Zinkley, what's going on here?
Yeah, Morgan. So it's no secret, you touched on it, that the cost of living is up, the cost of housing is up, and a large reason why is private equity firms, according to experts, tenants, and homeowners who I spoke with.
Rent is on the rise in cities across the country.
Tonight, skyrocketing rents forcing a growing number of Americans to think twice about where home is.
It's been making news for months. Rent is up. Rental prices increasing more than 30% in major cities across the U.S. There's a handful of reasons for the surge, but experts say one in particular is key: private equity firms. Private equity firms raise money from institutional and accredited investors, so not just from any ordinary person. Those funds are then invested in different types of assets with the aim of getting a return on investment.
A lot of these private equity-backed firms really moved into the apartment market, the multifamily market, in a big way after the last housing crisis. They also moved into the single-family market. What they do is they go out and they find these buildings. They typically make some changes quickly to try to increase the profit.
Vogel, a housing reporter with ProPublica, says private equity firms increase profit by raising rent and cutting other building expenses.
You know, maintenance, security, all those sorts of important things that people really rely on to live in these buildings comfortably.
Tenant advocates like Sophia Lopez say those money-saving measures for equity firms cost tenants.
The tenants have told me stories about having to live without working heat in the dead of winter in some pretty cold places like Minneapolis. In one case, a tenant told me a story about water that was over an electrical outlet and needing the power to be turned off, and the company telling her that she'd have to turn it off herself, which would have required her to wade through standing electrified water.
Beyond safety concerns, there's the issue of affordability for renters and home buyers. The median home price in the U.S. hitting a high of $416,000 in June. With rising mortgage rates and expensive house costs slowing home sales and pushing many to rent. Nationwide, the average rent for a one-bedroom, $1,701, while a two-bedroom is $2,048. That's a more than 25% increase since last year. As rents drastically increase, experts like Vogel say private equity firms are a main reason why. In February 2022, Vogel found that private equity firms play a major role in the rental market. Vogel reporting how mortgage finance companies like Freddie Mac are fueling the rise in housing costs. Since 2015, Freddie Mac gave billions to these firms, including real estate company Greystar.
Most of us in the industry are getting very aggressive in driving expenses down.
Here's Greystar CEO discussing his firm's ability to cut costs back in 2010.
We can drive dramatic savings out of the expense side of the equation.
But residents worry private equity firms' savings will come at a cost, pricing them out of previously affordable homes.
A lot of the tenant advocates that we've talked to also feel that this financing that Freddie is providing is coming with very few strings attached for the businesses that are taking the money.
Mortgage finance company Freddie Mac shared in a statement in part that they're, quote, focused on addressing the affordable rental housing crisis. More than 95% of the rental units we support through loan purchases are affordable to low, very low, and middle-income households, end quote. Private equity firm Greystar declined our request for comment. Today, according to Americans for Financial Reform, 1.6 million families rented from real estate owned by private equity firms. That includes over 1 million apartment units, over 275,000 home lots, and nearly 240,000 single-family rental homes. Private equity becoming one of the largest landlords in urban America. It's a change that hasn't gone unnoticed.
After an extensive investigation into this practice, we have found that private equity companies have bought up hundreds of thousands of single-family homes and placed them on the rental market.
The House Committee on Financial Services surveying the nation's top 5 single-family rental companies in June. Their findings?
This predatory purchasing contributes to our nation's shortage of affordable housing and exacerbates the racial wealth gap.
Now, advocates say to combat this national issue, local organizing and state-level change is needed.
Whether that's through rent stabilization or rent control, that could also include protections from fines and fees, a right to counsel. If you go through an eviction or have some other kind of issue, knowing that you'll have a lawyer in your corner makes all the difference. There are organizations all across the country who do tenant organizing to make sure that the people actually living in these homes have safe, secure homes that are truly affordable to them, where they can live with dignity, where they can raise their children, where they can go to work, know that they can come home at night and rest easily.
All right, so Zincle, what has happened? Has there been any government action since this?
Yeah, Morgan, so we heard from Representative Al Green. They met, the House Committee on Housing met in June to discuss this very issue, but there's still no legislation yet, so it's something to watch out for, but clearly an issue that's having ripple effects across the market today.
Especially in a market that's struggling. I mean, what a time to talk about
hardcore
this,
struggle
right?
busing happening,
Yeah.
so we're going to have to watch this closely.
All right, Zincle, thank you so much. We appreciate it. And 3 little letters having huge impacts on college sports. A groundbreaking Supreme Court decision last year cleared the way for college athletes to profit off their name, their image, and their likeness. The University of Alabama Crimson Tide football team is cashing in by earning $3 million altogether. High school players are also getting in on that action. CNBC correspondent Perry Russum shows us the new set of concerns that are now coming into play.
Name, image, and likeness is not an issue for us at Alabama.
Alabama football head coach Nick Saban says his team made more than $3 million in name, image, and likeness deals last year. Saban says there has to be uniformity in protocol and how NIL is implemented for competitive balance.
Well, that's why they have rules in the NFL where you have a salary cap.
Ole Miss's head coach Lane Kiffin says a cap is needed.
I said it day one, you legalize cheating, and so get ready for the people that have the most money to get the best players. And now you have it.
NIL is now trickling down to the high school ranks, from a wrestler in Louisiana posting advertisements for a power sports company to soccer-playing sisters in California signing with Nike.
When we deal with big, professional players, we have some benchmark and, we have some experience. This one is kind of like a blank page that you are trying to write.
According to On3, a group tracking NIL valuations, high schooler Mikey Williams has one of the highest valuations among all amateur athletes. The rising senior has 3.7 million followers on Instagram alone.
He's already generated millions
of dollars in revenue.
Matt Davis is his agent.
Bro, what is he doing?
Williams has already done commercials and has a shoe deal.
We were able to really lock down the first of its kind in terms of a long-term relationship with Puma that will carry him through his NBA career.
Right now, 14 states allow high school athletes to make money on NIL, Idaho becoming the latest to join.
We're seeing sort of an erosion of an education-based recruiting process at the collegiate level. At the high school level, I worry about the absolute breakdown of the culture and climate of a high school locker room.
In college, you have players using their money on different things. In Alabama, one player now drives a Porsche. And at Georgia, one player is using the money to pay for his father's medical bills. In response to putting a cap on the NIL, one player from Clemson, his name is KJ Henry, he tweeted, "Coaches don't get capped. Why should we?" His head coach, Dabo Swinney, is set to make $8.3 million this year. Back to you.
Ukrainian forces using U.S. weapons to gain ground against Russia in one major city. We'll tell you why some conservative lawmakers want to stop the aid to Ukraine just after the break. Stay with us.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
No stress, no mess, just yum. That's it.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this? Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark. How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like? With our NBC News exclusive. My name is Lester. Who's this?
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year. We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Ukrainian forces are stepping up in a fierce fight against Russia. Officials there say they used a weapon system supplied by the United States to strike a key bridge that is essential for Russia to get supplies to its own troops. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky is following the latest from Odessa, Ukraine. Morgan, what's the latest there?
Yeah, Morgan, it has been an active 24 hours here as Ukrainian forces have tried to retake some of that Russian-occupied territory. But overnight, a missile strike just on the outskirts of this nation's capital of Kyiv made everyone realize yet again a dangerous reality, and that is that the threat remains even if you are far from the front lines.
In eastern Ukraine, a race to rescue after another Russian missile strike. This one leveling a hotel, killing 3. Firefighters digging through debris to find one man buried beneath the rubble, but alive. The lone survivor rushed to a nearby hospital. In the Russian-occupied Kherson region, Ukrainian military striking under cover of darkness. Artillery leaving a key bridge badly damaged. One of several small victories in Ukraine's counteroffensive.
Mines? Yeah, it's mines. Anti-tanks.
Near Kharkiv, soldiers gaining ground back after fierce fighting.
We fight here and take away the Russian soldiers from here.
Momentum Ukraine's president shared they could build upon, asking for a visit from President Joe Biden. But today, some conservatives condemning sending billions in aid to Ukraine after a photo shoot with Ukraine's first couple for Vogue magazine. The cover story focused on Olena Zelenska, but featured the couple photographed by famed photographer Annie Leibovitz. Some political critics questioning the timing. Here in Odessa, the clock is ticking to slow a global food crisis. All eyes watching after a Russian strike on a key grain-exporting port. Roman Grigorian sent his wife and young son to western Ukraine for their safety.
When you're surrounded by war, you can't focus, you can't think about anything else in life.
All our plans, the plans of my family finished on 24th of February.
Now one of his most prized possessions, a video of his son riding a bike for the first time since he couldn't be there. Now 6 months in, he, like so many others, doesn't know when they'll come home.
Morgan, tell us a little bit about the new significance of today's date, July 28th, there in Ukraine.
Yeah, Morgan, this is interesting. It's been recognized as Ukrainian Statehood Day. This is the first day this has been celebrated in the history of the nation, and it was created to celebrate the culture and the fighting spirit. President Zelensky saying today, we fight to live and live to fight and will not rest until the last occupier is driven from our home. Morgan.
Wow. All right. Morgan Chesky for us there in Odessa, Ukraine. Morgan, thank you. President Biden speaking with Chinese President Xi Jinping this morning. The two leaders expected to discuss the economy as well as Russia's war in Ukraine. Now, this is their 5th call since Biden took office, and it all comes amid rising tensions over that possible trip to Taiwan by House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. NBC News White House correspondent Carol Lee joins us now. Carol, we are still waiting for the readout of that call, but do we know yet if Speaker Pelosi's trip was, in fact, planned on being a topic of conversation there? I mean, what is the White House saying at this point?
Well, we know, Morgan, that this is something that was at top of mind for the Chinese government, of course, and also something the administration has been very closely paying attention to. What they've tried to do so far, the White House, is really downplay this trip, saying even, nothing has been announced. We don't know when or if she will actually take this trip. But at the same time, they've been in touch with Speaker Pelosi's office about certain elements of this trip. Take a listen to White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre.
I'll just reiterate what we have said from here is that anytime a member of Congress travels, we do share with them the geopolitical kind of information that's happening in the country, in the region, the national security situation, and it doesn't matter if it's Taiwan or any other place around the world.
Now, part of what's going on here, Morgan, is that there are a number of officials in the administration in this White House that are concerned about Speaker Pelosi taking this trip at a time when they feel that tensions are already very high and they don't want to escalate those. And so you've even heard President Biden last week when he was asked about her possibility of her taking a trip. He said the military has said that this is not a good idea at this particular time. So it'll be very interesting to see what the White House has to say coming out of that call with President Xi.
And Kara, the president is also was scheduled to speak this afternoon about the economy and specifically about the Inflation Reduction Act that Senate Democrats just agreed to. So what can we expect to hear there in terms of the economy?
Well, I think you'll hear several things. One is the president's going to tout this as a success. This is something he has not had a legislative victory in quite some time. In fact, it's really been the opposite, Morgan. He's just had setback after setback, and this is something that is unexpected. They were expecting to get something on prescription drugs, for instance, but not this chunk of climate change, to deal with climate change. That's something that was not expected, and in fact, a lot of people thought was never going to happen. So we'll hear the president talk about that, but also these new GDP numbers and these questions that are hanging over this White House about whether or not the economy is slipping into a recession. The president addressed those numbers, saying coming off of last year's historic economic growth and regaining all of the private sector jobs lost during the pandemic crisis, it's no surprise that the economy is slowing down as the Federal Reserve acts to bring down inflation. One thing we've seen from this White House, Morgan, is they have been pre-butting this all week, starting with Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen on Meet the Press on Sunday, saying we're not heading into a recession. That's not really their call to make. There's an organization that decides that, but they don't want to will a recession, so to speak, to talk about it so much that it winds up happening.
Yeah, really interesting there. Carol Lee for us from the White House. Carol, as always, thank you so much. One of the biggest pop stars in the world stepping back from the spotlight. We'll tell you why Shawn Mendes is pulling the plug on his world tour just after the break. Stay with us.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now,
look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye. This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything. Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
All right. Here's what's poppin' now. Singer Shawn Mendes is canceling the remainder of his Wonder World tour to focus on his mental health. The Grammy-nominated singer says he wants to take some personal time to heal. In fact, just weeks ago, Mendes postponed the tour for the very same reason. Speaking of music fans around the world are blowing into the Windy City. The 4-day Lollapalooza Festival kicks off today in Chicago's Grant Park. You'll see Metallica, Dua Lipa, Machine Gun Kelly, and of course, my hometown favorite, J. Cole, all slated to share that platform. And it's that time of year again. Former President Barack Obama's annual summer playlist is out. Talk about what's poppin'. POTUS 45 tells us he's listening to everything from Beyonce to Bad Bunny and including his own podcast. Meanwhile, architectural innovation that could have a really big impact on the climate crisis is making a difference. More builders are dropping concrete and steel in favor of wood, even for those towering skyscrapers. NBC News Chief Environmental Affairs correspondent Ann Thompson takes a look at just how this all could reduce our carbon footprint.
Rising on the Milwaukee skyline is a revolution in construction.
It's built out of wood instead of a traditional post-tension concrete.
Tim Gochman is developing a building made out of a type of wood material called mass timber. Pieces of wood, primarily spruce and pine, are glued together to create beams, columns, and deckings that now make up the Ascent, a Milwaukee apartment building opening this summer. Just how high can these wood buildings go? This one is 284 feet, 25 stories high. And when it is finished, it will be the tallest building of its kind in the world. Here, 50% of the wood will be exposed.
People respond to natural elements in their homes.
We know they do, right? People feel better, they perform better.
Better for people and better for the environment, says architect Michael Green, among mass timber's original evangelists. He designed this mass timber building in Spokane, Washington, and is working on a timber project for Google.
Steel and concrete are incredible materials that have built the skylines of, every city on Earth, but they also have a really high carbon footprint. Building these wood buildings basically allows us to capture carbon in the building.
Reducing a building's carbon emissions when the timber is sustainably sourced, even if it's imported from Austria, like the wood for the Ascent.
Building Ascent with mass timber versus post-tension concrete is the equivalent of taking 2,400 cars off the road for a year.
A 2021 study found mass timber structures could reduce a building's carbon emissions 22 to 50% compared to concrete. But some environmentalists say there is a big caveat.
If mass timber drives the clear cutting of primary and older forests, we're simply going to be substituting one type of high carbon building material for another.
Sustainably sourced, advocates say mass timber offers economic benefits too, because each piece is pre-cut and assembled like Legos. It requires less labor, and yes, it meets fire codes.
Their very robust scale allows them to be very fire resistant, and we have to build them to be every bit as fire resistant and safe as any concrete building or any steel building to meet the building code.
With less impact on the planet.
It's not an end of the game, it's the beginning of the game of solving climate.
One beam at a time.
Grammy-winning singer-songwriter Amy Mann has been dealing with debilitating migraines for years, but pandemic stress has made them significantly worse. Mann has turned to sketch art to save her music. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa has that story.
Decades into her Grammy-winning career, it was Amy Mann who needed saving. Music had morphed into torture.
You thought your career could be over.
Well, yeah. I mean, I couldn't listen to music. I couldn't play music. I couldn't interact with music. I remember turning on the radio and some song, it was like so distorted, I couldn't tell what key it was in.
Her life also muted by headaches and dizziness, walloping Mann months into the pandemic. The diagnosis? Vestibular migraines, spurred by stress.
They have like a lot of different medications. Nothing really helped.
Desperate, she turned online. One tip, daily journaling to calm the brain. Mann went further, sketching moments from the mundane, her cats, to the intimate, her health.
The pictures are like the music and the captions are like the lyrics. And so you're combining a visual with a narrative, and think about how to best say it in 4 panels.
Outside panels, man paints. Mostly past presidents. Here, Martin Van Buren.
Politics really stresses people out.
Yeah.
And you're painting politicians.
Well, you got to go way back in history before. You know, I don't have a lot of strong feelings about Franklin Pierce.
Her fans have strong feelings, fawning over the pieces on Instagram. This silent therapy is saving her music. Symptoms largely subsided. Man will go on tour later this year, better tuned to managing stress.
There really is a mind-body connection. It's just like trying to pay attention and figure out, like, what is this trying to say? Because it's definitely trying to say something.
And now she's listening.
It's a show-stopping performance people are still talking about. A high school shooting survivor pours her heart out on the America's Got Talent stage, leaving the judges simply speechless. NBC News Now anchor Tom Yamas shows us the healing power of music for this teenager.
As singer Ava Swiss walked out on stage for her America's Got Talent audition,
hello.
Hi. The judges thought they were just going to hear another aspiring singer.
Now, I'm going to guess, I've been pretty good today, singer?
Yes.
Okay. But then, as she was explaining her song choice, the 18-year-old opened up.
So I chose the song Remember by Lauren Daigle.
My support for a historic agreement to fight inflation and lower costs for American families. It's called the Inflation Reduction Act of 2022. Some of you will see a lot of similarities between the beginning of the Build Back Better initiative. It's not all of it, but we've moved a long way. I'll be going into detail in a minute, but simply put, the bill will lower health care costs for millions of Americans. It will be the most important investment, not hyperbole, the most important investment we've ever made in our energy security and developing cost savings and job-creating clean energy solutions for the future. It's a big deal. Also, for the first time in a long time, began to restore fairness to the tax code, began to restore fairness by making the largest corporate nations and the largest corporations in America pay their fair share without any new taxes on people making under $400,000 a year. Experts, even some experts who have criticized my administration in the past, agree that this bill will reduce inflationary pressures on the economy. This bill will, in fact, reduce inflationary pressure on the economy. It's a bill that will cut your cost of living and reduce inflation and it lowers the deficit. It strengthens our economy in the long run as well. This bill has won the support of climate leaders like former Vice President Al Gore, who said the bill is, quote, long overdue and a necessary step to ensure the United States takes decisive action on the climate crisis that helps our economy and provides leadership for the world by example. Inflation hawks like former Secretary of Treasury Larry Summers said, quote, this bill is fighting inflation. Let me say, this bill is fighting inflation. Progressive leaders like Senator Elizabeth Warren said, quote, this is a bill that truly is about fighting inflation, bringing down the cost for families, and putting our country on a sounder economic footing. Here's how it works. First, the bill finally delivers on a promise that Washington has made for decades to the American people. We're giving Medicare the power to negotiate for lower prescription drug prices, which means seniors and consumers will pay less for their prescription drugs. Medicare will save in the process about $290 billion. And in addition, it also changes the circumstances for people on Medicare by putting a cap of a maximum $2,000 a year. They have to pay no more than $2,000 a year, no matter how many prescriptions they have, for all the prescription drugs, which is especially important for people with cancer and long-term diseases. It's a godsend. It'll literally be a godsend for many families. Second, the bill locks in place lower health care premiums for the next 3 years for millions of families. that get coverage under the Affordable Care Act. They will mean an average savings of $800 a year for 13 million people. Third, it invests $369 billion. Granted, I call for 500 plus, but it invests $369 billion to secure our energy future and to address the climate crisis, bringing down family energy bills by hundreds of dollars by providing working families tax credits. It gives folks rebates to buy new and efficient appliances, to weatherize their homes, and tax credits for heat pumps and rooftop solar. It also gives consumers a tax credit to buy any electric vehicle or fuel cell vehicle, new or used, and a tax credit for up to $7,500 if those vehicles were made in America. This investment in environmental justice is real. It also provides tax credits that will create thousands of good-paying jobs, manufacturing jobs, on clean energy construction projects, solar projects, wind projects, clean hydrogen projects, carbon capture projects, and more by giving tax credits for those who build these projects here in America. Now, let me be clear. This bill would be the most significant legislation in history to tackle the climate crisis and improve our energy security right away. It'll give us a tool to meet the climate goals that are set, that we've agreed to, by cutting emissions and accelerating clean energy, a huge step forward. Fourth, this bill requires the largest corporations to begin to pay toward their fair share in taxes by putting in place a 15% corporate minimum tax. Now, I know you've never heard me say this before. It will come as a shock to you, but 55 of the Fortune 500 companies paid no federal income tax in 2020. I know you only heard me say that about 10,000 times, but the fact is they paid no taxes on an income, collective income, over $40 billion. Well, guess what? This bill ends that. They're going to have to pay a minimum of 15% tax on that $40 billion or whatever the number turns out to be. Fifth, this package will reduce the federal deficit by over $300 billion. Already on my watch, deficits come down my first year by $350 billion and a record $1.7 trillion at the end of this fiscal year. Now, this bill is going to keep that progress going. Yes, I'll say it again. This legislation will bring down the deficit. Bring down the deficit. The sixth point I want to make is this bill will not raise taxes on anyone making less than $400,000 a year. And I promise, a promise I made during the campaign and one that I've kept. Now look, I know it can sometimes seem like nothing gets done in Washington. I know it never crossed any of your minds, but the work of the government can be slow and frustrating and sometimes even infuriating. Then the hard work of hours and days and months from people who refuse to give up pays off. History is made. Lives are changed. With this legislation, we're facing up to some of our biggest problems, and we're taking a giant step forward as a nation. That didn't just happen on this Inflation Reduction Bill. It also happened yesterday when the Senate made the bipartisan decision as a nation to invest in America's manufacturing technology of semiconductors and additional funding for basic research and development in the cutting-edge industries of the 21st century. If the House passes this bill, I want to thank Speaker Pelosi. I think she's going to get it done for her leadership here. It has the added benefit of creating tens of thousands of additional good-paying jobs, lowering inflation. It's going to give us the ability not only to compete with China for the future, but to lead the world and win the economic competition of the 21st century. You've heard me say 1,000 times, we have to invest in research, development, and growth. I hope that the House is going to pass this bill today. My plea is, put politics aside, get it done. We need to lower the cost of automobiles, appliances, smartphones, consumer electronics, and so much more. And you can't do it. All of these things are powered. Almost everything in our lives is powered by these semiconductors and tiny computer chips the size of a fingernail tip. Look, we should pass this today and get moving. I know the compromise on the inflation bill doesn't include everything that I've been pushing for since I got to office. For example, I'm going to keep fighting in the future to bring down the cost of things for working families and middle-class families that matter by providing for affordable and accessible things like affordable child care, affordable elder care, preschool, the cost of preschool, housing, keeping students with helping students with the cost of college, closing the health care coverage gap. You know, it's a fancy way of saying the health care coverage gap, expanding Medicaid in states that refuse to do it, and more. Look, this bill is far from perfect. It's a compromise. But it's often how progress is made, by compromises. And the fact is that my message to Congress is this. This is the strongest bill you can pass to lower inflation, cut the deficit, reduce health care costs, tackle the climate crisis, and promote energy security, all the time while reducing the burdens facing working class and middle class families. So pass it. Pass it for the American people. Pass it for America. I'll have more to say in this later. Now I want to thank Leader Schumer and Manchin, Joe Manchin, Senator Manchin, for the extraordinary effort that it took to reach this result. Thank you. And let me speak to one other issue. The GDP, and whether or not we are in a recession. Both Chairman Powell and many of the significant banking personnel and economists say we're not in a recession. But let me just give you what the facts are in terms of the state of the economy. Number one, we have a record job market of record unemployment of 3.6% today. We've created 9 million new jobs so far, just since I became president. Businesses are investing in America at record rates, Foreign business like SK and others are investing in America, hundreds of millions and trillions of dollars, sum total. $100 billion in semiconductor investments already announced by Intel, Samsung, and Texas Instruments. More than $100 billion in electric vehicle battery investments by Ford, General Motors, Hyundai, Tesla, and more. And just last week, as I said, SK Corporation of the Republic of Korea announced $22 billion in new investment in semiconductor batteries, chargers, and medical devices, creating another 16,000 jobs here in America. And this is powering the strongest rebound in American manufacturing in over 3 decades, creating 613,000 manufacturing jobs. Passing the CHIPS bill is going to put another $72 billion for incentives and tax credits to expand semiconductor production. And the Inflation Reduction Act will add another $370 billion in clean energy tax credits in reconciliation, including incentives to accelerate domestic production of solar panels, wind turbines, batteries, and critical materials processing. That doesn't sound like a recession to me. Thank you very much.
Morgan, Senate Democrats held a Zoom meeting earlier today to talk exactly about this package, which they're calling the Inflation Reduction Act of 2022. What Chuck Schumer, the Senate Majority Leader, told his rank and file today was that they need to get this done before the end of next week, which is heading into their month-long August recess. They are on a time crunch. They are trying to wrap this up quickly. They're still waiting for a parliamentarian ruling on what can stay in, what can pass muster, according to Senate rules. And so that will happen sometime in the middle of next week. Those are some key dates to look for. But look, Democrats, including Senator Ben Cardin, said they are willing to stay stay as long as necessary in order to get this done. This is a huge surprise for a lot of people in the Capitol, not realizing how big the scope of this package would ultimately be. They thought it would be much narrower. Let's tick through a few of the items that will be in this Inflation Reduction Act. $400 billion in tax reform revenue, including a 15% corporate minimum tax and IRS tax enforcement. $288 billion for drug pricing reform revenue, $369 billion for energy and climate investments, $64 billion for an extension of ACA subsidies, and $300 billion for deficit reduction. You know, I was talking to some House Democrats yesterday as they were getting news of this Manchin-Schumer deal, and they said to me, it sounds like we have a real agenda that we can run on for 2022 now.
And speaking of that, I mean, I do want to turn quickly to sort of the politics of this, Scott. I mean, the January 6th committee's investigation that we've all been focused on, we're now learning that former acting Trump Chief of Staff Mick Mulvaney is meeting with the January 6th panel today. So what does the committee really hope to get from him?
Well, Mick Mulvaney is somebody who is at the center of the Trump orbit. Obviously, he served as a top official at OMB, the budget office. He later was chief of staff, acting chief of staff for President Trump. And then later in the administration, he became the envoy to Ireland, and that was the last job he held. In the immediate wake of the attack on this building, the Capitol, Mick Mulvaney said he could no longer serve President Trump, and he resigned. He will be able to talk about all of the conversations he was having with people like Mark Meadows, the last chief of staff for President Trump, perhaps even the president himself. He was somebody that was at the center of Trump world and in communication with a lot of people, and so I'm sure the committee will be asking about all of those conversations in the run-up to January 6th and on January 6th itself.
All right, NBC's Scott Wong for us there on Capitol Hill. Scott, thank you. At least one person is dead after the worst flooding eastern Kentucky has seen in years. An estimated 8 to 12 inches of rain hit the region just overnight, and more is on the way today. The governor says it's going to be a long road to recovery.
We expect the loss of life. Hundreds will lose their homes. And this is going to be yet another event that it's going to take not months, but likely years for many families to rebuild and recover from.
We are tracking that some folks are currently stranded on top of their roofs. We've identified those people and are making preparations to go ahead and withdraw them.
NBC News meteorologist Michelle Grossman is tracking the forecast for us. Michelle, I mean, in addition to those ongoing flood threats, some areas are now also still dealing with dangerous high heat. So what is the latest across the country?
Hey there, Morgan. So good to see you. And yeah, we're looking at temperatures rising into the triple digits, the 90s once again. So intense, dangerous, potentially deadly heat across the area in the northwest, into the southeast as well. Parts of the Carolinas will see heat indices in the 100s as well. So this is what we're looking at. Extreme heat, 33 million Americans under a heat alert, whether it's a heat advisory, that's in the orange, or a heat warning is in your pink. Your heat watch is in the darker pink. So Seattle, Portland, Medford down to Reno, you're looking at some really hot weather ahead of you. Parts of the southeast as well, McAllister, Little Rock, Shreveport, we're looking at temperatures into the 90s, heat indices into the 100s, and Norfolk and Wilmington, same story there. So temperatures climbing into the 100s, 110 in Kennewick, 100 in Portland, 111 this afternoon into Medford. We're looking at Boise, really hot too, Burns, 102 degrees, and that's going to continue into the weekend. So we're getting no relief. We're not getting relief at night too, and that's really hard on the body. So temperatures into the triple digits in Portland on Friday and Saturday, 92 on Sunday. Still really hot in Bend, 105 on Friday, 104 on Saturday. Same story in Burns. We're looking at 103 on Saturday. Now, still sizzling in the southeast. Some parts of the south central states have seen some relief, but the southeast we're still baking. Dallas feeling like 105 this afternoon. Houston, you're going to feel like 108. New Orleans feeling like 100 degrees. Even Charlotte, you're hot, you're humid, you're looking at temperatures in the upper 90s. You factor in that humidity though, it will feel like 103. Now this heat and humidity is adding to the flood threat. It's adding to the storm chances in parts of the Ohio Valley, also the Appalachians, and that's where we're seeing really heavy rain falling. It's letting up at this hour, but we expect more later on tonight. So we're going to see repeated rounds of very heavy rain. We have a flash flood warning that's in your red, so only one left at this hour. That's good news. A flood watch, though, does remain until tomorrow morning because we're expecting this to be an ongoing situation. Radar showing us that the heaviest rain is falling in parts of Missouri. That's sort of an indication of what's going to happen as it moves to the east. And we're also looking at the chance, Morgan, for some severe weather. We do have a severe thunderstorm watch in parts of New York, and that's also an indication of what we could see later on this afternoon.
A lot to keep our eye on there. Michelle Grossman. Michelle, as always, thank you so much. The youngest Americans are eligible for the coronavirus vaccine. For weeks, they have been eligible, but not every parent is rushing to get those shots in their kids' arms. We'll tell you the reason just after the break. Don't go anywhere.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark.
How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like?
With our NBC News exclusive.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
All right, so most parents with kids under the age of 5 say they're reluctant to get them vaccinated. In fact, 43% say they will definitely not, according to the latest vaccine monitor survey by the Kaiser Family Foundation. If you remember, back in June, kids under 5 became the most recent vaccine eligible group. And a month in, the Kaiser Family Foundation found that 544,000 of them were vaccinated. That's less than 3% of the 19 million kids who are actually eligible in that group. Let's go ahead and bring in senior survey analyst for the Kaiser Family Foundation, Luna Lopez, now. Luna, it's great to see you. Let's first just break down some of the numbers that you guys found. I mean, the reasons people are listing for not wanting to vaccinate their kids, they vary. But one of the common themes is this concern about the side effects and even possible long-term effects. So what do the numbers actually tell us?
Yeah, what we found is that, among parents of these youngest children, there really is a lot of concern about, potential side effects that these kids might experience, and also about long-term effects and, the sense that the vaccine is quite new and unknown. So that's a perception that a lot of parents of these youngest children, hold right now.
And Luna, some of the most staggering numbers in this report are actually the number of parents who've yet to speak to their pediatrician about even getting their kid vaccinated, and really the sort of lack of urgency to do so. Can you break down those numbers that give us sort of insight into how ready these parents feel?
Yeah, so we found that about 7 in 10 parents of children under 5 haven't really spoken yet to their pediatrician about the vaccine for their young child. And when we asked them, for the parents whose young child's still unvaccinated, which is really most of them at this stage right now, mostly that they'll wait if they're considering potentially vaccinating their child. They said they're going to wait until the next checkup to do so, as opposed to going out and making a specific appointment. So there is an opportunity there for parents to get some more information and guidance from their pediatricians about the vaccine and its potential impacts and benefits for these youngest children.
All right, Luna Lopez for us there. Luna, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate your time.
Sure, my pleasure. Thank you.
New York City has once again found itself at the epicenter of a viral outbreak that is affecting the fabric of our communities. Those are the words of the city's health commissioner, Ashwin Vasan, who's now urging the WHO to rename the monkeypox virus, saying that it contributes to stigmatization. Just last month, the WHO said it was working on implementing a name change as quickly as possible. LGBTQ community leaders say it can't come soon enough. Gay Men's Health Clinic Vice President of Communications and Policy, Jason Cianciato, joins us now. Jason, we want to thank you for joining us. First off, I do want to ask about the stigma. I mean, we're seeing right now, how do you feel about the name monkeypox, and what is contributing behind that name to some of the stigma we're seeing?
Good morning. GMHC was founded 40 years ago as the world's first HIV and AIDS services organization. So we know that language that shames and stigmatizes, or in the case of monkeypox, has strong racist, harmful connections, is not work and will not be effective in curbing this outbreak.
And give us a sense, though, Jason. I mean, when we talk about, for example, the words of the New York Health Commissioner, he said in his language that the language we use in public health matters, and it has tangible effects on the safety of communities. So can you talk to us a little bit about the importance of accurate language and really the role that it plays in ultimately keeping people safe?
Well, scientifically accurate information is key, especially in our world where so much misinformation can be shared so quickly on social media. That's why when this outbreak first began, GMHC put a monkeypox page out at gmhc.org/monkeypox, and we will change that name when the WHO changes it, to collect and share that information and clear up misinformation about how monkeypox is spread and how one can protect oneself from it, how to access vaccinations. All that is so key.
And finally, I do, Jason, want to ask you specifically about the LGBTQ plus community. I mean, what do you think that a name change would mean in this case for this community, a community that has been disproportionately impacted by this virus? I mean, this is made up of many people, right, who still remember what it was like living through the AIDS epidemic, as you mentioned, when your organization was founding, and really bearing the burden of that stigma. So what effect would a name change have on this particular community right now?
Well, over half of our clients are LGBTQ+, and we're nearly 3/4 are people of color. So it is really critical to show, and in a sense, to be able to say, we hear you. We understand that you need to feel comfortable and safe learning about the effects of this virus and how you can protect yourself from this outbreak. We are a part of your community. And honestly, also messengers also need to be a part of those diverse communities to make sure that it is heard and believed and trusted. And we're committed to doing that.
All right. Jason Cianciato, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
And coming up, we take a look at how private equity firms are impacting real estate prices and really becoming some of the nation's biggest landlords, even squeezing out potential home buyers. Stay with us.
Mystery in Paradise.
There's my sweet little sister on the news.
A series of secrets to be discovered.
This investigation takes you into the swinger lifestyle.
Dateline's hottest July ever. Fridays at 10/9 Central.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time.
When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing?
My name is Lester.
Who's this?
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful?
Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Skyrocketing interest rates have the dream of home ownership really out of reach for millions of Americans. In fact, they're renting instead of buying, but they're being priced out by a big major player. That major player, private equity firms. NBC News correspondent Zinkley Asamoah joins us now. Zinkley, what's going on here?
Yeah, Morgan. So it's no secret, you touched on it, that the cost of living is up, the cost of housing is up, and a large reason why is private equity firms, according to experts, tenants, and homeowners who I spoke with.
Rent is on the rise in cities across the country.
Tonight, skyrocketing rents forcing a growing number of Americans to think twice about where home is.
It's been making news for months. Rent is up. Rental prices increasing more than 30% in major cities across the U.S. There's a handful of reasons for the surge, but experts say one in particular is key: private equity firms. Private equity firms raise money from institutional and accredited investors, so not just from any ordinary person. Those funds are then invested in different types of assets with the aim of getting a return on investment.
A lot of these private equity-backed firms really moved into the apartment market, the multifamily market, in a big way after the last housing crisis. They also moved into the single-family market. What they do is they go out and they find these buildings. They typically make some changes quickly to try to increase the profit.
Vogel, a housing reporter with ProPublica, says private equity firms increase profit by raising rent and cutting other building expenses.
You know, maintenance, security, all those sorts of important things that people really rely on to live in these buildings comfortably.
Tenant advocates like Sophia Lopez say those money-saving measures for equity firms cost tenants.
The tenants have told me stories about having to live without working heat in the dead of winter in some pretty cold places like Minneapolis. In one case, a tenant told me a story about water that was over an electrical outlet and needing the power to be turned off, and the company telling her that she'd have to turn it off herself, which would have required her to wade through standing electrified water.
Beyond safety concerns, there's the issue of affordability for renters and home buyers. The median home price in the U.S. hitting a high of $416,000 in June, with rising mortgage rates and expensive house costs slowing home sales and pushing many to rent. Nationwide, the average rent for a one-bedroom, $1,701, while a two-bedroom is $2,048. That's a more than 25% increase since last year. As rents drastically increase, experts like Vogel say private equity firms are a main reason why. In February 2022, Vogel found that private equity firms play a major role in the rental market. Vogel reporting how mortgage finance companies like Freddie Mac are fueling the rise in housing costs. Since 2015, Freddie Mac gave billions to these firms, including real estate company Greystar.
Most of us in the industry are getting very aggressive in driving expenses down.
Here's Greystar CEO discussing his firm's ability to cut costs back in 2010.
We can drive dramatic savings out of the expense side of the equation.
But residents worry private equity firms' savings will come at a cost, pricing them out of previously affordable homes.
A lot of the tenant advocates that we've talked to also feel that this financing that Freddie is providing is coming with very few strings attached for the businesses that are taking the money.
Mortgage finance company Freddie Mac shared in a statement in part that they're, quote, focused on addressing the affordable rental housing crisis. More than 95% of the rental units we support through loan purchases are affordable to low, very low, and middle-income households, end quote. Private equity firm Greystar declined our request for comment. Today, according to Americans for Financial Reform, 1.6 million families rented from real estate owned by private equity firms. That includes over 1 million apartment units, over 275,000 home lots, and nearly 240,000 single-family rental homes. Private equity becoming one of the largest landlords in urban America. It's a change that hasn't gone unnoticed.
After an extensive investigation into this practice, we have found that private equity companies have bought up hundreds of thousands of single-family homes and placed them on the rental market.
The House Committee on Financial Services surveying the nation's top 5 single-family rental companies in June. Their findings?
This predatory purchasing contributes to our nation's shortage of affordable housing and exacerbates the racial wealth gap.
Now, advocates say to combat this national issue, local organizing and state-level change is needed.
Whether that's through rent stabilization or rent control, that could also include protections from fines and fees, a right to counsel if you go through an eviction or have some other kind of issue. Knowing that you'll have a lawyer in your corner makes all the difference. There are organizations all across the country who do tenant organizing to make sure that the people actually living in these homes have safe, secure homes that are truly affordable to them, where they can live with dignity, where they can raise their children, where they can go to work, know that they can come home at night and rest easily.
All right, so Zinkley, what has happened? Has there been any government action since this?
Yeah, Morgan, so we heard from Representative Al Green. They met, the House Committee on Housing met in June to discuss this very issue, but there's still no legislation yet, so it's something to watch out for, but clearly an issue that's having ripple effects across the market today.
Especially in a market that's struggling. I mean, and what a time to talk about
hardcore struggle
right?
busing happening,
yeah.
so we're going to have to watch this closely.
All right, Zinkley, thank you so much. We appreciate it. And 3 little letters having huge impacts on college sports. A groundbreaking Supreme Court decision last year cleared the way for college athletes to profit off their name, their image, and their likeness. The University of Alabama Crimson Tide football team is cashing in by earning $3 million altogether. High school players are also getting in on that action. CNBC correspondent Perry Russum shows us the new set of concerns that are now coming into play.
Name, image, and likeness is not an issue for us at Alabama.
Alabama football head coach Nick Saban says his team made more than $3 million in name, image, and likeness deals last year. Saban says there has to be uniformity in protocol and how NIL is implemented for competitive balance.
Well, that's why they have rules in the NFL where you have a salary cap.
Ole Miss's head coach Lane Kiffin says a cap is needed.
I said it day one, you legalized cheating, and so get ready for the people that have the most money to get the best players. And now you have it.
NIL is now trickling down to the high school ranks, from a wrestler in Louisiana posting advertisements for a power sports company to soccer-playing sisters in California signing with Nike.
When we deal with big, professional players, we have some benchmark and, we have some experience. This one is kind of like a blank page that you are trying to write.
According to On3, a group tracking NIL valuations, high schooler Mikey Williams has one of the highest valuations among all amateur athletes. The rising senior has 3.7 million followers on Instagram alone.
He's already generated millions of dollars in revenue.
Matt Davis is his agent.
Bro, what is he doing?
Williams has already done commercials and has a shoe deal.
We were able to really lock down the first of its kind in terms of a long-term relationship with Puma that will carry him through his NBA career.
Right now, 14 states allow high school athletes to make money on NIL, Idaho becoming the latest to join.
We're seeing sort of an erosion of an education-based recruiting process at the collegiate level. At the high school level, I worry about the absolute breakdown of the culture and climate of a high school locker room.
In college, you have players using their money on different things. In Alabama, one player now drives a Porsche. And at Georgia, one player is using the money to pay for his father's medical bills. In response to putting a cap on the NIL, one player from Clemson, his name is KJ Henry, he tweeted, "Coaches don't get capped. Why should we?" His head coach, Dabo Swinney, is set to make $8.3 million this year. Back to you.
Ukrainian forces using U.S. weapons to gain ground against Russia in one major city. We'll tell you why some conservative lawmakers want to stop the aid to Ukraine just after the break. Stay with us.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No. The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year. We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos? It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Ukrainian forces are stepping up in a fierce fight against Russia. Officials there say they used a weapon system supplied by the United States to strike a key bridge that is essential for Russia to get supplies to its own troops. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky is following the latest from Odessa, Ukraine. Morgan, what's the latest there?
Yeah, Morgan, it has been an active 24 hours here as Ukrainian forces have tried to retake some of that Russian-occupied territory. But overnight, a missile strike just on the outskirts of this nation's capital of Kyiv made everyone realize yet again a dangerous reality, and that is that the threat remains even if you are far from the front lines.
In eastern Ukraine, a race to rescue after another Russian missile strike. This one leveling a hotel, killing 3. Firefighters digging through debris to find one man buried beneath the rubble, but alive. The lone survivor rushed to a nearby hospital. In the Russian-occupied Kherson region, Ukrainian military striking under cover of darkness. Artillery leaving a key bridge badly damaged. One of several small victories in Ukraine's counteroffensive.
Mines? Yes, mines. Anti-tanks.
Near Kharkiv, soldiers gaining ground back after fierce fighting.
We fight here and take away the Russian soldiers from here.
Momentum Ukraine's president shared they could build upon, asking for a visit from President Joe Biden. But today, some conservatives condemning sending billions in aid to Ukraine after a photo shoot with Ukraine's first couple for Vogue magazine. The cover story focused on Olena Zelenska, but featured the couple photographed by famed photographer Annie Leibovitz. Some political critics questioning the timing. Here in Odessa, the clock is ticking to slow a global food crisis. All eyes watching after a Russian strike on a key grain-exporting port. Roman Grigorian sent his wife and young son to western Ukraine for their safety.
When you're surrounded by war, you can't focus, you can't think about anything else in life.
All our plans, the plans of my family finished on 24th of February.
Now one of his most prized possessions, a video of his son riding a bike for the first time since he couldn't be there. Now 6 months in, he, like so many others, doesn't know when they'll come home.
Morgan, tell us a little bit about the new significance of today's date, July 28th, there in Ukraine.
Yeah, Morgan, this is interesting. It's been recognized as Ukrainian Statehood Day. This is the first day this has been celebrated in the history of the nation, and it was created to celebrate the culture and the fighting spirit. President Zelensky saying today, we fight to live and live to fight and will not rest until the last occupier is driven from our home. Morgan.
Wow. All right. Morgan Chesky for us there in Odessa, Ukraine. Morgan, thank you. A rare high-profile prisoner swap may be in the works to free WNBA star Brittany Griner and American Paul Whelan from Russia. NBC News chief foreign affairs correspondent Andrea Mitchell breaks down the possible deal.
5 months after Brittany Griner was arrested at the Moscow airport, the U.S. says it is ready to make a deal to get her and another high-profile American prisoner home. It's a prisoner swap that could be a bitter pill for the administration to swallow. Secretary of State Antony Blinken going public about what he calls a substantial proposal for the release of WNBA star Brittany Griner and American businessman Paul Whelan.
In the coming days, I expect to speak with Russian Foreign Minister Lavrov for the first time since the war began. I plan to raise an issue that's a top priority for us. The release of Americans Paul Whelan and Brittany Griner, who've been wrongfully detained and must be allowed to come home.
The deal, according to two sources familiar with it, involves the U.S. trading Putin crony Victor Bout, an arms dealer known as the Merchant of Death for the two Americans. The source is also saying the decision was made with President Biden's blessing, despite objections from the Justice Department.
Foremost in his mind is getting these Americans home, but also making sure that our own national security is preserved, and clearly that we're not encouraging hostage-taking in the future.
On Wednesday, Griner testified while caged in a court in a Moscow suburb that she hadn't realized cannabis oil prescribed in the U.S. was in her luggage, leading to her arrest 5 months ago at a Russian airport.
I was in a rush packing. Like I said, I was recovering from COVID, stress of packing, making sure I had my COVID tests, jet lag, and I was in a rush, throwing my stuff into my bag.
Griner also telling the judge when she arrived in Russia she was held for hours without a lawyer, interrogated in Russian, forced to use Google Translate on her phone to try and understand what was being said. She also says she signed documents without knowing what she was signing.
No, my rights were never read to me. No one explained any of it to me.
The U.S. is also hoping to free Paul Whelan, an American businessman and former Marine, who's been jailed in Russia for 4 years on what the U.S. has called a trumped-up spying charge.
It shows that the U.S. government is doing what it can, and also underscores, I think, the fact that there are limits to what the U.S. government can do to bring home Americans.
The Russians want Victor Bout back, but today Vladimir Putin's spokesman is saying that usually these topics are not discussed publicly until they're agreed upon. They may be playing hard to get, because Secretary Blinken had been, until now, refusing to even talk to Sergei Lavrov, the foreign minister there, since Russia invaded Ukraine. And this is tough for the administration because of concerns that any prisoner swap could also encourage Russia to take more American hostages. But there is a lot of political pressure on the White House to make this work.
One of the biggest pop stars in the world stepping back from the spotlight. We'll tell you why Shawn Mendes is pulling the plug on his world tour just after the break. Stay with us.
NBC News, streaming free now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. You tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No. The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos? It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
All right. Here's what's poppin' now. Singer Shawn Mendes is canceling the remainder of his Wonder World tour to focus on his mental health. The Grammy-nominated singer says he wants to take some personal time to heal. In fact, just weeks ago, Mendes postponed the tour for the very same reason. Speaking of music fans around the world are blowing into the Windy City. The 4-day Lollapalooza Festival kicks off today in Chicago's Grant Park. You'll see Metallica, Dua Lipa, Machine Gun Kelly, and of course, my hometown favorite, J. Cole, all slated to share that platform. And it's that time of year again. Former President Barack Obama's annual summer playlist is out. Talk about what's poppin'. POTUS45 tells us he's listening to everything from Beyonce to Bad Bunny and including his own podcast. Meanwhile, architectural innovation that could have a really big impact on the climate crisis is making a difference. More builders are dropping concrete and steel in favor of wood, even for those towering skyscrapers. NBC News Chief Environmental Affairs correspondent Ann Thompson takes a look at just how this all could reduce our carbon footprint.
Rising on the Milwaukee skyline is a revolution in construction.
It's built out of wood instead of a traditional post-tension concrete.
Tim Gochman is developing a building made out of a type of wood material called mass timber. Pieces of wood, primarily spruce and pine, are glued together to create beams, columns, and deckings that now make up the Ascent, a Milwaukee apartment building opening this summer. Just how high can these wood buildings go? This one is 284 feet, 25 stories high. And when it is finished, it will be the tallest building of its kind in the world. Here, 50% of the wood will be exposed.
People respond to natural elements in their homes.
We know they do, right? People feel better, they perform better.
Better for people and better for the environment, says architect Michael Green, among mass timber's original evangelists. He designed this mass timber building in Spokane, Washington, and is working on a timber project for Google.
Steel and concrete are incredible materials that have built the skylines of, every city on Earth, but they also have a really high carbon footprint. Building these wood buildings basically allows us to capture carbon in the building.
Reducing a building's carbon emissions when the timber is sustainably sourced, even if it's imported from Austria, like the wood for the Ascent.
Building Ascent with mass timber versus post-tension concrete is the equivalent of taking 2,400 cars off the road for a year.
A 2021 study found mass timber structures could reduce a building's carbon emissions 22 to 50% compared to concrete. But some environmentalists say there is a big caveat.
If mass timber drives the clear cutting of primary and older forests, we're simply going to be substituting one type of high carbon building material for another.
Sustainably sourced, advocates say mass timber offers economic benefits too, because each piece is pre-cut and assembled like Legos. It requires less labor, and yes, it meets fire codes.
Their very robust scale allows them to be very fire resistant, and we have to build them to be every bit as fire resistant and safe as any concrete building or any steel building to meet the building code.
With less impact on the planet.
It's not an end of the game, it's the beginning of the game of solving climate.
One beam at a time.
Grammy-winning singer-songwriter Amy Mann has been dealing with debilitating migraines for years, but pandemic stress has made them significantly worse. Mann has turned to sketch art to save her music. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa has that story.
Decades into her Grammy-winning career, it was Amy Mann who needed saving. Music had morphed into torture.
You thought your career could be over.
Well, yeah. I mean, I couldn't listen to music. I couldn't play music. I couldn't interact with music. I remember turning on the radio and some song, it was like so distorted, I couldn't tell what key it was in.
Her life also muted by headaches and dizziness, walloping Mann months into the pandemic. The diagnosis? Vestibular migraines, spurred by stress.
They have like a lot of different medications. Nothing really helped.
Desperate, she turned online. One tip, daily journaling to calm the brain. Mann went further, sketching moments from the mundane, her cats, to the intimate, her health.
The pictures are like the music and the captions are like the lyrics. And so you're combining a visual with a narrative, and think about how to best say it in 4 panels.
Outside panels, Mann paints, mostly past presidents. Here, Martin Van Buren.
Politics really stresses people out.
Yeah.
And you're painting politicians.
Well, you got to go way back in history before. You know, I don't have a lot of strong feelings about Franklin Pierce.
Her fans have strong feelings, fawning over the pieces on Instagram. This silent therapy is saving her music. Symptoms largely subsided. Mann will go on tour later this year, better tuned to managing stress.
There really is a mind-body connection. It's just like trying to pay attention and figure out, like, what is this trying to say? Because it's definitely trying to say something.
And now she's listening.
It's a show-stopping performance people are still talking about. A high school shooting survivor pours her heart out on the America's Got Talent stage, leaving the judges simply speechless. NBC News Now anchor Tom Yamas shows us the healing power of music for this teenager.
As singer Ava Swiss walked out on stage for her America's Got Talent audition, hello.
Hi.
The judges thought they were just going to hear another aspiring singer.
Now, I'm going to guess, I've been pretty good today, singer.
Yes.
Okay. But then, as she was explaining her song choice, the 18-year-old opened up.
So I chose the song Remember by Lauren Daigle. I chose this song because back on November 30th, my brother and I were a part of the Oxford school shooting.
Ava is a high school senior from Michigan and a mass shooting survivor. A student at her high school, Oxford High, brought a gun into the school and started shooting. In the aftermath, Ava turned to song. Performing Rise Up at a community vigil, finding strength and giving some comfort with her voice. Now telling the judges what she discovered.
Are you telling me that music in some form has been kind of like a therapy for you?
Yeah, it definitely has been. When I sing it, I remember the good. I remember my community, my family, just the love, and I remember that it's all there for me, and it'll help me get to where I need to be. And so that's why I'm so grateful I'm able to be here today, and I can share it with more people than I ever thought I could.
Ava taking that gift to a national audience in prime time. Receiving a standing ovation and unanimous acclaim from the judges.
You know, in life, it's tough to show up, especially after going through incredible trauma. The fact that you can break through that and shine the way you did today is so inspirational for every human being. So you really shine. That was wonderful.
Thank you. Thank you.
And with 4 yes votes, this isn't the last time we'll see Ava Swift.
I think you got about 4,500 yeses over here.
Thank you.
Breaking news first on NBC News Now. Recession fears. The U.S. economy shrinking for the second straight quarter. The new reaction from the president this hour and what it all means for your money. Breakthrough. After months of debate and infighting, Democrats strike a major spending deal. We have the details and how it's going to impact every American. And prisoner swap, a new plan aimed at bringing home 2 Americans in Russia. Who the U.S. would turn over and what Russia is saying about the proposed exchange. I'm Aaron Gilchrist at NBC News headquarters in New York. It's 2 p.m. here, 11 a.m. out west. And we begin with breaking news today. New data out today showing the U.S. economy shrank in the second quarter of this year. The real gross domestic product fell by 0.9% in Q2. Now, this is the second straight quarter of declining GDP, and that's raising fears that we could be close to a recession or that one has already started. At the same time, President Biden is pushing to pass a sweeping bill aimed at bringing down inflation.
Simply put, the bill will lower health care costs for millions of Americans. It will be the most important investment, not hyperbole, the most important investment we've ever made in our energy security and developing cost savings and job-creating clean energy solutions for the future. It's a big deal.
We have correspondents and experts covering everything you need to know. Let's begin with NBC's Jake Ward and Yamiche Alcindor. Jake, I'll start with you on this. Give us sort of an Econ 101 here, if you can, Jake. What exactly is measured in GDP? And then talk about how significant today's data is.
Well, gross domestic product, or GDP, is, in a nutshell, Aaron, the total monetary and market value of anything produced within the country over a period of time. So if I walked up and down the Embarcadero in San Francisco, where I'm standing, and I found every car manufactured in the United States, every lunch being served by someone here, all of that totaled together represents GDP. And it's used by economists and officials to basically figure out just how productive and how strong our economy has been. The reason that we worry, of course, about the fact that that we're down a little bit according to these initial numbers is that if you have too much down information over time, you wind up in a recession. That's historically been what it is. But, you know, at this moment, we're looking here at basically a sum total of everything the U.S. has produced, and that amount is down by just a little less than a percentage point as of Q2, Aaron.
Yamiche, let me turn to you here if we can. This bill, this Inflation Reduction Act we've been talking about the last couple of days here could actually be a huge win for President Biden if, in fact, it does pass. So tell us what's in the bill and what are the prospects of passage in Congress?
Well, this could, as you said, Aaron, be a big win for the Biden administration that is facing a number of challenges. And this is a bill that was sort of a surprise because there was a lot of conversation about whether or not Congress was going to be able to pass the second reconciliation bill. And now, of course, they are poised to do so. I want to walk you through a little bit of what's in the bill. There's $739 billion in new revenue, $433 billion in spending, including $369 billion in energy and climate, and $64 billion for ACA subsidies, and that, of course, having to do with health care and the Affordable Care Act. There's also more than $300 billion in deficit reduction. So this is a bill that Democrats are very, very proud of. They're very excited about. Listen to a little bit of what President Biden said today when he was talking about sort of the need for Congress to get this over the finish line.
Look, this bill is far from perfect. It's a compromise. But it's often how progress is made, by compromises. And the fact is that my message to Congress is this. This is the strongest bill you can pass to lower inflation, cut the deficit, reduce health care costs, tackle the climate crisis, and promote energy security, all the time while reducing the burdens facing working class and middle class families. So pass it. Pass it for the American people. Pass it for America.
So there you heard it, President Biden uttering two of the most important words of that speech, and that was pass it to Congress, Aaron.
Jake, this GDP number today, this data is obviously fueling more of the discussion around recession and the idea of that. So who or what determines whether we are in fact in a recession, and how is that done?
Well, it's very important to remember, Aaron, that, basically only one agency is authorized to officially declare a recession, and that's the National Bureau of Economic Research. It's probably going to be a while before they make any kind of official pronouncement one way or the other, because this is initial data today. In the past, the National Bureau of Economic Research has typically declared a recession when there have been 2 back-to-back quarters of lowered GDP, and we are, in theory, seeing that based on these initial numbers. But it's times are weird. Aaron, I'm just going to be frank with you. Times are weird. Yeah. We do not have all the traditional indications that we would see of a recession. We're talking right now about incredibly low unemployment numbers, about an America that has a savings to debt ratio that we've really almost never seen before because people were staying at home and saving money during the pandemic. So our typical indicators that would set off recession fears are not necessarily there. And here's the other important thing, and I think Yamiche probably knows this better than anybody, is, politically, the word recession is going to be used as a weapon over and over again, but nobody is authorized to declare this a recession. Not Jerome Powell, not President Biden, and nobody, not you or me, nobody, until the National Bureau of Economic Research comes out with it. And so until then, it's going to be very important that we not be throwing that word around too lightly, because we're going to hear it used over and over again, undoubtedly as a political weapon here, Aaron.
Yeah, we're going to try to make sure that it gets used correctly in this space on NBC News Now, for sure, as we try to keep people educated about the realities around this stuff. Yamiche, we do need to talk about the politics here, though. Talk a little bit about the pressure that the White House is under right now to get our economic situation under control, but also to change the narrative on the economy right now.
Well, Jacob really did sum up the political stakes here in such a way. I'm going to be watching to see if Jacob at some point talks about it as a recession, because that's who I'll be watching to figure out whether or not we should be talking about this in that way, because the Biden administration is really under pressure to not call this a recession, even if it's declared a recession, and to really try to focus on the positive parts of our economy, which is that a lot of people are employed. The pressure is that President Biden is going to be facing, not only from Democrats, really trying to make sure that they get ready for the midterms, as so many Democrats are up for re-election, to try to have a really positive economic message. But also just today, I got a message from some GOP sort of consultants, and the subject line was the Biden recession. So already you're seeing the other side really trying to use that word and weaponize it, as Jacob said. But as Jacob also said, these are weird times. President Biden understands that Americans, even if we're not physically in a recession and we're not actually officially in a recession, Americans might not feel good about the economy, and it's going to be his job as the leader of the Democrats to really make people feel good about whatever economically America is going through.
All right. Yamiche Alcindor, Jake Ward, we appreciate you both. Thank you. Let's bring in CNBC economics editor Jeff Cox now to educate us a little bit more here. Jeff, we are in weird times, as Jake said. The Dow Jones was looking at a 0.3% rise in GDP last quarter is what they were thinking. Now, that's obviously not the reality. So how are the markets reacting to today's news?
Well, the markets are actually in rally mode today, interestingly enough. I think that it's still kind of a little bit of a momentum from yesterday's Fed meeting, thinking that, hey, if the economy is slowing down, it might deter the Fed from making major interest rate increases as they've done the past couple of months, and it could take some of the heat off there. So this whole idea of a recession or not recession, it's not really on the minds of Wall Street. They're looking at what the reaction is going to be policy-wise, and they're taking positives from all of this.
So we heard from Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen today about this. I want to play a little bit of what she said, and then we'll talk about it on the other side here.
Right now, even in the face of global headwinds, including a war in Europe and successive variants of the pandemic, our economy remains resilient. Our unemployment rate stands at 3.6%. Household finances are strong, and industrial output continues to grow.
So, Jeff, what does Yellen need to focus on in the next few months here as the administration tries to get inflation under control?
Well, this is a big tightrope for the administration. It's a very tough thing that they're going to have to walk their way through now. I thought at the beginning of the speech, it was very interesting that she kind of just took a big victory lap about all of the things that the administration had accomplished so far, which was kind of weird in the context of this negative GDP report today. But, you know, they're going to be relying on the Fed to kind of keep their foot on the brake in terms of getting inflation down. I think, you know, they're going to hope that this bill gets through quickly. And I mean, they're going to need a lot of help here because they've got a lot of obstacles, economically speaking, consumer and business confidence at very low levels, a likely softening of the labor market ahead. And of course, that persistent inflation is really going to cause problems for them. And it's going to be a difficult thing for them to figure out how to manage the message here.
All right. CNBC's Jeff Cox with us today. Thanks, Jeff. The Senate Majority Leader wants the spending bill that Congress is looking at passed before lawmakers leave for the August recess next Friday. Chuck Schumer met with Democrats behind closed doors today about his deal with Senator Joe Manchin. He told members it will require long days and nights, but they can get it done. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Rafa is joining us now. So, Ali, Senator Manchin talked to reporters about that this morning. What's he saying about this agreement and the path forward?
Yeah, Aaron, Senator Joe Manchin back home in West Virginia, still recovering from his COVID diagnosis, but he's still making the rounds here on Capitol Hill, making news as he continues to react to this historic deal he made with Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer after a year of negotiations. Take a listen to what he had to say here.
I just felt there was an opportunity here to really give us an energy policy with security that we need for our nation, but also driving down the prices, the high price of gasoline, driving down inflation was my number one goal. I think that we've hit a balance. This is not a Democrat bill. This is not a Republican bill. This is an American bill. And this was a driving force of what we did and why we did what we did.
Manchin saying that he really never left the mix here, that he's been negotiating this since he walked away from the Build Back Better agenda a couple weeks ago now. Earlier this week, really reconvening with Schumer and coming to terms with what should be in this bill, what shouldn't be in this bill, when it should be proposed. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, as you mentioned at the top there, saying that this is a main priority for the Senate. He wants to get this passed before the senators leave for their August recess at the end of next week. Something Democrats really want to boast about and tout as they go back home to their districts, and some of them campaign before the November midterm elections, Aaron.
Numbers are so important for Democrats on the Hill these days. Ali, the Senator Dick Durbin, Democrat, tested positive for COVID this morning. So how does that affect a vote on this reconciliation bill?
This is definitely a numbers game because, as you said, this is going to require every single Democrat to not only be present, but to support this in this 50-50 Senate, with Vice President Kamala Harris being that tie-breaking vote. Democrats can't rely on Republican support for this. They need to make sure that all Democrats are there and fall in line with where they want this vote to go. And as you mentioned, those COVID absences are posing a pretty big problem here. Most recently, just this morning, we saw Senator Dick Durbin announced that he was diagnosed with COVID. Several other senators are out, so that's something we're definitely monitoring, their recovery and when they're expected to come back. But one other thing that's still uncertain is, one of these Democratic senators, Senator Kyrsten Sinema, that we still haven't heard what she thinks about this bill and where her vote would fall. Her office is saying that she's still reviewing this bill, but this is a senator that had past issues with a version of this bill. We heard from Senator Manchin say this morning that she was not really briefed before this bill was unveiled. So that's still a big question mark in this whole story, Aaron.
Ali Rafa on Capitol Hill for us today. Thanks, Ali. Now, President Biden speaking with China's president on the phone this morning. This was the 5th call between the two leaders since Biden took office. This while tensions are simmering over issues like the economy and Taiwan. NBC News White House correspondent Carol Lee is joining us now. So, Carol, what do we know here? How'd that call go?
Well, we know, Aaron, that it took more than 2 hours, 2 hours and 17 minutes to be exact. So a rather lengthy phone call between President Biden and President Xi. And according to the White House, they discussed ways to responsibly manage their differences, of which there are many. And I'll read you part of the White House's readout on this. They said the two presidents discussed a range of issues important to the bilateral relationship and other regional and global issues, and tasked their teams to continue following up on today's conversation administration, in particular to address climate change and health security. So the White House really emphasizing some areas in which they may be able to work together in the future, but also in the readout saying that they discussed Taiwan and that when it came to that issue, the president reiterated that there's no change in U.S. policy. You know, he signaled potentially some shifting in longtime U.S. policy towards Taiwan and China's relationship there, but saying that he made clear to President Xi that there is no change in policy, but that they oppose any unilateral efforts to try to change the status quo. They're expressing some concerns about security there.
You know, Carol, another tricky issue that we're looking at this week, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi considering a visit to Taiwan. What's the White House saying about that potential visit?
Well, they're really trying to downplay any concerns that they have, and they do have concerns. They're keeping those very private. They're saying things like, well, the speaker hasn't announced her trip yet, so we can't really weigh in on this. However, they're also saying that they are providing, as they would for any trip overseas that the Speaker of the House might take, providing guidance, information, things like that. So there is coordination or discussion between the White House and the Speaker Pelosi's office on this, but we know that behind the scenes, there are a number of concerns that administration officials have. And even publicly, President Biden said last week when he was asked about this that the military has told him that they don't believe that now is the right time for this trip.
All right, Carol Lee at the White House for us today. Carol, thank you. Russian forces are ramping up attacks in Ukrainian cities that haven't been targeted in weeks. Ukraine's second largest city also came under attack today. The mayor of Kharkiv now saying no place is safe. Meanwhile, Russia says there is still no deal on a prisoner swap involving Americans Brittany Griner and Paul Whelan. Let's bring in NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley now. Matt, I want to start with this proposed prisoner swap with the Russians, obviously involving Brittany Griner and Paul Whelan here. What's the Kremlin saying about this?
Yeah, I mean, the Kremlin was saying they basically acknowledged that they had been part of these negotiations, it sounds like for quite a while, and it sounds like those negotiations were fairly intensive and were moving along fairly well. The Kremlin, though, seemed to take exception to the fact that this had been leaked, that U.S. government officials essentially acknowledged that this was a negotiation that was ongoing. And we heard from Sergei Lavrov that basically that this was something that was normally kept under wraps. You know, this is a dance that has been done between the United States and Russia, the U.S. and the Soviet Union before that for quite a while. And almost always these sorts of negotiations are kept secret. The problem here is that it looks as though the White House was under such pressure to try to release Brittany Griner that they felt like they had to go out and acknowledge that there were negotiations to show that they were doing something about this. Aaron?
Yeah, at the same time, Matt, we heard from Paul Whelan's twin brother today. What is he saying about this effort and this proposal?
Well, it looks as though the Whelans are welcoming this. You know, this isn't the first time that Whelan's name has been put up as somebody who could be exchanged for that notorious international arms dealer, Victor Bout. And this is something that is probably going to elicit a lot of criticism if this does actually go through. Because let's face it, Paul Whelan and Brittany Griner are both, well, at least in Ms. Griner's case, Paul Whelan, it sounds like he's facing trumped-up charges by the Russians. But regardless of whatever their crime is, it isn't nearly as bad as what has been done by Mr. Bout throughout his entire career, dealing arms on multiple continents, Africa, Asia, South America, fueling wars throughout the entire world. So exchanging these two for a notorious criminal like Mr. Bout is something that's going to upset quite a lot of people. But here's what Paul Whelan's brother had to say about this.
Our reaction is a little bit of hope. The offer that the U.S. government has made and extraordinarily made public is super. Hopefully the Russian government will take the concessions that have been made and allow Paul to come home. I think we were all taken by surprise yesterday when the announcement was made. And it's nice also to know that the offers are being made, that perhaps this is the only one that's been made public, but there may have been other offers made in the past by the U.S. government.
And Aaron, kind of interesting here, you know, everybody sounds like they acknowledge that these negotiations have been going on for a while. Everybody except for Brittany Griner's own legal team and Brittany Griner herself and Paul Whelan and his family. It sounds like they were kept in the dark about these negotiations. So interestingly, now we have this very public information, but the two people who have the most to gain from this deal had no clue what was even going on. Aaron?
Matt Bradley for us today. Matt, thank you for that. Let's turn to Ukraine now and bring in NBC's Josh Letterman, who's on the ground for us in Kyiv again today. So, Josh, there were airstrikes, I understand, reported just outside Kyiv, not far from where you are. What can you tell us about that?
Well, for the last several days, Aaron, we've heard air raid sirens going off here in Kyiv, signaling that something could potentially be targeting the city. But until today, we had not seen or heard anything actually landing in the city or the region of Kyiv. Today, that changed with a Russian strike that landed about 20 miles north of where I'm standing right now. Ukrainian officials saying that it was launched from the Black Sea, where Russia has amassed warships that have been pummeling Ukraine for months. They say that it hit a military unit, causing casualties, and this really has upended what has been a very fragile sense of normalcy here in Kyiv, where life has returned to the capital after really weeks without any strikes hitting the city. Now there are officials here who are wondering whether that is changing, whether the Russians are renewing their efforts to hit the city of Kyiv, but certainly this could have been worse. There could have been more casualties than there were in that strike today.
And Josh, there was also a hotel that was destroyed in the Donetsk region. I understand the Ukrainian officials say that there were some casualties as a result of that. Can you walk us through the effort there, the recovery effort that's underway?
Yeah, the death toll from that strike at a hotel, a two-story building in the town of Bakhmut, has now risen to 3, Aaron. And this is a region where the Russians have been trying to advance as they try to complete their takeover of the entire Donetsk region. It's also very nearby to Ukraine's second largest power plant, which was just overtaken by the Russians in the last 48 hours or so in what was a strategic and symbolic victory for the Russians. So it's an indication of the way the Russians are really trying to complete their capture of the, they've already got the Luhansk region, now the Donetsk region, as they build that land bridge from Crimea all the way up to mainland Russia.
Josh Letterman in Ukraine for us today. Josh, stay safe. Thank you. Well, torrential rain and flash flooding turned deadly in Kentucky. Coming up, a closer look at the devastation from the latest round of severe weather.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
It's the best time of the morning, time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
And welcome back. Torrential rain has unleashed catastrophic flooding in the Ohio River Valley. At least 3 people are confirmed dead in eastern Kentucky. The governor of that state now saying he expects the death toll to reach double digits.
But listen, the situation right now is tough. There are a lot of people in eastern Kentucky on top of roofs waiting to be rescued. There are a number of people that are unaccounted for, and I'm nearly certain this is a situation where we are going to lose some of them.
Now, the Kentucky National Guard has launched 4 helicopters in that region to help with the rescues. West Virginia is also sending 2 more. Meteorologist Michelle Grossman is tracking the flood threat for us. Let's begin with Maggie Vespa in Garrett, Kentucky. That's near the Virginia-Tennessee border with Kentucky. Maggie, there's a local sheriff there who describes that region as a war zone. The governor has said that people are actually sheltering in trees. Talk to us about what you're seeing on the ground there as you look around.
Yeah, that war zone description, Aaron, is pretty accurate. It's just frankly pure chaos in a lot of areas that we've encountered. We just got to Garrett, Kentucky, and we're stunned by what we're seeing on this. What you can clearly see is a main street, but the water's kind of halfway up those businesses, that church down the way, and we've had a boat going up and down this waterway trying to rescue people and animals that we've seen stranded on different business fronts. And at the same time, officials have told us when we called them early this morning, they said, we had about 20 people missing, but they noted cell coverage had been knocked out across much of the area. So they said, that might be contributing to it. But as the day has gone on, we've kept calling back to local kind of county and city officials. And the last conversation I had with a county official here, she said, I can't even tell you how many people are missing. Earlier it was 20. She says it's just gone up from there. And she goes, the numbers keep coming in. So it is really dire. People here are really scared and just trying to get their bearings. The governor's had 2 press conferences just today. Listen to part of what he said at his second press conference just a couple of hours ago.
In a word, this event is devastating, and I do believe it will end up being one of the most significant, deadly floods that we have had in Kentucky in at least a very long time. There are going to be a lot of people out there that need our help. There's going to be a lot of people that are going to be displaced, and this is yet another disaster that is going to take some time to rebuild.
So as we said, at this point, the numbers that we're hearing, 20 people missing this morning, and we're told that number has gone up. 3 people confirmed dead in this flash flood event here across Kentucky and small parts of Virginia. And the governor now saying he expects that death toll to climb into the double digits. Aaron.
Maggie Vespa in Kentucky for us today. Maggie, thank you. NBC News meteorologist Michelle Grossman is joining me now. Michelle, the rain's not over yet, I know. What do you expect in the next 24 hours?
Hey there, Aaron. Yeah, it's not over. We have a tough 24 hours ahead of us, and really into the weekend, we expect this rain to continue. It will come down fast and furious at times like it did overnight into this morning, and water is strong and powerful, so we're going to continue to watch this. Let's look at the setup here because we have 2 fronts that are causing the issues. So they're very slow moving too. We're going to see more soaking storms leading to flooding, already seeing high running creeks, rivers, and streams. In so many images, it's hard to see where the creeks start and where the creeks end. And then tomorrow, those fronts moving still so slowly, bringing the chance for scattered storms into the mid-Atlantic. A few downpours are going to bring really high rainfall rates. So here's the flood threat for right now. In the green, that's a flood watch. That includes portions of West Virginia, eastern Kentucky, western Virginia, where we're going to see repeated rounds of very heavy rain. And this is what it looks like on radar right now. As we zoom in a little closer to the areas that saw the heavy rain this morning, we're getting a little bit of a break. We're seeing the heavier rain in portions of Tennessee. That's where you see the brighter colors, the yellows, the reds, the oranges. And then look as we go further out and further north. We're looking at another line. That's the other front, where we're looking at the chance for severe weather. You see all those crazy yellow lines? Well, those are severe thunderstorm watches. That goes through 8 o'clock. And we could see the possibility of severe storms in those flood spots that we saw earlier this morning. So a flash flood risk does continue today, also tomorrow, where you see the pink, that's the likeliest chance. So portions of West Virginia and unfortunately Kentucky once again. Rainfall rates, we've already saw up to 11 inches in some spots even a foot. We could add to that as we go throughout the next 24 hours. Aaron?
All right, meteorologist Michelle Grossman. Thanks, Michelle. Jury selection now underway for another trial involving former President Donald Trump. Still ahead, what happened in court today and what his defense team is arguing.
Dateline Missing in America. Hear their stories. Help bring them home.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive. Dateline Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Bottom of the hour now, here's what we're watching. A federal lawsuit accusing Sesame Place of discrimination. This comes after a viral video appeared to show a worker dressed as a character ignoring two black girls. The lawsuit claims the characters at a meet and greet, quote, intentionally refused to engage with the child and ignored other black attendees. The family is seeking $25 million in damages. New details in the death of a Georgia woman who fell out of a police car. State investigators say the car door the woman was sitting near was never closed. 28-year-old Brianna Greer was arrested while having what her family described as a mental health crisis. She was pronounced dead 6 days after that fall. And JetBlue plans to buy Spirit Airlines for $3.8 billion, the first major U.S. airline deal since 2016. And this comes after a long-running bid from Frontier Airlines fell apart. If approved by regulators, the takeover would leave Frontier as the largest discount carrier in the U.S. Former President Donald Trump is facing a civil lawsuit right now. 6 protesters accuse his security guards of assaulting them outside Trump Tower. That incident happened back in 2015 when Trump was running for president. Meanwhile, there is new reporting that Trump is pushing for total immunity from any civil lawsuits relating to the January 6th riot at the Capitol. Let's bring in NBC News Justice correspondent Pete Williams and NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos. Pete, I'll start with you if we can here. You have some new reporting on Trump and January 6th. What can you tell us?
Yes, that's right. The president faces a raft of lawsuits over January 6th, many of them claiming that he, in essence, triggered the riot by weeks of claiming that the election was rigged and then by the speech that he gave at the rally. And these lawsuits attempt to hold him responsible for that. And there are 3 that are at issue in this latest filing. 2 of them were filed by House Democrats. Another was filed by 2 Capitol police officers who were injured. And in February, the judge refused to toss the lawsuit out. He said that some of what the president said can be the basis of a lawsuit. His lawyers are arguing, though, that as president, he is absolutely immune, meaning you can't touch him from a civil lawsuit for what he did before January 6th. And they rely heavily on a 1982 decision from the U.S. Supreme Court that said even presidents are immune from what they call the outer perimeter of their responsibility. So the question really is, when the president was making these claims about the election and when he was speaking at the rally, was he acting at the outer perimeter or was he on the other side of that boundary and not acting in his official capacity? The judge here in the District of Columbia, who declined to throw the case out, said no, he was speaking as a candidate. It had nothing to do with his duties as president. Mr. Trump's lawyers say he was using the bully pulpit talking about something of public interest. So that's what the Court of Appeals here in Washington is going to have to sort out. They've asked for more briefing on this case. That'll all be done in September. They'll probably have oral argument, and then I suspect this case could be headed for the Supreme Court.
Yeah, really interesting legal question and sort of a civics question, too, to sort of pay attention to over the next many months. Pete, thank you for that. Danny, I want to turn to you and ask you about this current civil case that Trump is facing related to this protesting incident in 2015 when he was still running for office. He gave a deposition, a videotaped deposition afterwards that he called the lawsuit ridiculous. So what is the defense likely to try to do here at trial?
What it's not likely to do is argue in any way presidential immunity. The last case that we just talked about with Pete Williams would involve potential presidential immunity. Reasonable minds can differ as to whether or not when President Trump was speaking about essentially his candidacy, was it tangibly related to being president? That's not the issue here. In this case from 2015, President Trump was not the president yet. There may have been an argument that he was immune from civil suit while he was in office. See the case of Bill Clinton, for example. But once he leaves, it is fair game. Now, look for President Trump's defense to argue that, number one, there was no assault, nothing ever happened. But number two, if there was, and this is a very common Trump defense, there are so many buffers between me and whoever is ultimately found liable, if anyone's found liable, that I really had nothing to do with it. It was not my order. I did not give orders to roughhouse or manhandle any of these protesters. But even if they were manhandled, then I had nothing to do with it.
So if you're on the other side of this, what strategies are the plaintiff's lawyers likely to take here?
A Latin phrase called respondeat superior. In other words, these security guards, the people that roughed up us, the plaintiffs, were doing so in the course of their employment with Trump. Therefore, he should be held automatically responsible. And even if not automatically responsible, Donald Trump somewhere in discovery, either implicitly or explicitly, they will argue, ordered this kind of activity. Or if not specifically ordered it, ordered the kind of conduct that would lead to physical confrontation. So it is a tough case in some ways to win, but not a very difficult case to stay alive for now.
And interesting to watch either way. Danny Savalos, a legal analyst. Thank you, Danny. Appreciate it. Well, there is another controversy brewing for Trump today. Families of 9/11 victims are protesting a Saudi-backed golf tournament at Trump's New Jersey golf course. Now, the tour kicked off with the Pro-Am today that included Trump and other celebrities. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez is joining us now to cover this story. So, Gabe, walk us through the controversy here, and what are these protesters calling for?
Hey there, Aaron. Well, yes, 9/11 families earlier this week held a press conference where they are slamming former President Trump, as well as the Live Golf organization for holding this tournament. You see the ad right there that was released earlier this week. And these families say that this tournament is an insult because it's being held 50 miles from ground zero. Of course, they say that Saudi Arabia, that 15 of the 9/11 hijackers were Saudi Arabian, and they argue that this tournament should not be held. Take a listen.
We are going to make it as painful as possible and unenjoyable as possible for those involved.
What this tournament will do is showcase how easily people can be corrupted by money.
And of course, this tournament comes just several weeks after President Biden visited Saudi Arabia and drew international criticism for fist bumping. The Saudi leader that U.S. intelligence has ordered the killing and torture of Washington Post journalist Jamal Khashoggi. The Saudi government, for its part, has denied any involvement in both the Khashoggi murder as well as 9/11, Aaron.
And Gabe, I understand that the National Press Club is also weighing in on this. What's that organization saying?
Well, yes, this week the National Press Club out with a statement as well, essentially wanting this tournament to fail. If we can put that on the screen, this is a statement from the National Press Club. We call on all Americans to see this unsavory attempt to minimize the bone-saw attack on Washington Post opinion writer Jamal Khashoggi for what it is, an attempt to sweep under the rug a brutal state-sponsored murder. We call on the people of conscience to reject this tournament. Do not attend. Do not watch it on television. Let it fail, Aaron.
And what about the tournament here, Gabe? How is Liv responding to the criticism?
Well, Liv also put out a statement telling NBC News that these families have our deepest sympathy. While some may not agree, we believe golf is a force for good around the world. But again, these 9/11 families say that this is a tournament that should not be happening. This controversy for the Live Golf organization is nothing new, of course. For the past several months, it has drawn controversy for taking some of the biggest names in golf, including Phil Mickelson, by attracting them with massive cash purses, more so than the PGA Tour. The PGA Tour has banned some of these golfers as well. This is just the latest controversy. These 9/11 families slamming the golf organization, this new league. Aaron?
All right, Gabe Gutierrez in our newsroom today. Gabe, thank you. New documents revealing dozens of migrants were living in so-called stash houses in an affluent part of Washington, D.C. The Immigration and Customs Enforcement documents indicate human smugglers are operating those houses. NBC News Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley has more.
So what we're learning is that just yesterday in Northwest D.C., there was a big ICE sweep of 6 houses. Across those 6 houses, they found 73 migrants, 60 adults, 13 children, all being held by human smugglers in what are called stash houses. Stash houses are secret houses where migrants are held while they're trying to pass undercover to the next place. And they're run by human smugglers who often keep them in terrible conditions. Oftentimes they can be without air conditioning, very overcrowded, no place to sleep or shower. Oftentimes they don't have running water. I've seen these a lot at the border. It's rare to see them in D.C. Northwest D.C. is one of the most affluent areas of the city, so we're trying to understand why here and where exactly these people were being kept. But one thing is clear is that smugglers are starting to move their operations more internally inside the U.S. as more migrants are trying to evade detection. As you might recall, Title 42, that COVID-era policy, is still in place that turns most migrants who try to cross back into Mexico. And so if they are detected, they've basically spent a lot of money and gone through a long journey to basically come up against nowhere to stay. Now these smugglers are trying to keep people hidden for longer as they move further in. But we have to point out these migrants really become at the hands of the smugglers. There's not a lot they can do in terms of determining when they could leave, when they can eat, when they might be able to see their family. It's a very tough position for them to be in. And we've seen more and more migrants take advantage of or be taken advantage of by smugglers. Particularly just last month, we saw that harrowing picture of a tractor trailer left by the side of the road in San Antonio where 50 migrants perished inside in an overheated tractor trailer. These are some of the questions we're asking now. What were the conditions like inside these houses? And as we learn more, we will report back to you.
Let's turn to abortion rights now. It's becoming a major issue as voters head to the polls in primary elections all over the country. On Tuesday, voters in Kansas will decide whether that state's constitution should continue to protect abortion rights. Meanwhile, in Florida, there is drama surrounding the Democratic candidates for governor as abortion rights groups apparently snubbed the female candidate, Nikki Fried. We have both states covered for you this hour. NBC News political reporter Adam Edelman is with us. Let's start in Florida, though, and senior political editor Mark Murray. Mark, there are 2 abortion rights groups that supported Nikki Fried in the past, but they apparently are not supporting her in this particular race. So help us understand why not and what that means for her opponent, Congressman Charlie Crist.
Yeah, Aaron, the 2 groups are Ruth's List and Emily's List, and there are 2 Democratic-leaning organizations that support pro-choice women in their electoral bids. But when you end up chatting with Emily's List, they ended up saying that there are only just so many races that they can participate in, that they often end up looking to see, does a candidate have a chance to be able to win? How much money would be needed to be able to beat this candidate? And when weighing all those factors, they decided to invest and endorse other female candidates in other races instead of Nikki Fried. And of course, as my colleague Mark Caputo ends up writing on NBC Digital, this has pro-choice and abortion rights groups crying foul, arguing why aren't these groups coming in to help a candidate like Nikki Fried in her campaign against Charlie Crist, the former Republican governor who's now a Democratic congressman who's running for governor.
You know, Mark, just a few weeks left until Florida's primary. What are both sides doing at this point to try to win over voters? Does Nikki Fried need the support of these groups?
Yeah, Aaron, most analysts believe that Charlie Crist is going to be the favorite going into this race. And that might be one of the reasons why that you saw Emily's List and other organizations kind of back away, that if it does seem that Charlie Crist is going to end up winning this contest in an incredibly expensive state like Florida, and also when you kind of match up who the Republican incumbent is, and that's Ron DeSantis, who is favored in Florida to be able to win re-election at this stage, and particularly in this political climate. And of course, there's a lot of momentum that if Ron DeSantis is able to win re-election, that he automatically becomes somebody to be talked about in 2024, whether or not former President Donald Trump ends up running.
All right, senior political editor Mark Murray with us today. Mark, thank you. I want to bring in NBC's Adam Edelman now. And Adam, you're following Kansas for us today and the future of abortion rights in that state. Tuesday is going to be the country's first ballot test since the Roe reversal. What are voters there deciding?
So on the ballot Tuesday is a proposed constitutional amendment that would do two things. The first thing it will determine is whether the state constitution enshrines a right to abortion or not. The second thing is whether the state legislature can make laws about abortion. Currently, the state constitution in Kansas, because of a 2019 state Supreme Court ruling, guarantees a right to abortion, making it somewhat of an outlier for Kansas in the Great Plains region of the United States. But because of that decision, it's unconstitutional for the state to ban or significantly restrict access to abortion. Tuesday's ballot question asks voters if they essentially want to overturn that 2019 decision and allow the legislature to pass laws on abortion as they see fit. Abortion advocates argue, of course, that allowing the Republican-controlled legislature to do so will undoubtedly result in a ban or severe restriction to abortion access.
You know, Adam, there's been arguments, right, over the language on the ballot, as happens sometimes, and how that might confuse voters. What are you hearing there?
Well, it's really confusing. Basically, the way this works in this situation is that on the ballot, there's a statement. Voters then select yes to affirm that statement if they agree, or no if they reject it or disagree. The statement opens with saying, quote, Kansans value women and children, which of course is something everyone could agree with. It then goes on to say that the state constitution doesn't require government funding of abortion, which it doesn't. It's not even relevant to what's at stake. Finally, gets to the crux of the matter, that the state constitution does not secure a right to abortion, and that people, through their elected state lawmakers, may pass laws on abortion. Those are the two things people are voting on. But then right after that, there's language that such laws, quote, may include but aren't limited to laws that are related to exceptions for rape or incest or health of the mother. That really, the way it's worded has no bearing on to what extent lawmakers could even curtail abortion rights. But it sounds to some voters like future laws would have to include those exceptions, which really confuses voters. And abortion advocates say the fact that the actual items being voted on are buried in a very long and wordy paragraph is misleading.
So often you have to educate yourself before you go to actually vote for these things to work well. Adam Edelman, we appreciate your reporting on this. Thank you. Well, is the U.S. prepared for the next pandemic? Still ahead, an exclusive look inside the Strategic National Stockpile.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
Now to an NBC News exclusive, a rare look inside a warehouse that many of us didn't even know existed. The Strategic National Stockpile was supposed to be the government's insurance policy in case of a national medical emergency. But when the pandemic broke out, critics argued the stockpile fell short. NBC News health and medical reporter Berkeley Lovelace Jr. was part of an NBC News team given exclusive access to the stockpile at one of the warehouses here. So Berkeley, talk to us now. What did you see and what did you learn about the national stockpile?
Yeah, so from the outside, it looks like a typical warehouse, but it's one of more than a dozen warehouses across the United States at the Strategic National Stockpile. Not every warehouse has the same supplies, but the warehouse that we went inside was considered a full service warehouse. So it had enough medical supplies to fill at least 6 football fields. It had things like N95 masks, ventilators, smallpox vaccines, anthrax vaccines. It also had something called push packs, which are these large boxes filled with drugs and medical supplies that could be distributed across the U.S. within 12 hours, Aaron.
Now, I know as a part of this visit, you actually were able to speak with some federal officials who are supposed to make sure we're prepared for a national emergency, a medical emergency. What did they say about the stockpile's role at the start of the pandemic back in 2020?
Yeah, so the officials told us that the stockpile was not adequately funded before the start of the pandemic. The masks, there were about 35 million masks in the stockpile right before the pandemic began, and those were all purchased from a single purchase in 2009. And so they also acknowledged that the stockpile did fall short during the pandemic. They said that became apparent when healthcare workers didn't have masks and patients didn't have enough ventilators. So now they said they're tasked with making sure something like that doesn't happen again.
Well, let's talk about that then, Berkeley. I mean, obviously, we're still dealing with the COVID pandemic. We've got monkeypox that people are talking about. There's been talk about being prepared for another pandemic or an outbreak of some sort. Have any steps been taken to make sure that what we saw in 2020 doesn't happen again if there is another pandemic that comes around?
Yeah, so officials told us that the stockpile is now geared more to handle infectious diseases. They've now invested billions of dollars protective gear. They now have made significant expansions in N95 masks, surgical gloves, and ventilators. But outside experts also told us that they want them to do more. So a report from the National Academy of Sciences called for more transparency into the stockpile, including forming an outside advisory board. Other experts told us that they want more input from outside experts, including domestic manufacturers, partnerships that could be leveraged in case another crisis like the pandemic happens again. And then also last is more funding from Congress. So PPE is now pretty ample in the stockpile at the moment, but the PPE isn't part of the stockpile's annual budget. And so that needs to be thought about.
All right, Berkeley Lovelace Jr. from our health and medical team. I've read your whole article on this. It really is enlightening. I encourage people to go to NBCnews.com. Berkeley, thank you. And for more on this exclusive look inside the Strategic National Stockpile, watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt tonight on your local NBC station. Well, hope may be on the horizon for people diagnosed with HIV, the virus that causes AIDS. A new report says 2 patients have apparently stopped replicating the virus. One patient had a stem cell transplant containing a genetic mutation that blocks HIV. The other had antiretroviral drugs and immune therapy, but stopped treatment years ago. Researchers are hesitant, though, to declare them as cured. Wall Street Journal senior writer Betsy McKay broke this story and joins us now. And Dr. Oni Blackstock is here with her analysis for us as well. So, Betsy, I'll start with you on this. You report that these patients had different treatments, obviously with similar results. Why can't transplants be an option for the millions of people who are living with HIV?
Well, this man whose case was reported this week, 66-year-old man in Southern California, he's the 5th person to have achieved what's called remission, not quite a cure yet, in history from this procedure. So transplants they're very expensive. They cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. They're very complex. And they're dangerous. I mean, there's a high mortality rate from them, and they're really only appropriate for people who need them for a life-threatening disease. This man had leukemia, as did previous patients, and so there are almost 40 million people living around the world with HIV. A cure would have to be something that could be scaled and wouldn't be limited to just people who need it to save their lives from another disease, and that wouldn't cost as much.
Well, Betsy, this other patient, how is she naturally keeping the virus under control?
So she's a little bit different. This is a woman who's now in her 70s, who was treated in Barcelona, Spain. So the man and others who received transplants essentially changed their immune systems. They became resistant to HIV and therefore are able to sort of eliminate, hopefully eliminate the virus from their bodies. She's different. She still has the virus in her body, lying latently, but it's not causing disease and it's not harming her, and she's able to keep it under control without medication. The hope that scientists have is that by learning more about how she's able to do that they could possibly create a treatment, a drug, a therapy, something that could be given to others that would help them do the same thing. She was given, they discovered, what's reported about her case this week is that she has some immune cells, high levels of certain immune cells that seem to be keeping her virus in check.
Well, Dr. Blackstock, I want to bring you in here and just get your impressions as you hear reporting like this, and how can researchers take what we've learned here and work with it, search for a cure potentially?
Yes, well, I think it's incredibly encouraging, the case of the fifth person with a possible cure by stem cell transplant. Very encouraging, but as Betsy said, stem cell transplant would only be relevant for someone who had HIV as well as a blood cancer. At this point, they think that only about 50 people would probably benefit each year, which sort of fall into that category and could be eligible for stem cell transplant. Again, also it is a very sort of toxic and potentially life-threatening treatment. However, in that case, the patient was older. This is the oldest person to have been possibly cured of HIV using this approach. This person also was living with HIV for at least 3 decades. So it showed that someone who sort of had persistent infection was able to possibly be cured. And also he required a sort of lower or less intense level of chemotherapy because of his older age, and they were still able to have a successful procedure, which, again, shows that this sort of proof of concept could work in an older person. The other case of the woman who, through this sort of intensive treatment she received when she was first diagnosed early on in infection, this is basically a functional cure. And so she still has virus in her body. But again, as Betsy said, it's not replicating, it's not causing disease. And it looks like actually these natural killer cells, a certain category of cells, are playing a really important role potentially in allowing her to keep this virus in check in her body. And so that opens up another avenue of investigation for researchers.
It's incredible enlightening information. Dr. Oni Blackstock, Betsy McKay, we appreciate you both. Thanks.
Thank you.
And stay with us. An Army vet held in solitary confinement says it caused him PTSD. After the break, how he's trying to prevent this from happening to anybody else.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
A U.S. Army veteran is fighting for justice years after a jury cleared him of attempted murder charges. While he waited for trial, Andrew Johnson spent 3 years in jail. More than half of that time was spent in solitary confinement. Now he's speaking out, hoping to bring an end to that type of treatment. Here's CNBC correspondent Shamari Stone.
You leave out of the confinement a different person. You're no longer the same.
Andrew Johnson says he was once an outgoing, social young man.
I like to go out. I like to hang out with my friends.
He's now facing another form of isolation.
I prefer to live where there's not a lot of people. I don't want to be around people. In a sense, it's like you're still in solitary.
The 33-year-old Army veteran is slowly recovering from PTSD, anxiety, and trauma after being held in solitary confinement for 16 months.
Well, I had to listen to a man get beaten to death. I watched CEOs set up race wars. I had to watch young people get their heads cracked open.
Johnson says he was immediately placed in solitary, and he says nobody told him or his attorney why.
You're charged with this crime, here's where we put you. And that's what happened. And he made requests to be taken off of that, standard of housing, and they were just roundly ignored.
After 3 years behind bars, Johnson finally got his day in court, and it took a jury just 2 hours to acquit him of all charges.
When you heard the words "not guilty,"
Anger, because I should have never been there in the first place.
In there for 3 years that Andrew and his family will never get back.
And everything I worked for, gone. Everything I paid for, gone. I lost everything.
Some who defend solitary confinement say it's necessary to keep inmates and correctional employees safe from harm. But most psychologists argue it's emotionally and physically damaging.
It renders them depressed, sometimes hopeless. The highest rates of suicide anywhere in a prison system occur in solitary confinement units.
It's not human nature to be completely separated from everyone all the time.
Despite all Andrew has endured, he says he remains optimistic.
The good news is if you lose everything, you can get it back.
He's rebuilding his life and giving back.
I'll do anything to make sure nobody has to sit into solitary confinement.
Breaking news first on NBC News Now. Shrinking economy. The U.S. economy contracted again, sparking new fears of a recession. How the White House is reacting and what it means for your money. Call with China. President Biden speaking with China's president today. Details of that call and the critical issues that were discussed. And Facebook frustrations. More bad news for the platform's parent company amid growing tensions behind the scenes. Why the problems may get worse and how Mark Zuckerberg is now weighing in. I'm Aaron Gilchrist at NBC News headquarters in New York. It's 3 p.m. here, noon out west, and we begin with breaking news and growing fear about a recession. New data showing the U.S. economy shrank by 0.9% in the second quarter. This is the second straight quarter of GDP decline. It's a scary statistic. It indicates to many investors that the U.S. is on the cusp of a recession. The president pointing to the job market as a bright spot despite today's low GDP number.
Our economy created more than 1 million jobs in the second quarter, the same period as today's GDP report covers. And our unemployment rate is 3.6%, near a record historic low. Now, there's no doubt we expect growth to be slower than last year and the rapid clip we had. But that's consistent with the transition to a stable, steady growth and lower inflation.
Leading us off this hour, NBC's Yamiche Alcindor in Washington, CNBC's Christina Partsinevelos at the NASDAQ, and Cal Perry is in Arizona for us today. Christina, I'll start with you if we can. Walk us through today's GDP data and how investors are reacting at this point.
Well, you said it off the top. You're seeing the economy did contract in the second quarter, down 0.9%. It wasn't as bad as we thought it would be, but this is 2 quarters in a row. The first quarter, Q1, you saw a contraction of 1.6%, and that is the common definition, the easy definition. However, the economists that CNBC speaks to, all of the investors we have on TV, the commentary is that we're on this brink of a recession. We're not there just yet because the labor market is still strong. We had initial jobless claims that actually came in lower than expected. Initial jobless claims are pretty much considered a barometer for layoffs because you file for the claim once you get laid off. And last week we hit a level of 256,000, so a little bit better, but still the week prior to that was an 8-month high. So it's definitely getting worse for the labor market. And markets overall have been parsing this information, and it's in contrast to the earnings that we're getting. There's been a lot of strong earnings out of the gate. You have a lot of tech stocks this week, banks previous weeks, and so that's why I'm at the NASDAQ. The charts right behind me are all showing green because banks, companies, large, big cap corporations are still strong, but they are warning about the future.
Yamiche, I want to bring you in here. Obviously, the economy is the talk of Washington right now at the White House on Capitol Hill. There's a spending bill that we just learned about in the last day or so. It's very broad, has a lot of pieces to it. Help us understand exactly what's in it.
Well, Aaron, as you said, this is a big bill, and it's in some ways a surprising bill. The White House is facing a number of challenges, and it was pretty surprising to find out that Congress had hammered out this reconciliation bill, and it has a lot of things in it. It's $739 billion with a B in new revenue, new spending, and then it's $433 billion in spending. Total, it's $369 billion on energy and climate, $64 billion for Affordable Care Act healthcare subsidies. And then there's more than $300 billion in deficit reduction. So that's just part of what's in that massive bill. And President Biden is really hoping that Congress can get this over the finish line. Take a listen to what he said earlier today.
Look, this bill is far from perfect. It's a compromise. But it's often how progress is made, by compromises. And the fact is that my message to Congress is this. This is the strongest bill you can pass to lower inflation, cut the deficit, reduce health care costs, tackle the climate crisis, and promote energy security. All the time while reducing the burdens facing working class and middle class families. So pass it. Pass it for the American people. Pass it for America.
So there you have it, President Biden telling Congress two important words: pass it, Aaron.
Well, Christina, what's happening on Wall Street as it relates to this? How is Wall Street looking at this bill that's on the table? Taxes on the wealthy don't usually get investors excited, right?
Well, especially taxes on corporations that make more than $1 billion. They want to add a minimum tax of 15%. And so a lot of the publicly traded companies that I talk about every single day make a lot of money. So it could hit them. But this is a hypothetical situation that's not in the near term. So we didn't really see a major market reaction to this news. However, there was a part of the bill that focused on clean energy. They want to spend roughly $369 billion on increasing cleaner production. So that helped the clean energy sector. For example, one stock, Plug Power, that stock jumped 23% today. Clean energy ETF also climbed about 6% because it would benefit quite heavily the entire clean energy sector. So that was a portion of the market that you did see a major reaction.
Yamiche, I'm almost out of time, but I do want to get your read on the politics of all this, right? You know, how important is it for the White House to have some economic successes that people can actually feel as they head into the midterms?
Aaron, it's incredibly important for Democrats and President Biden to have economic successes, things that they can point to tell Americans that they are feeling their pain and that they are trying to solve these economic challenges. When I talk to White House officials, they tell me over and over again that the #1 priority of this administration is making sure that COVID is under control and making sure that inflation and the economy is also something that they're working on. So this bill is incredibly important to that. It could be a big win for the Biden administration and really could help out Americans as President Biden continues to deal with record low approval ratings, Aaron.
All right, Yamiche Alcindor, Christina Partsinevelos, ladies, thank you both. Now, one of the states feeling the heat from inflation is Arizona, and we're talking literal heat. Phoenix is one of the fastest warming cities in America, with heat waves getting hotter and lasting longer. And that's causing people's electric bills to go up. NBC News correspondent Cal Perry is live in Phoenix for us today. So, Cal, talk about the situation there in Arizona and why inflation is so bad there.
You know, it's partly the perfect storm, right? During the pandemic, so many people moved out here. They're working virtually. Housing prices were cheaper. Energy prices were cheaper. And all of that has changed. It's a combination of many things. Take a listen to what one economist had to say about this yesterday.
There are several factors that are driving really strong demand here in Phoenix for housing. Some of it's demographically driven, again, with the millennials reaching their prime home buying years. We are also seeing this shift of housing preferences for remote workers. They're looking for bigger houses with home offices to make working from home easier. And we are also seeing strong net migration into Arizona and into Phoenix. So there are just more people competing for a fairly limited housing supply at the moment.
Now, Professor Hammond from the Eller College of Management adding that, as you heard there, these new economic numbers haven't really turned around yet. And look, everything is more expensive, not just energy bills, but you look at gas prices out here, certainly more expensive. And keep in mind, of course, we are in the middle of a mega drought here in the Southwest. That is a contributing factor as well, Aaron.
You know, Cal, what about those electric bills, right? What kind of burden is this putting on residents there?
It's making people make impossible choices, whether or not they run their air conditioner or whether or not they pay other bills. There's a nonprofit here, the biggest in the state. It is called the New Leaf Mesa Can, and they're trying to help people as they go through this. Now, the director, Eva Felix, had a chance to talk about sort of that impossible choice and the dangers that it poses in such a hot place. Take a listen.
Families are finding themselves, do I pay my utility bill today or do I put food on the table? Where do I get money for gas? How do I get the kids to school? How am I going to get to work? How am I going to pay for those tires that I need? It becomes, the summers here in Arizona become very impactful to those who cannot pay for that.
With climate change, the reality is right now this city, I should say, has 111 days with triple-digit temperatures. This is the coolest summer that we will ever experience in our lifetimes. It's only going to get worse, Aaron.
Cal Perry for us in Phoenix, Arizona today. Cal, thank you. Let's turn to Capitol Hill now. Senate Democrats hoping to pass a massive spending deal that was reached by Senators Manchin and Schumer before their August recess. COVID, though, is complicating that timeline. Senate Majority Whip Dick Durbin announcing this morning that he has COVID and is working remotely. Joining us now is NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Rafa. So, Ali, there are 8 days now before the scheduled recess that Congress is going to take. Talk us through the timeline of how a vote could happen between now and then.
Yeah, Aaron, well, right now the Senate parliamentarian is really studying over this before this bill goes to the next step, which is that train to passage. And Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer is saying he is aiming for, the end of next week when the senators leave on their August recess before getting all of this done. But remember, this is becoming more and more of a numbers game because this Schumer needs each and every single one of these Democratic senators to not only be present for this vote, but to vote for it. As you mentioned at the top there, these COVID cases really becoming a big issue here. Most recently this morning, we heard from Senator Dick Durbin, who said he was diagnosed with COVID. So this is something we're monitoring, his path to recovery, when he's scheduled to return to the Senate here. And another thing that's becoming a big question mark is really where Democratic Senator Kyrsten Sinema will fall on this. This is something she's had past issues with some past versions of this bill, certain provisions. And she's really not making clear where she'd fall in a vote on this current version. So that's something the press is trying to tackle down and pin her down on that today. But really, this is being seen as a success for the Biden administration, for Democrats. But Republicans are saying that, not to celebrate yet, that there's still a long way to go.
And Ali, a lot of people we know were shocked when this agreement was announced. What are you hearing from lawmakers today?
Yeah, this really sent shockwaves through Capitol Hill when this dropped yesterday, because everyone was really focusing on that CHIPS bill, that bill to take competitiveness away from China. And really then this dropped late yesterday, and it shocked even Democrats here on Capitol Hill. Take a listen to some of the reaction we got from lawmakers.
I'm very disappointed by the substance. In terms of the politics and the surprise element, it is what it is. That's unfortunately some of the games that get played around here. But the substance of it is bad for the economy.
We're going to stay focused. We still aren't there yet. We got several more days. There will be booby traps, if you will, set for us through this reconciliation process. But at the end of the day, I think if we keep the people at the center of the conversation, it will be a win for Georgia and a win for America.
Senator Warnock really echoing Democratic sentiment here. Really, they're hoping that the sooner they get this passed, the sooner they can go home to their districts and really tout this ahead of the November midterms, Aaron.
Ali Rafa on the Hill for us today. Thank you, Ali. Now, the economy is one of the topics President Biden discussed with China's president today. The two leaders speaking on the phone for more than 2 hours this morning, talking about a series of issues. NBC News senior digital White House reporter Shannon Pettypiece is joining us now. So, Shannon, tension over Taiwan was another of the big focuses here. What's the White House saying about that part of the call?
Well, this was obviously going to be one of
tension points, and U.S. officials have been raising alarm in recent months about what they see as increased Chinese military activity around Taiwan. In a readout of the call that the White House released, they said that the president told Chinese leader Xi that the U.S. strongly opposes, was the words they used, any unilateral efforts to change the status of Taiwan or in the Taiwan Strait, in that region of the area there between China and Taiwan. Now, we also got a little bit of a readout from the Chinese. Xi said that he referenced in the call China's any opposition to Taiwan's independence, so raising that as well. So it continues to be a tension point, and it was a number of tense areas we anticipated these leaders would talk about. Other issues that likely were to have come up would be Russia's invasion of Ukraine, COVID, tariffs. So a number of pressure points here between the U.S. and the Chinese right now.
I want to ask about these gentlemen, these two people in particular, Shannon. This is the fifth call between these two leaders since Biden took office. What does their relationship look like now going forward?
I mean, I think that's a really key question. Biden has referenced a number of times how when he was vice president, he spent a lot of time with Xi and felt that they had a good rapport. A lot has changed over that time period. Xi has really consolidated his power in the country, and the relationship has been a bit tense, to say the least. The U.S. says, though, that they have continued to keep the dialogue going. You mentioned this is the fifth call. They have continued discussing areas where they can cooperate, and a couple of those the White House said came up today, like climate change and health security. So there's an acknowledgement by the administration that there are areas they need to work with on China, and certainly China feels there are areas they need to work with the U.S. We remain their largest trading partner, but a growing sense that the tensions are escalating, particularly in areas like Taiwan, and when it comes to any Chinese support that there could be down the road for Russia's war in Ukraine.
Shannon Pettypiece with us today. Shannon, thank you. Let's turn to Ukraine now. And right now that country is trying to retake a Russian-controlled area in the southern part of the country. That's according to British intelligence. The city of Kherson quickly fell to Russia after the start of the war. NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman is joining us now live from Kyiv. Josh, what kind of progress has Ukraine made in trying to take back that territory?
Well, Aaron, the Ukrainians for weeks now have signaled that retaking Kherson was going to be the subject of a key offensive. Now, British officials are saying that that offensive is gaining momentum, with the Ukrainians striking 3 critical bridges that the Russians used to resupply their troops in Kherson, including the Antonivsky Bridge, the most important bridge to Kherson city. And I want you to hear from Alexei Haromov, a top official in the General Staff for Ukraine's army, who discussed the significance of hitting that bridge. Take a listen.
Yes, we have influenced the bridge. We've done it several times already. The enemy tried to repair it, and we undertook necessary steps in answer to that. As of now, there is significant damage to the bridge and its structure. We think that the enemy will try once again to repair it, and we are prepared for this. And you will soon hear about our next steps.
Now, the goal here in attacking their own bridge, Aaron, is that the Ukrainians want to essentially cut off the Russian troops who have amassed in Kherson from the rest of Russia's assets in the region. They hope then that the Russians who are in Kherson, cut off from their allies and from the supply lines that they need, will either retreat or surrender.
All right, Josh Letterman for us in Kyiv in Ukraine today. Josh, thank you. Thousands gathered today as Pope Francis held Mass in Quebec City. The Pope is there as part of a historic apology tour for the harm done to Indigenous children at Catholic schools in Canada. NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga is joining us now from Quebec City. He's been traveling with the Pope. So, Claudio, walk us through some of the Pope's engagements today and what the response has been from Canadians.
Hey, Aaron, well, you can say that the response from Canadians, especially the Indigenous community, which is to which the apology that you were mentioning was addressed to, it kind of was received with mixed feelings. On one side, they are grateful and they acknowledge the fact that the Pope has traveled all the way from the Vatican, or from Rome to Canada, despite his mobility problems, to deliver that apology in person, to beg for forgiveness. He's done that countless times in the past few days in Edmonton and now in Quebec. At the same time, they are disappointed that he hasn't addressed the so-called doctrine of discovery, which is a 15th century decree by the Catholic Church that not only justified, it even encouraged European explorers to take land away from non-Christians, including, of course, indigenous people here in Canada in the past. Now, this morning, as a matter of fact, during a mass in a shrine here in Quebec City, some protesters inside that shrine unfurled a banner that said rescind the decree, which essentially meant please address that problem. Well, he hasn't. The banner was taken down. He hasn't talked about that at all. And, you know, so you can say that in a way they're happy on one side but disappointed on the other. Aaron.
Claudio Lavanga in Canada traveling with the Pope today. Claudio, thank you. And stay with us. Facebook's parent company losing money for the first time. Coming up, how CEO Mark Zuckerberg is responding, including his warning to employees.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
Welcome back. Today, Facebook is facing growing challenges that threaten its future. The platform's parent company, Meta, is reporting its first ever revenue loss. Now, CEO Mark Zuckerberg wants to overhaul the company's entire culture and put a new face on Facebook. NBC News technology correspondent Jake Ward is joining us live now from San Francisco. Jake, what's happening here?
Well, Aaron, we're looking here at a company that, as you know, had uninterrupted growth. It really went for the stars ever since it went public a decade ago. But now, because of global economic challenges, Mark Zuckerberg is talking about entering a very different period on yesterday's earnings call. And he projects that the company is about to tighten its belt. Tension and financial challenges at Facebook as the company and its employees brace for a tough road ahead. After its parent company Meta reported its first ever revenue drop, profits falling a staggering 36% from last year. In response, Meta is now planning to hit the brakes on hiring. In an earnings call, CEO Mark Zuckerberg spelled out the grim reality, saying, "Expect us to get more done with fewer resources." That message has already been hammered home inside the company. According to a recording of an internal meeting last month obtained by The Verge, but not verified by NBC News, Zuckerberg was asked by a worker whether extra vacation days introduced during the pandemic would be continued. According to The Verge, the CEO appeared visibly frustrated, telling employees there are probably a bunch of people at the company who shouldn't be here. I think some of you might just say that this place isn't for you, and that self-selection is okay with me. In a statement, a Meta spokesperson writing in part, we regularly reevaluate our talent pipeline according to our business needs.
The mood is definitely tense, and Mark Zuckerberg is going back to this old persona where he was this wartime CEO. And I think what he's realized is that in the pandemic, his company got really big, potentially a little lazy, and now he really needs people working a lot harder.
Working harder to combat a host of challenges. A change to Apple's privacy policies hurt the company's ability to track users for advertising, costing the company billions. Plus, Meta is struggling to stave off competition from the app TikTok, which now has over 1 billion users. Facebook and Instagram making changes in response to focus more on video, but that has drawn backlash from some on the app.
Users are saying, this is not what we want at all.
And the pain may deepen.
I think if the economy keeps going in the direction it's going, you could see layoffs, and it would be the first time that Facebook's ever done that in its entire history.
A company geared toward the future, now struggling with its present.
Aaron, there is a famous story about Facebook under Mark Zuckerberg. You know that famous thumbs up sign that was once out in front of it? It's since been replaced by the Meta logo. Well, Mark Zuckerberg is famous for having left the back of that sign untouched so that you could see the logo of the former tenant, Sun Microsystems, which went out of business. And he was essentially trying to make a point to his employees. This is temporary. We are replaceable. The market can swallow us at any time. And it feels like we're going back to that version of Mark Zuckerberg now that it's facing all of this trouble. Aaron?
Be interesting to see how this all shakes out in the end. Jake Ward for us in San Francisco. Jake, thank you. And possibly even more bad news for Facebook. The Federal Trade Commission sued to block its parent company from buying a virtual reality company. NBC News youth and internet culture reporter Callan Rosenblatt is joining us now. So Callan, who does Meta want to buy here, and why is the FTC trying to stop it?
So, Aaron, Meta wants to buy this company Within that makes this very popular workout game. It's a virtual reality workout game called Supernatural. Now, this game is really popular, but, you know, Meta owns a huge chunk of the market, the majority of the market when it comes to VR. And the FTC is essentially saying, you don't need this company. By acquiring this company, you're going to stymie creativity, competition, and that's, you know, not good for business. It's not good for this industry. You know, some experts saying this is a very small startup, that this might not necessarily like change a whole ton for Meta. But at the end of the day, you know, again, the FTC saying this is not good for the market where Meta owns, I believe, 62% of the VR market. I mean, they have a real majority hold on this market. So the FTC is kind of saying this is a straw that breaks the camel's back. Let's stop here.
And Callan, Meta is betting its future on virtual reality, right? I mean, you talked about how significant that is. How big of a setback would something like this be?
You know, if it can't acquire any other company, that could be a big setback. But like I mentioned, they own a huge majority. They kind of have a monopoly on this industry. And, you know, however, it's interesting. They just posted a $2.8 billion loss in the second quarter of 2022 in their VR department. So things are kind of backsliding in this area already. It could be a sign that in the future, they're not going to be able to acquire more of this market, and it could potentially be detrimental to this industry. However, they still own so much of it that this particular acquisition probably won't be a huge detriment if they're not able to acquire it.
All right, Callan Rosenblatt with us today. Callan, thank you.
Thank you.
The committee investigating the Capitol riot says it is ready to share evidence with the Justice Department. Up next, what that could mean for former President Donald Trump and his closest allies.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting.
for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Mystery in Paradise.
There's my sweet little sister on the news.
A series of secrets to be discovered.
This investigation takes you into the swinger lifestyle.
Dateline's hottest July ever. Fridays at 10/9 Central.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
Bottom of the hour now. Maya Eaglin has a look at what's trending on NBCNews.com. Hey, Maya.
Hey, Aaron. Rapper Jada Youngin was shot and killed in his Louisiana hometown on Wednesday. The musician, whose real name is Javarius Scott, is most well known for his song 23 Island. Officials are still investigating the incident. Scott was 24 years old. YouTuber PewDiePie has come under fire again, this time for mocking deaf creator Scarlett May. A video shows him imitating sign language and comparing her nails to a dog's. May says, quote, "We all make mistakes. Hopefully he learns from this." PewDiePie has previously been criticized for using racial slurs and anti-Semitic rhetoric. And Sprite will be retiring its iconic green bottle after more than 60 years. The company says switching from green to clear increases the chances those bottles get recycled. The new versions will be released August 1st. That's what's trending right now on NBCNews.com. Aaron.
All right, Maya, thank you. January 6th Committee Chairman Benny Thompson is back on Capitol Hill this afternoon after recovering from COVID-19. Thompson also confirming the committee has a formal path to sharing evidence with the Justice Department. NBC News Justice reporter Ryan Riley is joining me now. So, Ryan, what can you tell us about how the committee is going to work with the DOJ on this, and why is this so significant?
Yeah, I mean, I think the reaction from DOJ would be finally, because they've been wanting the committee to do this for some time, but it's very important to get this information into DOJ's hands for a number of reasons. One is that there's a number of cases in the pipeline right now, a number of ongoing prosecutions, that there could be information that the committee turned up that could, say, undermine a witness potentially, or it could provide new information and help convict an individual who has been charged by the Justice Department. So it's important for that information to come out ahead of these trials, but also just in terms of investigative leads, it could be a lot of information that the Justice Department can pore over and the FBI can pore over and maybe find some new information that they haven't before. Because when you have such large investigations running simultaneously, there's definitely going to be areas where the committee got into more specifics on that the Justice Department did it. And remember, the committee had a little bit more free reign than the Justice Department necessarily to investigate on a wide basis, whereas DOJ had to have some sort of criminal element that they were investigating to begin with. So it really opens up a lot of doors for the DOJ if they get these documents, it should be coming down the pipeline soon, Aaron.
And Ryan, former acting White House Chief of Staff Mick Mulvaney is meeting with the January 6th committee today. What do we know about those talks at this point?
Yeah, well, Mick Mulvaney was one of those individuals who resigned after January 6th itself. Of course, we've heard from a lot of those individuals at the committee already, but, he resigned that morning after, and he just, I think, knows Donald Trump and knows some of the witnesses here. He's spoken about knowing Cassidy Hutchinson and believing her, and also it doesn't seem like that's something that would necessarily be outside of the information that Cassidy Hutchinson testified about Donald Trump's behavior. Didn't seem like it would be something that Mick Mulvaney many would be inclined to disbelieve given his experiences with Trump, you might say. So, this is relatively late in the January 6th committee's investigation, but I still think, now that we have these hearings, potentially 3 hearings coming up in September, it's going to be important for the committee to examine exactly what Mick Mulvaney can provide about what he knew about this, the lead up to January 6th.
All right, Ryan Riley with us today. Ryan, thank you. Appreciate it. Well, there is a new challenge to the two-party system in this country. Several politicians are launching a third political party, arguing the current system is dysfunctional. Some familiar names are leading that movement, but they do face big challenges ahead. Here's NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray.
A group of former Democrats and former Republicans announced creating a third new party on Wednesday. This was led by Andrew Yang, who was a Democratic presidential candidate in the 2020 cycle, who ended up running for New York mayor, but ended up losing, and then later created a third party called the Forward Party. He's joined by Christine Todd Whitman, former Republican governor of New Jersey, as well as David Jolly, a former Republican congressman from Florida. And they believe that to meet Americans where they are, that Americans are dissatisfied with the state of politics, there needs to be a third political party in this country. And of course, this comes at a time when President Joe Biden, when Donald Trump, when the major political parties all have unfavorable ratings with the American public, according to most polls. It also comes at a time of deep dissatisfaction with the direction of the country's movement right now. What is also notable that Yang, Whitman, and Jolly all ended up supporting Joe Biden in the 2020 presidential contest. And it has led to some Democrats to believe that this third party would end up drawing more from Democrats than it would be Republicans. Still, this is yet another movement to have some type of third party in this country where American politics is dominated by the Democratic Party and the Republican Party. Previously, we've seen other third parties, such as the Libertarian Party or the Green Party, end up often playing spoiler in major presidential contests, as well as in some down ballot Senate and gubernatorial contests as well. And one of the big challenges for this new political party going forward is whether they can be able to get the ballot access, which is one of the usual big hurdles for third parties, as well as donations and the quality of candidates. So the challenges remain very big for this new third party as we end up heading into not only the midterm cycle for 2022, but the future presidential cycle of 2024 and beyond.
Mark Murray for us today. Overseas now, and dramatic political unrest in Iraq. Hundreds of demonstrators storming Baghdad's parliament. They're rallying against an Iran-backed nominee for prime minister. This was the largest protest there since federal elections in October. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley is tracking developments for us today. So, Matt, explain to us, if you can, what's happening here. What's preventing a government from being formed?
I mean, essentially, it's just that the parties can't come to an agreement. After that election, back in October 2021 that you mentioned, that was actually moved up. That was supposed to be an election that was hastened in order to sort of calm or paper over a lot of the underlying political tensions in Iraq that had erupted into protests all last summer. Instead, they ended up with a political impasse that has only contributed to the political instability. And so now we saw Muqtada al-Sadr. You know that name from 20 years of U.S. occupation of Iraq. He was a major character, one of the top Shiite opponents of the U.S. occupation. He won an enormous amount of seats in the parliament, but not a majority. He won enough to give him more than any other party. And then he's part of a coalition, a group that is cross-sectarian and cross-ethnicity, and it should be able to cobble together enough to take power. But unfortunately, he wasn't able to do that, unfortunately for Mr. Sadr, of course. So the question then became what to do with that impasse. Sadr demanded that all of his MPs, all of his members of parliament, resign, and they did so back in June, along with Sadr himself. But so far, the other parties haven't been able to form a coalition government either to take power. So Sadr, here, with this taking of parliament, he's able to show that even though he and his members, his politicians, his leaders of his political party and their coalition coalition are not seated in parliament, they're still able to seize it and to scuttle any plans that actually a lot of politicians in Iraq have been working on for months. Aaron?
So then, Matt, potentially here, what happens if parties can't agree on a new government?
That is the big question, and it's one that the Middle East sees all the time, and we see this in Lebanon, we see it in Iraq. It often takes months for parliaments to come together, especially when they're divided, as they are in Iraq, by ethnicity and sect. That becomes very sensitive, and it can often, erupt past the parliament walls into violence on the streets, and that's exactly what we've been seeing, especially last summer. But this is something where we could just see the existing government, the one before the elections back in October 2021, we could just see that persist. But this would be kind of a rump government, one that isn't able to pass major budget reforms or make any big moves because they don't have the will of the people. Instead, we could just see this political instability persist until there are fresh elections, possibly next year in 2023. Aaron?
All right, more to come. Matt Bradley for us today. Matt, thank you. A Turkish drone strike in Syria killed a well-known Kurdish soldier credited with saving American lives. The attack comes as Pentagon leaders are more and more concerned about a possible Turkish invasion of northern Syria. NBC News global security reporter Dan DeLuce has more.
The prominent female commander of Kurdish forces in Syria was killed in a Turkish drone strike last week, according to U.S. defense officials. Salwa Yusuf was a deputy commander of the Syrian Democratic Forces, or SDF, and played a key role in a U.S.-led campaign that rolled back Islamic State extremists in northern Syria several years ago. U.S. military officers say there's no doubt she saved American lives on the battlefield and that she had earned a reputation as a talented leader of female troops over the past decade. 2 other female SDF fighters were also killed in the same Turkish drone strike. But Turkey views the Syrian Democratic Forces as a Kurdish terrorist group and has criticized the U.S. for supporting them. The drone strike came amid concerns in Washington that Turkey could be poised to launch an invasion of northern Syria against Kurdish forces there. U.S. officials worry that a Turkish military incursion into Syria could create chaos and instability that could be exploited by Islamic State militants. In that scenario, the SDF likely would be forced to shift its focus from countering the ISIS extremists and instead concentrate on fighting Turkish troops. U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin spoke to his Turkish counterpart Monday, conveying the message that it was vital to maintain stability in Syria. Aaron?
Dan DeLuce for us today. Dan, thank you. Rent prices are on the rise, and a lot of people are blaming private equity firms. Up next, what tenants should know if one of these multi-million-dollar corporations is your landlord.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. And who's this?
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
Welcome back. Private equity firms are one of America's biggest landlords, and now a lot of tenants are blaming those firms for the nation's rising rents. NBC News Now correspondent Zinkley Esimwa joins me now with an in-depth look at this issue. So Zinkley, talk to us about how these firms work.
Yeah, hey, Aaron, that's right. So after the housing market crash of the early 2000s, many private equity firms aggressively pursued properties. Well, now they're one of the biggest landlords in America, and we spoke with homeowners, tenants, and advocates who say it's harming communities.
Rent is on the rise in cities across the country.
Tonight, skyrocketing rents forcing a growing number of Americans to think twice about where home is.
It's been making news for months. Rent is up. Rental prices increasing more than 30% in major cities across the U.S. There's a handful of reasons for the surge, but experts say one in particular is key: private equity firms. Private equity firms raise money from institutional and accredited investors, so not just from any ordinary person. Those funds are then invested in different types of assets with the aim of getting a return on investment.
A lot of these private equity-backed firms really moved into the apartment market, the multifamily market, in a big way after the last housing crisis. They also moved into the single-family market. What they do is they go out and they find these buildings. They typically make some changes quickly to try to increase the profit.
Vogel, a housing reporter with ProPublica, says private equity firms increase profit by raising rent and cutting other building expenses.
You know, maintenance, security, all those sorts of important things that people really rely on to live in these buildings comfortably.
Tenant advocates like Sophia Lopez say those money-saving measures for equity firms cost tenants.
The tenants have told me stories about having to live without working heat in the dead of winter in some pretty cold places like Minneapolis. In one case, a tenant told me a story about water that was over an electrical outlet and needing the power to be turned off, and the company telling her that she'd have to turn it off herself, which would have required her to wade through standing electrified water.
Beyond safety concerns, there's the issue of affordability for renters and home buyers. The median home price in the U.S. hitting a high of $416,000 in June. With rising mortgage rates and expensive house costs slowing home sales and pushing many to rent. Nationwide, the average rent for a one-bedroom, $1,701, while a two-bedroom is $2,048. That's a more than 25% increase since last year. As rents drastically increase, experts like Vogel say private equity firms are a main reason why. In February 2022, Vogel found that private equity firms play a major role in the rental market. Vogel reporting how mortgage finance companies like Freddie Mac are fueling the rise in housing costs. Since 2015, Freddie Mac gave billions to these firms, including real estate company Greystar.
Most of us in the industry are getting very aggressive in driving expenses down.
Here's Greystar CEO discussing his firm's ability to cut costs back in 2010.
We can drive dramatic savings out of the expense side of the equation.
But residents worry private equity firms' savings will come at a cost, pricing them out of previously affordable homes.
A lot of the tenant advocates that we've talked to also feel that this financing that Freddie is providing is coming with very few strings attached for the businesses that are taking the money.
Mortgage finance company Freddie Mac shared in a statement in part that they're, quote, focused on addressing the affordable rental housing crisis. More than 95% of the rental units we support through loan purchases are affordable to low, very low, and middle-income households, end quote. Private equity firm Greystar declined our request for comment. Today, according to Americans for Financial Reform, 1.6 million families rented from real estate owned by private equity firms. That includes over 1 million apartment units, over 275,000 home lots, and nearly 240,000 single-family rental homes. Private equity becoming one of the largest landlords in urban America. It's a change that hasn't gone unnoticed.
After an extensive investigation into this practice, we have found that private equity companies have bought up hundreds of thousands of single-family homes and placed them on the rental market.
The House Committee on Financial Services surveying the nation's top 5 single-family rental companies in June. Their findings?
This predatory purchasing contributes to our nation's shortage of affordable housing and exacerbates the racial wealth gap.
Now, advocates say to combat this national issue, local organizing and state-level change is needed.
Whether that's through rent stabilization or rent control, that could also include protections from fines and fees, a right to counsel if you go through an eviction or have some other kind of issue. Knowing that you'll have a lawyer in your corner makes all the difference. There are organizations all across the country who do tenant organizing to make sure that the people actually living in these homes have safe, secure homes that are truly affordable to them, where they can live with dignity, where they can raise their children, where they can go to work, know that they can come home at night and rest easily.
Rest easily, yeah. So Zinkley, what should tenants be looking for if they want to avoid renting a place that's backed by a private equity firm?
Yeah, that's an important question, Aaron, especially because the simple reality is it's happening. Private equity firms own a lot of these properties. So first, you can find out who owns your building. Renting from individuals is helpful, but also there's some structural changes happening. Just yesterday, Wednesday, the U.S. Department of Treasury actually announced new guidance to enable local, state, and tribal governments to further fund affordable housing in their communities. So you can ask local officials for guidance on where to find affordable housing. Also, back in May, the Biden administration released what they're calling their Housing Supply Action Plan. And that's meant to increase the housing supply and, as you can guess, encourage affordable housing. Now, a lot of these policies are new, and this issue of private equity firms is not. So it will take time to see how it all pans out. Aaron?
All right, worth watching for sure. Zinkley Esimwa for us today. Zinkley, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, a surprising deal made just hours ago that could reshape the airline industry. JetBlue has agreed to buy Spirit Airlines after a months-long bidding war, and this comes one day after a merger between Spirit and Frontier Airlines fell through. CNBC airline reporter Leslie Josephs has been following this story and joins us now. So, Leslie, the Spirit did not want to make a deal here. What happened today?
Well, we saw a $3.8 billion deal for JetBlue to come in and take over Spirit Airlines, a discount airline that's pretty much synonymous with budget travel in the United States. And it's a big turnaround. And we had both CEOs on CNBC earlier today, and they had some interesting comments for us.
We were defending our deal and interested in the benefit, in the interests of our stakeholders then, and now we're doing the exact same thing, ready to press ahead.
I think what was very important to the Spirit team was making sure that they had the ability in the next year or two, as we go through regulatory approval, to run their business successfully. We're still going to compete in the meantime. It's important that we compete in the meantime.
Both of these airlines have a pretty high bar in terms of regulation to get this deal passed. And they, like Robin Hayes, the CEO of JetBlue, is saying this is something that's going to take years. And they're arguing that they're going to be able to better compete against the big four airlines that dominate U.S. traffic. That's Delta, American, United, and Southwest. And the burden is really on them to prove that they can actually do that. The DOJ is going to be looking very closely at this, and they're going to be seeing if there's anything that's anti-competitive here.
You mentioned the other guys here, right? The other big airlines that are watching all this happening. And I would imagine it could put some pressure on the four major airlines. If this is approved, what would the merger mean for those other guys and for customers, really?
So it's definitely something that could be scary to the big four airlines in terms of if you have a low cost carrier that's kind of nipping at their heels in big markets, especially big tourism markets. Think of Florida, where both JetBlue and Spirit are already very large. Miami is a major hub for American Airlines, and they want to expand. Spirit and JetBlue are looking to grow as quickly as possible. If you've been to an airport recently, you've seen how crowded it is. People kind of coming out of the pandemic, taking trips that maybe they put off for 2.5 years at this point, and they want to be able to compete. There's also a shortage of airplanes, and there's a shortage of pilots. So the quickest way for them to grow, in JetBlue's view, is to combine, and in this case, kind of swallow up Spirit.
All right, CNBC's Leslie Josephs for us today. Leslie, thank you.
My pleasure.
Well, this summer, more and more Americans are going on vacation the old-fashioned way, camping. It can be complicated, though, and not always cheap. NBC News Now anchor Vicki Nguyen has some tips on how to hit the campground while cutting costs.
White and ballooning gas prices.
prompting us to find fun closer to home and out in the open with a classic vacation, camping.
There's nothing better than connecting with your children and your family outdoors.
Toby O'Rourke, who regularly camps with her own family, serves as president and CEO of Campgrounds of America. She says the pandemic sparked a growing interest in the great outdoors, with 2021 seeing more than 9 million new campers. While RVing has become a top trend, O'Rourke recommends cabin camping for first-timers. Prices vary per location and time of year. You won't have to spend big on equipment.
Our deluxe cabins will have, linens on the beds, you have bathrooms, you have a kitchen.
First-time campers can also get a taste of the tent life on the cheap if you have access to an outdoor space, saving you money on campsite fees and gas. We called Janine Pettit, founder of Girl Camper. She helped transform my backyard into a mini campground.
This will be my first time ever setting up a tent.
Yeah, it is so easy.
As a journalist, I pitch stories, not tents, but in only 20 minutes.
We're ready to stake?
Ready to stake.
Let's do it. We got it done.
1, 2, 3. We did it!
And our little campers let the good times roll.
Nice, guys. Really good. Some people might think, why would anyone camp in their backyard when they have a perfectly good bed inside? What do you say to that?
For the experience. When you're in your backyard, you can experiment.
If your family ends up wanting to sleep underneath the stars a little further from home, Pettit says state parks usually charge less for tent sites than privately owned campgrounds, and they start around $40 a night. Additionally, plan early and consider camping during the week.
What are some tips that you have for first-time campers?
I would say, don't go overboard with equipment. You really don't need a lot. You need a tent, you need a sleeping bag, you need to light a fire. Give that thing a real hard yank.
All right, let's give it a shot.
Woo!
Oh, that's it.
Another hot savings tip, borrow your equipment from friends, family, or neighbors who love to camp. We borrowed this fire pit from Janine. And don't forget about your fur babies. A recent survey found more than 60% of campers sometimes bring along a pet. If that's you, make sure to fetch some gear to keep your pet safe and comfortable. Pettit says you can also rent gear, buy it used, or even better, upcycle items you already have, like the table and some of the chairs we'll use for one of the most important parts of camping.
There's a lot of things about camping you can't control, but food is something you can.
Before a trip, Pettit recommends preparing and freezing meals that are easy to reheat.
All right, dogs are going on.
In the backyard at Camp Wynn, we can use our grill and smoke the competition.
Loser has to clean up the whole campsite.
Playing one of our favorite games to pass the time.
I did it. I tied you.
And it's not camping without s'mores over a crackling fire.
There's nothing like the first s'more of the season.
No guitar, no problem. When you're this close to home, you can choose whatever's handy.
Good job, Odessa. What do you think about your first backyard camping experience?
I love the s'mores.
I like the fire pit.
What do you love about camping?
Sleeping outside.
The simple things, reminding us it's about spending time, not money, when making memories.
Night-night, everybody.
Must be a swan.
That will last a lifetime.
Vicki Wynn reporting there. From commercials to trading cards, some college athletes are scoring major deals. After the break, how high schoolers are now cashing in too.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Well, there's a new controversy over how student athletes get paid, deals called name, image, and likeness, or NILs. Now, high school students are receiving those deals, allowing them to make a name for themselves before they go to college. But some of the most well-known coaches are calling the system flawed. Here's CNBC's Perry Russum.
Name, image, and likeness is not an issue for us at Alabama.
Alabama football head coach Nick Saban says his team made more than $3 million in name, image, and likeness deals last year. Saban says there has to be uniformity in protocol and how NIL is implemented for competitive balance.
Well, that's why they have rules in the NFL where you have a salary cap.
Ole Miss's head coach Lane Kiffin says a cap is needed.
I said it day one, you legalized cheating, and so get ready for the people that have the most money to get the best players. And now you have it.
NIL is now trickling down to the high school ranks, from a wrestler in Louisiana posting advertisements for a power sports company to soccer-playing sisters in California signing with Nike.
When we deal with big, professional players, we have some benchmark and, we have some experience. This one is kind of like a blank page that you're trying to write.
According to On3, a group tracking NIL valuations, high schooler Mikey Williams has one of the highest valuations among all amateur athletes. The rising senior has 3.7 million followers on Instagram alone.
He's already generated millions of dollars in revenue.
Matt Davis is his agent.
Bro, what is he doing?
Williams has already done commercials and has a shoe deal.
We were able to really lock down the first of its kind in terms of a long-term relationship with Puma that will carry him through his NBA career.
Right now, 14 states allow high school athletes to make money on NIL, Idaho becoming the latest to join.
We're seeing sort of an erosion of an education-based recruiting process at the collegiate level. At the high school level, I worry about the absolute breakdown of the culture and climate of a high school locker room.
And that was Perry Russum reporting. Finally this hour, your NBC News Now Quickcast. New data out today showing the U.S. economy shrank in the second quarter of 2022. The GDP fell 0.9% in the second quarter. President Biden's spending proposal has earned the support of moderate Senator Joe Manchin. A Senate vote on that bill could come as early as next week. And flooding has killed at least 3 people in eastern Kentucky. Roughly a foot of rain fell on that region overnight. I'm Aaron Gilchrist. Thank you for making us a part of your day. Meet the Press Now is up next.
If it's Thursday, a surprise breakthrough for Democrats. Key senators strike a deal with Joe Manchin to spend billions on fighting climate change, reducing prescription drug prices, and more, throwing the White House a much-needed political lifeline ahead of the midterms. Plus, in the negative, Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen holds a rare press conference. President Biden speaks with CEOs as the administration fights the label and fear of a recession. After this morning's GDP report showed the economy contracting for a second straight quarter. And later, tensions over Taiwan. President Biden and China's Xi Jinping talk for more than 2 hours as Beijing threatens retaliation over Nancy Pelosi's upcoming potential trip to the region. That story ahead. Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Chuck Todd, and we begin with developments in Washington that President Biden and fellow Democrats are hoping could be a turning point for this administration, particularly in an election year. Amid some darkening political and economic clouds has come a potential lifeline for Biden's agenda. In a story that first broke while we were on the air yesterday, Senator Joe Manchin announced he'd support a much bigger reconciliation package than some had thought was going to be prepared. It was a package that many thought was dead just a week ago. The package includes provisions to address 2 big Democratic agenda items, climate change and prescription drug pricing. It also includes $740 billion in revenue raised through tax hikes, mostly in corporations and wealthier Americans, which could mean more than $300 billion in deficit reduction. Or if you count the CHIPS bill, it would basically be the offset for the cost of that bill. That has Democratic Party leaders branding this deal as an inflation fighting package. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer is urging fellow Democrats to pass the legislation before the Senate's August recess. But today, President Biden touted the deal as an historic agreement for the country.
It will be the most important investment, not hyperbole, the most important investment we've ever made in our energy security and developing cost savings and job-creating clean energy solutions for the future. It's a big deal. Also, for the first time in a long time, began to restore fairness to the tax code, began to restore fairness by making the largest corporate nations and the largest corporations in America pay their fair share without any new taxes on people making under $400,000 a year.
Now, it's worth noting here, this deal, which includes roughly $400 billion in new spending, if you think about it, represents just a fraction of the original $6 trillion spending package that Senate Democrats, led by Bernie Sanders, and even the White House, first wanted more than a year ago. That price tag was slashed at first to $3.5 trillion a few months later. It was slashed again to $1.5 trillion at Joe Manchin's request less than 2 months after that. Now Republicans are attacking the bill's increase in taxes on wealthy earners and corporations, arguing that this isn't the time to raise taxes on anyone, given the other news that happened this morning, because it came as we learned that the GDP fell for a second consecutive quarter. It is normally a signal that many people look at that says we could be either in or headed toward a more sustained economic downturn, or, as many people call it, a recession. Folks, as we said many times, things haven't been going well for this president. It's been 1 year of constant rainstorms for him, if you look at it in some ways. But when things can't get worse, they can only get better. And Democrats hope that perhaps Joe Manchin's surprise announcement is the start of that. It's hard to imagine his polling numbers going lower and maybe some disaffected Democrats come back. Ali Rafa is on Capitol Hill for us here at NBC News. Carol Lee is outside the White House. Also with us is NBC News senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor and Punchbowl News founder and CEO Anna Palmer. But Ali, let's start with some of the what we're learning today, which is the reaction to this. Democrats seem downright giddy for a bill that I'm guessing 6 months ago they wouldn't have liked.
Exactly, Chuck. You know, the reaction to this was sort of shocking. We had Senate Democrats really disappointed with Joe Manchin in the weeks after he turned his back on Build Back Better. We heard some very sharp language from them in the days after he did that. And then you saw the complete reversal of this today when this bill was announced, this bill that was kept very tight, very close to the vest by Senator Manchin and Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer. Many senators saying they didn't even know this was being worked on and didn't even know that it had dropped in their inboxes until the press surprised them yesterday, chasing them around Capitol Hill, asking them their reaction to this bill, and senators finding out really from us. So you're starting to see the reaction pour in to this legislation. You know, you have Democrats saying that this would be a great thing, obviously, as you can imagine, eager to get this passed because then they can go home during this August recess and tout this and brag about this as an accomplishment ahead of the midterm elections. And you have Republicans growing more and more frustrated with it, really clinging on to this argument that it would raise taxes and be very bad for businesses, Chuck.
Ali, I want to ask you a question about Kyrsten Sinema, but let me put up a quick little bullet point of some of the easy things to describe what's in this bill. There'd be a 15% minimum corporate tax. That is something that they've been trying to work on globally. The drug pricing reform issue, increased IRS enforcement, energy and climate spending, ACA funding, deficit reduction, and I skipped over one because I want to make it the part of this question. Closing the carried interest, what some people call a loophole, but the carried interest deduction hits hedge fund managers hard. It's something Democratic Senator from Arizona, Kyrsten Sinema, had said was a non-starter. So that seems to be the one piece of mystery we have here, Ali. What have we heard from Senator Sinema today?
Yeah, still a huge question mark of where Senator Sinema stands on this. We reached out to her office last night after this, didn't hear back, and even today, one of our producers caught up with her outside the Senate steps here, and it was kind of a no comment saying her spokesperson telling our producer rather that she's still looking over this legislation. And remember, this is becoming more and more of a numbers game. This is going to come down to every single Democratic senator not only being present but voting in favor, putting more and more of a focus on Sinema and where she will likely vote on this.
Carol Lee, I've not, it's funny in these stories when a deal like this comes together, there's usually a lot of people that want to insert themselves as being one of the cooks in the kitchen. Hey, I was getting this done. It seems like the White House was not involved in this, were they? And we just don't know it yet?
Yeah, look, they're involved in the sense that the president has to sign a bill, and so there was communication about whether, what was in it and that it was going to be acceptable to him. But I think what has happened here, Chuck, is that whatever the Democrats were going to come up with, the president was going to sign. They just wanted a bill, and you went through it. This is the incredibly shrinking legislation, and so he took what he could get, and it's more than they thought they would get. I was in Saudi Arabia with President Biden when Manchin said what he said about climate, and everybody thought it was over, and they were completely deflated. And so this is something where the president feels like he's getting a little momentum. They're ready to pivot to the midterms. There's a very tiny window to get legislation. The president's agenda has completely been diminished, and so he was always going to take whatever he can get. But he even said himself when he was in Saudi Arabia, he was asked by Peter Alexander, about Manchin, and he said, "I'm not talking to him." So it's just been, I think, for a White House that's been very frustrated with what's happening on Capitol Hill. They're just kind of breathing a sigh of relief that they can embrace something that's happening there.
Sahil Kapoor, this really is a victory for Chuck Schumer. Look, there was a lot of people who were whispering some unpleasant things, frustrations there. Is this a reaffirmation of his leadership of the Senate Democrats?
Well, Chuck, I think just a couple of days ago, a lot of people who were very angry with Chuck Schumer are a little happier with him now. The idea being that this was ultimately his job to get all 50 Senate Democrats on board with a plan. And there was a lot of criticism of Chuck Schumer last year after he had that document from Joe Manchin that said $1.5 trillion. He kept it secret. Our sources tell us that Speaker Pelosi was not happy about that either. But the fact is, Chuck Schumer seems to have gotten Manchin on board with a plan that just 2 days ago seemed extremely unlikely. And Manchin, I don't know what he's been putting in his coffee lately, but he's been so feisty in defense of this plan just this morning, batting back criticisms of the idea that a corporate tax minimum rate of 15% would be bad, almost channeling FDR by saying, come out, I want to know who you are, come forward and tell me, who you are who are not paying your taxes. He's defending other components of this, the energy items, climate change funding, the healthcare funding. This is something that Joe Manchin is fully embraced now. It's the first time he's put his name on a series of proposals that Chuck Schumer and Democratic leaders support. So it's a rare surprise, a rare positive surprise, let's put it, for Democrats. We've had a lot of negative surprises. And Chuck, being in Los Angeles, I'll point out that Democrats want an argument, need an argument about inflation, something to say, something to tell constituents that they're doing. And around here, their constituents or their lawmakers on the Democratic side, like Katie Porter and Mike Levin, who need an argument. They're in tough swing districts and threatened this fall. This gives them some argument to make that we're doing something about health care and drug prices.
Sahil, you've been following these negotiations for over a year. And it's interesting to me, Joe Manchin had said from the beginning he wasn't for all these social safety net ideas in this thing. This is what he wanted it to be. Didn't he end up being a man of his word here? Like, at the end of the day, he supported exactly what he said he was willing to support, and he wasn't willing to, it was the other stuff he was struggling with, and he ended up, I mean, in fairness to him, was he not a man of his word ultimately?
I think he can certainly make the argument that he has been, Chuck, given that at least the items he said he wanted to do, tax increases, drug pricing, healthcare, yes, about last year, late last year, around the fall, he soured on the social spending and safety net items. Now, there are Democrats who will come back and say, well, he at least said $1.5 trillion. Why don't they do that? And now the price tag is much lower. That argument will still go on. But the fact is, 2 days ago, progressives thought they were going to get nothing on climate change. Today, they have a $369 billion investment in climate change, which may be their biggest priority of all. So this is likely to pass as long as Manchin holds, as long as Sinema holds on the tax increases. She's likely to be okay with just about everything else in this based on our reporting. It was all in the White House framework last October that she had endorsed. But the carried interest has been a problem for her. Is she going to torpedo that over a $14 billion tax break that affects hedge fund managers and private equity managers? That would be a pretty tough vote to take on the Senate floor. But maybe Senate Democratic leaders won't chance it if she doesn't come around.
Anna Palmer, there seems to be a lot of upset Republicans today. And I sort of don't, on one hand, it seems to be they upset that they feel like, hey, the Democrats got a win here. How did we let them get a win? But I don't quite understand they seem to be thinking some word was broken. I don't know who gave them any word.
Yeah, you rarely see Chuck Schumer outmaneuver Mitch McConnell when it comes to legislative floor strategy. And so this stunned not only a lot of the fellow Democrats, but certainly stunned Republicans, because as we all remember, Mitch McConnell put that line in the sand saying they were not going to pass this CHIPS bill if there was going to be this larger reconciliation effort. And so what had kind of come forward was a smaller package that Schumer said he was going to do on reconciliation. Mitch McConnell said, okay. Then they had this big CHIPS bill vote that passed. It's been something that we've been covering on a day-to-day basis for months about what was going to happen with that package. And then immediately thereafter, they come out with this big deal. I think McConnell is just very frustrated because there's nothing he can do. There's not a lot of maneuvering. They know that this is going to be a 50-vote passage on this reconciliation package. And all eyes are on Kyrsten Sinema. Mitch McConnell has nothing more to do. They're going to attack on raising taxes, certainly, but their toolbox doesn't have much to do in able to actually torpedo Democrats in this effort.
Ali Rafa, we saw that the burn pits bill seemed to be the first, I guess you'd call it the first collateral damage to this deal that Republicans pulled their support. Can you walk us through that? Is that bill really dead, or can it get revived?
I would equate this to sort of being on the back burner. You saw Republicans really act very swiftly in removing this from the agenda yesterday after this came to light, this bill. And so today you saw Jon Stewart. There was a huge crowd outside the Senate side today, really talking about how disappointed they are that this was put on the back burner. This is delayed now, saying that this is not, these are essentially political games, that this isn't anything to joke about or delay. And you saw families of 9/11 victims also coming out and saying that they're disappointed in this. I don't think it's dead yet. I think it's more of a we'll wait and see approach, but definitely some disappointment around the decision to just not even consider this and vote on this yesterday.
Carol Lee, look, family leave's not in here. The child care tax credit's not in here. Look, the social safety net stuff is not in here. The Obamacare subsidies are prescription drug reform. Does the White House have a thought on how to ever revive any of those things? Is it time to actually try bipartisanship again on that? Romney seems to be open to both family leave and child care tax credit, but in a radically different approach.
Yeah, Chuck, it's a great question. And I think if from the White House's perspective, things are just moving into a political space now, and all of that stuff is up in the air, and they're campaigning for the midterms, and there's a lot of thinking going on about what happens after the midterms, and there's obviously going to be a lame duck session and then a new Congress, so there's a lot of that is still in flux. And to your question, though, the president had promised a lot of those things. Those are a lot of things that the Democratic base likes. So while he's celebrating all of this and he's having a good week, a good day, good couple of days, it's not clear that this is something that's going to longer term help him politically. He's still in a very difficult, tricky spot here. So it remains to be seen if he can't get those things done, and if this stuff that he's saying will work, and if he's out there saying we're not in a recession and they're signaling that that's not likely what's going to happen with the economy, if that comes back to bite him, and if this legislation and all of these efforts he keeps outlining and pointing to that he's doing to deal with inflation, if that doesn't work, it almost doesn't matter.
And Anna Palmer, look, like I said, Republicans are trying to, I saw Tom Cotton was going, vote against the CHIPS bill, send a message on the reconciliation. And I saw people like Tom Cole going, look, I like this bill. I don't like other bills. I'm not gonna relate one to the other. They weren't able to kill it. 24 Republicans ended up voting for it. Other than TV ads and pounding their fist, is there anything legislatively you think Republicans would try to thwart in order to punish Democrats over this?
I mean, you just were talking about that veterans bill, right? I think that is some of the collateral damage that you're seeing in the short term around what Republicans can kind of do. But we are heading into this August stretch. The time is very short between how much Congress is actually in between now and that midterm election. Government funding, it's hard to see Republicans hold that hostage in retribution to Democrats taking up this reconciliation package. There's just not a lot of things that they are going to be able to kind of hold up at this point. I think the bigger question is when will they get over it, besides just using this really as a campaign tactic? That's going to be the real question. And what's been interesting is really the Democrats in the House that had been potentially saying they weren't going to vote for this kind of a package without SALT, provisions and other provisions. Democrats are really coalescing here in a way that we haven't seen in recent weeks, where they seem ready to pass whatever can get past the Senate. The House, it's going to be tight with 3, votes, but they seem very ready to move that in that direction.
When you're dying of thirst, any little bit of liquid will quench it there. I think in an odd way, it's uniting Democrats. And you could say this, Republicans are very comfortable running against raising taxes. That's something that unites their party. So maybe oddly enough, this thing unites both parties after being so divided. Thank you all for getting us started. Coming up, the summer rush. Lawmakers are getting ready to head out after this surprise deal with Joe Manchin as the clock ticks to November. We'll have more on the high-stakes negotiations and what it actually could mean for the midterms next. Plus, President Biden's first phone call with Xi Jinping in months, lasts more than 2 hours, as China ratchets up military activity around Taiwan. They're not happy that Nancy Pelosi may be headed to that island. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations? We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Can you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now,
look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
we begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine. I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told. No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything. Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Look, this bill is far from perfect. It's a compromise. But it's often how progress is made, by compromises.
Welcome back. The Manchin-Schumer deal may be far from perfect, in the words of the president, but it may salvage some of the president's agenda, give Democrats a much-needed boost heading into the November midterms. In fact, you could argue some of the most recent losses in his poll rating were actually coming from soft Democrats. So joining me now, Simone Sanders, former senior advisor to Vice President Kamala Harris. She's host of Simone on our sister cable channel, MSNBC. And Stephen Hayes is the editor and CEO of The Dispatch. So, Simone, I'm going to start with you because you were on the other side of these conversations trying to advocate and see this coming. Be honest. Did you see this coming?
I didn't see this coming. You know, Senator Joe Manchin's comments just last week, I think, led all of us to believe that climate was dead in the water, for lack of a better term, and reconciliation was going nowhere fast. I think, though, kudos must be given to Senator Chuck Schumer and a cadre of some unnamed Senate Democrats who not just kept the pressure on, but kept working towards a solution. I think that's how we found this deal today. Now, the White House, they were not the lead negotiators here in this deal, but they were definitely kept abreast, I'm told, of everything that was happening. But it was Senate Democrats that got together with their Senate Democratic friends and got this deal.
Steve Hayes, is this a bad deal for Republicans or a good deal? You know what I mean for that, politically speaking. They have an issue to rally around, raising taxes, but they certainly didn't want to see the Democrats have a success.
No, I think that's right. I think the Republicans will pound on taxes, of course, and they will say this is exactly the wrong time to do that, that the economy is in recession, inflation is horrible, the worst time to be doing these kinds of things and to be spending this kind of money, to be raising taxes in this way. I do think it allows Joe Biden, who has Republicans have portrayed as ineffectual, to say, right. Look, I got something done. I got something big done. And as Simone says, I mean, I don't think that Joe Biden had a lot to do with getting this done, but he certainly will say it.
Steve, I want to go to the different sort of Republican reactions. Senator Susan Collins, for instance, I want to put up, she seemed to say that this could impact the same-sex marriage vote in the Senate, that it blows up some bipartisan cooperation. Is that that doesn't feel like a smart rationale. Here's what she just said. If we were safely successful in gun safety legislation, the CHIPS bill, it was a very unfortunate move that destroys the many bipartisan efforts that are underway. And earlier in that conversation, she brought up the same-sex bill. Is that a good rationale, voting against a bill you like because you don't like what they did in somewhere else?
No, but I mean, let's be realistic. Both parties do this, and they do it quite a bit. I mean, there's a long history here. You have to remember, I mean, this go back to the beginning of the Trump administration, right when President Trump was going to have some of his cabinet secretaries approved by voice vote, and Chuck Schumer said that he would allow this to happen and then went back on his word. You had, I remember writing a piece for the Weekly Standard back at the time, and you had people like John Cornyn and others who normally are, I think, contributors to sort of bipartisanship on Capitol Hill, saying like, everything's different now. Like this, we don't trust him, we can't trust him, and everything's different. And you fast forward 5 years and you see this kind of a maneuver, it certainly will heighten Republican cynicism about Chuck Schumer.
Well, that's awesome. Republicans don't trust Schumer. Democrats don't trust McConnell. Good luck, U.S. Senate. Simone, does this help in the midterms? Certainly doesn't hurt, but does it help?
I'm with you, Chuck. You know, I've heard a lot today about how this is the boost Democrats needed for the midterm elections. And frankly, it's not. It just goes to show that yet again, Democrats in the United States Senate and Congress can continue to, pass bills. But the question is, will the American people feel this by November? And large in part, no. This is something that's going to take effect over time. It is a bill that will bring down inflation over time. But this is not like the dramatic drop that we've seen at the pump for over the last month or so, right? More than 60 cents over the last month. Gas has gone down. It's very different. So I think it's something that Democrats can talk about, another thing that they have done, but the American people won't yet feel it. And I will say, it's always a nice talk point for the White House to say, we only raising taxes on the richest folks. So depending on if they can continue to get that information in there in that particular way, I think it'll help make a difference.
That's interesting there. She brings up the long-term, short-term issue of the economic argument, Steve. Let me ask you something on the Republicans who voted against the CHIPS bill. I think a guy like Marco Rubio, who believes nobody is as hawkish against China as him. How do you defend not voting for this bill?
I mean, it's an interesting question because there's certainly the question of corporate welfare. And whether the CHIPS bill could be defined broadly as corporate welfare. I think if you're somebody like Marco Rubio, who has been sounding the alarm on China for as long as he has and for as aggressively as he has, you think that he would come to the point where he says, look, yes, maybe there's some corporate welfare. Yes, maybe some of these corporations asking for our help didn't behave in the best possible way. But really, if this helps us, reframe the relationship with China and bring some of this back home, it's worth doing. I haven't heard his specific explanation yet, but I imagine that you'll hear from other Republicans I've talked to certainly have highlighted the corporate welfare angle and the spending side of this.
It certainly is it looks like it's looking for a reason to vote against it. Not, sometimes you go to a bill, you look for a reason to be for it, and sometimes you want to look for a reason to be against it. Simone, let me ask you something going back to the Manchin-Schumer deal. Should Democrats feel good about the way they managed Manchin here, or is there some regret that they were too harsh on him?
I think the way that this particular bill came together is a result of Senate Democrats speaking to Senate Democrats and not a pressure campaign on Senator Joe Manchin. I don't think it's particularly helpful to single out Democratic senators that are not, quote unquote, lock in step with pieces of the base. I think it's hurtful because then it fosters conversation about Democrats that aren't necessarily with us and we need to oust those folks. Any primary challenger to Joe Manchin, if there was a viable one, is not beating Joe Manchin in West Virginia. And any primary challenger to Kristen Sinema, if there was one, isn't beating her. And so it does not serve the bigger picture, which is to get more Democrats in the United States House and United States Senate so that you don't have to wheel and deal, if you will, for the votes of two notoriously difficult senators.
Steve, before this deal broke, you might have made an argument that, boy, both parties are a bit divided right now. They've got members of their own party upset with their own leadership. Well, suddenly the Democrats have something to rally around. Does this make the Republicans look like the more divided party now?
Yeah, I mean, it probably does. I mean, I think the Democrats' problems are deeper than this bill can solve, certainly. I mean, if you look at the polling on Joe Biden, his popularity, and the number of Democrats who want him to run for re-election, there are some deep-seated issues there, and Joe Biden is unpopular generally. But yeah, this, I think, will highlight some of the Republican divisions, not just in the Senate, but going well beyond this. I mean, you still have, if you look at the New York Times Siena poll of a couple of weeks ago, you have Republicans, now 16% of Republicans who say they won't vote for Donald Trump. This is not going to make that go away, certainly.
That's for sure. And Simone, final question for you. You think the White House should be litigating the definition of recession right now or not?
Well, Chuck, this is what I do think. I think that the fact that the White House did not roll over on the definition of recession means that the rest of us are out here talking about the debate around the semantics of this one word. Had the White House just gone with the wind and said, okay, fine, we're just going to let them go with recession, then I think the American people who already feel very unsettled with what is happening in some pieces of the economy, other pieces, they feel good, right? Folks are switching jobs, wages are up. It would be worse than it is right now. So I think they did the right thing in fighting it because now there's confusion. And young people in my group chats are saying, well, are we in a recession or are we not? I don't know. I just want to know if I can buy a house. So I think they live to fight another day on this front.
That's an interesting way to look at it. If you've created enough confusion there, then maybe at least you live to fight another day. Simone Sanders, Stephen Hayes, what a terrific discussion and some honest assessments of both sides from both of you. Thank you. Up next, butting heads with Beijing. President Biden speaks to China's leader amid some renewed tensions over Taiwan. Are worries about what China may do warranted? Watch him Meet the Press now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
Harry Styles!
From Brooklyn reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Welcome back. President Biden and China's President Xi spoke for the 5th time this morning, the call lasting over 2 hours. The two leaders, according to various reports, talked amid rising tensions between the U.S. and China and increased concerns over Beijing's aggression towards Taiwan. According to the White House readout of the call, Biden underscored U.S. policy on Taiwan, that it has not changed. According to Chinese state media, Xi warned Biden against playing with fire and that, quote, those who play with fire will only get burnt. Earlier this month, FBI Director Christopher Wray issued the starkest warning yet about the threat China could pose to businesses and security in the West. And Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, Mark Milley, while in the Indo-Pacific this week, said China's military has become significantly more aggressive over the past 5 years. All of this comes as Nancy Pelosi reportedly prepares for a trip to Taiwan, despite pushback, publicly at least, from the White House. Just last week, President Biden told reporters that U.S. military officials did not believe it was a good idea for the speaker to visit Taiwan. China has also expressed their own opposition to the speaker's visit, threatening both publicly and privately to retaliate. But in a rare act of bipartisanship, lawmakers on both sides of the aisle are urging Pelosi to push ahead with her visit to the island. She would be the most senior U.S. lawmaker to visit since Newt Gingrich in 1997. So I'm joined now by Bonnie Lin, director of the China Power Project of the Center for Strategic and International Studies. By the way, she participated in our Taiwan War Games scenario on Meet the Press Reports, and I implore you to go take a look at that. Bonnie, I want to start our conversation because I'm trying to understand this, what I'd call selective outrage about Speaker Pelosi's potential visit to Taiwan. I'm going to put on screen, we believe this is mostly comprehensive. We may have missed a name or two. These are all the elected American officials who have visited Taiwan just in the past 2 years. Rick Scott, who's in Republican leadership, Tammy Duckworth, Democrat from Illinois. You see these senators here. Bob Menendez, a committee chairman. Rob Portman, Ben Sass, Congressman Ronnie Jackson there in April. We can keep going. You see my point here. Why is Speaker Pelosi's visit somehow this much more irritating to China than all of those senators and members of Congress that have visited in the last 2 years?
Chuck, thank you again for inviting me. It's great to join you again. So I think one of the main reasons why the Pelosi visit is much more irritating for China is because they view her as a third in line. And compared to what you mentioned earlier, the 1997 visit by Speaker Gingrich to Taiwan, she's also the same party as President Biden. But perhaps more importantly, China is frustrated with exactly what you mentioned, the large number of, from their perspective, actions that the United States, including US congressional leaders, actions they've taken to support Taiwan. And China wants to use Speaker Pelosi's potential visit to make a case that the United States and Taiwan need to stop what they view as incremental salami slicing of the status quo.
Bonnie, at this point, though, considering how high profile this dispute has become, there's no way Speaker Pelosi cannot go, right?
And I would note that if you look very carefully at the readout from the Chinese side, you're also seeing that Xi is under quite a bit of pressure. So you flagged the portion of the readout that said that those who play with fire will get burnt. I actually think the clause before that is very important. So he says you cannot go against the will of the people. So basically he's saying he cannot go against the will of the 1.4 billion Chinese people who are very angry about this. So he's basically portraying in this readout that China also can't back down, and China will need to be relatively firm in its response.
What is a realistic response from China? What should the United States prepare for?
I think that's the really hard question, because the key question here is China just responding to a visit by Pelosi, or is China responding to the range of activities that you listed for some of them, for example, that China opposes, the activities, the pattern of activities, the series of activities the United States and Taiwan has taken from Chinese perspective. So some of the speculation that we've seen Chinese experts float is that China could fly military aircraft to accompany Pelosi's plane and go into Taiwan's airspace and basically normalize that behavior moving forward. We've also seen speculation that China could conduct a drill and declare a no-fly zone over Taiwan. China can conduct a military exercise east of Taiwan. There are also economic and other measures that have been discussed on the Chinese side, but they're a little bit less escalatory than some of the military measures I just mentioned.
Well, Bonnie, as I noted, you're such an expert that you were there to try to sort of predict how China would do things in our scenario. How aggressive do you expect them to get? You just outlined some very aggressive scenarios. The fighter jets, accompanying Pelosi's plane would be quite startling. Declaring a no-fly zone, that could easily trigger a retaliation from Taiwan, could it not?
That is correct. I would just note that we do think that China will, or rather, I personally believe that China will escalate. But going back to our war game, I don't think China is going to invade Taiwan. I don't think China is going to attack Speaker Pelosi's plane or engage any kinetic attacks against Taiwan. So the question is, what form of escalation above what they're currently doing, but below that is acceptable for China? And that's where I think there's a lot of moving parts, and there's a lot of space for China to be more escalatory.
Now, is there anything the U.S. could do, if somehow the U.S. got rid of the tariffs, not pulling Pelosi back, is that a part of the conversation, or is Taiwan such a sort of, is there blinders on there with Xi that, it's non-negotiable?
So from China's perspective, the tariffs are nowhere close to as important as Taiwan for Xi Jinping. But what is somewhat positive from the Chinese readout, if you can say anything from there is positive, is that Xi did mention, the Chinese side mentioned that in the readout, President Biden affirmed the U.S. one China policy has not changed, and the United States does not support Taiwan independence. That at least is a message that China is sending to its domestic population, perhaps saying that if Pelosi goes, this does not mean the Biden administration has changed its policy.
Well, let's see if that is enough for China to hang its hat on. Bonnie Lin, really appreciate you providing your expertise and insight into this topic. Thank you. Good to see you.
Thank you.
After the break, a substantial proposal. The U.S. offers an imprisoned Russian arms dealer known as the Merchant of Death in exchange for two Americans, Brittany Griner and Paul Whelan, despite the objection of some Justice Department officials. We're going to have the latest on this story and whether the Russians are going to take the deal.
It's the best time of the morning, time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody good, and that's it.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark. How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like? With our NBC News exclusive.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. In an effort to bring home 2 Americans detained in Russia, the U.S. has proposed trading an imprisoned arms dealer by the name of Victor Bout for Brittany Griner and Paul Whelan. This is according to sources tell us here at NBC News. The decision to trade Bout was made despite objections from the Justice Department, according to people familiar with the talks. Secretary of State Antony Blinken said the Biden administration had made the Russians a, quote, substantial offer for Griner and Whelan's release, but would not offer details, meaning he wasn't going to confirm what our sources have told us. For their part, the Russians say no agreements have been finalized, but the idea of trading for Bout has been floating in Russian media for months. Blinken says he will raise the issue with his Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov when they speak in the coming days, though the exact timing of that is unknown, as the Russians are saying that they've yet to fully get the ask from Blinken on that front. So let's check in with our Justice correspondent, Pete Williams, because we are going to make him work as many hours as possible before he leaves this network. Pete, look, when it was first floated about this arms dealer, there was a lot of hand-wringing in the world that you cover, particularly FBI and justice. Are they just resigned to this happening, or is there still an effort to block it?
No, I don't think there's any effort to block it. They have expressed their opposition to it, and some of it's institutional, some of it is traditional whenever these things come up. The Justice Department's longstanding view has been that one of the problems with these swaps is that it encourages foreign governments, in this case the Russians, to detain other Americans to use as bargaining chips to try to get people that they want. You know, in other words, they're sort of like anteing up. They're acquiring capital that they could use to get people released here in the U.S. that they want to try to get back to Russia. The second objection that they raised, I'm told, in this specific case is that it implies some sort of equivalency between, on the one hand, Victor Bout, who was legitimately, they say, tried and convicted fair and square in a federal court, and on the other hand, the 2 Americans who were not subjected to a fair judicial process, despite the fact that there is a trial of sorts that's going on now in Russia. And so they don't like the idea of this false equivalency. That's another reason. But they've stressed that, you know, when they're asked, they'll answer the question, what do you think about this? They didn't think it was a very hot idea, but they recognize that the ultimate decision is not theirs.
Yeah. And Pete, I thought it was interesting when I read about the judge who presided over Bout's trial, who the judge said the mandatory minimum of 25 years the judge thought was too much anyway. Did that make it easier for the Biden administration to go along with it?
You know, perhaps that was something that factored into the White House's calculus. When I talked to someone at Justice and asked about that, asked about the fact that, had almost finished serving his sentence, or most of it anyway. They say no, that's not really a factor. That sometimes you can factor into these things, sort of humanitarian issues. If somebody's in ill health or something, but they say that doesn't work for him in this case.
Pete Williams, thank you, sir. We'll make it work tomorrow as well. Don't get me wrong.
Okay.
Before we go to break, there's even more extreme weather across the United States today. This time, it's the state of Kentucky. Heavy rains overnight prompted deadly flash floods in the eastern part of the state. Governor Andy Beshear says at least 8 people have died, and he fears the number will rise significantly. This morning, Beshear declared a state of emergency and activated the National Guard to help rescue people stranded by the rising waters. More than 25,000 people statewide are without power. The governor asked people to take steps to keep themselves safe, as parts of the state can expect even more rain tonight.
This event is devastating, and I do believe it will end up being one of the most significant, deadly floods that we have had in Kentucky in at least a very long time. It is an ongoing natural disaster. We are in the midst of it.
Beshear says he spoke to the White House and that a FEMA emergency team is expected to be on the ground by tonight. But this is a reminder, this is climate change happening in real time, the extreme weather. Still to come, a House Republican at the center of some of her party's biggest debates: Trump, climate, contraception, same-sex marriage, and more. She'll be joining us next. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
Right now on NBC News Now, look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news. This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine. I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told. No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything. Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American. We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. As we reported at the top of today's show, Democrats are moving forward with their new spending bill, one that they're intending to pass without Republican votes. But even in these highly partisan times, there are still some signs of life for bipartisanship on Capitol Hill. Arguably, some of the larger bills that have passed have been bipartisan. 24 Republicans crossed the aisle today in the last hour to vote for the CHIPS Plus Act, which is now heading to President Biden for his signature. Last week, 8 House Republicans crossed the aisle to vote in favor of the Right to Contraception Act. 47 voted to write same-sex marriage into law. Well, my next guest, South Carolina Republican Congresswoman Nancy Mace, backed both of those last 2 bills I just mentioned. She's also the co-sponsor of a new bipartisan bill called Right to Try. It's legislation that would make it so patients with terminal illnesses can access Schedule I drugs in end-of-life care. Congresswoman Mace, I want to start. I invited you on this show to talk about that bill first. I want to talk about some of the other things. Let me start with that bill. It's because I sort of read it 2 ways. Is this a bill about right to try clinical stuff, sort of the, when all the normal routes have not worked? Or is this about comfort care at the end of life. How would you describe it, Congresswoman?
I would describe it as all of the above. There is this precondition that this is an option at the end of life after you've tried other traditional methods. And we're talking about individuals who are terminally ill when nothing else has worked, and using something like a Schedule I drug like MDMA to be able to have a better quality of life at the end, helping with anxiety and depression, and even in most cases pain. And we've seen so many people across the country and study after study, including one gentleman in my own district who suffers from PTSD, being in one of these MDMA trials, and after a few trials he's now totally healed from his PTSD. It's had some enormous successes in some of these clinical trials.
Look, some people want to participate in clinical trials, but there's actually some cost issues, or maybe their insurance company won't do it, or maybe the rules of the clinical trial make them travel and they can't afford to do that. Is there anything in this bill to help out people who maybe don't have the means to, because some of these trials, you have to be in the location, right? And maybe you know, so is there anything in the bill that would deal with that?
From a funding standpoint and getting funding for patients to travel, no, there would not be. But this is bipartisan. You have Senator Rand Paul, Senator Cory Booker, Congressman Blumenauer, and myself in the House, all of us working together to push this forward in a bipartisan way. Having the ability for patients to utilize MDMA for end-of-life care, just the opportunity to, that's been done in very limited stages to this at this juncture in time. To be able to do that more broadly across the country is going to be a very valuable next step. And as you stated earlier on the program, how divisive the partisanship is today, this is one place where we're going to be able to work together. And I look forward to working with everyone on both sides of the aisle and in both chambers and pushing this forward.
No, this is one of those that feels like there's less of the downside arguments. But let's talk about those issues that divide us. You could make an argument that reproductive rights care is also about medical freedom. Do you accept that comparison?
Well, at some point we have to decide, when does that fetus become a child in a woman's womb with rights? So we see in socialist countries like Europe, if they even allow abortion, that they cut it off when the gestation age is 12 or 15 weeks, with the UK being the only outlier there. And there's got to be some moderation here. The vast majority of Americans, 75%, are okay with some guardrails when it comes to abortion. And you have far-right fringes and far-right left fringes on both sides of the aisle, and that's not where the majority of Americans are. They're okay with, something after 15 weeks eliminating abortion altogether, or at the very least putting in exceptions, but having some compassion for folks. And I made a statement last week when we were having this vote on contraceptives, because my own state, and I'm staunchly pro-life, and my own state is trying to now ban exceptions for women who've been raped or young girls who are victims of incest. And in some cases, not in every case for the life of the mother, very, very, very narrow exceptions. That's not acceptable, and that's not acceptable to the vast majority of Americans.
You brought up public opinion here. Do you think public opinion in South Carolina is all that different on abortion than it is? I mean, I'm sure I know the numbers a little bit. It's slightly more small c conservative on some of these issues, but not dramatically so based on what the legislature's doing. Why do you think they're going against? Yeah.
It's hard
Why are they
to
going
say.
against sort of middle of the road public opinion?
Well, you see that, in both sides of the aisle, people are afraid of the base. You just saw me get through a really gnarly primary a few weeks ago. Most folks up here don't want to have to go through that, and so they cater to a base that is not the majority, but the vast majority of Americans, and including in South Carolina, where it's 70% support medical marijuana, for example. Our lawmakers aren't not there at all. The vast majority of South Carolinians, while we might be pro-life and be more conservative than other states, but the vast majority of those in the state want exceptions for life of the mother for rape and incest. We have rural counties in South Carolina where there's not a single OBGYN doctor. I mean, how is a woman supposed to get birth control or birth control devices when there's no OBGYN anywhere near where she lives? And so if we're going to ban abortion, we certainly have to make sure women have access to contraceptives, that they can get it over the counter, that they can get whatever that they need to ensure that the propensity for needing to have or wanting to have an abortion is greatly reduced. So that's the very minimum we should be doing right now in this country, particularly in this debate. When there are two sides, you've got the far left, they want it for any reason up until birth. The far right wants no exception. So we've got to come somewhere in the middle.
Do you, what did you learn from your successful primary? I say this, you seem to be acting as if you feel liberated. But I'm curious if that's your feeling. What did you take away from the primary if it's not that?
It was one of the hardest things I've ever been through, minus being a knob at the Citadel back in 1996. It was hard on my family. My kids were attacked in the press. But it is liberating. It is freeing to know that I can be real, I can be my authentic self, and I can win, because that authenticity in America today is why so many people don't trust Congress, because the lack of truth, the lack of honesty, the lack of authenticity in all of politics at the federal, state, and local level. I just showed you can be exactly who you are. You can work hard, have a dream, and be successful. I mean, I dropped out of school when I was 17. I was a Waffle House waitress before I went anywhere else. And here I'm in the halls of Congress today and trying to just work hard for the people. And that's what they want today. They don't want performative art. They don't want members of Congress to be social media influencers. They want us to work and work hard for them.
You know, you were targeted because you thought that there should be a bipartisan investigation January 6th. I know the committee that's there is not what the version you were supporting at the time. But what do you make of what you've learned from the January 6th committee, and do you find it to be a legitimate investigation?
I actually voted against the January 6th Commission because there were 4 federal agencies already investigating it, including the Department of Justice, the Secret Service, the FBI, and Homeland Security. Plus, we had 10 committees at the time, both in the Senate and the House. I wanted those investigations to conclude. I will tell you, the conversations that I have with folks in South Carolina is that they're really sick and tired of the partisanship. And while many folks believe that the January 6th Commission is partisan, there was room, I think, where either statements under oath could be corroborated or cross-examined, and some of that is missing, and that's what people want to hear. They want to hear all 3 sides, the left, the right, and somewhere in the middle is the truth, right? And so you're seeing also what's coming into play now is inflation and gas prices. I talked to a lot of people about how much it costs to fill their car. Kids are getting ready to go back to school, and parents have to make decisions. I talked to a mom yesterday who tries to spend, $200 on clothing for her kids, but now that money's got to go to gas. And so people are making really tough decisions right now, and that's where our focus should be in the state of South Carolina and across the country.
Okay, I see where you pivoted that question. I'm impressed to watch you as a practitioner there. But what's come out of the January 6th committee? Do you think it's made Donald Trump less qualified to ever hold federal office?
I think when you see the candidates come forward for 2024 on both sides of the aisle, I think you're going to see a really deep bench, not just for Republicans, but for Democrats, too. People are really fed up with what they're seeing in this country, and somebody's got to come forward as a leader to get us out of this mess.
All right, Congresswoman Nancy Mace, a Republican from South Carolina, mostly Charleston, South Carolina. Appreciate you coming on and sharing your perspective with us. I'll be back tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now. We're running a little bit late. My apologies to my friend Hallie Jackson, but her show starts right now.
I know you're hearing a lot today about recessions. Are we in a recession? Will we be in a recession? How do we know if we might have a recession? Well, we know how President Biden feels about it, with his all-day full-court press to say no recession, and the economy's doing well. The real answer? It's complicated. We're going to clear that up with why unemployment's the key factor here. Plus, we're live tonight in Kentucky, where terrible flooding has killed at least 8 people, we're just learning, according to the governor, who's telling Lester Holt it's the state's worst flooding disaster of his lifetime. We're also in Washington, diving into that Senate spending bill we brought you as breaking news on this show 24 hours ago, and it's been a really busy 24 hours since then. With this bill to give big-time money to the climate, to drug pricing, and more, we've got a gut check on whether Democrats will actually stick together to get it passed. Plus, the Beehive, it is a buzz after Beyonce's 7th solo album leaked before it's supposed to be released at midnight. We've got the good, the bad, and the ugly reaction online as the Queen gets set to shake up the music biz again. Speaking of goats, by the way, we're saying goodbye to one of our own, the greatest of all time at NBC. One of them, our justice correspondent Pete Williams, is here for the backstory, a behind-the-scenes look on his remarkable 29 career at NBC News, one day before he officially retires. That's coming up later in the show. Hey, I'm Hallie, and here's a question for you tonight. Does it matter to you right now whether or not we've gotten to that technical definition of a recession? Like, does it affect your life, whether they call it a recession or not, when you look at your budget, when you look at your spending, when you look at your paycheck? That's the big kind of debate happening today after we got some new numbers showing that after a ton of growth in 2021, the U.S. economy is kind of in a slump right now, with estimates that the GDP is down nearly 1% from the past 3 months, the second drop in a row. So why is this happening? Well, this is what the Fed wants here. They want to slow down growth. They want to slow down demand and help it even out with supply. That's why we got those interest rate hikes yesterday. And President Biden's saying basically, even though, look, I get it, it's kind of weird to do things that way, this is how it's supposed to work.
There's going to be a lot of chatter today on Wall Street and among pundits about whether we are in a recession. But if you look at our job market, consumer spending, business investment, we see signs of economic progress in the second quarter as well.
Now, what the president's saying there is true. The economy really is complicated, and unemployment is a big reason for that. Normally, recessions mean more people are out of their jobs. That is not happening right now. The president's saying, and I quote, "That doesn't sound like a recession to me." To be clear, it's not up to him to decide. There's this nonpartisan group that typically defines a recession as 2 straight quarters in the red, and that's where we are. And maybe that group is looking at these unemployment numbers, which is why they're not pulling the trigger on the R word, recession. But there's this other reality that I know you know, which is costs are way higher than they usually are. Things are more expensive, and that's having a real impact on places like Arizona, where it's super hot, it's getting worse because of climate change, and forcing people into tough choices. Pay the rent or keep the air conditioner on. Here's what one mom, who's getting help from the community, told our Cal Perry.
That electricity bill skyrockets for me. It's like $100 is no longer good for those 2 months like during winter. Now it only covers maybe 20 days for $100, and that to me is a lot. You know, $100 for me goes a long way.
We're going to break this down with Jake Ward, our business and technology reporter, live for us in San Francisco. And Jake, the thing that I think is really important to get across here, it is complicated because a lot of what is slowing down the economy is from stuff outside the U.S. The war in Ukraine as it relates to oil, supply chain with China shutdowns. This is unprecedented territory.
It really is, Hallie, and I think you've done such a skillful job there trying to unpack just how complicated this stuff is. I mean, I think you talk to the people who study this stuff for a living, and they will tell you in private that, you know, it just doesn't make a lot of sense right now. We've never been in a situation before where we had these back-to-back quarters of shrinking economy accompanied by these, you know, unemployment numbers that would be the envy of past generations. If I talked to my grandmother, rest her soul, you know, about this kind of unemployment picture in which you could literally find a job on any street corner of America if you truly needed it right now, that's just a weird thing to put together with all this. And you combine that with a pandemic, which, you know, has entirely scrambled retailers' ability to predict what we would want. Who knew we were all going to buy sweatpants in these vast numbers and couches in these vast numbers? And now suddenly we'd have sweatpants and couches coming out of our ears, ones that retailers cannot sell. All of that coming together just means we really don't, I think, have the math, the sort of macroeconomic models to predict where all of this stuff is going. And that's the tough moment that we're all in, Hallie.
Interestingly, this Q2 GDP slump might not be hitting two of America's biggest companies all that hard. You have Amazon and Apple that are out with today's earnings reports, and they're actually doing better than expected.
Well, that's right. I mean, you're looking here at better than expected numbers, but you have to keep in mind, right, that everybody is sort of expecting some amount of disappointment, and we have seen quite a bit of disappointment in the tech sector. I mean, the tech sector, after all, is why the state I'm standing in, California, is the 5th largest economy in the world, ahead of India and behind Germany. It's been this just magical growth engine all this time, but you now have the people who watch this stuff very closely saying, watch out. For instance, Sequoia Capital, one of the biggest, most famous venture capital companies in the world, actually issued a memo back in 2008 that predicted the housing crisis. It was called RIP Good Times. Well, that same firm put out a study just back in May that actually said the same thing. It said, we are in real trouble right now. It was telling the CEOs of the companies that invested in to tighten their belts, get ready for lean times. And here's the part that I thought was most disturbing about what they were predicting. They essentially said they thought that the financial and policy instruments available to the federal government had been exhausted. And so it's those sorts of attitudes within tech that may provide some sort of help in understanding where this stuff is going, even though it's all as incredibly complicated as you've made clear here.
You're in San Francisco. You're following how what's happening with the economy right now is affecting the housing market and how it is changing the landscape of some of the big cities in this country.
Well, yeah, I mean, the numbers that we look at here, we tend to talk about them sort of evening by evening and quarter by quarter, but they really are writing the history of America in many ways. There is, in fact, a finding that 20 of the most populous counties in the United States since 2019 have seen kids under 5 leave at a greater rate than anybody else. And that's because families with young children are moving out. They can't afford these cities anymore. Then you had the pandemic create the work from home phenomenon. You know, I think all of this is rewriting things. You're going to have a generational change that's going to result from some of the changes that we're seeing on a moment-by-moment basis, and where those exactly are going to go is for you and me to try to cover as part of our jobs, Allie.
Jake Ward live for us there in the Bay Area. Jake, thank you so much. So we talked about the climate a little bit, right? That's getting a huge boost from this surprise bill now, a huge breakthrough for Democrats, giving game-changing money to energy, clean energy, after a secret and now public deal that we talked about on this show last night is breaking news, breaking right as we were on the air, between Senators Joe Manchin and Chuck Schumer. The majority leader is telling other Democrats today he wants to get this big old bill through the Senate before everybody heads out for their August recess, their summer break, basically, next Friday. And Senator Manchin, who, by the way, is recovering from COVID right now, says despite all the times it seemed like he didn't want to make a deal and talked about not really having a deal, he never walked away.
I just felt there was an opportunity here to really give us an energy policy with security that we need for our nation, but also driving down the prices, the high price of gasoline, driving down inflation was my #1 goal. I think that we've hit a balance. This is not a Democrat bill. This is not a Republican bill. This is an American bill.
Ali Rafa is joining us on Capitol Hill. It is a big bill, right, to the point that Senator Manchin is making. He sees it as being able to try to help reduce inflation. There's an economic component, there's a climate component, there's a healthcare component, if you will. And it's really important to talk about how this is a lifeline to the president's agenda, but it will only get done, as the president wants it to, if all 50 Democrats hang together. Tonight, that's a question mark.
Yeah, Hallie, really this bill is a fraction of the wish list that President Biden has been talking about for really years now, since hitting the campaign trail. But this is an administration that really is grasping for something, anything to brag about ahead of the midterm elections, especially amid this looming recession, as you talked about in that previous segment. And so the provisions in this bill really cutting the deficit, cutting prescription drug costs, boosting funding for climate change. These are all things that President Biden and Democrats have been hoping for and are seeing as an accomplishment that they could tout on the campaign trail ahead of the November midterms.
There's a quick COVID component to this too, right? Because if they do want to get this done and get it voted on, they need all 50 Senate Democrats. One of our colleagues, Garrett Hake, used to say it like this: they need butts in seats, right? That is exactly what they need. Nobody out with COVID to get this done. And right now, they've got a few. Senator Dick Durbin, for example, just today we found out he tested positive.
That's right. They're going to need every single one of these butts in their seats. These Democratic senators that are some of them, most recently, as you said at the top there, Senator Dick Durbin announcing he's been diagnosed with COVID. And so this is becoming more and more of a numbers game. They need every single one of these senators not only present, but both voting in favor of this legislation, because this could come down to a tie-breaking vote with Vice President Kamala Harris. Another big question mark, Hallie, in addition to that COVID aspect there, is really where Democratic Senator Kyrsten Sinema is going to vote on this. She has had problems with past versions of this bill, some provisions in those, and she hasn't really signaled where she falls and how she's going to vote when this is eventually taken up for a vote. We tried to catch up with her, as well as really the whole Capitol Hill press corps today, and she, through a spokesperson, is saying that she's still working on reading this legislation, Hallie.
Really quick, Ali, there was some concern, I think, early in the day, and this just tells you how much happens over the span of 24 hours, that perhaps Republicans would be so upset about this Manchin-Schumer deal that in the House they would block this bill on semiconductors. That didn't happen. The so-called CHIPS Act on microchips is headed to the president's desk. That is a significant moment here, too.
a really big moment, and that's because, hours after this deal was announced, we started to see the announcements that House Republican leadership was trying to whip Republicans as a no vote on the CHIPS bill, something that was seen as a bipartisan effort, Democrats and Republicans saying that this would be a great thing for this country. And so you saw today a total of 24 Republicans breaking with those denials of votes, siding with Republicans in supporting this legislation. A really monumental moment here on Capitol Hill, as you said, delivering another win, another accomplishment for the Biden administration as it heads now to his desk for signature.
Ali Rafa, thank you very much. China giving the president a clear warning today that those who play with fire will perish by it, after a call between President Biden and Xi Jinping. That's coming from the Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs. President Biden is saying he's trying to responsibly manage differences with China. This picture of him on that call was tweeted out a couple hours ago. And look, there's a lot of reasons for tensions right now. You've got the U.S. trying to compete more aggressively with China economically, with both economies seeing slowdowns because of the pandemic, because of supply chain issues, because of the war in Ukraine. And Ukraine is its own whole separate thing here. China really hasn't been willing to condemn Russia for that war that Putin has waged. And then there's the latest pressure point we've been talking about, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi and her still undecided visit to Taiwan, a potential trip to the self-ruling democracy of about 24 million people that Beijing claims as its territories. China is saying if Pelosi goes there, they would see that trip as a provocation. They're saying that forceful measures, as they put it, would follow. And the U.S. is not just brushing off that threat, especially because China has been doing more and more military activity around Taiwan. I want to bring in Carol Lee now. And Carol, I had a chance to speak with somebody who I know you know, and that's the White House National Security Council spokesperson, John Kirby. He says, listen, there's no decision on the trip. They're just giving Pelosi context on what the geopolitical realities would be. But it puts the president in an awkward position, I would imagine, on this call with Xi Jinping.
It sure does, Hallie. And what the president is put in the position to have to do is reiterate that his policy has not changed, that U.S. policy is still the same. And part of the reason why that's so tricky for President Biden is because 3 times since taking office, he's challenged that policy while speaking publicly and said things that have really rattled Beijing. And so there's a little bit of, the Chinese aren't quite sure if President Biden means what he says when he says that the U.S. his administration will abide by this long-term policy. But that's the position the president was in today, having to defend that and say, yes, he is. So I'll read you part of the White House's readout on that. They said on Taiwan, President Biden underscored that the United States policy has not changed and that the United States strongly opposes unilateral efforts to change the status quo or undermine peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait. So this is a White House that is trying to distance itself from this trip. We keep hearing, well, we don't know if it's going to happen. Yes, of course, we're offering advice. We always offer advice when the Speaker of the House goes overseas. Right. But there are real concerns inside the administration, and President Biden himself has put them out there publicly. Last week, he said that the military thinks that this is not a good idea at this time. So it's a very tricky kind of situation where you have a White House that doesn't want to come out and tell Nancy Pelosi what she should and shouldn't do publicly. But they don't think this is a great idea. And the Chinese are also signaling, as you said, that this is something that could have consequences.
So it's not just interesting here, too, Carol, is it's not just President Biden who has a lot on the line here, right? So does Xi Jinping. His zero COVID policy we've talked about has hit the Chinese economy pretty hard. There are things that he would want to get out of a relationship with President Biden, too, that could help him back in China.
Yeah, that's right. And, one of those things that's been a real sticking point in this relationship is those tariffs, those that were put on by China by former President Trump. And we've seen the White House now more than 18 months in, still not having dealt with them. So, and the Chinese and the Americans have had discussions for many months, and there's still not a decision on what's going to happen there. And so that's something that came up in this conversation, according to administration officials, but there was nothing definitive that was decided. They do focus a lot on climate as something that the U.S. and China could cooperate on. That we've seen that in the past. In 2014, President Obama cut a climate deal with China, so it's not unheard of. And health security, that's something else that they talk about. And the other thing that they're saying is that, They had this conversation. It's their 5th conversation. They hadn't spoken since March, and now their staff is going to talk about whether or not there's a face-to-face meeting. And you only do that if you're going to get somewhere.
Carol Lee, live for us there on the North Lawn. Carol, thank you. Good to see you. Let's talk about Brittany Griner and Paul Whelan now. Those 2 Americans imprisoned in Russia, the U.S. says wrongfully. And we now know from 2 sources that the U.S. is offering the so-called merchant of death, Victor Bout. But the Russians are not making any commitments. The Kremlin spokesperson saying today there are no agreements and that, quote, such info is not usually thrown to the media. I asked that to a top White House spokesperson not too long ago, along with how long it might take to get Griner and Whelan out. Is it weeks? Is it months? Is it longer, do you think?
In terms of actually securing their release?
Correct.
We don't know. And look, one of the reasons why we wanted to talk about this yesterday was because this is a proposal that actually has been on the table for a matter of weeks. And there hasn't been much movement. And we felt it was important to lay out the fact that we actually have put forth an offer.
Matt Bradley is following this for us live from London. Okay, Matt, read the tea leaves for us, right? With the statement from the Kremlin here, how we should interpret it, and what we're hearing from the families of these imprisoned Americans today.
Yeah, I mean, Hallie, I think it's pretty straightforward. It sounds like Dmitry Peskov was the spokesman for the Kremlin. He's pissed off at the White House, and the U.S. government is blowing up his spot. He's right that, you know, in diplomacy, this doesn't normally happen. You normally do these deals in a back room, and then you come out when you have an agreement. And to put the cart before the horse, as it were, is really just goes to show the amount of pressure that's on the White House. They want to be able to show that they're doing something, that they're taking action for this high-profile person, Brittany Griner, who's been detained in Russia now for nearly 6 months. But it also just goes to show some Kremlin frustration with what has been kind of the modus operandi for the White House ever since the beginning of the year. And we've been talking about this for months, you and I. This is interesting. The White House, the U.S. government, they have pursued this strategy of maximum transparency, of just throwing everything out there. You remember in the weeks before the actual war started, the White House, the State Department, the CIA, the Department of the Pentagon, all they were doing was just saying in increasingly almost scattershot style, describing what they thought was going to be an imminent Russian invasion. Now that really angered the Ukrainians, but it really just goes to show that this strategy that the White House and that the government has been pursuing since the beginning, it's something that it seems like they feel like they want to keep doing, which is just laying it all out, just being an open book. And that's really extraordinary, especially in cases like this, really sensitive trading of different prisoners.
You know families are hanging on every word here. I want to play what we heard today from Paul Whelan's brother, David. Watch.
Perhaps a little bit more hope. The difference, I think, really is that the offer is publicly known. So we know for sure that an offer has been made. We know that the U.S. has acted. They may have made offers in the past that weren't accepted. And so I'm cautiously optimistic.
Cautiously optimistic. I have to think of the families here, Matt, and centering their voices and them, because they're the ones who are living their lives without the person who's most important to them at this moment.
Yeah, well, I mean, David Whelan was kind of, and I hate to put it this way, immodestly, he was kind of backing up exactly what I just said, which was that the difference here is that this is now out in the public. And that is a really big difference. I mean, Paul Whelan has been in jail for several years, and now they're finally starting to talk in public about a prisoner exchange. Now, the Whelan family is probably not going to be so surprised because this was brought up in 2020. 2 years ago, they were talking about exchanging Victor Bout and another Russian criminal in U.S. custody for Paul Whelan. Now we're starting to see, because of the celebrity status of Brittany Griner, we're starting to see a lot more impetus behind this move, behind this prisoner exchange. The Whelan family, others, they must be on some level kind of pleased that Brittany Griner is in their corner, because that is really what's motivating a lot of this, the pressure, the public pressure coming to bear on the White House and pushing them to make a deal. Hallie?
Matt Bradley, thank you for that. Appreciate it. Right as we were walking into the studio here, we saw that our Hill team was catching up with this guy, former acting Trump Chief of Staff Mick Mulvaney, as Mulvaney was walking out of a closed-door deposition with the January 6th committee. He was asked if he'd been in contact with anybody from the White House in the months after the 2020 election. Watch.
I haven't talked to anybody in the White House in a long time. I don't remember the date specifically. So
during the period after the election,
again, I've not talked to anybody in the White House in a long time.
If you couldn't hear him, he said he hasn't talked to anybody at the White House in a long time. Mulvaney was the former president's chief of staff until early 2020. Mark Meadows took his place. And then Mulvaney became a special envoy to Northern Ireland. He resigned, by the way, from that position after the insurrection in the hours after the January 6th attack. It comes as there's other news from the January 6th committee and Chairman Benny Thompson, with the spokesperson confirming to NBC that the committee has a template now for sharing witnesses, transcripts, evidence with the Justice Department. This is a big deal, okay? Federal investigators have been trying to get this info for months as they've been looking into the push by former President Trump and others to overturn the legitimate results of the 2020 election. Scott Wong is joining us now. Okay, Scott, let me start with this new sort of formal agreement to share, if you will. It's a one-way sharing, right? It's from the Hill over to the Department of Justice. The Department of Justice is not ready to hand over its stuff to the Hill, but talk about the timing. Why now has this agreement been reached?
Well, Hallie, you're seeing the January 6th committee, which has been operating for now more than a year, start to wrap up its investigative part of this process. And they're shifting towards the writing of the report. And so these two organizations, the January 6th Committee and DOJ, largely have the same mission. They want to hold people accountable who broke the law in the run-up to January 6th and during the Capitol riot itself. And so they are moving in the same direction. They have the same mission. There is cooperation. And so I think as the January 6th committee starts to wind down a little bit, you're really starting to see DOJ kick into high gear with these federal grand juries, bringing in people, going after people like Steve Bannon in terms of the contempt of Congress. Let's hear a little bit more from Benny Thompson himself about this process with DOJ.
The process, as we see it, is you kind of tell us who you're interested in, and we'll make it available.
And so now the committee is shifting towards the writing of the report. But, Hallie, at the same time, we know that it seems every single day they're continuing to bring in new witnesses like Mick Mulvaney today, a number of other Trump officials, and continuing to sort of do this juggling act of writing the report while continuing to carry out the investigation and learning new material.
Hey, lightning round for you, Scott, because I got two quick questions for you. Number one, we're hearing reports that the committee is in negotiations to talk with other members, former members of Donald Trump's cabinet. Do we know anything about that?
Well, we already know that they did speak with the Labor Secretary, Eugene Scalia.
We've seen him.
We've seen him on video in depositions. We know that they are also seeking to speak with other key members of the Trump cabinet, specifically Secretary of State Mike Pompeo, Steven Mnuchin. These are people that were obviously very close to Trump, in Trump's orbit. We're in communication with all of those top officials. And so we will see if these individuals choose to cooperate or if they go down the path like Mark Meadows.
What about Mulvaney? Biggest thing we might get from him. What do you think?
It was interesting. We know Mulvaney from here on Capitol Hill. We used to cover him for years in the Freedom Caucus. Mulvaney is interesting. He is somebody, we talked to Benny Thompson about Mulvaney. Benny Thompson says that Mulvaney is somebody that, he understood how the Trump White House worked. He was the chief of staff for President Trump for a number of months. And so he's somebody that could speak to the sort of larger picture of what was happening in the Trump White House behind the scenes and in the run-up to January 6th.
Scott, thank you very much. Also in Washington, comedian Jon Stewart. I would say he was angry, but that would be severely understating. He was furious. He was livid after the Senate basically stopped movement on a vote on a bill that would expand health care coverage for veterans who have been affected by burn pits and other toxins during their service overseas. We're going to show you in a sec what Stewart said, but 25 Republican senators who voted for a different version of the bill, right, a version before, didn't support it this time because of a financial thing. They object to how it changes the accounting for some of the spending here. Stewart told our Ali Vitale today why he's upset and not surprised. Listen.
I'm used to the lies
and I'm used to the deception, and I'm used to the cowardice, and I'm used to the hypocrisy. But what I am not used to is the casual cruelty.
They love to say they support the troops, but they don't support the troops. They support the war machine.
Republican Senator John Cornyn says he still thinks this burn pit bill will pass in some form or another, but we don't have timing for that. It hasn't been rescheduled. And as we've said, the Senate leaves for recess at the end of next week. We'll stay on it. Coming up, scary video showing the moments that a sheriff's deputy realizes he's overdosing after being exposed to fentanyl. We'll show you how he got help. Plus, former President Trump defending the controversial Saudi-backed tournament happening at his golf club this weekend. What he said to ESPN just today when asked about the 9/11 families protesting it after the break.
Harry Styles! Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
Welcome back to Today. We've got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
In Kentucky, the governor there just told our Lester Holt that flooding has killed at least 8 people in that state. It's left some people stranded on the roofs of their homes, even hanging from trees. Governor Andy Beshear has declared a state of emergency, saying this is something that this area has never seen before. Take a look at your screen, however you're watching. This is drone video of houses just underwater, cars underwater. This is a spot that got something like 8 to 12 inches of rain overnight. The governor, Andy Beshear, says many more lives may have already been lost. But rescue crews haven't even been able to get to every call at this point. The National Guard is there. They're working to save as many people as they can. And locals are trying to help each other. Listen.
Everybody knows everybody around here. Everybody tries to help, but when this comes this fast, this ain't nothing you can do.
Maggie Vespa is joining us now. Maggie, tell us what it's like, what you're seeing, and what happens from here.
Hallie, it basically feels like pure chaos out here. I mean, you can see this kind of wreckage behind me. Just to give you some perspective on the strength of these floodwaters, this used to be a church, and now that church is off its foundation and in the trees back there. I mean, that's the strength that these floodwaters carried with them. And you think about that hitting homes, you think about it hitting cars, which have kind of been piled on top of each other like toys. And then you talk just about those rescue efforts. We've been talking to local officials throughout the day, and earlier this morning, kind of around 9 a.m. local time, they told us we have about 20 people missing. And the local official I talked to, he said, you know, hopefully as cell signals get restored, we'll find a lot of those people. I talked to him a few hours later, and someone in that same office, they said, not only have we not found everyone, but the reports of missing people has gone way up, way past 20. He said, we don't even know how many people are missing at this point. The governor, again, speaking to this chaos earlier today with 2 press conferences thus far. Take a listen to some more of what he said.
This event is devastating.
And I do believe it will end up being one of the most significant, deadly floods that we have had in Kentucky in at least a very long time. It is an ongoing natural disaster. We are in the midst of it.
And as he said, the governor earlier giving that update to Lester Holt ahead of NBC Nightly News, saying now 8 people have passed away in this flood. State of emergency has been declared. The National Guard is here. FEMA is on the ground, but people are just beginning to wrap their minds around the damage here. Hallie.
What about people who have no power, people who have no water? I know you said the National Guard is just starting to get there, but this has got to be just incredibly difficult.
It's horrible, and it's really hot and muggy out here, as you probably expected. At its peak, the governor said 25,000 plus people just in Kentucky lost power that they know of. So you think about the damage that is sustained to homes and cars and everything, and then on top of that, you have no electricity, and maybe you had to flee your home in the first place. So it's just, as we said, mass chaos out here. A lot of people suffering in a myriad of ways. And just telling us, one woman said, as the rain was coming down, she said, I started praying that the rain would just stop. And then she said, finally, mid-morning, the rain finally stopped. But there is more slated for overnight, and everybody here is just really praying again that this doesn't get worse. Hallie.
Maggie Vespa, thank you. Really appreciate you showing us what it's like, bringing us that scene on the ground. Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, the Department of Health and Human Services says the U.S. has gotten another 780,000 or so doses of a 2-shot monkeypox vaccine. The vaccine rollout here has been a little bumpy so far. There's more demand than supply, which means there's a lot of lines in some places. The HHS secretary says there have been fewer than 5,000 reported cases in the U.S., and it's so far no decision yet on whether to declare this a public health emergency. Number 2, Washington Commanders owner Dan Snyder testifying in front of a House committee today. This committee is investigating the NFL team's history of misconduct in the workplace. Because he's talking with them voluntarily, Snyder was not required to answer every question, but this is something the committee had long wanted to see. Number 3, we don't know who bought it, but a 76-million-year-old dinosaur skeleton sold for more than $6 million at auction today. The fossil is a Gorgosaurus. It was found in Montana. If you're like, what is a Gorgosaurus? Looks like a T-Rex to me. It's like a cousin or a relative. It's nearly 10 feet long, 22 feet tall. Hope you have room in your house for that one. Number 4, Sprite is getting rid of its green bottle. Why? It's not actually so green. After more than 60 years, it's getting a clear bottle because those are more sustainable, according to Coca-Cola, which is Sprite's parent company. The new design will roll out next week. Number 5, this sweet baby, sweet little 1,300-pound Freya, the walrus in Norway, just wants to take a little napo, and that's making her a star in Norway because she's taking a nap on boats. She's been going up and down the coast. She's getting on these boats. She's sometimes sinking them. Walruses are a protected species there. Officials say she's not dangerous unless you get too close or unless you're a boat. Just let her sleep, you know? Former President Trump today out at his golf club in Bedminster, New Jersey, and he is responding to criticism from families of 9/11 victims over the fact that he's hosting this controversial Saudi-backed live golf tournament. Listen to what he told ESPN about the protests from 9/11 families just today. Watch.
Well, nobody's gotten to the bottom of 9/11, unfortunately, and they should have, as to the maniacs that did that horrible thing to our city, to our country, to the world. So nobody's really been there.
Well, setting aside even the 9/11 Commission, there were those FBI documents from 2016 that found Saudi hijackers allegedly received a lot of support from Saudi government officials. 15 of the 19 hijackers on 9/11 were Saudi nationals. And critics say Saudi Arabia is trying to sports wash now, try to improve its image, right, given the many human rights abuses that country has perpetrated. I talked with Brett Eagleson, president of 9/11 Justice. His dad died on 9/11. He is one of the people leading the charge against this tournament. He plans to protest at Bedminster tomorrow. And I asked him about what former President Trump said. Watch. I know you plan to protest tomorrow at Bedminster. What do you hope to see from that? Do you want the tournament to be canceled? What's the goal here?
Our number one goal is public education. Like, look, I mean, there are these golfers that are choosing to do this, and some of them try to get away and stick their head in the sand and pretend that they don't know about the Saudi atrocities. It's not just the golfers, it's all the vendors too. You know, I saw the other day that the chain smokers are doing a concert there today. I mean, shame on them for trying to act like for acting as if they have no idea what's going on. You know, every vendor, every golfer, everyone should be well aware of the Saudi atrocities that happen all over the world.
Live Golf has said in a statement the families who lost loved ones on 9/11 have their deepest sympathy, and added they believe golf is a force for good, around the world. Still to come, JetBlue and Spirit Airlines trying to link up. What their merger might mean for people who fly with them after the break.
Right now on NBC News Now, look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything. Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
JetBlue and Spirit, 2 of the worst airlines of 2021, according to Wall Street Journal rankings. They are joining forces in what the tech website Gizmodo calls the deal nobody asked for. It's a $3.8 billion merger, and it would create the country's 5th biggest airline, ending a months-long bidding war for Spirit. It gets the budget airline that's been growing fast off the market. Spirit was going to combine with Frontier, but that fell through earlier this week. So now JetBlue executives are saying buying Spirit will help everybody grow faster. Their company, at least. They want to try to compete with American, with Delta, with United. CNBC's Leslie Joseph joins us now. And I feel like there is just really one question people want to know, which is, okay, what does it mean for my ticket prices? Are they going up? Is it going to be a hassle to get a seat on one of these flights from now on? Fill us in on what this means. Leslie has disappeared from the broadcast this evening. That's a magical trick. We're going to try to figure out where Leslie went, because, boy, is that a cliffhanger or what? We're going to find Leslie. We're going to bring her back. But in the meantime, we're going to hit another quick break and find her. We'll talk about that coming up in just a minute. Plus, why Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is going after a really popular drag brunch in Miami. Stay with us.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Harry Styles!
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark. How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? You tell us what it was like? With our NBC News exclusive. It was Lester.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
We're here to start conversation because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
I have some really incredible news to share with you all, and that is this. We have found Leslie Josephs from CNBC. She is back with us. And Leslie, before the tech gremlins attempted to sabotage our conversation, I was asking you about what is the Spirit and JetBlue merger? What does it mean for people who fly a lot? What do they need to know about ticket prices and about the flights?
Well, the first thing that they should know is that this isn't something that's going to happen immediately. The first hurdle that JetBlue has to deal with is getting this deal approved by the Department of Justice. And that's a process that's going to take years. JetBlue thinks that the deal is going to close maybe the first half of 2024. After that, it's going to take several more years for JetBlue to turn all of those Spirit Airlines planes, you know, the bright yellow planes we're all used to seeing or flying on with the small legroom, and pretty much that's it. Fees for everything else, you know, cabin baggage, etc. To switch those planes into JetBlue planes, which have seat back screens, more leg room, more amenities on board, free Wi-Fi, and things like that. So there will not be an immediate change. What will go away if the Justice Department signs off on this deal is Spirit's model, which is to charge a very low rock bottom fare and fees for everything else that you can add on that you could possibly think of. So that is something that's going to go away. The fares are not going to be what Spirit Airlines has been offering, and what even Frontier, which, you know, Spirit and Frontier had their own deal that JetBlue pretty much torpedoed, kind of swooped in with its own cash offer, won over Spirit shareholders, and Spirit shareholders said, you know, we're going with JetBlue, we're going to get paid. So it is a little bit of a different model, and that's something that consumers should be on the lookout for.
If you're American, or if you're United, or if you're Delta, are you nervous about this new competition, or not so much?
Well, JetBlue has been around for a while. You know, we're talking 22 years already. And they kind of came in with this really great customer-friendly product. You know, they were the first big major U.S. airline to put these seatback screens on and offer a lot of the things that some of the other major carriers were not. So fast forward to 22 years later, where we are now, the point of this merger, according to JetBlue's CEO, is to compete with those big four airlines, United, Delta, Southwest, and American. Although JetBlue does have a partnership with American in the Northeast. So they want to kind of push the fares down, or they say they will be able to push the fares down in major markets where those airlines really dominate and offer low fares in the process. But the truth is that there are a lot of factors that are outside of airlines' control. Look at fuel prices, look at the, you know, the price of gasoline that we're still paying. That's something that's dictating fares. And if you've traveled this summer, you've seen those high fares.
Leslie Josephs from CNBC. We're so glad to be able to have that conversation with you. Thank you so much for your reporting.
My
NBC
pleasure.
News covers hundreds of stories every day. And because you couldn't possibly read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. From our Midwest Bureau, surveillance video from Michigan jail shows the moments after a deputy was exposed to fentanyl. Forrest Bradley says the drug was on some of the clothes that one of the inmates was wearing, also got on another officer. He says he recognized he was having symptoms of an overdose. You can see him. Look at this. He's like making his way through the jail to try to get some help. They gave him and two other men Narcan. All of those men are doing okay now. From our Northeast Bureau, workers at a Trader Joe's in Massachusetts. Now the first of the grocery chain's 500 stores. They are the first workers to unionize, I should say, at Trader Joe's. The store's out in Hadley, about 20 miles north of Springfield. They're making an independent union, kind of like what we're seeing at Starbucks and Amazon. No word yet if this is a movement spreading to other stores, but the union tells NBC they're looking forward to a contract that will benefit them. Trader Joe's, the company, has yet to issue a statement. From our Southeast Bureau, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is going after a Miami restaurant after a video showed kids at a drag brunch there. His administration filed a complaint against Our House, accusing it of disorderly conduct. The governor says kids being at the shows, quote, corrupts the public morals. He called the shows sexually explicit. It's a drag brunch. The restaurant says it hopes the governor will see this as all just a misunderstanding. Time now to get the backstory. Our behind-the-scenes look at how a story comes together and how it fits into our bigger picture. And tonight is a special one for you because it's a backstory, not on a story, but on a person, right? On a person who is going to be changing what our NBC family looks like starting next week. And that is because it's the story of Pete Williams, our justice correspondent, one of our fearless leaders here in the Washington Bureau, who tomorrow will enjoy, we hope, his very last day at NBC News before he sets off on his retirement. We thought, all right, what else can we do a backstory on tonight but Pete Williams, right? So to set it up, we wanted to give you a little sense of what his career has been like here at NBC. Watch. Pete Williams might hate this report. It doesn't really have any scoops. It's probably overwritten. So let's do the Pete thing and just get to it. Everything he's done over nearly 3 decades, 5 administrations, and approximately 465 trillion live shots. That's hyperbole, by the way. Pete hates that, too.
Pete Williams, NBC News at the Supreme Court.
He's covered the court and the Department of Justice for years. A super stressful beat. But if the guy sweats, you wouldn't know it. Watch how steady he is in 2000, reading through the court's decision on Florida's voting machines that decided that year's presidential election live on air.
If there is no room for a recount, this election is over for Vice President Al Gore. And that's effectively what you're saying.
I see nothing that in any way is incompatible with that, Tom.
It did take Pete a couple decades to get to the nightly news after starting off in the 70s in Casper, Wyoming, doing local TV and radio.
Pete Williams, K2 News.
In the 80s, he joined the office of then Wyoming Congressman Dick Cheney. And when Cheney became defense secretary under President George H.W. Bush, Pete headed to the Pentagon, too, as the spokesperson there.
Okay, let's see. Good afternoon. I do have a few announcements for you.
He shifted back to news, joining NBC in 1993. And by 2012, he'd hit legend status with this moment, getting the court's decision on the Affordable Care Act right.
The bottom line here is the Supreme Court has upheld the health care case.
That's after other outlets had incorrectly reported the opposite. The next year, Pete taught another master class in accuracy during the hunt for one of the Boston Marathon bombers.
Several law enforcement officials have confirmed for us now that he is alive. He is in custody. Unbelievable, as one said who's been following this.
Even former President Obama noticed how good Pete was.
And that's what great journalism is. And that's what great journalists do. And that's why, for example, Pete Williams' new nickname around the NBC newsroom is Big Papi.
It's not like Pete needed a big finale, but he delivered anyway, breaking one last huge story when Justice Stephen Breyer retired a couple months ago.
He's made this decision within the past couple of weeks to step down.
Pete's had the kind of career that boils his competitors alive with envy. But the funny thing is, they like him. Everyone does. Because even more than what Pete's done is who he is. Kind and helpful and smart, intimidatingly smart, but he never makes a big thing about it. He's a gracious colleague and a gracious host. Legitimately hilarious, by the way, totally deadpan. To be roasted by Pete is a badge of honor. And sure, retirement means more time for his drum lessons and his trips to Jackson Hole. But there's a reason why our bosses always say, wait for Pete. Because, as the saying goes around here, in Pete we trust. I bet you do too. And that pretty much says it all. Pete is with us now, the day before his retirement. So, Pete, why are you doing this to us? It's very rude. If we apologize, will you stay longer?
Look how little I've changed over the years.
I dug the mustache. Pete with the stash was a nice look.
That was rocking that thing in the 70s when I was a local anchor in Casper, Wyoming. I guess I didn't want to look like Anchor Boy, and I thought it made me look older. It probably just made me look weirder, which is not easy.
It's back in vogue now, my friend. So maybe that's one of your retirement projects. What is it? Do you know? It's so rare. I think sometimes, Pete. And maybe I shouldn't say that. You're at the top of your game, man. You know that, friend. And yet you're choosing to step away.
Yeah, I think it's time. You know, I'm 70 years old now, and I've been doing this for 29 years, and I have some other things I'd like to do in life, and I'd like to be able to get around a little while my legs still work. So this just seems like the right time to step away.
We've talked about some of the unbelievably huge things that you've covered, the consequential court cases, the huge sort of law enforcement stories. Is there something that is like less obvious? Like, is there a smaller scale story that you've sort of cherished over the years, Pete?
You know, I've thought about that, and the one that always comes to mind, I think, is the one that you noted in there, and that's Bush v. Gore. And of course, I've gone back and reread that decision many times, and every time I read it, I think, wow, this is so easy to understand. When you're sitting in a chair indoors in good lighting, it was so blisteringly cold. That's not the right word. It was so chillingly cold that night. And you know, we sort of stammered our way through to get the decision right. When Tom Brokaw was cutting away to others, I got on the phone and I called one of Al Gore's lawyers and I said, "It's over, right? Am I reading this right?" And he said, "Well, we think so, but the vice president doesn't." You know, it was the president wrote in his book, George W. Bush wrote that he was watching NBC that night and he thinks he's the first president who found out he was ever elected while lying in bed watching NBC.
Watching Pete Williams, that's amazing. It's so amazing. You know, we had sent, I think folks might know that we had a little, a small celebration of your career here at the Bureau. And there were some pictures posted about it. And somebody on Twitter wrote to me and said something like, even when I didn't like what Pete was saying, I trusted it. And I thought that really said so much, Pete, about the role that you have, not just inside our Bureau, where, as you know, we love you to pieces, but externally, too, to the public. They trust you. And I thought it was really striking, Pete, at a time when there is a lot of attention on objective journalism, right, at an increasingly sort of polarizing era. I wonder, like, how you navigate that or how you think about that, or if you do think about that.
Well, of course. I guess, I mean, number one, I'm fortunate in covering the Justice Department and the Supreme Court, where, you know, every Supreme Court has two sides, and sometimes more than that, and your job is to report them both. So I hope that it's never possible to know which side I think should win, and oftentimes I don't have a view about that. I think, wow, they both have good points. So that's, I think it's harder when you're covering politics, as you do, for people to have that same sense just because of the nature of the beat. I guess I've been lucky in that sense.
Can you tell us a little bit about what you're most looking forward to in, like, your first week of retirement, or what you may miss most, besides, obviously, your primo office location next to Andrea Mitchell, the queen of the Bureau?
And you, and next to you, too.
Well, I'm the mere jester, if you will, but yes.
Well, you know, what I'll miss is, of course, the people I work with. It's just a wonderful bunch. I think NBC has a great esprit de corps. People care very much about the news and getting it right, but they also care about each other, and that is just a wonderful thing to come to work to every day. I'm already overbooked in retirement.
Of course you are.
I have lots of little projects that I've lined up because I was so petrified that, you know, that I would suddenly think I'm worthless as soon as I stop coming to work. So I'm going to try to keep busy.
Pete Williams, I look forward to calling you at 9 o'clock on Monday morning just to check in, just to see how you're doing, you know, what stories we should have. Pete, we love you so much. Thank you so much for coming on with us.
This is very, very, very kind of you. I'm very grateful. You're very kind.
Enjoy your last day tomorrow, my friend.
Thank you.
See you upstairs.
Thank you.
Bye.
Okay.
When we come back, we're going to talk about Beyonce. How do I go from Pete Williams to Beyonce? I don't know. The greatest, I guess? Is that how we make that link? Whatever. We're talking about Beyonce's album. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Right now on NBC News Now, look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything. Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
And they work my nerves, that's why I cannot sleep at night. Motivation, I'm looking for a new foundation, yeah.
That's your little NBC News Now jam break with Queen Bee. She is back. Beyonce, new album. It's called Renaissance. But oh, wait. Have you heard it already? You may have. Because even though her